Chapter 1. Xiao'er in Another World. As dawn broke, Chun Xiao'er embarked on yet another day brimming with positivity. Each morning upon rising was a moment of profound satisfaction for him, as he gazed into the mirror beside his bed. Staring at his exceptionally handsome visage, which words could scarcely encapsulate, a faint smile gradually emerged upon his lips. How is it that I can be this handsome? Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Chun Xiao in the morning glow, rendering him radiant and full of vitality. Gradually, however, he felt a sense of anger dissipate, as if the world around him had lost its color. Everything frozen in that singular moment. Bang! His body collapsed. Chun Xiao'er had perished. Indeed, he had died from his own overwhelming handsomeness. A mere few seconds elapsed. Boom! Chun Xiao'er's corpse exploded. He had, remarkably, died from being too handsome. In a land of Bashu, Chun Xiao'er found himself transported into the body of a young boy. This boy's tale was fraught with misfortune. Once the heir of the Shao family, one of the three great clans of the martial world, he had first been stripped of his martial prowess, and subsequently endured a tragic broken engagement. In a series of unfortunate events, he was ultimately cast off a cliff by his enemies, meeting his demise on a ledge halfway down. Now, inhabiting this body, Chun Xiao'er slowly rose from the mountainside. Have I truly crossed over? As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered a cave before him. Following the typical narrative, it was reasonable to expect a formidable elder within, waiting to impart inner strength to Chun Xiao'er. Without hesitation, he strode into the cave. The cavern was shrouded in darkness, with a faint sound of dripping water echoing within. Suddenly, an ancient and weathered voice resonated through the cave. "Young man, do you wish to accept my legacy?" Chun Xiao'er had anticipated this. It was, after all, the archetype of martial arts novels. He clasped his hands in salute and called out into the depths of the cave. "Senior, I am willing to accept your legacy." "Excellent. Continue deeper. After you encounter the first stone tablet, shatter it, and I shall be within," the aged voice instructed. Without a hint of doubt, Chun Xiao'er pressed onward, and indeed, he soon found a massive stone tablet. It was pressed against the wall, and without hesitation, Chun Xiao'er delivered a kick. Instantly, the tablet shattered. It crumbled like porcelain at the slightest touch. To his astonishment, Chun Xiao'er discovered a hidden door beyond, leading to a spacious chamber where an elderly man, whose years had dimmed his vitality, sat in meditation. "Young man, accept my legacy and eradicate all the disciples of the Tang clan." The elder commanded fiercely. "Apologies, but I must decline," Chun Xiao'er replied softly. "Oh, why?" the elder inquired, perplexed. "Why? Because I cannot murder for the sake of any legacy. I am, after all, a model youth of a new era," Chun Xiao'er stated with unwavering conviction. "You previously expressed your willingness to accept, yet now you waver. Are you toying with me?" The elder's expression darkened with anger as he suddenly grasped the air with his right hand, and an overwhelming force surged forth. Chun Xiao'er's body suddenly flew forward. Uncontrollably, the old man pressed his hand firmly against Chun Xiao'er's forehead, exclaiming, "Let me tell you, since you have come, there is no chance of leaving, unless you agree to inherit my unparalleled martial arts and eradicate the Tang sect disciples." Chun Xiao'er's face contorted in distress as the old man's rough hand held her forehead. "Old man, release me. This is forced restraint. Do you realize that?" Chun Xiao'er retorted. "Ah, you needn't resist. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. After so many years, I have finally awaited a living soul," the old man declared with enthusiasm. In his fervor, the old man exerted too much force, inadvertently knocking Chun Xiao'er unconscious. This complicates matters. Just as the old man intended to assist Chun Xiao'er and impart some of his vital energy, suddenly, Chun Xiao'er jolted upright, her eyes snapping open. To his astonishment, her eyes appeared pitch black, devoid of any white, with a pair of blood-red pupils slowly emanating a mockery of the mundane world. A peculiar smile graced her lips. "What has happened to you?" the old man inquired, puzzled. "Is this child not possessed by some evil skill, having gone mad with such red eyes?" "Senior, I am willing to accept the inheritance," Chun Xiao'er grinned. The old man nodded, perplexed. What is going on? Just moments ago, she was unwilling. He had intended to guide her in reshaping her worldview. Yet unexpectedly, she had attained enlightenment on her own. She was indeed teachable. The old man had already conjured a vivid narrative in his mind. "Very well, come sit beside me." As he spoke, he motioned for Chun Xiao'er to sit cross-legged before him. Obediently, the crimson-eyed Chun Xiao'er complied, settling in front of the old man. "Rest assured, Senior, I shall ensure that the disciples of the Tang sect are eradicated generation after generation. As long as the Tang sect exists, I, Chen Xiu shall not perish. Chen Xiu'er proclaimed with a grin. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. I shall now impart all my lifelong skills to you. This cliff is known as Ghost Sphere, and atop it lies the Tang sect. Rush forth to Ghost Sphere and leave no trace of the Tang sect. Upon finishing, the old man transmitted all his life's energy to Chen Xiu'er. In an instant, a warm current flowed into Chen Xiu'er's body. Her mind was flooded with various methods to both counter and create hidden weapons, along with the profound secrets of the Tang sect's 5 mysteries. However, as the old man's energy was entirely transferred to Chen Xiu'er, his already frail body, akin to a withered candle in the wind, collapsed with a thud. Chen Xiu'er slowly rose to stretch her limbs, then cast an amused glance at the old man behind her. Only a fool would assist you in killing. I have my own matters to attend to. Nevertheless, I must ascend to see if, with my newfound strength, I can dominate the martial world. With that, Chen Xiu'er activated her ghostly shadow technique and dashed forth, scarcely glancing back at the old man. Outside, the cliff's edge bore signs of human carving, facilitating ascent. Without hesitation, Chen Xiu'er began to climb. Chen Xiu'er's limbs moved with remarkable coordination, and she was on the verge of scaling the cliff summit. Suddenly, a magnetic voice resonated from above the precipice that I am aware that trespassing into the inner sanctum and clandestinely acquiring the secrets of our sect is utterly unforgivable and against our rules. Yet, Tang San can swear to the heavens that he has never divulged a single secret learned through such illicit means to the outside world. My intention in stating this is not to seek the elders' leniency, but rather to assure them that Tang San has never strayed from his roots, neither in the past nor in the future. At this moment, Tang San's demeanor was remarkably composed, perhaps the most serene he had ever been in his life. Gazing at the expansive, antiquated courtyard of the Tang sect nestled on the mountainside, he felt the essence of his heritage, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chen Xiu'er emerged slightly, facing a massive stone tablet. Upon it were inscribed 3 blood-red characters. Ghost. See. Sorrow. Upon seeing these words, Chen Xiu'er was suddenly reminded of a phrase from her previous life. When stones fall into the deep ravine, they echo 19 times, surpassing hell by an extra layer. Ghost see sorrow. Indeed. Before Chen Xiu'er could ponder further, a thunderous explosion resonated. A milky white aura erupted from Tang San, causing the elders of the Tang sect to instinctively retreat, bracing for the unexpected. To their astonishment, they beheld Tang San, enveloped in a pearlescent glow, standing completely bare. One elder exclaimed in shock, the Xiantian treasure record. He has actually mastered the highest internal technique from our sacred text. Tang San beamed, his smile radiant. I came bare and shall depart bare. The Buddha's wrath upon the Tang lotus is the final gift I leave to my sect. Now, aside from myself, I take nothing from the Tang sect. The scriptures are hidden beneath the first brick inside my room. Tang San shall now return everything to the Tang sect. With his back to the gathered elders, Tang San embraced the sky of Bashu. Ha 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 ha! He laughed heartily, suddenly striding forward. The elders of the Tang sect realized, to their dismay, that none could reach him in time to intervene. In that body shrouded in white light, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning towards the ghost, seeing sorrow. Splash! Chen Xiu'er had no time to appreciate the view for the cliff's apex before a bare foot landed squarely on her face. How dare you? Tang San felt as though he had stepped on something, but dismissed it, for it no longer mattered. Everything had come to an end. Slowly, Tang San closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. Wait, what was the deal with the figure falling faster than himself? Tang San felt puzzled like a tea that moment. Chen Xiu'er also caught sight of the man who had sent him plummeting off the cliff. That man, though less handsome than himself, had nonetheless stepped on his beautiful face. You scoundrel! If there's a next life, I will definitely make you. Chen Xiu'er furiously raised her middle finger at Tang San, shouting in wrath. But before she could finish, her body had already begun to fall at an astonishing speed. Think you are even more anxious than I am. Sigh. Tang San lamented. But what does raising the middle finger signify? In this moment of contemplation over the gesture, Tang San lost consciousness. As both of them plummeted, the elders of the ghostly encounter sect were momentarily struck dumb. The clouds surrounding the ghostly encounter sect were thick and heavy, shrouded in moisture that obscured the sunlight. It also obscured the presence of Tang San, who had devoted his life to the Tang sect and its hidden weapons. Moreover, it concealed Chen Xiu'er, who had only just crossed over less than 3 hours prior. Time seemed to come to a standstill as Tang Dizhen, the current leader of the Tang sect, trembled as he held 3 Tang lotuses before him. His eyes glistened with tears. Tang San, oh Tang San, Why must you go through such hardship? You have brought us an abundance of astonishment. Elder brother, the second elder stepped forward. Why distress yourself over this traitor? Tang Dazhang's gaze instantly turned icy, a chill emanating from him as he glared at the second elder. Who do you call a traitor? Have you ever seen a traitor who, upon acquiring the sect's highest secret, does not flee? Have you ever seen a traitor who would choose death as a declaration of loyalty? Have you ever encountered one who possesses a world-shattering, hidden weapon capable of annihilating any master of the Tang sect, yet bestows it as a final gift to the sect? Tang San is not a traitor. He is the most exceptional genius our sect has seen in 2 centuries. The second elder appeared momentarily stunned, but he has stolen knowledge from our sect. Tang Dezhang abruptly interrupted. If you could create the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, I would overlook any theft. You are mistaken. I was mistaken. Just moments ago, we stood idly by as the chance for the Tang sect resurgence slipped through our fingers. The elders gathered around, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. There was confusion, sorrow, sighs, and above all, regret. Did you hear Tang San's last words before he jumped? It seemed to be. Could this be a signal left for us by Tang San? Does sun have a connection to the sun? It must be a signal from Tang San quickly. Let us decipher these 3 characters with all our might. Tang Dezhang appeared to glimpse hope. Transmit my command. Instruct all disciples of our sect to mobilize and search for Tang San in the ghostly encounter, whether alive or dead. From this moment forth, Tang San shall be elevated to the inner circle of our sect if he still lives. He shall be the sole heir to my position as sect leader. Yes, sect leader, the elders bowed in unison, adhering to his command, and of course, had they known that the phrase "I curse you" was followed by the words "my lord," this might very well have unraveled into another tale altogether. Tang San would never comprehend the profound entanglements that resulted from his leap, for this singular act would plunge the Douluo continent in unrest, sowing seeds of fear among the populace, a generation of the Holy Spirit sect wreaking havoc across the land. Even 100,000 years later, the poison left by Chun Xiu'er upon the Douluo continent would not dissipate, as one would say. The male protagonist character is defined by absolute rationality, prudence, and a penchant for witnessing the unfolding drama. Moreover, the protagonist's character is devoid of any pretense. If you have merely perused a few chapters, you will not have encountered the true essence of the main character. Therefore, for those unacquainted with dark literature, exercise caution. To avoid causing discomfort to anyone would be my fault. P.S. This narrative does not primarily focus on dual personalities. Chapter 2. The exceptional one of Saint Soul Village. In the Douluo continent, located in the southwestern region of the Tiando Empire, lies the province of Fasnuo. This place is quite extraordinary, not solely for its remarkable name, but rather for the legendary figure it has produced. It is said that many moons ago, this village was graced by the presence of a soul sage, leading to its renaming as Saint Soul Village. This casual naming convention reminded Chun Xiu'er of the ancient times of Huaxia, where surnames were derived from the strongest individuals within each race, such as the Swearin clan, Xinyuan clan, Shinnong clan, Quafu clan, Zhurong clan, and Fushi clan, among others. However, this is of little consequence. Chun Xiu'er merely wished to critique this haphazard naming approach. Were it not for the village's modest population of merely over 300 households, she might have been inclined to believe in the legend of the Soul Sage. Of course, that is a tale for another time, but on a tempestuous night, as fierce winds swept through the clouds, the residents of Saint Soul Village gathered anxiously around the home of the Chen family. It was not until the sound of an infant's cry resonated from within that their hearts began to ease. Old Chun dashed into the house, cradling the newly born child. What a beautiful child! Xiaomin, she will surely grow into a ravishing beauty, he exclaimed. Indeed, just look at that small nose and those tiny eyes. She will undoubtedly be a stunning maiden when she matures. Another chimed in. Congratulations, Old Chun. Not all. Congratulations to you all. Ha ha ha. A radiant smile adorned Old Chen's face as he held his beloved wife's hand tenderly. This child, so exquisite, will surely resemble you in beauty when she grows up. How about we name her Xiu'er? Gazing at Old Chen's brilliant smile, his wife offered an awkward chuckle. Cough, cough at tea that moment. The midwife softly cleared her throat and pointed to the infant's lower body. Old Chun, in fact, your wife has given birth to a boy. Thunder roared outside as a bolt of lightning illuminated the night, stunning everyone present. Old Chun, still in disbelief, cast a glance downward. Upon doing so, his gaze became fixated. Is this a boy? My Chun family has an heir now. Ha ha ha. The villagers, recovering from their astonishment, approached to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, old Chun. You are indeed fortunate, having birthed a son. What a significant event. Congratulations. But will the child still be named Xiao? Silence enveloped the room. Let's name him Xiao, old Chun declared with conviction. However, let us name him Xiao. Very well. At the same moment, two blossoms unfolded. A masked man clad in black arrived. Cradling an infant in his arms, he gazed up at the thunderous sky, cloaked in dark clouds, then cast his eyes upon the verdant expanse of blue-silver grass that carpeted the ground. Sister, he murmured, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, filled with tenderness. Yet, in an instant, that softness vanished, swept away by the tide of sorrow. This was destined to be an extraordinary night. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had elapsed. I have traversed realms once more. What is happening? It is truly bewildering. I recall being struck unconscious by an elderly gentleman, after which all memories fade. This year, Chun Xiaoer is 6 years old. She spends her days idly, patiently awaiting the awakening of her martial soul. However, at present, Chun Xiaoer finds herself in a rather precarious position within the Holy Spirit village. Originally, he was the king of the children here, admired for his handsome appearance, charming personality, and remarkable strength. Even the adults could not match Chun Xiaoer's power. And not a single child dared to defy him. Chun Xiaoer was enveloped in a perplexing sense of wonder, for he felt himself growing stronger each day, be it in speed, strength, or endurance. However, the reason for his current awkward predicament stemmed from a boy named Tang San. The disdain for poverty and the admiration for wealth is not a phenomenon exclusive to the aristocracy. It is even more pronounced among the common folk. Tang San became the target of ostracism by the children of the entire village. Yet, Chun Xiaoer chose to forge a brotherly bond with Tang San, which rendered the other children quite uncomfortable. They could not contend with Chun Xiaoer in a fight, so they resorted to isolating him instead. Thus, Chun Xiaoer and Tang San became the inseparable pair of misfits in the eyes of the other children. Perhaps I shall visit Tang San, as I find myself rather bored lately. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice called out from afar. Xiaoer, come here quickly. I have candies for you. Chun Xiaoer gazed at the young lady next door, pondering to herself, who is Chun Xiaoer? I am a close confidant of Tang San, after all. How dare a mere piece of candy tempt me? Even if I were to leap from here, overwhelmed by my own allure, I would never succumb to your sugary seduction. Here I come, sister. Thus, Chun Xiaoer neglected to seek out Tang San, instead immersing herself in a reverie of tenderness. The night fell. Chun Xiaoer suddenly opened his eyes, only to find an abyss of darkness within them, while a pair of blood-red pupils revealed a hint of coldness. Chun Xiaoer occupied a solitary room, where he remained undisturbed. He sat cross-legged, adopting a posture reminiscent of meditation. Yet, Chun Xiaoer was not engaged in meditation. A soft, milky halo began to rise around him, gradually commencing a gentle rotation. This halo exhibited a remarkable rhythm, and after completing a full cycle, Chun Xiaoer slowly rose to his feet. Tang San, you are the one who once cast me into the depths of despair, are you not? A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Chun Xiaoer's eyes. At this moment, it is time for you to depart as well. Chun Xiaoer spoke as she donned an entire ensemble of black attire, complemented by a wooden wolf mask. The mask bore a certain roughness, yet that was of little consequence. It merely served the purpose of concealing her visage. However, as Chun Xiaoer glanced back at her long hair, she pondered its conspicuousness. Perhaps she should cut it. But then again, if her endeavor were to fail, she would undoubtedly be recognized the following day regardless. Chun Xiaoer ultimately opted to braid her hair, concealing it beneath her garments, making it seemingly undetectable at first glance. With everything in place, Chun Xiaoer set forth. Tang San possessed a peculiar habit. Each morning before dawn, he would ascend the high mountains outside the village to witness the sunrise. Thus, today, Chun Xiaoer intended to stealthily observe him. At the foot of the mountain, she gazed at the rugged and steep path ahead. For an ordinary child, it might indeed be an insurmountable challenge. However, he was no ordinary child. Having mastered the elusive art of shadow stealth, he could traverse a distance of 10 feet with a single step, rendering such a mountainous terrain as effortless as walking on level ground. Chun Xiaoer stealthily ascended the mountain, expending a full half hour. Coincidentally, at that moment, Tang San was seated in meditation on the hillside. Chun Xiaoer took a deep breath. How could he have arrived so early? This was unusual. Something was amiss. It was merely 5 in the morning. At this hour, he should still be at home. Being naturally cautious, she hesitated to approach. However, Tang San had his eyes tightly shut, and a pearly radiance seemed to swirl around his body, clearly indicating he was cultivating the Xiantian skill. If she did not act now, it would be a grave opportunity missed. The ghost shadow displacement. In an instant, Chun Xiu'er appeared behind Tang San, and without hesitation, she launched a kick. Before Tang San lay a precipice. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang San turned around, his right hand swiftly grasping Chun Xiu'er's ankle. A chilling sensation surged through, prompting Chun Xiu'er to retract her foot hastily. Tang San, however, did not impede her. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet and gazed at the masked and enigmatic Chun Xiu'er, questioning, "Why did you attempt to attack me?" Chun Xiu'er smiled broadly. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to test your skills." Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, pondering to himself, "Just now, I undoubtedly saw her practicing. Furthermore, this individual harbors murderous intent. She seeks to take my life." Tang Min Xiantian Baolu, General Principles, Article 3. Once it is established that an opponent is an enemy, and if they possess the means to bring about one's demise, one must not show mercy. Otherwise, one only invites further troubles upon oneself. Tang San's dagger slowly emerged from his sleeve, glinting ominously. Chapter 3. Chun Xiu'er in action. Due to the circumstances of his past life, Tang San always preferred to carry a dagger with him, as a precaution against unforeseen events. It has proven to be a wise decision. Without uttering a word, Chun Xiu'er swiftly executed a thrusting straight punch. Tang San raised his hand to block, effortlessly catching Chun Xiu'er's fist. However, this was merely a feint on Chun Xiu'er's part. Suddenly, a dagger emerged from her sleeve, which she grasped with a reverse grip before pivoting around. Unfortunately, Chun Xiu'er also had the habit of carrying a dagger on her person. Yet, exposing her back to the enemy was an exceedingly foolish act in combat. Nevertheless, fortune favors the bold. Her broad back effectively concealed her movements from Tang San's discerning gaze. Oblivious to the threat, Tang San remained unaware that Chun Xiu'er's right hand wielded the dagger, poised to strike towards his temple. Chun Xiu'er has already revealed a triumphant smile. However, in an instant, upon catching sight of the dagger, Tang San swiftly reacted. He drew the dagger concealed within his sleeve and clashed it against Chun Xiu'er's blade. The force was tremendous. His strength rivaled that of an adult, yet his physique resembled that of a child. Could he be a dwarf? Tang San pondered. Chun Xiu'er swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to Tang San's abdomen, momentarily creating distance between the two. "Impressive," she remarked, "to have evaded my lethal strike. However, let us see how you counter my next move." After Chun Xiu'er finished speaking, she swiftly raised her dagger, positioning it across her chest, and charged directly at Tang San. Tang San, unwilling to engage in a prolonged confrontation, immediately employed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. In an instant, Chun Xiu'er's sprinting motion was abruptly halted, his pupils constricting. What technique is this? It is beyond his expertise. Among the 5 ultimate secrets of the Xiantian treasure record, this particular skill does not exist. The old man never imparted this extraordinary art to him. Crash! Tang San swiftly executed an iron mountain slam, causing Chun Xiu'er to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Tang San seized a dagger, poised to deliver the final blow. In that moment, his eyes transformed into a pale violet hue, exuding a palpable aura of menace as he charged directly towards Chun Xiu'er. With a determined grit, Chun Xiu'er unleashed a long-lost martial arts technique from the annals of the martial world. The rabbit kicks the eagle. Chun Xiu'er supported herself with both hands, her legs bent, and with a sudden burst of energy, propelled Tang San back. What extraordinary technique is this? Her body exhibits such remarkable resilience, every ounce of force impeccably controlled. And in that fleeting moment, her combat awareness was astonishingly high, almost terrifying. Tang San analyzed silently. Chun Xiu'er's flexibility is naturally remarkable, and his mastery over his own body has reached a terrifying degree. Following this, Chun Xiu'er once again showcased another legendary martial art from the world of Jianghu, a technique that no one is unfamiliar with, the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Chun Xiu'er sprang up from the ground. After a meticulous analysis of Yi Fan, she resolved to employ the supreme essence of Sun Tzu's art of war, a strategic retreat. Chun Xiu'er turned and fled with remarkable speed, and Tang San was determined not to let her escape so easily. He was still unaware of the inexplicable intent behind Chun Xiu'er's attempt on his life. "Thinking of pursuing me? I advise you to abandon that notion." Chun Xiu'er abruptly spun around, and between her 10 fingers appeared 8 small white spheres. Tang San's pupils constricted in realization. Before he could react, Chun Xiu'er simultaneously launched the 8 white spheres. Boom. The moment the spheres left her fingertips, they detonated into a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough. This was flying ash, the most rudimentary concealed weapon recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. The smoke was toxic. If it came into contact with a person's eyes, it could cause temporary blindness at best, or permanent blindness at worst. Tang San quickly shut his eyes. By the time he opened them again, Chun Xiu'er had already vanished without a trace. With a sigh, he lamented that she had indeed escaped. The next day, outside Holy Soul Village, just as dawn broke, a faint blush of fish belly white appeared on the horizon. On this same mountain, Tang San commenced his daily morning practice. Arriving in this world with nothing but his bare self, he nonetheless bore a precious treasure, the Xiantian treasure record. The 6th secret contained therein detailed the method of cultivating the purple extreme demon eye, the technique of lightness, ghostly shadow's elusive steps, the art of capture, controlling the crane to catch the dragon, the skill of hand technique, Xian Jade hand, the inner cultivation method, Xiantian Gong, along with the essence of the Tang sect, the usage of hidden weapons, and the myriad of concealed weapons. Tang San's daily ritual of watching the sunrise was to harness the first rays of purple energy that emerged with the dawn to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. As the sun ascended, a faint purple aura flickered across the heavens. Without extraordinary vision and unwavering focus, one could never perceive its existence. The purple aura did not linger long, and Tang San seized the fleeting moment to absorb it entirely. Afterward, he slowly closed his eyes, and with a series of breaths, he expelled a breath of turbid air. Sitting in silent meditation for a while, Tang San opened his eyes once more, revealing a fleeting glimmer of purple within them. However, this purple hue did not endure for long before it quietly dissipated. Tang San sighed despondently and murmured to himself, still no progress. My Xiantian Gong remains unable to break through the first bottleneck. It has been 3 full months. What could be the reason? Even relying on the purple aura that only comes with the dawn, my cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye has seen continuous improvement, yet my Xiantian Gong is stuck, and my Xian Jade hand cannot advance further. When I practiced before, I never faced such a dilemma. There are 9 levels to Xiantian Gong. Why is the first one so troublesome? Could it be that this world differs from my original one? And that individual from last night? Who exactly were they, and why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Tang San gazed at the sky, his slender frame springing into action. It was time to return. Tang San, a familiar voice called out. With an exasperated sigh, Tang San pondered how a mere 6-year-old could ascend a peak towering 100 meters high. Yet, could one truly label that individual as merely a child? Wait, could it be that the person who sought to end his life last night was none other than Chun Xiu'er? This thought flickered briefly in Tang San's mind before he shook his head, dismissing it. He would rather believe that the one intending to harm him was old Jack than accept the notion that Chun Xiu'er harbored such intentions. Tang San understood Chun Xiu'er well. Her thoughts were as innocent as they come, which was precisely why he accepted her. Just then, a breathless Chun Xiu'er dashed up to him. Tang San, I'm so sorry. I accidentally lost track of time playing with the girl next door yesterday and completely forgot about you, she said with an apologetic smile. Tang San's expression twitched slightly as he replied, If you occasionally tell a little fib, claiming you overslept yesterday, I wouldn't mind, but you truly are remarkably honest. Chun Xiu'er possesses admirable qualities. Her character is marked by honesty, and one need not be wary in her company, for she is genuinely a kind-hearted individual. Thus, my early visit today is to extend my sincerest apologies, Chun Xiu'er remarked with a smile. Tang San, having lived through 2 lifetimes, finds no necessity for companionship, as he is capable of thriving independently. Nevertheless, Chun Xiu'er is indeed a friend worth having. Now, there is no need for you to accompany me daily. The more you draw near, the more others may distance themselves from you, Tang San stated as he began to gather his belongings. Chun Xiu'er was completely unconcerned. Dismissing them as mere children, she felt a connection with Tang San and enjoyed their conversation. You rascal, Tang San chuckled, shaking his head. Let's go to my house today. With that, he began to descend the mountain. You finally permit me to visit your home. Let us go. I've longed to see what your house is like. Chun Xiu'er hurriedly followed after Tang San. Chapter 4. Xiu'er enters the Tang clan. Tang San's residence was located on the western side of Holy Soul Village. At the entrance of the village, it consisted of 3 mud brick rooms and was arguably the most humble abode in the entire village. Above the central room, there hung a wooden plaque, approximately 1 meter in diameter, adorned with a rudimentary carving of a hammer. In this world, The hammer widely symbolizes a blacksmith. Upon entering the house, Tang San was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of food. "Has your father prepared a meal for you?" Chen Xiu'er followed closely behind Tang San as he entered. Tang San could only helplessly roll his eyes at her. "I made it myself," he replied succinctly. Chen Xiu'er surveyed the room's decor with a discerning eye. To her surprise, it exuded a certain artistic flair. "Your father is a blacksmith. Surely your family cannot be in such dire straits. Is this aesthetic a deliberate choice?" she inquired. "Since I was 4, I have managed all household affairs, including cooking. Please don't misunderstand. This has always been my choice," Tang San replied, his tone devoid of reproach towards his father. Instead imbued with a warmth that he had never felt from family before, a sentiment he cherished deeply. The primary reason for this warmth stemmed from his father, Tang Hao, who was exceedingly lazy and had an insatiable appetite. Each time Tang Hao prepared a meal, it barely sufficed for his own consumption, prompting Tang San to take matters into his own hands to ensure they were well fed. After all, one must start with cooking for oneself. Tang San stood at the stove, carefully lifting 2 chipped bowls and ladling out 2 servings of porridge before placing them on the table. "I apologize, but there are no extra bowls here. You'll have to make do with mine," he said, handing a bowl to Chen Xiu'er. "Oh, no need for that. I have already eaten," she replied. Chen Xiu'er waved her hand, declining Tang San's kind offer. Rather than moving the bowl intended for Chen Xiu'er, Tang San called out towards the inner room, "Father, it is time to eat." After a moment, the curtain of the inner door was lifted, revealing a tall figure who staggered slightly as he stepped out. It was a middle-aged man, appearing to be nearing 50. Despite his age, he possessed a remarkably robust and towering physique, although his attire left much to be desired. He wore a tattered robe that lacked even the semblance of patches, exposing the bronze skin beneath. This man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Tang Hao cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiu'er. In an instant, Chen Xiu'er felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Tang Hao discreetly scrutinized Chen Xiu'er, pondering, is it possible that such a pure-hearted child still exists in this world, untouched by any sinister thoughts? He truly harbors no malice, merely a friend of a mistress. Tang Hao, well-versed in the intricacies of human nature, could effortlessly discern the essence of a person. Subsequently, Tang Hao disregarded Chen Xiu'er completely, seizing a bowl and consuming the porridge voraciously, unperturbed by its heat. "Father, please take your time. There's more," Tang San interjected, taking the bowl from his father's hands and serving him another helping. Before long, a substantial portion of the pot's contents had vanished into Tang Hao's stomach. He set down the bowl with a sigh of relief. "If you have work, carry on with it. I shall tend to it later and take a brief rest." His voice bore the weight of experience, immediately revealing to Chen Xiu'er that he was a man with a story to tell. "Very well, father," Tang San replied with a nod. Tang Hao straightened himself and turned to retreat into the inner room. "Father," Tang San suddenly called out, halting Tang Hao in his tracks. Tang Hao paused, an unmistakable hint of impatience etched across his brow. Tang San pointed to a piece of raw iron in the corner, glimmering faintly. "May I use that iron?" Without turning around, Tang Hao responded dismissively, "Whatever." It seemed that the presence of outsiders rendered him somewhat reticent. "Uncle Tang Hao appears to be rather unwelcoming towards me," Chen Xiu'er remarked, perplexed. "Not at all. He simply struggles to express himself. I assure you. He harbors no ill intent," Tang San quickly clarified. "Ah, I see. By the way, third brother, look at this," Chen Xiu'er said suddenly, producing a small, gray-white sphere from her bosom. "What is this?" Tang San's pupils dilated sharply, and he inquired urgently, "Xiu'er, where did you find it? Or who gave it to you? Have you encountered any suspicious individuals lately?" His tone was laced with anxiety. The white orb was none other than the mysterious ash thrown by the enigmatic figure the previous night. Chen Xiu'er shook her head in confusion. "No. I discovered this small ball this morning when I got up." A multitude of dreadful speculations surged within Tang San's mind. Could it be that individual intends to target those close to me? I am certainly unafraid of a stealthy attack, but what if he were to strike at Chen Xiu'er? I cannot be her protector indefinitely. It seems I must impart some self-defense techniques to her. However, the secrets of the Tang sect cannot be disclosed. I cannot share the Tang sect's ultimate skills with Chen Xiu'er. Therefore, there is no choice but to. "Xiu'er, follow me," Tang San declared as he turned and stepped out of the house. Chen Xiu'er was still somewhat perplexed. How could one leave so soon after arriving? Tang San held great reverence for etiquette, and in his previous life, he had surreptitiously learned the secret techniques of his sect, which was the most egregious act of disobedience he had ever committed. It was now even less feasible to casually disseminate the Tang sect's profound techniques. Unless, at the familiar location, the summit where Tang San practiced his skills. Do you know what the Tang sect is? Tang San turned back to Qin Xiu'er and inquired. Qin Xiu'er shook her head. The Tang sect is an ancient and enigmatic faction of which I am a member. This is my greatest secret. You are my closest friend, Tang San, which is why I confide in you. Tang San spoke with his hands clasped behind his back. What I cultivate is not merely soul techniques, but the esoteric skills of the Tang sect, which can only be learned upon joining. Did you not express a desire to learn from me before? Now, if you swear to join the Tang sect, I shall teach you some foundational techniques. What say you? Tang San articulated calmly. This was indeed his most profound secret, one he had not even revealed to his father. Yet, he shared it with Qin Xiu'er, primarily because dealing with Tang Hao was no simple matter. So it was better left unspoken. I, Qin Xiu'er, declare my allegiance to the Tang sect. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to the Tang sect, willing to face any peril, whether scaling mountains of blades or traversing seas of fire, without hesitation. Today, I pledge my oath in blood, should I betray this vow. May the heavens and earth conspire against me. Qin Xiu'er raised 4 fingers, establishing her blood oath. Must you be so resolute? Tang San was taken aback by Qin Xiu'er's unwavering determination, devoid of any hesitation. Very well, since you have joined the Tang sect, we must first establish 3 fundamental principles. Qin Xiu'er gazed at Tang San with a puzzled expression. 3 chapters? Over 6,000 characters? That is quite a substantial amount. Is it still possible to back out now? Since you have entered the Tang sect, you must adhere to our regulations. The rules are as follows. Do not betray your teachers or ancestors. Do not indulge in lustful pursuits. Do not exploit your power to oppress others. Do not become arrogant through your connections. Do not intimidate the weak. Do not engage in pointless contests of strength with the ignorant. Do not allow your actions to be dictated by drunkenness or lust. Do not commit wrongful acts. Do not indulge in extravagance and idleness. Do not covet ill-gotten gains. Do not become a traitor to your nation. Do not misuse your skills for selfish gain. Do not become conceited or complacent, and do not seek positions of authority for personal benefit. Are you capable of adhering to these principles? Qin Xiu'er, utterly perplexed, nearly nodded in a daze. Very well, repeat it for me, Tang San instructed. Repeat? If you dare, say it again. What could she possibly say? Qin Xiu'er cradled her head in contemplation, racking her brain, but failing to recollect. Eventually, she collapsed onto the ground. Forget it. You can memorize it at your own pace. I shall first teach you the cultivation methods of the Tang sect. Really? Qin Xiu'er rolled over from the ground and stood up. Tang San settled down in front of her, sitting cross-legged, and Qin Xiu'er mirrored his position. I will utilize my true energy. No, it should be referred to as soul power. I will harness my soul power to guide the soul power within you. Pay close attention to the route and sensation of this soul power, and afterward, I will teach you how to control it. With that, Tang San closed his eyes, and Qin Xiu'er followed suit, focusing intently on the changes within her. A peculiar sensation enveloped her. It's very strange. Third brother, I feel an odd sensation, as if something is about to emerge. Have you already developed a sense of energy so quickly? Impossible. Even I took 3 months to find my energy perception back in the day, Tang San exclaimed, astonished. It seems to be related to the energy, and it's about to manifest. What? Could it be that the true energy is in chaos? Tang San gasped in alarm. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as Qin Xiu'er released gas, feeling relieved. I'm sorry. Tang San furrowed his brow, appearing as though he wanted to reprimand her. But he restrained himself, remembering their professional training. Unless one cannot hold back. And so, Tang San guided Qin Xiu'er through a month of simplified Xiantian Gong training. Qin Xiu'er has finally mastered the fundamentals of the Xiantian skill. As for the other techniques of the Tang sect, she can confidently declare that she is entirely unacquainted with them. Regarding hidden weapons, Tang San has not taught her at all, perhaps fearing that she might not grasp them and inadvertently injure herself. Alas, how cruel. Chapter 5. Xiu'er is on the brink of awakening. It is the day of the martial soul awakening. Today, the winds blow in a peculiar manner, the rains fall in an unusual rhythm, and the sun seems to shine in an extraordinary light. In this enchanting holy soul village, Tang San has promised his father to strike a piece of raw iron 10,000 times. As he diligently works towards this goal, an elderly voice suddenly echoes from outside. Tang Hao, are you busy? At this moment, in the afternoon, Tang Hao is engrossed in his labor, fashioning farm tools, and merely responds with a grunt. Curiosity piqued, Tang San steps out of his room to find an elderly man before him. The elder appears to be in his 60s, tall and slender, yet brimming with vitality. His attire is immaculate and tidy, a stark contrast to Tang Hao. This man is none other than the village chief of Holy Soul Village, a legendary figure of Douluo continent, Old Jack. Little San, come here, let Grandpa have a look at you. Old Jack beckons to Tang San. The village chief is a kind-hearted man, highly respected by the villagers. Years ago, during a time of hardship for the Tang family, he often brought them food. Grandpa Jack. Greetings, Tang San respectfully bows to Old Jack. He holds a deep appreciation in his heart for those who have shown him kindness. Tang Hao, with a cold demeanor, interjects. Is there something you need, village chief? Although Tang Hao's attitude towards Old Jack is somewhat brusque, the elder has grown accustomed to it. Oh, Tang Hao. Little San is nearly 6 years old. He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony, Old Jack states. Tang Hao, dismissive, replies casually, then let him attend. When is it? It is today, Old Jack answers. Today? Tang Hao strokes his beard thoughtfully. If he awakens some useless martial soul, it might at least aid in his blacksmithing. Off you go, return promptly to continue your work. Understood, father. With that, Tang San turns to follow Old Jack, who seems to have been waiting outside for quite some time. Master. Oh no, Brother San, good morning. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Upon discovering that only the two of them remained in the Tang sect, Chen Xiu'er promptly addressed Tang San as the sect leader, while she appointed herself as the vice leader. According to her understanding, the essence of being a vice leader meant that in the absence of the leader, she would assume the role. She would possess all the capabilities of the leader, and even those the leader lacked. She questioned, what right does he have to be the leader? Tang San, however, chose not to engage with her, merely advising her to refrain from making foolish remarks in front of outsiders. Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony? Tang San inquired. Old Jack, upon hearing Tang San's question, patiently explained, each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo an awakening ceremony. With a martial soul, our abilities in certain aspects are enhanced. Even the most ordinary martial soul can be of assistance, and should you possess an exceptional one, you may have the potential to become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs only once a year, and I would never allow you to miss it. Moreover, the esteemed caretaker from the Notting City Martial Soul Branch will personally assist the children of our village in their awakening. That caretaker holds the rank of a great soul master. As Old Jack spoke the words great soul master, a glimmer of envy illuminated his eyes. Tang San had only a vague understanding of the concept of soul masters, but upon hearing the term great soul master, he eagerly pressed for clarification. What is a great soul master? However, Chen Xiu'er was quite different from Tang San. She had been studying theoretical knowledge related to soul masters since childhood. Brother San, allow me to answer that, she began. After awakening one's martial soul, we categorize them into 10 titles based on the strength of their martial soul. Each title is further divided into 10 levels. The entry-level title is Soul Scholar, which everyone attains upon awakening their martial soul. If one's martial soul is cultivable, upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, one ascends to the next title, that of a soul master. A great soul master occupies the 3rd title in the hierarchy. The progression of titles is as follows: Soul, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, culminating in the esteemed title of the 90-level titled Soul Douluo. The name of Douluo continent is derived from this, as legend has it that those who reach the 90-level titled Soul Douluo can choose their own title. I shall one day be known as Douluo. Listening intently to Chen Xiu'er's extensive exposition of knowledge, Tang San enriched his own understanding. While Old Jack showed no signs of longing upon hearing the term titled Soul Douluo, if it were merely a great soul master, he might have felt a twinge of envy. Yet, regarding the titled Soul Douluo, he merely regarded it as a tale of legend. In my lifetime, the highest soul master I have encountered is a great soul master. As for those beyond that, they are not figures I, as a mere ant, can aspire to gaze upon. Old Jack lamented with a shake of his head. However, it is said that our Holy Soul Village once produced a soul saint. That was merely a legend, Chen Xiu'er thought quietly. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that Old Jack would erupt in fury at the mere mention of the legend surrounding the sacred soul village and its rumored soul sage. As the trio engaged in casual conversation, Old Jack led Chen Xiu'er and Tang San to the spirit hall of the Sacred Soul Village. This was, of course, merely a branch hall specifically constructed for the awakening of these children. With the arrival of Tang San and Chen Xiu'er, the previously lively atmosphere abruptly fell silent. The village children held Tang San in disdain. The preference for wealth over poverty was not exclusive to the nobility, but was even more pronounced among the commoners. Naturally, Tang San was disinclined to engage with the children, having lived 2 lifetimes. Chen Xiu'er could be considered his sole childhood companion. However, Chen Xiu'er was different. He had always been the focal point among the children, exuding a certain leadership quality. Yet, unexpectedly, Chen Xiu'er chose to associate with Tang San, which led to him being similarly scorned. Nonetheless, Chen Xiu'er also possessed the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. Wait. Chen Xiu'er, a person of great stature, naturally preferred not to engage in a contest of wits with these young children. Apart from the village chief, Old Jack, and including Tang San and Chen Xiu'er, there were a total of 9 children present. Additionally, there was a deacon from the spirit hall, a striking figure with handsome features. Dressed in a form-fitting white attire complemented by a dark cloak, he bore a soul character, roughly the size of a fist, emblazoned at the center of his chest. This was the standard attire for personnel affiliated with the spirit hall. Adorning his left breast was a badge engraved with the image of a long sword, featuring 3 swords intertwined, symbolizing the rank of a great soul master. The emblem above the swords indicated his title as a battle soul master. This illustrious battle soul master was none other than the renowned tool man, Su Yuntao. Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. I must trouble you this time, Old Jack said respectfully, bowing to Su Yuntao. Enough of the formalities, it's the same routine as always. I have little time, let us commence. Chen Xiu'er squinted slightly. It seemed that the pants of this battle spirit master were, well, unbuttoned. Chapter 6. The Full Soul Power of the Blue-Silver Grass. As a group of children entered the spirit hall, Old Jack stepped aside. My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle spirit master and your guide. Children, please line up. Su Yuntao made a brief self-introduction. It was unclear when he had earned the title of Toolman. As an inspector in the spirit hall, assisting ordinary people in their spirit awakening was an essential part of his duties, one he had long since grown accustomed to. He understood the necessity of being gentle with these children. 9 children stood neatly in a row before Su Yuntao. Tang San and Chen Xiu'er found themselves squeezed to the far left, but chose not to quarrel with the younger ones. Children, whatever happens next, do not be afraid. I will guide each of you through your spirit awakening. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his bag on the nearby table. He retrieved 2 items, 6 jet black round stones and a sparkling blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao arranged the 6 black stones on the ground in a hexagonal formation, then gestured for the first child on the right to stand within it. Do not be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. As he spoke, a sudden light gleamed in his eyes. In the astonished gaze of the children, he roared, Lone Wolf, possess. A faint azure light first emerged from between his brows. Su Yuntao's hair, originally black, transformed into a silvery gray in an instant. It rapidly grew longer, and his bare hands became covered in hair. His physique appeared to swell significantly, brimming with muscularity. Chen Xiu'er could only marvel at the superb quality of the clothing. Her body swelled, yet astonishingly, the outfit remained intact. Wait, something was amiss. However, Su Yuntao remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. At that moment, Su Yuntao's eyes transformed into a deep, eerie green. Simultaneously, his fingers extended into claws that glimmered with a faint, chilling light. 2 concentric circles of light emerged beneath his feet, swirling around him from foot to head. One circle emanated a white glow, while the other shone a peculiar yellow, strikingly odd, which terrified the other children. Yet, for Chen Xiu'er, it was an amusing spectacle. The circles were genuinely entertaining, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts out of politeness. The child summoned by Su Yuntao for awakening was utterly frightened. He probably feared that Su Yuntao intended to use him as a meal, didn't he? Do not move. Su Yuntao firmly grasped the child, reassuring him. There is no need for fear. This is my martial spirit, the Lone Wolf. If any of you aspire to become a soul master in the future, you too shall wield similar powers. At that precise moment, Tang San and Chen Xiu'er simultaneously pondered a particularly philosophical question. Tang San wondered if he had transformed into a wolf or merely acquired the wolf's abilities. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu'er contemplated whether the wolf meat tasted like human flesh once cooked, or whether human flesh bore the flavor of wolf meat. This inquiry was quite profound. Consider, for instance, being stranded on a deserted island with no sustenance. Faced only with the choice between bread-flavored excrement and excrement-flavored bread, how would you decide? This revelation sparked a profound interest in the profession of soul masters for both of them. The child standing before Su Yuntao gradually calmed himself. Su Yuntao commenced the awakening ritual, infusing 6 strands of pale green light into 6 pebbles embedded in the ground. A layer of golden luminescence radiated from these stones, forming a faint golden barrier that enveloped the previously frightened child. The gentle golden light slowly seeped into the boy's body, causing him to tremble slightly, struggling to vocalize his fear. Extend your right hand. Su Yuntao's emerald gaze fixed upon the boy. This scene prompted Chen Xiu'er to recall a tale. Now, extend your left hand and see if there lies an imprint. If so, the fate of the world may very well rest in your grasp. Those marked with such an imprint shared a common name: heroes. No. In the context of the Douluo continent, it should be expressed thus: extend your left hand and see if there is such an imprint. If there is, you very well may possess the rarest dual martial spirits in a century. Returning to the awakening of martial souls, the boy instinctively extended his right hand. In an instant, glimmers of light surged forth, and a scythe materialized in his palm. This scythe appeared to be not merely an illusion of light and shadow, but a tangible entity. Su Yutao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your martial soul is a scythe, a weapon-type soul. Let me assess whether you possess soul power. A scythe does carry a certain degree of offensive capability. You might indeed become a battle soul master. If the scythe were to attain the title of a Douluo, would it then be known as the land-cutting Douluo? Master, what should I do?" the boy timidly inquired. Su Yutao replied calmly, "Withdraw your martial soul with your will. In the future, when you wish to utilize it, you shall also summon it forth with your intent." After much effort, the boy finally managed to retract the scythe. Su Yuntao then presented a blue crystal ball before him. The young boy placed his hand upon the crystal, but there was no response. "You lack soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside." Su Yuntao expressed his disappointment. The same scene continued to unfold. Martial soul, shovel. It barely possesses some offensive power. Yet soul power is at 0. Next, martial soul, handkerchief. It can be used to wipe your nose, but soul power is at 0. Next, soon it was Tang San's turn, and suddenly a brand new martial soul revealed itself before the two. It was a pale blue sprout, known as blue silver grass. This common weed was abundant everywhere. Aside from its tenacious vitality, it bore no other significance. It was a useless martial soul, devoid of offensive power, defensive capabilities, or supportive functions, the epitome of a worthless martial soul. Su Yutao had already lost hope for the remaining 2 children. Next, Tang San slowly approached Su Yutao. Chen Xiu'er faintly sensed a peculiar energy emanating from her being. Remarkably, Tang San also possessed this distinctive energy fluctuation, a phenomenon Chen Xiu'er had only detected in both him and herself. It was this very energy that allowed her to perceive Tang San's true identity. However, Tang San seemed oblivious to this energy, remaining unaware of its presence. Suddenly, a gentle golden light converged and began to whirl rapidly around Tang San. Ultimately, as he extended his right hand, all the delicate golden light coalesced into it. Su Yutao was taken aback. Could this extraordinary occurrence herald the emergence of a supreme martial soul? His anticipation surged. If it truly was a supreme martial soul, it would elevate his status. No longer would he have to scurry about. He could enjoy a life of regular meals and stability. Yet, as Su Yuntao daydreamed about his promising future, reality delivered a harsh slap, akin to a beloved treat gone awry. Another useless martial soul. On to the next. Disappointment etched across Su Yuntao's face was unmistakable. The greater the hope, the greater the despair. Tang San, disregarding Su Yuntao, called upon Chen Xiu'er. "Uncle, you have yet to conduct my soul power test." "No need to bother. I have yet to encounter anyone with soul power from the blue silver grass, a worthless martial soul," Su Yuntao replied, his agitation palpable. He merely wished to expedite the final awakening of the children and depart swiftly. "Let me try, uncle," Tang San insisted. Su Yuntao ignored him and proceeded with Chen Xiu'er's martial soul awakening. However, an astonishing pale blue halo soon dazzled Su Yuntao's eyes. "No." His wolf-like gaze. Tang San confidently touched the crystal ball on the table, and it erupted with a brilliant pale blue radiance. According to traditional testing, should the crystal ball exhibit any sign of reaction, even the slightest, it would confirm that the subject possessed soul power. The resplendent light shimmering from the blue crystal ball could only signify one thing: Could it be innate full soul power? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Su Yutao found himself exclaiming in disbelief. Chapter 7. Are you two brothers? At that moment, Su Yutao experienced the tumultuous peaks and valleys of human existence. A child he had deemed promising awakened a useless martial soul, yet this very child possessed innate full soul power. Truly, it was indeed innate full soul power. Su Yu now stared blankly at Tang San. Uncle, what is innate full soul power? Tang San inquired, just as Su Yutao was about to explain. Another blinding golden light erupted from his other side. Once again, he dazzled the other eye of his dog. Indeed, this time there was no mistake, after all. His martial soul should be that of a solitary canine. This radiant golden light was produced during the awakening of the martial soul. However, its formidable presence overshadowed even that of Tang San during his own awakening. The golden brilliance was resplendent, akin to the myriad stars in the heavens. Su Yutao focused his gaze, realizing that this extraordinary phenomenon was instigated by the last remaining child. Damn it, he nearly forgot. There was still one yet to awaken. Su Yutao felt an overwhelming urge to give himself a hearty slap for his oversight. Before him, Chen Shou'er, enveloped in the dazzling radiance, appeared as if caught in a cyclone. The brilliant light danced in harmony with her long, flowing black hair. On the tender forehead of Chen Shou'er, a peculiar mark appeared, resembling a character. Yet, it swiftly vanished from sight. Immediately thereafter, Chen Shou'er extended her right hand, and countless golden rays seemed to have found a target. Wildly converging towards her hand, Chen Shou'er's hand was enveloped in resplendent golden light, which spun rapidly like a swirling spiral. Gradually, this brilliant radiance was absorbed by her right hand, little by little. However, Chen Shou'er did not perceive her own martial soul. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an image of Tang San's blue-silver grass vividly emerged in her mind. The depiction of the blue-silver grass became increasingly distinct, nearing the essence of reality. With every detail rendered with remarkable clarity, Chen Shou'er believed that she could never observe a blue-silver grass with such meticulous attention. Yet, this blue-silver grass vividly lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. Initially, there was nothing on the back of her right hand. After the awakening of her martial soul, a small white circle merely appeared on her hand. Just when Chen Shou'er thought she might not possess a martial soul, suddenly, the soul mark of the blue-silver grass emerged within that white circle. A blue-silver grass, remarkably similar to Tang San's martial soul, materialized on Chen Shou'er's hand. However, this blue-silver grass lacked the palpable essence of Tang San's, appearing instead with a hint of ethereal quality that might go unnoticed without careful scrutiny. Once again, it seemed to be a useless martial soul. Could it be? Su Yutao cast a glance at the three children who had just awakened their martial souls. All three had manifested the blue-silver grass. Could it be that they were the trio of worthless martial souls? Chen Shou'er, without waiting for Su Yutao's reaction, hurriedly ran to Tang San's side. At that moment, Tang San had already completed the soul power test, and Chen Shou'er promptly placed her hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted once more. For some unknown reason, Su Yutao was enveloped by a profound sense of tranquility. It was as if he were a seasoned voyager, unperturbed by the minor tempests that now seemed insignificant. Once again, it was full soul power. Moreover, it was the blue-silver grass. Are you two not brothers? Su Yutao extended a finger, resembling a paw, towards Chen Shou'er and Tang San, his eyes filled with resignation. His expression markedly haggard. His face seemed to implore, please do not provoke me further. Act like a person. Uncle, you have yet to enlighten me on what innate full soul power truly is? Tang San's inquiry had gone unanswered, igniting a restlessness within his scholarly heart. Su Yutao felt somewhat at a loss regarding these two brothers of the blue-silver grass, but fortunately, they answered whatever questions were posed. When each individual awakens their martial soul, the nature of the martial soul significantly influences its strength, but the amount of soul power is equally crucial. The initial soul power of the previous children was 0, indicating that they could never become soul masters. However, as long as there is even a trace of soul power, it can be cultivated through meditation. The innate soul power present at the time of martial soul awakening is of utmost importance. The higher the innate soul power, the greater the starting point. Innate full soul power represents the pinnacle of soul power attainable at the moment of martial soul awakening. Tang San gazed at his own hands. During the earlier soul power test, he felt the Xian Tian Gong being activated. Tang San suspected that this might be attributed to his innate full soul power. The highest soul power. A myriad of thoughts flooded Tang San's mind. Could it be that my Xin Tiangong has stagnated due to this so-called innate soul power? If he could not find a way to break through his soul power, Tang San feared that his Xin Tiangong would remain at its first level for all eternity. Thus, he hurriedly inquired, is it true that innate martial soul power can only reach level 10? Can it not ascend any higher? Certainly not. The elevation of a soul master's strength is not a simple endeavor. To progress from one title to the next, one must absorb a soul ring. You currently possess innate full soul power, but if you wish to continue advancing, you must absorb a soul ring. As he spoke, Su Yuntao retracted his martial soul. Tang San suddenly realized, the soul ring is the halo you just had, right? You are at level 26, hence you possess 2 soul rings? Su Yuntao nodded, precisely. Your situation is exceptional. Innate full soul power is a rare occurrence. Yet regrettably, it is a useless martial soul. And you too, are you truly not brothers? At the last moment, Su Yuntao still held on to hope. Chun Xiu'er and Tang San shook their heads in unison, while Su Yuntao could only sigh in despair. He had lost count of how many times he had sighed that day, once the awakening of martial souls concluded. Su Yuntao led the children out of the hall of martial souls. As the door opened, old Jack approached with a look of anxiety. Master, how did it go? Were there any children who could become soul masters? Su Yuntao glanced at him, then at Tang San and Chen Xiu'er. There are indeed 2, but regrettably, they possess useless martial souls. What are they? Old Jack pressed on. This year, 9 children underwent awakening, 2 of whom possess soul power, and remarkably, both had innate full soul power, a rare occurrence indeed. Unfortunately, they were both blue silver grasses. Old Jack was well aware of what blue silver grass represented, criteria for a useless martial soul. He had fervently hoped that a soul master would emerge from the village. When he first learned that there were children capable of becoming soul masters, he was overjoyed. However, upon discovering they bore useless martial souls, his joy was utterly crushed. Only the resilient blue silver grass stood tall amidst the disappointment. Su Yuntao could empathize with old Jack's feelings, having just experienced the same turmoil. He even felt a twinge of sympathy for him, as they shared a bond of mutual understanding. He patted old Jack on the shoulder. Life is full of ups and downs. Blue silver grass can still be cultivated. It is merely deemed a useless martial soul. No one can predict how far it may evolve. Without allowing old Jack to inquire further, Su Yuntao set off towards the next village. Chun Xiu'er exhibited an unusual candor today, returning home alone following her martial soul awakening. Old Jack accompanied Tang San back home as well. Tang San noticed Chun Xiu'er's peculiar demeanor. He sensed that she was concealing something from him. However, he too harbored secrets from her. His gaze inadvertently drifting to his left hand. He felt an inkling that he might indeed be the legendary hero. Ah no. He faintly sensed that his left hand possessed another martial soul. Chapter 8. Is there a warranty for soul rings? The following day, at dawn, the familiar hillside had transformed into a clandestine sanctuary for Tang San and Chen Xiu'er. Each of them was preoccupied with their own thoughts as they sat atop the slope, gazing at the newly risen sun. Brother San, do you have any plans for the future? Chen Xiu'er inquired. Tang San glanced at his left hand, his mind wandering as he replied, Father has already promised old Jack that I may attend the Soul Master Academy as a work-study student. Chun Xiu'er's tone lingered, revealing her own concerns. Her worry stemmed from the fact that old Jack had bestowed the soul work-study position upon Tang San. I have made a decision, Brother San. After you enroll in the Junior Soul Master Academy, I will work on expanding the Tang sect's influence in our Holy Soul Village. When you return after your studies, you will assume leadership of the Tang sect and guide us towards greatness. Chun Xiu'er summoned her martial soul, blue silver grass. Our martial souls are all blue silver grass. Henceforth, it shall be the hallmark of our Tang sect. When you achieve academic success and return, you shall guide us in our cultivation. Tang San nodded gently, gazing at the starry sky, pondering whether everything was predestined. Yet, he was willing to place his trust in Chun Xiu'er. I regard you as a brother, and there are certain matters I am yet unable to disclose. However, since you have chosen to join the Tang sect and placed your faith in me, I shall not betray your trust, nor shall I let down the Tang sect. Chen Xiu'er found Tang San's choice of words somewhat peculiar. You have let me down. Well, I trust you, my brother. Chen Xiu'er extended her right hand towards Tang San. Indeed, brother. Tang San clasped Chen Xiu'er's hand firmly, and the two swore an oath, forging a bond of brotherhood. After returning home yesterday, Tang San recounted the extraordinary events surrounding him to his father, Tang Hao, who was deeply moved and felt a rekindled flame of hope in his eyes. Tang San possessed the rare dual martial souls, with his right hand soul being the same as his mother's, a blue silver grass, while his left hand soul mirrored his father's, a Haotian hammer. Tang Hao advised Tang San to protect the blue silver grass with the Haotian hammer and to refrain from attaching any soul rings to the hammer. However, there was only one spot available for the work-study program. Old Jack granted this opportunity to Tang San, not merely due to his family's impoverished circumstances, but also because of his personal belief that Tang San had the potential to become an exceptional soul master. Tang San's respectful demeanor towards Old Jack further endeared him to the elder, solidifying his preference for Tang San. Thus, the scene unfolded as it did today, with Tang San feeling a sense of guilt towards Chen Xiu'er. Yet, he could not divulge this secret to his closest brother at present. Chen Xiu'er's parents fervently advocated for him, yet they could not sway Old Jack's resolute heart. Ultimately, the village's sole spot for a work-study student was bestowed upon Tang San. "It's fine. I can cultivate to become a titled Douluo on my own. Perhaps your studies at the academy won't even surpass my progress," Chen Xiu'er boldly asserted. Patting his chest, Tang San discerned the underlying helplessness in his words. A soul master without guidance would likely struggle to even surpass the initial threshold. Aware of Chen Xiu'er's strong sense of pride, Tang San refrained from offering excessive words of comfort. Nevertheless, he etched every ounce of guilt he felt for Chen Xiu'er deep within his heart. Thus, the two conversed throughout the day, parting ways only as night fell. That night, Chen Xiu'er did not return home. Instead, she ventured alone into the forest beyond the village. This forest lies somewhat distant from the village, and its depths harbor soul beasts that have existed for decades. The purpose of Chen Xiu'er's arrival is precisely this. Just watch. I can accomplish it alone, for I possess a twin martial soul. Indeed, Chen Xiu'er also has a twin martial soul, and the soul she awakened is exceedingly enigmatic. Last night, Chen Xiu'er experienced a dream, wherein he found himself in an enchanting and surreal realm known as the Celestial Palace. Within this mystical space, there existed a luminous white halo. At the center of this halo stood a blue silver grass, reminiscent of the one that had occupied Chen Xiu'er's thoughts the previous day. Additionally, inscribed within the halo were three delicate blue characters, blue silver grass. This was the manifestation of the Celestial Palace's extraordinary ability to reveal the names of martial spirits. Upon awakening, Chen Xiu'er realized that the Celestial Palace was not merely a figment of his imagination, but rather a manifestation of his second martial spirit. Curiously, this martial spirit resided in an unusual location, precisely at the center of his forehead, aligned with a 1 centimeter wide area directly beneath the heavens. Chen Xiu'er diligently endeavored to recall the memories of the celestial realm that lingered in her mind. It is certain that it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the heavenly court depicted in mythology. However, Chen Xiu'er had indeed heard of the Tian Ting acupoint within the human body. Oh, that must be it. Chen Xiu'er discovered that whenever she wished, her consciousness could effortlessly traverse into the realm known as the heavenly court. Chen Xiu'er attempted to extract the blue-silver grass from the white halo. However, at the very moment the blue-silver grass detached from the halo, Chen Xiu'er suddenly felt a severance of connection with her martial soul. The small white ring on the back of her right hand reappeared. Chen Xiu'er returned her martial soul to its original state, and indeed, the soul mark of the blue-silver grass reappeared on the back of her hand. Could it be that my martial soul is capable of disassembly? Chen Xiu'er diligently endeavored to perceive the essence of his right-hand martial soul, and through his relentless efforts, he ultimately discerned its name, oneself. In simpler terms, Chen Xiu'er possesses the ability to replicate the martial souls of others. However, this martial soul is merely an illusion, lacking a tangible existence. To acquire a genuine martial soul, one must resort to a singular method, the annihilation of other soul masters to seize their martial souls. Yet, being a child, Chen Xiu'er casually uprooted a strand of blue-silver grass, transforming it into his martial soul. During his previous awakening of martial souls, he had replicated Tang San's martial soul and vaguely recalled that it was no ordinary blue-silver grass. However, the replicated martial soul exists only for a fleeting 24 hours. Thus, Chen Xiu'er could only transform this single blade into his martial soul. After all, the martial soul he showcased before others was blue-silver grass. Any alteration might incite unnecessary complications. This is the essence of oneself's power. It can bestow martial souls upon others while also possessing the ability to usurp them. Conversely, The Tianting martial soul primarily serves as a reservoir, capable of housing martial souls as well as soul rings, and even facilitating their fusion. In essence, each martial soul possesses 3 core abilities. Wanxiang encompasses plunder, replication, and transformation, while Tianting embodies fusion, storage, and analysis. The act of plunder within Wanxiang entails the slaying of individuals to claim their martial souls. Replication allows for the temporary imitation of another's martial soul for 24 hours, with the caveat that each individual can only be replicated once. Transformation permits the conversion of tangible items into martial souls, such as certain tools, although currently, it cannot transmute the corpses of soul beasts. Tianting storage allows for the preservation of both soul rings and martial souls, functioning akin to a spiritual realm. Tianting's fusion enables the amalgamation of 2 soul rings or martial souls, while its analysis capability allows for the examination of all martial souls, including those belonging to others. Now, in pursuit of experimenting with the fusion of soul rings, Chen Xiu'er ventured into this forest. It is said that even a child armed with a dagger can vanquish a 10-year-old soul beast. Thus, Chen Xiu'er harbored no trepidation regarding his ability to confront the soul beasts. Indeed, it was not long before he encountered a tender vine, characterized by its gentle demeanor and devoid of any inclination towards aggression. Chen Xiu'er cautiously extracted the dagger bestowed upon her by Tang Hao. If I slay this soul beast and obtain the soul ring, I shall ascend to the status of a soul master, shall I not? Chitter. The young vine was initially startled, then seemed to cry out, imploring her to stay away. Snap! With a swift stroke, Chen Xiu'er severed the adorable young vine in 2. And soon after, a soul ring of a nearly transparent white hue materialized. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Xiu'er commenced the operation of the Xiantian technique to absorb the soul ring. The act of slaying a vine stirred no emotions within him, despite his inherent kindness. He recognized a fundamental truth. In the natural order, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. While he could not bring himself to take a human life, the thought of killing animals weighed heavily on his conscience as well. However, he found a certain justification in the destruction of plants. Soon enough, Chen Xiu'er successfully absorbed the soul ring from the young vine, resulting in the addition of a white, almost translucent soul ring to the blue silver grass. Chen Xiu'er's blue silver grass has also grown to a height of 1.5 meters, transforming into a short whip. Chen Xiu'er swung her short whip towards the grand tree, yet it merely left a faint mark upon the bark. How feeble. There seems to be a lack of combat prowess. Perhaps it would be wise to consider a different soul ring, or perhaps experiment with fusion. Chen Xiu'er leaned against the tree, deep in contemplation. Of course, if any soul master were to overhear his words, they might very well draw their blades and strike him down on the spot. Can one truly exchange a soul ring that fails to satisfy? Shall one also demand a warranty for it? Chen Xiu'er tightly closed her eyes and once again entered the celestial realm. This time, the celestial space underwent a transformation. Beside the blue silver grass within the white circle, there unexpectedly appeared an additional white soul ring. Clearly inscribed upon the soul ring was a number, 15 years. Chen Xiu'er grasped the soul ring, and instantly, the blue silver grass transformed from its whip-like form back to that of a delicate blade of grass. Nevertheless, Chen Xiu'er felt that her soul power had indeed reached the 11th level, yet she found herself devoid of a soul ring. Contemplating the notion, what would it be like if one day Chen Xiu'er were to ascend to the esteemed rank of title Douluo, only to find herself without a single soul ring? Chapter 9. Chen Xiu'er lost her way. Ha ha ha. Splendid. It has truly been accomplished. Chen Xiu'er gazed at her right hand with unrestrained excitement in her eyes. Just a moment ago, she had successfully hunted a young vine, which, remarkably, was 56 years old. Chen Xiu'er initially intended to directly replace the soul ring adorning her. However, upon reflection, she realized that the soul ring was of little consequence. The primary focus lay on the experimental fusion capabilities. Given the striking similarity between the 2 soul beasts, Chen Xiu'er effortlessly merged them. At that moment, within the celestial realm, a brilliant green light illuminated the surroundings. As the 2 streams of verdant radiance collided and gradually fused into one, a new soul ring materialized before Chen Xiu'er, boasting an impressive age of 71 years. Furthermore, her martial soul, the blue silver grass, also experienced a remarkable growth, extending to a length of 7 meters. It exhibited unparalleled resilience and an extraordinary sharpness. Chen Xiu'er once again swung her weapon towards a small tree, which was effortlessly severed in 2. However, When faced with a larger tree, she found herself at a loss. At this rate, she mused, she might soon achieve the synthesis of a century-old soul ring. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. As Chun Xiu'er ventured deeper into the forest, the age of the soul beasts began to rise, yet she still encountered none that were 100 years old. Chun Xiu'er had grown weary from slaying young vines along the way. With a mere flick of her whip, she could sever them effortlessly. However, soon, a brand new soul beast emerged, inconspicuous amidst the dense foliage of the forest. Chun Xiu'er first leaned against a grand tree, then cautiously peeked out with her small head, quietly observing the unfamiliar spirit beast. The creature resembled a child, possessing limbs and a head, yet its body appeared to be composed of wood. Its eyes emitted a faint green glow, giving it a somewhat vacant expression. It was indeed a plant, but never mind that. Let's proceed. Chun Xiu'er silently summoned her martial soul. The over 7-meter-long blue-silver grass unfurling gracefully, with a swift motion of the blue-silver grass. The sound of wind whistled past as Chun Xiu'er severed the head of the soul beast. Strangely, no soul ring emerged from its body. Even more bizarrely, the headless corpse unexpectedly turned to face Chun Xiu'er. My goodness, it remains unscathed after decapitation. Could it possibly be Xingtian? Chun Xiu'er was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. Yet the soul beast was astonishingly swift, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Chun Xiu'er hastily summoned her celestial martial soul, and in an instant, her consciousness was transported to the celestial realm. What on earth is this creature? How can it run without a head? Do you think you are a small electric scooter? Chun Xiu'er's consciousness entered the celestial realm, where time outside seemed almost to stand still, at a ratio of approximately 1:365. However, Chun Xiu'er did not enter the celestial space to deliberate on strategies. His purpose was to observe the attributes of that spirit beast. Indeed, the analytical capabilities of the celestial realm could also decipher spirit beasts. With a mere thought, a vivid image materialized before Chun Xiu'er. Wood spirit puppet age, 97 years, contemporary with the wood spirit. This puppet, crafted by the wood spirit, cannot be destroyed, for it is devoid of life. The only way to dismantle it is to eliminate the wood spirit itself. Swish. Chun Xiu'er realized that he was merely fighting a decoy. It was a surrogate attack. No wonder it could still run without a head. I had thought that the electric scooter had indeed come to life. Exiting the celestial realm, I, Chun Xiu'er, have returned. Chun Xiu'er declared. In the outside world, the wooden puppet's hand abruptly transformed into a wooden sword, violently slashing towards Chun Xiu'er. Chun Xiu'er executed a tactical retreat, skillfully wielding the blue-silver grass to sever the left leg of the wooden puppet. With a resounding crack, the branch splintered, and Chun Xiu'er confidently turned, considering it a trivial matter. However, due to the haste of his movement, he lost his balance and fell flat on his back, stars dancing before his eyes. Yet, this misstep inadvertently saved him from a greater peril. Little did he know, the wooden spirit, undeterred, sprang forth from the shadows, poised to launch a vicious ambush on Chun Xiu'er. But such determination proved to be futile. Instead of executing a stealthy attack, it careened directly into his embrace. The wooden spirit's form was remarkably slender, reminiscent of a coconut, complete with a nose and eyes. Chun Xiu'er, quick-witted and agile, seized him firmly, exclaiming, "You are quite decisive." Mu Ling, on the other hand, felt a deep sense of frustration, lamenting that it was merely a stroke of luck that allowed him to escape unscathed. Otherwise, it might very well have been Mu Ling who found himself in a precarious situation. Chun Xiu'er approached the situation with utmost caution. He first bound the wooden spirit with several loops of blue-silver grass before slowly extracting a dagger. The wooden spirit strained to open its large eyes, which seemed to shimmer with unshed tears, its gaze imbued with a profound plea. For reasons unknown, a flicker of emotion stirred within Chun Xiu'er's heart. "I am sorry. But if I do not slay you, I shall remain weak, and in my weakness, I will ultimately be nothing but an ordinary person." Chun Xiu'er felt an overwhelming weight upon her heart. Had it not been for old Jack's refusal to grant her a work-study position, how could she have possibly ventured out alone? Though she harbored no hatred towards old Jack, she nonetheless bore a certain resentment towards him. She lacked even the qualification to choose her own path. If she could not carve out her own destiny, then Chun Xiu'er would forever remain merely a farmer. Upon witnessing the pleading gaze of Mu Ling, Chun Xiu'er seemingly caught a glimpse of his own reflection. He acknowledged his regret, his hesitation, and the burgeoning sympathy he felt for Mu Ling. However, Chun Xiu'er, having lived 3 lifetimes, understood a fundamental truth: only the strong are entitled to extend compassion to others. If I lack strength, Or should I falter in my progress? Might there come a day when it is not Mu Ling who lies here, but rather myself? I am but a grain of sand in the vast ocean, unable to stir even the slightest ripple in this sea known as the Douluo continent. Therefore, I must apologize. With these words, Chun Xiuer's dagger fell, piercing the frail Mu Ling without the slightest resistance. Soon, the soul ring belonging to Mu Ling ascended. A white ring tinged with a hint of pale yellow. Chun Xiuer directly absorbed him using the heavenly court-martial soul, and the complete soul power was drawn into the heavenly court space. However, this soul power was not absorbed by Chun Xiuer. Instead, it was confined within the soul ring of the wood spirit. Since the fusion of the soul ring also requires soul power, it was necessary to reserve this energy. Just as Chun Xiuer contemplated whether to merge the soul ring, he suddenly realized a grave issue. I seem to have lost my way. This is quite troubling. Nightfall swiftly enveloped the forest, plunging it into a profound silence. Chun Xiuer harbored an ominous premonition. Chapter 10. Has Chun Xiuer been trafficked? The night quickly descended, and lacking the ability to kindle a fire, Chun Xiuer found himself leaning against a tree. The night air was biting cold, and clad in scant attire, he could only curl himself into a small ball for warmth. The forest under the cover of darkness was eerie and frigid, with intermittent roars of wild beasts and the whispers of the wind threatening to shatter one's spirit. Psychological imbalance could spread in an instant, particularly in the absence of any light. Cold and darkness represent the most feared conditions for humanity, while warmth and illumination are cherished. Since arriving in this world, it was Chun Xiuer's first experience camping alone in the wilderness, and within such a dismal setting. Dimly, he seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear, "Are you afraid? Do you regret it? It's all because of Tang San. Had he not taken your internship position, you would not find yourself in this predicament." "No, I willingly relinquished the position to him." "Cease your words," Chun Xiuer retorted. "Huh? You don't even believe yourself, do you? Old Jack thinks you lack potential. He considers you worthless." Silence. If anyone were to witness Chun Xiuer in that moment, they would surely deem him insane, talking to himself in solitude. It is indeed cold, isn't it? A solitary night devoid of firelight, food, or companionship. You must be feeling the weight of loneliness. Chun Xiuer's gaze gradually became hazy as some long-buried memories began to resurface. Recall those vivid recollections steeped in sorrow. You were ostracized by your siblings. Your mother succumbed to heart disease, while your father remained indifferent to your plight. They bullied you, oppressed you, mocked you, and ridiculed you. Have you truly forgotten all of this? Remember it swiftly. As whispers echoed in Chun Xiuer's ears, a veil of gloom slowly descended over his eyes. Chun Xiuer is merely a derivative persona. The true master of this body is, in fact, not him. Chun Xiuer is the illegitimate child of the president of Longqing International Company, had it not been for her mother's demise due to heart disease. Chun Xiuer may perhaps never discover the identity of his father. He grew up in a family of poverty, enduring a life of hardship. Even after being acknowledged by his father, Qin Feiyin, there was little improvement in his circumstances, for Qin Feiyin had a total of 6 sons and 4 daughters. Chun Xiuer returned home as the youngest sibling, often facing exclusion in various aspects. Chun Xiuer harbors a strong aversion to dogs. Yet, these affluent young gentlemen bring their beloved pets to frolic in Chun Xiuer's room every single day. Why does Chun Xiuer harbor a disdain for dogs? It is not out of fear, but rather a profound aversion. Chun Xiuer felt a sense of revulsion at their sycophantic demeanor. However, on one fateful occasion, in a similarly dim space, she found herself in the wine cellar of the Qin Feiyin residence. This group of young masters and young ladies had left their dogs inside and locked Chun Xiuer in. The room in the wine cellar was shrouded in darkness, with only the faintest glimmers of light. Chun Xiuer harbored a profound distrust towards others, his nature steeped in suspicion, even within the confines of his home. He carried a fruit knife with him at all times. It was with this very knife that he methodically dispatched each dog, one by one. In the dimly lit basement, the blood flowed like fine wine, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. In that moment, Chun Xiuer experienced a sensation he would come to know as pleasure. Subsequently, when Chun Xiuer was finally discovered, Qin Feiyin had already returned. Chun Xiuer faced severe criticism, yet Qin Feiyin selected a precious dog for each of his sons and daughters. However, this time, all the dogs were terrified of Chun Xiuer. Not a single one dared to approach him. He emanated an aura that instilled fear in these canine companions. By the time Qin Feiyin noticed Chun Xiuer's peculiar behavior, Chun Xiuer had already grown up. After school, Chen Xiu was accosted by a petty thug who attempted to rob him. In the midst of retrieving his money, Chen Xiu unexpectedly drew a dagger, swiftly severing the thug's throat. Ultimately, he returned home, asserting that his actions constituted justifiable self-defense. Whether there were underlying conspiracies became irrelevant. Subsequently, Chen Feiyun took Chen Xiu to consult the most renowned psychiatrist in the country. The doctor's words left an indelible mark on Chen Feiyun's memory. The specifics shall be revealed in forthcoming chapters. The doctor administered a significant dosage of psychotropic medication to Chen Xiu and proceeded with hypnosis, resulting in the emergence of an alternate persona that now dominated his being, plunging him into a state of dissociation. Chen Xiu, by nature, exuded a certain malevolence. He cherished freedom and despised constraints. Yet, how can one navigate existence without self-restraint? Those who entirely shun boundaries are often deemed demonic. In stark contrast, the derivative persona of Chen Xiu embodies fragility, harboring an intense fear of solitude and an even greater dread of loss. Humanity is perpetually haunted by the specter of loneliness, yearning for the vibrancy of crowds and resisting idleness. For when one confronts solitude, they must also confront suffering. However, it is often through facing this anguish that individuals discover their talents and courage. Hence, there exists a saying, the exceptional are invariably lonely. Before long, a lengthy night passed. In the chill, Chen Xiu endured a uniquely solitary evening amidst the darkness. The first rays of dawn pierced through the budding leaves, casting a gentle light upon his chilled visage, bestowing a semblance of warmth. Faintly, he sensed movement and discerned distant voices. What a stroke of luck! Who would have thought we'd find another along the way? With our original 3, this haul is certainly profitable. Alas, if it weren't for the recent stringent investigations by the Spirit Hall, we wouldn't have to traverse the Dark Mist Forest. Those were better days. True, the Dark Mist Forest may lack Millennium Soul beasts, but there are still century-old ones. Stay sharp, keep your eyes and ears alert. Curse that Spirit Hall. Had it not been for them, we used to capture children in droves. But those days are behind us. Let us not dwell on the past. Now, managing to secure 1 or 2 children is quite an achievement. What more could you possibly wish for, my hefty friend? Chen Xiu gradually regained consciousness. Yet he refrained from recklessly revealing his presence. Chen Xiu first glanced around with the periphery of his vision and discovered that he was confined within a wooden cage. The wooden cage was equipped with wheels, and in front of it, a portly man was pulling the cart. Judging by the earlier sounds, there appeared to be 2 additional individuals walking behind the vehicle. Simultaneously, 3 children were also imprisoned alongside Chen Xiu. Upon noticing that he had awakened, they initially gestured towards him with a silent sign for quiet. Chen Xiu then realized that these 3 children appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Rather than displaying fear, their faces were predominantly filled with excitement. Could it be that they were unique in their own way? Chen Xiu pondered this thought. However, despite her musings, she remained composed and analyzed the current situation. It seemed evident that she had been abducted by human traffickers. Yet, if that were the case, how could one account for the exuberance radiating from the 3 children? They appeared to be of similar age to Chen Xiu, yet their eyes sparkled with an intensity far surpassing that of their peers. In the realm of Douluo continent, human traffickers are a rare sight, primarily due to their deeply concealed operations. They typically abduct children from particularly remote villages, often those lacking a branch of the Spirit Hall. Such places generally lack soul masters, and most of these traffickers are merely low-ranking soul masters themselves. Consequently, ordinary villages are often powerless against the insidious grasp of these miscreants. However, they would never target a place like Holy Soul Village. The chance encounter with Chen Xiu was purely coincidental. It just so happened that their path crossed through the Dark Mist Forest, while Chen Xiu lay directly in their path to that very forest. In simpler terms, it could be said that she was simply unfortunate. Chen Xiu cast a glance at the 3 human traffickers. With the probing ability of the Heavenly Court's martial soul, she discerned their fundamental information. The portly man pulling the cart was a level 14 battle soul master, wielding the martial soul of a stone-toothed wild boar. The 2 soul masters behind him included one who was a level 12 support soul master, possessing the martial soul of Ashen Flight, while the other, the most formidable among them, was an 18-level battle soul master with the martial soul of Iron-Blooded Flying Sickle. After meticulous analysis and contemplation, and following my thorough planning, I concluded that I cannot prevail. It is time to rest. Realizing she could not overcome the situation, Chen Xiu surrendered resistance, and her consciousness sank into the expanse of the Heavenly Court space. In this void of the Heavenly Court, the blue-silver grass, encircled by a luminous halo, floated serenely in the air. Nearby, a white soul ring swirled around it, a product of Chun Xiuer's 3 successful fusions. Although all 3 fusions involved juvenile vines, the age of these juvenile vines had now ascended to 86 years. Chun Xiuer glanced again at another soul ring suspended on the opposite side of the celestial realm. Although this soul ring was also white, it bore a faint golden hue. With an impressive age of 97 years, it was nearing the century mark. After observing the soul rings of the young vine and the wood spirit, a smile crept across Chun Xiuer's face. Fusion. The fusion rate between the wood spirit and the young vine was 85. Chapter 11. The 3 Brothers. More decisive than Chun Xiuer. In the celestial realm, 2 peculiar streams of green light burst forth. One of these streams was remarkably powerful, while the other was comparatively weaker. The 2 streams of green light gradually approached one another, slowly swirling like the yin and yang. Ultimately, they merged into a singular entity. Before long, a golden light appeared before Chun Xiuer. With Spirit Vine Soul Ring, 183 years, Soul Skill, with Spirit Puppet. Chun Xiuer gazed at the yellow soul ring hovering beside the blue-silver grass, her heart swelling with excitement. How splendid! This was her first century-old soul ring. Observing the blue-silver grass martial spirit, it had already extended an impressive 18 meters. She exited the heavenly realm. Chun Xiuer returned to the prison carriage. And upon acquiring the century-old spirit ring, an overwhelming surge of confidence enveloped him. He felt as if he could face 2 foes single-handedly. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The manifestation of his martial spirit, the White Ram, emerged. A child, confined alongside him, suddenly erupted with energy and summoned forth his own martial spirit, the White Ram. Observing that the child possessed not a single spirit ring, Chun Xiuer discerned that he was merely a spirit master. Yet, at the very moment the child invoked his martial spirit, Chun Xiuer experienced a fleeting sensation of familiarity. This feeling was all too recognizable. He had sensed it within Tang San and had emitted such energy himself. Chun Xiuer temporarily designated this peculiar energy as otherworldly energy. She has already gleaned some insights into its specific functions. If her conjectures hold true, the otherworldly energy should be the essence brought forth by souls from alternate realms as they traverse the dimensional barriers. Even a minuscule amount of this energy can facilitate a secondary awakening or transformation of a person's martial soul. In the absence of a martial soul awakening, this energy would still have the capacity to ignite the latent power within one's bloodline. Should the quantity of otherworldly energy be substantial, it might even lead to the awakening of a supreme innate martial soul. Take Tang San, for instance. Although Chun Xiuer remains unaware of the martial soul he awakened, it certainly cannot be something as simple as blue-silver grass, and it is highly plausible that Tang San possesses a second martial soul, potentially of the highest caliber. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Chun Xiuer herself has awakened an extraordinarily potent martial soul, namely the celestial court in myriad forms. Observing these 3 children, it is evident that they too harbor otherworldly energy, which can only imply one thing. They have traversed dimensions as well. Prior to this, Chun Xiuer was unable to harness the energy from another realm. However, upon awakening the myriad manifestations, he found himself capable of absorbing this foreign energy. It is conceivable that these 3 children have only recently traversed realms, their otherworldly energy yet to be assimilated. After one of the children experienced the manifestation of their martial soul, the foreign energy appeared to have discovered an outlet. If Chun Xiuer's conjectures are accurate, it is likely that his Aries martial soul will soon undergo a second awakening, and it will undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Yet, there remains a caveat. Chun Xiuer felt that this was too wasteful, so, you are using it too extravagantly. Out of my boundless kindness, I shall graciously take it upon myself to safeguard it for you. Oh, how benevolent I truly am. Chun Xiuer extended her right hand towards the otherworldly energy and beckoned. Instantly, the energy ceased its transformation of the Aries martial soul, instead being wholly absorbed into the celestial space of Chun Xiuer. The youth with the Aries martial soul remained oblivious, eternally unaware of the extraordinary opportunity he had missed. Observing the form of his martial soul fusion, it exhibited few characteristics of a sheep. His hair had merely turned white, his physique had become somewhat sturdier, and his limbs were adorned with soft wool. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as the other 2 children simultaneously revealed their martial souls. One manifested as a rather large scythe, reminiscent of the tools used by farmers to harvest crops. However, the other was exceedingly rare, for it was a primal martial soul. Chen Xiu'er observed the child's lower body. However, let there be no misunderstanding. The child's martial soul is represented by his feet, which Chen Xiu'er discerned through her celestial martial soul. Without exception, the three of them possessed no soul rings, and at that moment, two distinct energies from another realm were unveiled. Chen Xiu'er chuckled softly. Then I shall extend a measure of mercy from the great law. After all, who can resist my benevolence? At that moment, the three human traffickers also took note of the children's actions. Initially, they scoffed dismissively, but then, bang. A resounding crash echoed as the wooden cage was shattered by the combined efforts of the three children. Startled, Chen Xiu'er quickly inhaled a breath of foreign energy to steady her nerves. Meanwhile, all the foreign energy from the two children was absorbed by her. Thus, they found themselves at the brink of losing their extraordinary martial spirits. They dared to resist. Brother, second brother, stand back. I can handle this alone. At that instant, the rotund man towing the cart released the ropes, tearing off his shirt, exuding an aura of fierce determination. Very well, my stout friend, it is entrusted to you. But do ensure not to damage them too much. They are to be sold, chuckled the scarred leader. Rest assured, brother, I know my limits. Martial spirit, manifest. With that proclamation, two stone-like fangs gradually emerged from the face of the third child. The fangs appeared exceedingly sharp, albeit marred by faint cracks. Soon after, his body began to swell, inflating rapidly like a balloon. In a matter of moments, he had doubled in size. Furthermore, the hair on his body grew wildly. Chest hair, leg hair, armpit hair, all sprouting profusely. Not only was he hairy, but he also exuded a peculiar odor, indicative of a lack of hygiene. The child wielding the scythe charged forth, laughing boisterously, "Here I come, experienced monster. You shall be the first stepping stone on my path to greatness." Ha ha. As he ran, his laughter echoed, reminiscent of a fool's glee. Chen Xiu'er felt a flush of embarrassment. Who, after all, had bestowed upon him such audacity? What gave him the audacity to act so ferociously? The child wielding the scythe seemed to be oblivious to its mechanics, merely flailing about in a clumsy attempt to strike. Taste the scythe of my reaper. The child with the scythe charged directly at the third brother, who stood his ground, unyielding and unflinching. As expected, it was not that the third brother was foolish. Rather, the scythe could not even pierce the thick, lard-laden skin of his. In an instant, the third brother retaliated with a resounding slap, bringing the child back to the realm of reality. With a thundering impact, the slap felt as though it had originated from a weighty giant, leaving the child reeling, as if struck by a 500-pound behemoth. Blood gushed forth, and the scene was indeed a grim spectacle. You wish to pose? You wield a scythe of the reaper? You consider yourself the protagonist? How amusing. The elder laughed heartily. The child with the scythe remained in shock, seemingly unable to comprehend that a mere novice could possess such formidable strength. Jin Shui, are you dead? If not, utter a sound. The other two children inquired at that moment. Chen Xiu'er found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, the three of you united in such a manner that led me to believe you were brothers. Yet now, in your greetings, I have come to realize that you are, in fact, adversaries. The boy known as Jin Shui coughed a couple of times, managing to expel a breath. House Yang, Mei Si, Tavern. Cheeks glistening with oil, murmured, the sound of oil, a draught escaping, and lo and behold, a tooth fell out. Ignoring the chaos, I lament in silence. Chen Xiu'er silently applauded for the child named Jin Shui, whose indomitable spirit shone through despite his physical limitations. Chapter 12. Dare you to be a little more reckless? The child with the martial spirit of Aries was named Zongyang, while the one with the scythe martial spirit was called Jin Shui, and the last, who possessed the innate martial spirit, was Zhang Liang. The three were originally inseparable friends from the same school and dormitory. It was a night cloaked in darkness, the perfect setting for mischief. The hour struck midnight. The trio eagerly clutched their phones, brimming with excitement as they awaited the latest updates from Douluo continent. It's here. The Sea God's ninth trial has begun, Zongyang exclaimed. On their screens, a striking headline announced, Chapter 219, The Sea God's ninth trial, the Trident Seal. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap reverberated as lightning cleaved through the sky, striking dormitory 303 directly. With a resounding crash, all three phones exploded simultaneously, unleashing a remarkable force. In the chaos of the explosion, the three were momentarily stunned, and then, there was nothing more to recount. The origin of this incident traced back to an earlier event involving their elder brother atop a utility pole, playing the tune of Eastern Windbreaks. Yet, it seemed this was not the end. Through fragments of memory, the three realized they had traversed into the realm of Douluo continent. Their exhilaration was palpable. Yet their situation was decidedly precarious. They had been abducted by human traffickers, and within the vehicle sat a remarkably delicate little girl. Zongyang scrutinized the girl closely. Her jade-like feet were exquisite. Observing her legs, he noted the presence of trousers, yet her fine legs were unmistakable, while her chest left something to be desired. It was understandable for a 6-year-old child. Turning his attention to her face, he marveled at her delicate features, which stirred their imaginations. Not to mention her flowing long hair, as the three found themselves lost in thought. Chun Xiaoer awakened, her gaze falling upon the three exuberant boys before her. And an unexpected chill coursed through her. Could they possibly be? Upon witnessing their goddess regain consciousness, the trio erupted with excitement. Zongyang took the lead, immediately manifesting his martial spirit. Perhaps driven by a desire to impress, the three of them unleashed their martial spirits in perfect synchrony, shattering the wooden cage with remarkable precision. Jin Shui, wielding a scythe, radiated confidence and charged forth with vigor. However, the ensuing slap of reality was hard-hitting, leaving him reeling. Zongyang exclaimed, "Dude, you're incredible. Let us clean up and continue." Zhang Liang added, "Come on, don't hesitate. Let us pin him down." Jin Shui retorted, "I'm on fire. I can't hold back." Zongyang urged, "Let us go." Zhang Liang echoed, "Let us take him down." Jin Shui shouted, "Let us do this." The trio lined up, with Jin Shui once again leading the charge. This time, his speed surpassed even his previous efforts, likely buoyed by the collective morale. But soon, Jin Shui sensed something amiss. Zongyang and Zhang Liang were inexplicably standing still, making no progress. What the hell? Jin Shui thought as he raced ahead with reckless abandon. The third boy observed this with amusement, clearly relishing the impromptu challenge. Slap! Another resounding smack. Poof! Jin Shui was sent reeling back, blood spewing forth like a rocket's exhaust. This confirmed Chun Xiaoer's suspicions. These three undoubtedly had a grudge. Zhang Liang cautioned, "Cool it, man. We haven't even warmed up yet, and you're already charging out." Zongyang remarked, "Life needs a touch of ritual, doesn't it?" Jin Shui fumed. "I swear I'll pin you two down." Coughing, the scar-faced elder brother intervened. "Enough fooling around. Third brother, deal with them quickly, or it'll be dark before we know it." "Understood, big brother." With a fierce roar, the third brother unleashed his first soul skill, charging recklessly. His white soul rings erupted in a dazzling light. He stomped the ground, gathering energy. Crash! The earth fractured as he barreled forward like a missile. The sheer force was akin to a Wuling Hongguang racing at breakneck speed. Faced with this unstoppable human tank, the trio instinctively sidestepped to the right. Moments later, the third brother brushed past them. "Is that it? After all that posturing and energy gathering, is this all I get?" The elder brother sighed, slapping his forehead. "I told you, your soul skill can't hit anyone. Why don't you believe me?" At that moment, the third brother had vanished into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the other side of the woods. "Big brother. Second brother. I can no longer control the vehicle. Please come to my aid." The elder brother helplessly shook his head once more, gesturing to the second brother. The second brother understood immediately and turned around to rescue the third brother. At that moment, the elder brother drew a dagger, lightly licking the blade with a sinister smile. He remarked, "This blade is laced with potent poison, if you do not wish to." Suddenly, the elder brother appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Dagger. Lethal poison. Oh, by heavens." Zongyang, assessment complete. He is indeed a fool. Zhang Liang, there is no doubt. He is a fool. Jin Shui, take advantage of his weakness. Seize his life. Wait. The elder brother clutched his chest, his complexion turning pale as he extended his right hand. "Let me have a dose of the antidote." Jin Shui, absolutely not. Jin Shui strode forward with great urgency, followed closely by Zhang Liang and Zongyang. Jin Shui frequently glanced back, anxious that they might not keep pace. Yet, due to his incessant glances, the elder brother had already consumed the antidote. "Ha! You little rascals. You are quite audacious. Wait, it seems something has fallen." The three men and the elder brother looked down simultaneously. Oh. It turned out to be the elder brother's antidote. It had slipped from his mouth due to his laughter. The elder brother's face instantly fell, and he hastily knelt on the ground. "Brothers, I have a final word to say. Qin Showa spat blood. And he swore this was the most absurdly foolish villain he had ever encountered, without exception. Jin Shui, get out of my way. A shovel was aimed at him. Clang. Jin Shui swung his scythe soul, delivering a crushing blow to the boss's head. Of course, it was the back of the scythe he used, causing the boss's face to collide with the ground, resulting in an intimate encounter with the grass. Heh, tricked you. The boss grinned. No, that was incorrect. He didn't smile. He feared that the medicine he had almost tasted would slip away, demonstrating that he was no weakling, as he swallowed not only the dirt, but everything that lay beneath him. Next, I shall make you little brats understand what regret truly means. Soul, iron-blooded flying scythe. Chapter 13. I have finally returned. Soul, iron-blooded flying scythe. Whoosh. A surge of dark power emanated from the boss's hand. Upon sensing the impending danger, Jin Shui and his companions instinctively stepped back. In no time, the boss wielded a gigantic flying scythe, entirely black with blood-red patterns adorning its surface. Simultaneously, a century-old yellow soul ring rose from beneath his feet. Little brats, were you laughing quite merrily a moment ago? The boss's face twisted in a sinister expression. Zongyang. What are you laughing at? The boss's expression instantly turned icy. Zongyang. I recalled something amusing. You dare to laugh at me, you little brat. The boss swiftly spun the scythe, transforming it into a black vortex akin to a whirlwind. Zongyang, Jin Shui, look. Though both are scythes, why is there such a disparity? Die, you little rascal. The boss's scythe flew from his hand, hurtling towards Zongyang with alarming speed. Zongyang was taken aback. He executed a tactical retreat but lost his balance, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The rapidly rotating flying scythe whizzed past him, shearing off large tufts of wool. Observing the wool that had been severed from his arm, Zongyang involuntarily gulped. Wait, we can negotiate. The boss remained silent. It seemed he realized that mere words wouldn't gain him any advantage, thus omitting his standard villainous monologue. The scythe sped back with a velocity akin to thunder. It was poised to sever Zongyang's left arm. The boss was genuinely furious. If you were to lose an arm, your worth would undoubtedly plummet. Yet my wrath demands that I take one from you, the boss declared. Whoosh. As the scythe approached Zongyang, he despairingly closed his eyes. It seemed not so painful. In fact, it felt almost imperceptible. With great caution, Zongyang opened his eyes a mere slit. To his astonishment, the scythe hovered above him. Suspended in midair, he widened the gap of his eyelids slightly. Lo and behold, he beheld the goddess. It was she who had saved him. Hooray! Qin Shuo's blue-silver grass martial soul had been unleashed. A pale yellow soul ring quietly hovered beside his hand. Before him, the flying sickle was ensnared by layers of blue-silver grass, rendered immobile. In that instant, the atmosphere became palpably tense. A first ring. Remarkably, he was a soul master. And astonishingly, his first ring was also a century-old one, just like mine. The elder was taken aback. This child before him could only be around 6 years old. Yet he had somehow captured such a prodigious talent. However, you are still but a child. The first soul skill, twin blood scythes. In an instant, the scythe split into two, and the blue-silver grass that had bound the flying sickle was severed in an instant. Blue-silver grass. Both scythes soared back into the elder's hands, and only then did he perceive Qin Shuo's martial soul. The blue-silver grass can still be cultivated. Is it not a useless martial soul? Ha ha. The elder mocked. What is happening? At that moment, the second elder had already returned with the third. Qin Shuo felt a wave of difficulty. Even a single flying sickle might prove too much for him to handle. The first soul skill, with Spirit Puppet. Qin Shuo summoned her first soul skill, invoking the with Spirit Puppet. In an instant, a multitude of blue-silver grass sprouted from the ground. Among them, one particularly robust strand emerged first, establishing a main vein. Subsequently, the other strands of blue-silver grass entwined around it, gradually coalescing into the form of a human figure. Moments later, the blue-silver grass had taken on a human shape, clad in armor made of grass, standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Wielding a sword crafted from vines. Blue-silver grass. Is this not a waste spirit? Both the second and recently returned third siblings inquired in unison. Qin Shuo clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a desire to strike. You all disparage my martial spirit without a thought for my feelings. I believe there are no worthless martial spirits, only soul masters who choose to be worthless, much like the three of you. Qin Shuo exclaimed angrily. Zongyang remarked. Upon closer inspection, he appears to be a boy. Jin Shui responded, indeed. Zhang Liang lamented. It's over. I've experienced heartbreak. Jin Shui inquired. When did you even fall in love? Zhang Liang retorted. That is none of your concern. I'm heartbroken now. I am despondent and miserable. Zhong Yang quipped. Shall I indulge you then? Zhang Liang shouted. Get lost. Zhang Liang continued. I am on the brink of despair. You are truly heartless. Have you forgotten who drank in front of you when you had no water? Zhong Yang replied. It was you. Zhang Liang shot back. Have you also forgotten who tirelessly played games in front of you when your phone was confiscated, causing me to catch a cold? Zhong Yang exclaimed. To hell with you. Jin Shui, don't hold me back. I am going to thrash him. Jin Shui replied. I'm not holding you back. Zhong Yang fell silent. Zhang Liang also remained quiet. Cough. Let us return to our intense and exhilarating battlefield. At that moment, the leader charged forward, wielding two scythes with agility and grace, swiftly closing the distance to stand before Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er's wooden spirit puppet swung its sword to block, but the leader swiftly turned and delivered a kick. With a resounding thud, the wooden spirit puppet was struck by the leader's kick, sent flying 2 meters away. Chen Xiu'er seized the opportunity to retreat hastily, simultaneously unleashing the blue-silver grass towards the leader's hands. However, the leader, with remarkable agility, swiftly countered by releasing the flying sickle. Disaster struck. The blue-silver grass was severed once more, forcing Chen Xiu'er to bend down in evasion of the deadly sickle. Meanwhile, the wood spirit puppet, receiving Chen Xiu'er's command, launched another assault. The leader brandished another sickle in defense, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he mockingly declared, a useless martial soul is ultimately just that, a useless martial soul. It bears no supportive capabilities, no offensive prowess, and no defensive strength. Ha ha. Chen Xiu'er bent down to evade the flying sickle, but alas, she could not escape. The sickle grazed her delicate face, causing blood to flow profusely in an instant. At the moment Chen Xiu'er beheld the blood, her heart quivered, her legs trembled, rendering her unable to stand steady. Zhong Yang remarked, it seems there is no such character in the original work of Douluo, is there? Apart from Tang San. Is there anyone else with full soul power of blue-silver grass? Zhang Liang retorted, what does it matter whether there is or not? If he dies, none of us can escape. Jin Shui added, then what are you contemplating? We 3 possess not a single soul ring. We must rely on him. It is solely upon him that we must depend. The trio wished to assist Chen Xiu'er, yet were halted by the 2nd and 3rd members. This farce has gone on long enough. Let us bring it to a swift conclusion. The second one said darkly. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu'er was in disarray, hearing a voice incessantly whispering in her ear. Ha ha ha, Chen Xiu'er, do you still not recognize the truth? This merciless world is ill-suited for you. Only I can truly command this body, for I am its rightful master. Chen Xiu'er's eyes were tightly shut, her entire body rendered cold to the utmost degree. Blood. I do not wish to see blood. At long last, my anticipation has been fulfilled. Hee hee. Gradually, Chen Xiu'er's body ceased to tremble, and he slowly rose to his feet. A bizarre aura erupted forth from Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er reopened her eyes, and to her astonishment, there was not a hint of white. Instead, her gaze was enveloped in an eerie, pure black. Soon, a pair of blood-red pupils emerged within her obsidian irises. With the awakening of her crimson eyes, a powerful presence surged forth. I have returned at last. Chapter 14. The Slayer, Chen Xiu'er. 18 years of malevolence in one life. A second life fraught with despair. A third life reborn as a youth. I, Chen Xiu'er, have finally returned. Immediately thereafter, the wooden puppet vanished in an instant. The leader smiled with confidence, believing that Chen Xiu'er had surrendered her resistance. Chen Xiu'er smiled broadly, slowly raising her right hand. Upon it, the soul mark belonging to the blue-clad grass had vanished. Oh, have you concealed the soul mark? Are you announcing your surrender to me? Alas, it is too late. The leader said leisurely. No. I apologize for any misunderstanding. What I intended to convey is that I have accepted your martial soul. Chen Xiu'er's lips curled into a wild smile as a scythe-like soul mark suddenly materialized on the back of his right hand. However, the leader scoffed at this, dismissing Chen Xiu'er's display as mere sleight of hand. Ha! Do you really think such trifling tricks could deceive me? Surely, you do not believe that this feeble illusion could intimidate me? Chen Xiu'er's blood-red eyes were slightly closed, perceiving his adversary as already a corpse. What? Have you surrendered? He taunted. Then I shall not hold back. With the absence of resistance from the wood spirit puppet, the path for his opponent was unimpeded. The distance between them was not great, and in the blink of an eye, the foe stood before Qin Xiu. The blade of the iron blood flying sickle glimmered with a chilling light as he wielded two blades, striking towards Qin Xiu, to Zhong Yang and his companions. It appeared as an abandonment of hope. Qin Xiu slowly uttered 6 words: martial soul, iron blood flying sickle. Qin Xiu wielded a flying sickle, striking towards the abdomen of the leader. The leader was taken aback. The entire arena was astir with shock. Could it be a twin martial spirit? Yet, the spectators swiftly dismissed this notion. However, if it were not a twin martial spirit, how could one account for Qin Xiu's formidable flying sickle? Keen-eyed Zhong Yang discerned a peculiar nuance. He noted that the martial spirit in Qin Xiu's grasp bore an ephemeral quality. It appeared to lack substance. At that moment, he recalled Oscar from the Shrek 7 monsters. Oscar was a food-type soul master who, in the later stages, awakened an extraordinarily formidable soul skill that could be likened to that of a father figure, duplication. Zhong Yang seeded Qin Xiu with a hypothesis, believing his martial spirit also involved replication. Yet, he had only grasped one aspect of the truth, oblivious to the second. At this moment, Qin Xiu summoned his iron-blooded sky, scythe martial spirit to strike at the leader, a decidedly foolish action. For, if he disregarded defense to launch an assault, he could indeed inflict significant damage upon the leader. At this distance, the leader could not evade, and neither could Qin Xiu. This would amount to wounding 1,000 of the enemy while inflicting 800 upon oneself. Foolishness. The leader scoffed derisively, saying, "Clever little fool. It matters not what your martial spirit is. This strike of mine can claim your life." Qin Xiu's smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of control over her own body, an overwhelming joy radiating from her. It could also be attributed to a sense of certainty. A well-laid plan in her heart. First soul skill, iron blood armor. Qin Xiu slowly articulated those 8 words. Yet, it was precisely these succinct words that sent a chill down the spine of the leader. Just as the edge of the leader's blade was a mere centimeter from Qin Xiu's neck, Qin Xiu's body erupted with a mist of blood, which swiftly coalesced, ultimately forming a suit of iron armor emblazoned with crimson stains upon her. With a sudden sound akin to a piercing weapon entering the flesh, the transformation was complete. Qin Xiu's iron-blooded scythe pierced directly into the abdomen of the leader. Meanwhile, the leader's 2 scythes halted abruptly upon striking Qin Xiu's iron-blooded armor. The scythes left behind 2 deep gashes on the armor's surface, but that was the extent of their impact. The blue-silver grass martial spirit manifested a century-old soul skill known as the wood spirit puppet. However, due to Qin Xiu's lack of control, it failed to unleash its inherent power. In contrast, the iron-blooded scythe adapted into the iron-blooded armor, a defensive soul skill of 100 years. With a sudden gasp, the leader's iron-blooded scythe dissipated, revealing bloodshot eyes as he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Qin Xiu glanced at the soul mark that had vanished from his right hand, and he comprehended a particular characteristic of the myriad manifestations. That is to say, should the replicator meet their demise, the soul weapon they had imitated would also cease to exist. As a result of this dissolution of the soul weapon, the iron-blooded armor enveloping Qin Xiu also dissipated. Vivid crimson blood splattered across his visage, mingling with the blood from his wounds. Qin Xiu, with a stoic expression, pushed the corpse of the leader off her body. "I shall accept your martial spirit. Myriad forms, plunder." Qin Xiu extended her right hand towards the corpse of the leader, and a stream of crimson soul power gradually emerged from his body. On the back of Qin Xiu's hand, the soul imprint of the iron blood flying scythe reappeared. At that moment, everyone present noticed the outcomes of the 2 combatants. "Elder brother," cried out the second and third brothers in unison as they turned, their eyes reddened and lips trembling as they gazed upon the lifeless body of their elder sibling. They could hardly fathom that their elder brother had fallen at the hands of a mere 6-year-old child. "Elder brother, today, I shall avenge you." The second brother, who had been a mere observer, could no longer contain himself. He roared in fury, first soul skill, bewildering smoke. With that, he formed hand seals and swiftly exhaled a dark, swirling mist. Qin Xiu's smile grew ever more radiant. The intriguing martial soul, myriad forms, replication. In an instant, the soul mark in Qin Xiu's hand transformed into a wisp of flying ash. The iron-blooded flying sickle martial soul then entered the celestial realm, joining the blue-silver grass in harmonious coexistence. Qin Xiu slowly revealed her ash soul mark to him, then smiled and said, "Ash martial soul, first soul skill, misty phantom." Qin Xiu's right hand emitted a substantial amount of black mist, which surged toward the second elder. In the air, the mist gradually manipulated its form, and the two streams of flying ash collided. However, something extraordinary transpired. The second elder's soul-seducing smoke was surprisingly devoured by Chen Xiu's flying ash. Impossible! That is my martial soul, the second elder bellowed, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten that his soul ring was merely a decade old, while Chen Xiu's soul ring was a century old. Nevertheless, Chen Xiu's soul technique was not yet complete. After the flying ash consumed the second elder's soul-seducing smoke, it surprisingly transformed into a shadowy figure. The figure dashed toward the second elder like a ghost, moving with astonishing speed, akin to a phantom whirlwind. You mustn't. Don't come any closer. The second elder turned to flee, but after only a few steps, he was pierced through by the ghostly figure. Bang! The second elder's lifeless body collapsed. There was not a single wound on his body. He had been overcome by his own soul-seducing smoke. Chen Xiu reverted to his iron-blooded flying sickle martial spirit, which whirled and flew directly towards the second elder. Whoosh! Thud! In an instant, blood gushed forth. The second elder's head was severed from his body. I shall also claim your martial spirit, Chen Xiu remarked, revealing a familiar smile, a smile of delight. The Slayer, Chen Xiu. Chapter 15. Follow me or face death. At this moment, Chen Xiu stood at the edge of the dark forest, where the air was thick with the scent of blood. Two lifeless corpses gradually collapsed onto the muddy path. Chen Xiu cast the captured fly ash martial soul into the celestial realm. The iron-blooded flying sickle returned to his grasp as he slowly turned his gaze towards another part of the jungle. Just moments ago, the third brother had seized the opportunity during the confrontation between the second brother and Chen Xiu to stealthily slip away. Chen Xiu had no intention of letting him go. However, upon witnessing the three individuals who had encountered death for the first time, retching uncontrollably, Chen Xiu felt they were truly disgracing the reputation of time travelers. Zhongyang and his companions were so frightened that they could not rise to their feet, rendering themselves completely at Chen Xiu's mercy. Engaging in a game of cat and mouse, he thought, "Come forth, little mouse," for the cat approaches. With a resigned shake of his head, he commanded, "You three remain here. If you dare to flee, I shall break your legs. Do you hear me?" Without waiting for their response, Chen Xiu swiftly made his way in the direction where the third one had fled. His movements were extraordinarily rapid, his figure resembling a ghostly apparition, embodying the essence of elusive shadows. On the third individual, Chen Xiu had intentionally affixed a trace of flying ash earlier. Chen Xiu switched to the ashen soul, and the traces of the third's flight became unmistakably evident. Aside from the art of capture, which Chen Xiu was unfamiliar with, his comprehension of the other Tang sect's esoteric skills surpassed that of Tang San. The reason for this lay in the profound teachings imparted to him by the elder, which also enhanced his understanding. At this moment, although Chen Xiu's speed could not rival that of Tang San, he navigated through the uneven terrain and dense underbrush of the forest with remarkable swiftness. Before long, Chen Xiu beheld the fleeing third brother, who was presently resting against a tree. He appeared breathless, leaning heavily against the trunk, struggling for air. It was evident that he had been running desperately, perhaps believing that he had found safety in this secluded spot. Yet, as the saying goes, no matter how cunning the prey may be, it cannot evade the wiles of a shrewd hunter. Chen Xiu leapt onto the branch and softly exclaimed, "I have found you, little mouse. How did you manage to find me?" The third one questioned, his face a mask of terror. "How did you discover my whereabouts?" Chen Xiu pretended to ponder for a moment. Perhaps it was due to the foul odor emanating from you. "I will fight you to the death." Suddenly, Lao San's martial spirit manifested, his robust form quivering as he charged directly towards Chen Xiu. This was a fight to the finish. Chen Xiu gently twisted her neck, the sound of her joints crackling resonating in the air. Chen Xiu leapt down with vigor. The martial soul manifested, revealing the stone-toothed wild boar. Chen Xiu had long clandestinely replicated his martial soul. Now, as he directly harnessed it, his body swelled instantaneously, nearly tearing his linen garments apart. However, unlike the third brother, Chen Xiu's martial soul manifestation did not appear grotesque. Instead, it exuded an aura of robust vitality. His two stone fangs protruded prominently from his ribcage, and his formidable physique made him seem nearly as tall as an adult. His muscles, while not excessively bulky, conveyed a palpable sense of strength. "Die, despicable thief of others' martial souls. Today, I shall avenge my comrades." The third brother snarled. "Thank you for the compliment, given your courage. I shall ensure you receive a complete corpse," Chen Xiu responded with a smile. Boom. The two collided with tremendous force, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy. With swift reflexes, Chun Xiu skillfully employed his Xianyu hand, forming a fist that he forcefully drove into the chest of the third brother. The impact reverberated, causing the third brother's vital energy to surge tumultuously and his internal organs to suffer, nearly prompting him to spew forth blood. Refusing to yield, the third brother retaliated fiercely. Yet Chun Xiu adeptly harnessed the Xian Tian technique to dissipate his force. This was not what the third brother had anticipated. He envisioned a Hollywood-style duel, where true men exchanged blows until one collapsed. Such was the essence of a real man's battle. However, Chun Xiu chose to engage in a contest of skill rather than brute strength. If you dare, let me strike you once, and let us see if you can endure a true man's fight. The third brother bellowed in fury. The third brother's proclamation amused Chun Xiu, who responded with a smile. I never negotiate with the dead. How utterly shameless. You possess not a shred of the demeanor of a true warrior. You do not deserve to be called a man. Indeed, you are merely a boy. In the face of an adversary weaker than himself, Chun Xiu never adopted an attitude of disdain. His laughter merely served to confound his opponent. After all, even when hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its full strength. How could Chun Xiu possibly underestimate her opponent? Thus, harnessing the ferocity of the third, she retaliated with her own formidable strength. This is my most powerful punch, utilizing your force against you, if you can withstand it. I will willingly concede defeat, Chun Xiu declared. Of course, that was utterly improbable. Chun Xiu merely intended to share his thoughts, for he could not possibly withstand such a blow. Boom. This strike, imbued with tremendous force, left a gaping wound the size of a human head in the chest of the third brother. The third brother's eyes were bloodshot. Yet he ultimately failed to utter his final words. Chun Xiu's swollen body gradually contracted, reverting to the slender form of a 6-year-old. I hope my two elder brothers tread lightly on the path of the underworld. Otherwise, if you cannot catch the next carriage, it would be my misdeed. Nevertheless, I have accepted your martial spirit. Chun Xiu slowly extended his right hand, and a stream of mysterious yellow soul energy was drawn into it. It is time to pay a visit to those three. Now that they are aware of my secret, they have no choice but to. The values of Chun Xiu and Chun Xiu exhibit significant divergence. Chun Xiu believes that all individuals in this world can be categorized into the dichotomy of good and evil. However, in Chun Xiu's lexicon, humanity is divided into merely two types, those who are loyal to him and the others, whom he deems as the dead. According to the theories of the otherworld, there exists no doctrine of decaying corpses, nor any regulations set forth by environmental authorities. Chun Xiu no longer felt inclined to bury the corpses. Upon returning to the location where Zhong Yang and the other two were situated, a flicker of surprise crossed Chun Xiu's crimson eyes. The trio had actually dug 2 graves and buried the 2 bodies. When Chun Xiu had departed, they were utterly incapacitated. And yet they had now adapted completely? One might say, such is the remarkable resilience of a transmigrator. Or perhaps it is simply a testament to the extraordinary adaptability of humans. How intriguing. Upon hearing Chun Xiu's praise, Zhong Yang, Jin Shuai, and Zhang Liang simultaneously shivered. Zhong Yang turned his stiff expression toward Chun Xiu and said, "Be brother, rest assured, we saw nothing at all." Chun Xiu's expression was somewhat displeased. "Are you all afraid of me? Shouldn't those 3 be dead?" Zhang Liang interjected, "Yes, indeed. Traffickers deserve to perish." Zhong Yang added, "Brother, what you are doing is ridding society of its scourge. It is a heroic act. Spare me the flattery. We are all traversers. Let us speak candidly today." As Chun Xiu's words settled in, time seemed to stand still. The air grew still, and this moment felt as though it had been eternally captured in a frame. Zhang Liang stammered, What are you talking about? What traversers? I don't understand." Jin Shuai chimed in, Yes. I want to go home. I miss my mother." Chun Xiu shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with their response. Zhong Yang immediately discerned his sentiment and swiftly replied, "Could it be that you, elder brother, feel the same?" Chun Xiu finally received a satisfying answer, a peculiar smile spreading across her lips. Indeed, it turned out to be a fellow townsman, stirring my heart with such intensity. At that moment, Zhang Liang suddenly approached with an air of familiarity. He moved closer to Chun Xiu, seemingly attempting to forge a bond. However, Chun Xiu promptly delivered a kick, sending Zhang Liang sprawling away. "I have now revealed all my secrets to you. You are aware of my ability to replicate martial souls. I present you with 2 choices. First, follow me. Second, do I really need to elaborate? Qin Shuliang brandished the soul imprint of the iron-blooded flying chain in his right hand, his message unmistakable: to follow him or face death. Choose. Chapter 16. The Establishment of the Holy Spirit Sect. You should consider yourselves fortunate to be among my initial followers. I am destined to stand at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, and you, by the mere chance of following me, are granted a tremendous honor, proclaimed Qin Shuliang. However, I find myself in a state of weakness, and thus I require an organization to expedite my growth. Let us name it the Holy Spirit Sect. Now, make your choice. Will you follow me, or will you perish? Is there any doubt? He continued. A true man knows when to bend and when to be resolute. One must show humility when necessary. Zongyang declared. I, Zongyang, am but a commoner. Now that I have received recognition from this organization, I shall not hesitate to face mountains of blades or seas of fire for its sake. Here, I swear blood allegiance. Zhang Liang added. In this world of shifting fortunes, we emerge as its champions. If I do not join the Holy Spirit Sect, even a hero's life would be in vain. I, Zhang Liang, willingly offer myself as a pioneer of this organization. Watching the two articulate their commitments, Jin Shuai felt momentarily lost. How do you express yourself so eloquently? We have all undergone the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so remarkable? Speak. Have you been attending tutoring sessions? The most pressing concern for Jin Shuai was his own inability to articulate his thoughts as fluently as the others. As 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, Jin Shuai felt an overwhelming pressure. Jin Shuai, wish to join the Holy Spirit Sect. Very well, then. The arrangements for all matters pertaining to the Holy Spirit Sect shall be entrusted to you. Do not betray my trust, Qin Shuliang smiled. Truly. You are all excellent experimental subjects. Zongyang interjected, Master, but our martial souls are merely ordinary ones. Cultivating them is already a challenge, let alone anything beyond that. You need not concern yourselves with the quality of your martial souls. Whether they are deemed inferior or not is inconsequential, if one is unsatisfactory. We shall simply acquire another. The public's perception is often so pedestrian, placing undue emphasis on initial potential, while in truth, they grasp not of the reality. Under Qin Shuliang's persuasive influence, Zongyang and the others gradually recognized that they might be aligning themselves with a formidable ally. I am Qin Shuliang, and I ask that you refrain from mentioning my name in the presence of outsiders. I shall now assist you in upgrading your martial souls. However, let us establish 3 rules. I will not interfere in your actions, but there is one condition. You must never betray the Holy Spirit Sect. Betrayal is something I cannot abide. Qin Shuliang asserted solemnly. Yes, Master, they replied in unison. Qin Xiu intends to return 1/10 of that otherworldly energy to them. Although this energy belongs to them, they remain oblivious to it. Now, let me witness the secrets of martial soul fusion. 3 adorable little mice. Qin Xiu slowly gazed at Jin Shuai. If I recall correctly, your martial spirit is a scythe, is it not? Jin Shuai replied, Indeed. It is a scythe used for harvesting crops. From this moment forth, he would wield a scythe that reaped lives. As you shall become judgment, one of the 3 great decrees of our Holy Spirit Sect. As Qin Xiu spoke, he seamlessly fused the iron blood flying scythe martial spirit with his ordinary scythe. Fusion success rate, 89. This exemplifies the advantage of possessing a weaker martial spirit. Its inherent fragility allows it to encompass all without any semblance of resistance. Much like Tang San's blue silver grass, it too possesses the ability to embrace everything. Now, what if we were to infuse it with a fraction of otherworldly energy? Qin Xiu smiled as he pondered. Do not misunderstand. The fraction of otherworldly energy he referred to was the 10 portions drawn from Jin Shuai, returning 1 portion back to him. The martial spirit is about to undergo a random evolution, with a guaranteed success rate of 100, though the specifics of the martial spirit remain unknown. Qin Xiu suddenly understood. So it is. Achieving a single success can lead to the evolution of one's martial soul. If Jin Shuai absorbed 50% during the awakening of his martial soul, it would indeed be a top-tier martial soul. Moreover, if he absorbed 100% of the energy from another realm during this awakening, it is highly likely that he possesses a dual martial soul. This must be the secret behind the dual martial souls of those who traverse dimensions. Tang San, having completely absorbed 100% of the energy, ultimately awakened a dual martial soul, both of which are exceptional. Of course, if one were to claim that his martial soul, blue silver grass, is ordinary, Qin Xiu would undoubtedly strike him down with a single blow. Speaking of Qin Xiu himself, he possesses 2 supreme awakened martial souls. No, To be precise, Chun Xiu's martial soul transcends all ranks, standing above every other martial soul. In that moment, a transparent yet chaotic aura emanated from Chun Xiu's hand. This aura, infused with the formidable soul power of the iron-blooded flying scythe, penetrated directly into Jin Shuai's body. I shall utilize the primordial energy of my martial soul to transform yours into a high-level martial soul. Savor the experience. As Chun Xiu finished speaking, Jin Shuai was struck by a wave of excruciating pain. This agony emanated from his very marrow, penetrating deep into his blood and even his soul. Jin Shuai, overwhelmed by the piercing torment, found himself at a loss for words, his eyes tightly shut, and his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Chun Xiu disregarded him and proceeded to the next. Zhang Liang, you are the original martial soul. I do not possess a suitable martial soul for you, but I shall infuse you with the primordial energy of my own essence, enabling your original martial soul to reach its utmost potential. The primordial energy spoken of by Chun Xiu is, in fact, energy from another realm, merely articulated in a different manner to evoke a sense of great sacrifice in the minds of the three. Yet, dear child, the wool is still sheared from the sheep. Zhang Liang gazed at Chun Xiu with fervent excitement, kneeling in gratitude as he proclaimed, "Thank you, Master, for your benevolence. I, Zhang Liang, shall forever remember your graciousness. From this moment forth, you shall be one of the three great adjudicators of the Holy Spirit sect, divine punishment," as Chun Xiu spoke. He bestowed upon Zhang Liang a portion of the otherworldly energy. This energy gradually flowed into Zhang Liang's body, and he experienced an excruciating pain. However, unlike Jin Shuai, Zhang Liang's anguish emanated solely from his lower limbs. Chun Xiu was too weary to heed their anguished cries and directly approached Zhong Yang. "In truth, I believe that the ashen soul and the stone-toothed wild boar are quite suitable for you, so I shall bestow them upon you. Likewise, I shall utilize my primordial energy to enhance the quality of your martial soul." As Chun Xiu spoke, he presented a portion of otherworldly energy. Of course, this included the ashen soul and the stone-toothed wild boar martial souls. "From this moment forth, you shall be the final adjudicator of my Holy Spirit sect, bearing the title of Apocalypse." Zhong Yang replied, "I am grateful for the chief's benevolence, bestowed with the title of Apocalypse. I am eager to strategize for the chief and contribute to the advancement of our organization." Chun Xiu thought to himself, "I hope my initial experiments do not perish. These so-called iron-blooded flying scythes are merely mundane martial souls, lacking rarity, thus granting them is of little consequence." Chun Xiu, however, felt no sorrow. While the three of them were engaged in the evolution of their martial spirits, Chun Xiu found himself at leisure and decided to sit cross-legged. He gently closed his crimson eyes, devoid of whites, and began to cultivate the Xiantian technique. Previously, he had vaguely sensed that the Xiantian technique seemed capable of connecting with martial spirits. However, it appeared that it was not the Xiantian technique reaching out to the martial spirits, but rather the myriad forms communicating with the Xiantian technique. Chun Xiu seized upon this idea and endeavored to perceive the Xiantian skill from the perspective of the myriad forms. This was truly remarkable. Chun Xiu understood that one could cultivate soul power through meditation, which is a cyclical process akin to a closed system. However, if one were to connect their own cyclical system to that of another, and then alter the latter's system, it would allow the infusion of their soul power into one's own body. At the moment Chun Xiu conceived this idea, he felt an overwhelming urge to create a martial art, which he named the soul absorption Xiantian technique. This method was remarkably sophisticated, representing an advanced form of cultivation. Based on the Xiantian technique, it sought to guide the soul power into Chen Shou'er, much like Tang San had done. If one could channel soul power into their own body, then this notion would indeed be realized. As for the potential conflicts of soul power, they were utterly irrelevant to Chen Shou'er, for she possessed no fixed martial soul. Her martial soul encompassed all phenomena, capable of embodying anything. Therefore, soul power could naturally embrace everything as well. Chapter 17. A glimpse into the future. Soon, a night had passed. Despite his relentless efforts, Chun Xiu has yet to uncover his so-called soul-absorbing technique. Although he possesses some ideas, the creation of a martial art is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Furthermore, according to Chun Xiu's original vision, this technique is intended to be utilized through the guidance of the myriad manifestations of martial spirits. However, how can others cultivate it? He intends to develop the sacred spirit sect, and Chun Xiu wishes to establish this technique as a means of propagation. Therefore, It is imperative that this method be accessible for all to practice. A towering edifice rises from the ground, and the journey ahead remains lengthy. Nevertheless, Chun Xiu must also awaken. I must devise a strategy to suppress it. Though Chun Xiu is the rightful master of the body, during the presence of Chun Xiuer, he could only silently yield. Thus, the pressing concern for Chun Xiu is not the advancement of the Holy Spirit sect, but rather the resolution of his own predicament. Presently, Chun Xiu faces two choices. The first, to merge his personality with that of Chun Xiuer, resulting in the existence of a singular persona within this body. The second, to obliterate or seal Chun Xiuer as personality. In this fantastical realm, such an outcome is not beyond the realm of possibility. The second option is undeniably ideal. However, if he opts for the first, he must confront a profound philosophical dilemma. Is he truly Chun Xiuer or is he Chun Xiu? This remains an uncertain factor. Yet, irrespective of these considerations, Chun Xiu cannot actively seek to fuse with Chun Xiuer as personality unless she consents. Naturally, that is an impossibility. For now, he must proceed step by step. With a sigh, Chun Xiu contemplated his situation. At that moment, among the three, Zhong Yang regained consciousness. Chun Xiu cast a glance, and a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Zhong Yang's complexion had become remarkably fair. While it did not match Chun Xiu's flawless skin, it was undeniably pale. His hair had grown significantly longer, cascading down to his shoulders, and had transformed into a snowy white. A tightly shut eye now adorned his forehead, and on either side of it, there were two delicate golden horns. Furthermore, his current form resembled that of a spirit possessing a warrior-esque body. Upon rising, the first thing Zhong Yang did was to examine himself. His azure eyes shone brightly, and there was not a trace of wool upon him. Master, I feel quite peculiar. It seems my spirit has remained in a state of possession, consuming not a trace of soul power. Zhong Yang pondered aloud, contemplating the permanence of his beast spirit's embodiment. Chun Xiu was perplexed. He understood that the original martial soul could remain in an activated state indefinitely. However, observing Zhong Yang's condition, it appeared that he had permanently entered a state of martial soul embodiment. What is the name of your martial soul? Zhong Yang pondered for a moment before responding. Three-eyed horned antelope. Chun Xiu chose to utilize the heavenly court martial soul. The three-eyed horned antelope beast martial soul shatters illusions and captures the heart's demons, allowing a glimpse into the celestial secrets. A glimpse into the celestial secrets? Chun Xiu was consumed by a murderous intent. However, to eliminate such a rare martial soul would indeed be a pity. It would be wise to keep it for now. And once a stronger martial soul is cultivated through experimentation in the future, the decision to eliminate it can be postponed. Chun Xiuer silently pondered. Indeed, Chun Xiuer's initial intention was to experiment with soul fusion on others, having never encountered a failure in soul fusion. He remained oblivious to the potential consequences of such a failure. Therefore, he resolved to conduct his experiments on others, should he succeed. He would eliminate them to reclaim the soul. If he were to fail, then further discussion would be necessary. Chun Xiuer was inherently suspicious, never fully placing his trust in the three of them. Yet, they were indeed three travelers from another realm, making them excellent subjects for experimentation. To eliminate them now would be a regrettable loss. Zhong Yang, listen closely, Chun Xiuer declared earnestly. The martial soul you are awakening possesses the extraordinary power to glimpse into the future and disdain the ages. Its capabilities are vast, encompassing the knowledge of celestial phenomena and earthly matters alike, down to the minutiae. Chun Xiuer, with an air of solemnity, felt compelled to amplify the prowess of his martial soul, as if to demonstrate the might that lay within him. A martial soul that can foresee the future? I could grant you one with ease. Wouldn't that make me formidable? He elaborated. To envision its destruction, one must first allow it to expand. After Chun Xiuer's grandiose embellishments, whether one chose to believe or not, Zhong Yang was convinced. Foreseeing the future? Does that mean I could directly discern the unfolding narrative of Douluo? Zhong Yang gazed at his pristine hands, a surge of excitement igniting within him. Douluo? Chen Xiaomin astutely noticed a particular term, leading to the subsequent plot development. Master, have you never seen Douluo continent? Zhong Yang inquired, puzzled. As a modern youth of the five poisons, how could one possibly be unfamiliar with Douluo continent? Are you suggesting that Douluo continent is, in fact, a work of fiction? Chun Xiu hastily asked. Indeed, it primarily narrates the tale of Tang San, who, after leaping into the ghostly encounter, miraculously survives and returns home for a meal. Wait, I misspoke. Tang San actually dies and is then transported to the Douluo continent, where his father is the Haotian Douluo and his mother is the 100,000-year soul beast, Blue Silver Emperor. What? Not even the grass is spared? Are people truly this starved for content these days? Qin Shou exclaimed in astonishment. Zhong Yang then commenced an enthusiastic recounting of the narrative he was familiar with. So, Tang San is the protagonist, and his blue-silver grass is, in fact, the 100,000-year beast martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor. And he possesses a Haotian hammer in his left hand? Qin Shou inquired. Isn't that just standard for a protagonist? Quite normal, Zhong Yang affirmed. Upon hearing Zhong Yang's words, Qin Shou was suddenly struck by a thought. He aspired to become a deity. However, that was not his ultimate goal. Qin Shou's ambition was immortality. He yearned to live eternally, manipulating the very fabric of the universe. The gods of this world could potentially fulfill Qin Shou's desire for everlasting life. According to Zhong Yang, this realm is indeed inhabited by deities. It is speculated that Tang San may later ascend to become the sea god, as Zhong Yang inferred. Having witnessed the sea god's 9 trials, and the novel had yet to progress beyond that point, simultaneously, in Holy Soul Village. Today marked Tang San's departure for the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. He glanced at the firewood beneath the stove and added a bit of water to the porridge. This way, when his father awoke, he would be able to enjoy warm congee. Old Jack had already arrived, perhaps due to the journey to Notting City. Dressed in new attire. Xiao San, let us be off. Your slothful father will not rouse himself. Old Jack beckoned Tang San. Tang San gestured for silence, replying, Grandfather. Please keep your voice down. My father despises being disturbed while he sleeps. As he spoke, he extracted a piece of charcoal from the fire and inscribed a few lines on the ground. After completing his writing, Tang San took a lingering glance at his father, Tang Hao, before reluctantly departing. Shortly after Tang San's departure, Tang Hao slowly emerged from the inner room. He observed the words etched into the ground, which conveyed a simple yet poignant message. Father, Grandpa Jack and I have left. Please take care of yourself and drink less. The porridge is on the stove. Don't forget to eat. Tang Hao gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, as if grains of sand had entered his eyes. He would never admit to shedding tears. As they walked, Tang San silently followed beside Jack. Xiao San, do you find it hard to part with the village, or is it your drunken father you will miss? Old Jack inquired with a gentle smile, stroking Tang San's head. A bit of both, Tang San replied, his gaze wandering, for Qin Shou's figure was absent. His brother had not come to bid him farewell, perhaps unable to bear the sight of parting. Old Jack smiled faintly. If my inept grandsons possessed even half of your understanding, I would consider myself fortunate. The two departed early, missing an important event that transpired afterward. Qin Shou had gone missing. It was only later, upon old Jack's return, that he learned of Qin Shou's disappearance. The entire village was searching for him, with everyone believing he had been abducted by human traffickers. Qin Shou's countenance darkened as he delved deeper into understanding Tang San. His heart grew heavier. How does Tang San sustain himself at the Notting Junior Soul Academy? Qin Shou inquired of Zhong Yang. Tang Hao entrusted Tang San with the chaotic wind hammer technique, and he has taken up an apprenticeship at a blacksmith shop with this skill, Zhong Yang replied. Additionally, he has crafted numerous hidden weapons for the Tang sect. By the way, there is something else. The female protagonist of Douluo continent, Xiao Wu, also encountered Tang San at the Notting Junior Academy. Xiao Wu. Qin Shou gradually closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Chapter 18. The development plan of the Holy Spirit sect in the peripheral region of the Dark Mist Forest. Zhang Liang and Jin Shuai had begun to awaken one after another. Qin Shou utilized the heavenly court martial soul to observe their transformations. With legs akin to thunder and a form that moved like lightning, wherever he tread, it was as if he claimed dominion over the land. Qin Shou harbored a novel conjecture regarding Zhang Liang's martial spirit. Had he initially bestowed the energy from another realm to its fullest extent, perhaps Zhang Liang's true martial spirit might have been his entire being. Observing his personal transformation, one could discern little change, primarily noting that his legs had become exceptionally straight and elongated. In contrast, Jin Shuai exhibited the least alteration, to the point of appearing unchanged. The ghost blood scythe, a weapon martial spirit, shrouded in the essence of malevolent spirits, surged forward with unstoppable might. Jin Shuai inquired, Boss, why is it that I remain unchanged? The martial spirit you awakened is unparalleled under heaven and earth, dominating the 8 realms. The ghost blood scythe, possessing the might of divine intervention, capable of annihilating the world. Chen Xiu responded calmly. Truly, truly? Then I could strike Tang San with my fists, kick Tang Hao, and wield Xiao Wu with my left hand and Ning Rongrong with my right. Jin Shui exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This child is quite formidable. These youngsters fail to engage their minds. If your martial spirits were truly exceptional, you would have long attained innate full soul power. The strength of a martial spirit is directly proportional to innate power, a concept you seem oblivious to. Just look at the current levels of your soul power. It's evident you do not comprehend. As Chen Xiu elucidated the martial spirits, Zhang Liang could no longer contain his impatience. What about me? What about me? Your martial spirit is a rare entity. Your legs serve as your spirit. I shall say no more on the specifics. You must discern it for yourself. In truth, even Chen Xiu was unclear about its true nature. It was better to let him speculate. Cough, cough. After my meticulous contemplation of the plot of Douluo, I believe we should set forth to see God Island. Let us depart at once. Jin Shui proposed. Zhong Yang gently patted Jin Shui's shoulder, offering comfort. Do not despair in reality. Have confidence. Life remains radiant. Get some rest, dear child, for dreams hold everything. I'll be damned, Jin Shui exclaimed, summoning his martial spirit. Instantly, a chilling aura pervaded the air as a gigantic black scythe manifested in his grasp. The scythe bore intricate black chain patterns, shrouded in a faint mist of blood that perpetually accompanied its movements. This contraption is quite impressive. It certainly exudes an aura of grandeur and disdain for the ages. Zhang Liang remarked. I warn you, do not engage in idle chatter. Remember, should we clash, I may sustain injuries, but you shall lose your life, Jin Shui cautioned. With a swift motion, Jin Shui swung the enormous scythe towards Zhang Liang, the black blade enveloped in swirling mist. Zhang Liang, displaying remarkable speed, propelled himself off the ground, leaping more than 3 meters in an instant. You flatter me, yet you seem displeased. Spare me your social platitudes, Zhang Liang retorted, exasperated. Clap, clap. Zhong Yang clapped his hands to capture the attention of the gathering. All right, you two, cease your antics. Let us address the matter at hand. Since the boss has established the Holy Spirit sect, we, as the initial 3 disciples, ought to contemplate the sect's development over the coming decades. Chen Xiu did not heed Zhong Yang's development plans. His entire focus was currently immersed in the celestial realm. He had allocated 1 portion of otherworldly energy to Zhong Yang, 1 portion to Jin Shui, and 2 portions to Zhang Liang. This left him with a total of 26 portions within the celestial realm. Apart from the blue-silver grass and a century-old spirit ring, only these 26 portions of energy remained. To evolve the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, 5 portions were required. However, Chen Xiu was not inclined to pursue the path of the blue-silver emperor. He aspired to forge a superior martial soul. Moreover, relying solely on otherworldly energy to enhance his martial soul would be excessively wasteful. The potential applications of otherworldly energy are boundless. If Chen Xiu wished to continually synthesize martial souls while ensuring a success rate of 100%, he would necessitate otherworldly energy, as it guarantees absolute success. To synthesize spirit rings of 100,000 years, or even those exceeding that, up to 1 million years, the use of otherworldly energy was imperative. The energy previously bestowed upon the 3 individuals was merely a preliminary experiment. Chen Xiu's consciousness withdrew from the heavenly realm. Master, after our deliberation, we unanimously believe that we should first seize Sacred Soul Village, using it as a foundation to develop our sect, reported Zhong Yang. In truth, there had been no discussion. This plan had long been conceived solely by Zhong Yang. But what if Tang San returns? Chen Xiu posed a critical question. No worries, it's not a significant issue. I have already devised a plan. We will employ a disguise. Once he arrives, we shall rename the Holy Spirit sect to Tang sect. Zhong Yang replied with a sinister smile. Master, let us not forget that you had promised Tang San to establish Tang's sect and wait for him to take over. What if he actually accepts? Chen Xiu inquired. Then we shall allow him to hold the title of sect leader in name only, devoid of any real authority. We will remain in control, the others echoed, sharing wicked smiles. Ahem. First and foremost, let it be clear that we are a legitimate organization. Zhong Yang chuckled. Zhang Liang felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this before. And you seem to have omitted a few points, he remarked. Zhong Yang merely smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. Those who believe in the Holy Spirit shall have eternal life. Zhong Yang produced a piece of paper from somewhere. on which were scribbled the tenets of the Holy Spirit sect. Very well, I will later impart to you the methods of cultivation with diligent practice. It won't be long before you become spirit masters. Now, let us return to Sacred Soul Village. Qinshuo turned to the three and waved his hand. He had discovered a map in the carriage that had brought them here. The map illustrated the path through the Black Mist Forest, and they were currently situated at its edge. If we proceed in this direction, we shall surely reach Saint Soul Village, Qinshuo asserted confidently. At that moment, Jin Shui timidly raised his hand. Boss, I have something to say, but I am unsure if I should. No need. Hold it in. Let us proceed in this direction, Qinshuo instructed, pointing towards a path within the forest and striding forward resolutely. In truth, Zhong Yang had words to share, yet he refrained from voicing them. Zhang Liang also had thoughts to express, but he too kept silent. Only Jin Shui was different. He boldly spoke up, but Qinshuo did not permit him to continue. Zhong Yang and Zhang Liang sighed in unison for Jin Shui. Oh, the simpleton. What the three truly wished to convey was that he had the map upside down. The direction in which Qinshuo departed must be the path leading to the Black Mist Forest. Chapter 19. A compromise from a soul beast of 100,000 years. New Year's additional update. Qinshuo treaded resolutely along the path leading to the Black Mist Forest, unwavering in her determination. What had happened to the promised return to Sacred Soul Village? Qinshuo plunged headlong into the journey towards the misty forest, leaving the village of Sacred Soul behind as a mere passerby. Zhong Yang and his companions dared to think, but not to voice their thoughts. However, Qinshuo sensed that something was amiss as he continued along the path. It was not that he had taken a wrong turn. Rather, Qinshuo had awakened. Qinshuo's crimson eyes, resembling fresh blood, gradually faded, revealing the whites of her eyes bit by bit. I have just taken the lives of 3 individuals. Should you emerge now, you might witness a river of blood. Qinshuo attempted to provoke him with her words. This proved somewhat effective, yet it merely served as a means of stalling for time. Qinshuo must devise a solution within this fleeting moment to rescue Qinshuo. Should he fail to find a way, he shall have no choice but to await the next opportunity. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed. In an instant, Qinshuo felt an overwhelming surge of psychic energy. The potency of this psychic force transcended the limits of humanity. If Qinshuo's own psychic energy could be likened to a mere bowl of clear water, then this terrifying force was akin to an infinite and boundless ocean. Even more alarming was the fact that this cataclysmic psychic power was directed towards Qinshuo. Qinshuo wished to flee, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Qinshuo felt as though ensnared by an invisible giant hand. Boom! The earth began to tremble, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the depths below. Zhong Yang remained composed. He swiftly turned and seized the fleeing Jin Shui and Zhang Liang. Being in a state of martial spirit, Zhong Yang's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary adult. It was no challenge to pull both along. Why run? Can't you see the leader remains unperturbed? Zhong Yang said nonchalantly. If the leader is calm, why should you be anxious? However, were Zhong Yang aware that Qinshuo wished to flee but was unable, he would likely be the first to bolt. The tremors of the earth intensified, nearly causing the three to lose their footing, save for Qinshuo, who remained anchored in place. This only deepened the admiration in the eyes of the trio. Look at the boss. In the face of impending disaster, he is utterly unflappable. Observe the disdain etched upon his brow, as if he scorns eternity and traverses the cosmos with ease. Even amidst this violent earthquake, he has not budged an inch. Such remarkable poise, unfazed in the face of peril, a true hero. This is the epitome of what we aspire to be. Gazing at the trio's adoration, Qinshuo felt a profound sense of despair. My dear friends, I too long to escape. Yet, alas, I cannot. Soon, the earth's tremors grew even more severe, forcing Zhong Yang and the others to prostrate themselves on the ground. Yet, Qinshuo remained in his original stance, silent, seemingly disdainful of any response. His expression remained unchanged, as if no one could alter his countenance. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if some titanic being had obscured the sun. Then, a deafening sound reverberated throughout the Black Mist Forest, capable of shattering Qinshuo's eardrums. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited you for a long time. Qinshuo, what? You have been waiting for me? What do you want from me? At this moment, Qinshuo realized that he seemed to have taken a wrong turn. However, it was too late. In that instant, the earth trembled violently, and a multitude of black thorns erupted from the ground. These spiky, ebony thorns intertwined in the air, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. a surge of dark mist materialized, revealing a towering figure, 2 meters tall, standing before Chen Xiu and the others. Zongyang lay on the ground, gazing up at Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu locked eyes with the man transformed from the black thorns, exuding an indomitable spirit akin to a snowflake refusing to fall, declaring, "I shall not waver. Qingdao shall not falter. I shall remain steadfast." The man, shrouded in a disheveled mane of black hair and enveloped in a dark robe, appeared as though every inch of his skin was bound in bandages. Even the lower half of his face was obscured by gray wrappings, seemingly concealing a visage unfit for the world. "At last, I have awaited your arrival, fated one," he rasped, his voice gravelly, conjuring images of an unsightly countenance. "I have long anticipated this moment. I shall fulfill your destiny, becoming your soul ring. Worship me." Suddenly, Chen Xiu felt a release from the binding force that had restrained his mental energy. It seemed that this very force existed solely to prevent him from fleeing before the arrival of the black thorn man. No. The corners of Chen Xiu's mouth involuntarily curved into a smile as he softly chuckled. "Very well, since you have accepted me, then I." The black thorn man abruptly halted, as if he had misheard something. "Wait, could you repeat that? What did you just say?" Observing the incredulous expression on the black thorn man's face. Oh, but alas, one could not discern his expression. Nevertheless, through his words, it was apparent that it was akin to someone offering you 1,000,000 without reason, which you would refuse. Yet, this notion holds truth. Why would someone bestow a fortune upon you without cause? Such unsolicited generosity is often suspect. Are you serious? I am a soul beast of 100,000 years. An entity so rare that it is virtually unparalleled across the entire Douluo continent. Do you comprehend the weight of your statement? The Blackthorn man accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Xiu. What does it represent? Chen Xiu wore a faint smile that lingered at the corners of her lips, imbued with an air of mockery. You have missed an opportunity to dominate the Douluo continent. The more Heiji conversed with Chen Xiu, the more he perceived her as intellectually challenged. Here I am, a magnificent 10,000-year soul beast, willingly offering myself as a sacrificial soul ring. Yet, astonishingly, he declines my offer. I am confident that I could achieve this on my own. After all, what is a mere 10,000-year soul ring? With enough dedication, I could slay 100,000-year soul beast to synthesize a soul ring of that caliber. Of course, this is just Chen Xiu's fanciful rambling. Setting aside the issue of compatibility and fusion, the probability of synthesis diminishes with the increase in age. However, it is not entirely impossible. 100 soul beasts with similar attributes are indeed plentiful, and there is no shortage of 1,000-year ones. Chen Xiu still clutched a considerable amount of otherworldly energy, and with just a trace, he could significantly enhance the probability of successful fusion. The black thorn man hesitated. He had been observing Chen Xiu from the very beginning. He understood that Chen Xiu possessed twin martial souls, with the second being of a spiritual nature. This was precisely why he had chosen Chen Xiu, as he knew that Chen Xiu could merge 2 soul rings together. Thus, the black thorn man resolved to make a substantial concession. Very well, as long as you accept me, I shall grant you 1 wish. What say you? The black thorn man compromised. Sounds good, Chen Xiu replied with an enigmatic smile. I wish to become a deity. You ambitious human. The black thorn man appeared to be enraged. What? Did you not claim you could fulfill any wish of mine? Is even the trivial matter of becoming a deity beyond your capabilities? Chen Xiu smiled. If it were not for the impending end of my long life, why would the illustrious dead thorn black vine king deign to bow so low before a mere human? Ultimately, becoming a deity remains but a legend. Choose a more attainable wish. Although the black thorn man was furious, he had his options. He had a choice to make. Chen Xiu has finally arrived. Judging from the recent surge of mental energy, you still belong to the psychic realm, correct? With your formidable mental prowess, could you possibly extinguish the other persona residing within me? This is my sole request. Chapter 20. I am Chen Xiu, New Year's bonus update, human. I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill such a request. It is not that the black thorn man is incapable, but rather that it is beyond the realm of possibility. To extinguish the other persona within you would be akin to violently tearing apart half of your very soul, resulting in the inevitable collapse of your mental fortitude. The Blackthorn man declared. Chen Xiu gritted her teeth in silence, a shadow flickering in her eyes. It seems there is no other option. Therefore, lend me your mental strength to help me devour the other persona within me. Chen Xiu's expression was somewhat menacing. Zongyang had never witnessed the leader displaying such a countenance. Chen Xiu found himself in a predicament, as Chen Xiuer's awakening accelerated. Should he truly emerge, Chen Xiu would face an irrevocable downfall. Thus, at times, decisiveness is imperative. Have you truly contemplated this? I cannot assure you that you will ultimately prevail over the other consciousness residing within you. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The Black Thorn Man also experienced considerable difficulty. Just as Chen Xiu uttered the word devour, the crimson hue in his eyes began to swiftly fade, and the white of his eyes returned, restoring his gaze to its original black. With a grotesque expression, Chen Xiu bellowed, "Hurry! If you delay any longer, it will be too late. All I need from you is to provide the venue. The rest I shall handle myself." Sighing, the Black Thorn Man replied, "Very well." Upon uttering these words, his oceanic spirit surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming wave of mental energy. This force directly compelled the two fragmented strands of Chen Xiu's mental energy to coalesce. Yet, the two forces repelled each other, one formidable, the other feeble. The weaker energy, however, exhibited an intense ferocity, as if it endeavored to consume the stronger essence actively. The potent mental energy belonged to Chen Xiu, representing the benevolent persona, while the feeble energy was, of course, Chen Xiu himself. The two mental forces intertwined like the union of yin and yang, engaging in a fierce struggle. Yet, it was evident that Chen Xiu's mental strength had no desire to devour, it merely resisted. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu, akin to an invader, ravenously sought to engulf the robust mental energy. The Black Thorn Man's mental force compressed further, constricting the space occupied by their energies. Ultimately, the once mighty mental force was compelled, out of sheer necessity, to consume Chen Xiu's energy. However, at this moment, that once potent essence had lost much of its original strength. Chen Xiu's mental prowess is superior, and the formidable resistance of the opposing force is merely being gradually devoured by Chen Xiu. To outsiders, it appears as though Chen Xiu has simply closed his eyes, while the two mental energies engage in combat, lasting no more than 10 minutes. This is all due to the influence of the Black Thorn Man. Had it not been for his compression of mental energy, as long as Chen Xiu continues to evade, Chen Xiu finds himself utterly powerless against her. After all, it is Chen Xiu who holds the upper hand, and now the two have ultimately become one. Chen Xiu slowly opened her eyes, devoid of the crimson hue that many feared. Instead, her gaze revealed the normality of color. A wave of relief washed over the crowd. Yet an involuntary smile crept upon Chen Xiu's lips. This subtle gesture reignited the hopes of those watching. Ultimately, I have triumphed, Chen Xiu remarked softly. Chen Xiu now evokes a rather enigmatic sensation. She embodies both the essence of Chen Xiu and a hint of Chen Xiu's shadow. Chen Xiu gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, declaring, "In the end, you have succumbed to my hand. From this moment forth, this body shall have but one master. Immortality will be the sole pursuit of this vessel." A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the Black Thorn Man as he exclaimed, "He is Chen Xiu. Ultimately, he has triumphed." Chen Xiu smiled broadly and declared, "From this moment forth, I shall exist in this world under the name of Chen Xiu." Chen Xiu revealed a smile, one imbued with a touch of authenticity, unlike her usual demeanor that seemed to mask her true feelings. Impossible. How could the leader possess such a genuine smile? This must be a fade. Could it be that the leader's acting skills have notably improved? This thought crossed everyone's mind. "Then, what is your opinion of Tang San?" Zhong Yang inquired. "If Tang San were to kick me, I would certainly repay him tenfold. However, he is merely a pebble on my path to immortality. Eradicating him would be but a trivial task." Chen Xiu's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. "Ahem. Excuse me, but since you have successfully consumed Chen Xiu, isn't it my turn now?" The Black Thorn Man felt overlooked, despite being the true architect of their success. "Do not." Chen Xiu once again declined the request of the Black Thorn Man instantly. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Are you truly prepared to go back on your word?" The Black Thorn Man glared at Chen Xiu, yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. For a full 100,000 years, he had finally encountered a human with a spiritual affinity. Wait a moment. The Black Thorn Man glanced at Zhong Yang, seemingly recognizing him as also possessing a spiritual connection, albeit feeble and pitiable. Nevertheless, since his martial soul was granted by Chen Xiu, the Black Thorn Man firmly fixed his gaze upon her. "Let us clarify the situation. It was Chen Xiu who consented to your request. What concern is it of Chen Xiu?" The reason Chen Xiu chose to rename herself as Chen Xiu, rather than simply Chen Xiu, was to hold him accountable for a debt. "So, shall I grant you a wish?" The black-thorned man was momentarily rendered speechless. Shower. No. 100,000 years of soul ring. Shower. No. The first circle spans 100,000 years. Across the entire continent, who possesses such a configuration? Shower. Perhaps there exists a formidable entity in the future, with the first ring being a million-year soul ring. The 3 lives martial soul may not even be a certainty. Are you truly living in a fantasy? How could such a being possibly exist? If such a person were to emerge, I would change my name from the Blackthorn King to the Weeds King. The Blackthorn man felt as though he was on the brink of madness. As a dignified 10,000-year soul beast, he felt stripped of ambition and dignity. What more could one desire? Meanwhile, Zongyang and his companions gazed upon him with admiration, acknowledging his prowess. Not only was he unafraid in the presence of a 10,000-year soul beast, but his very demeanor commanded respect. This instilled in the trio a notion that perhaps 10,000-year soul beasts were not so formidable after all. Just look at the Blackthorn man. He stands as a living testament. If other 10,000-year soul beasts were to learn of his current plight, they would exclaim, "You are truly disgracing our kind." Well, why not share how this desire to become someone else's soul ring came to be? Shower leaned against a tree, adopting a pose of attentive listening. I am weary of living. Is it not permissible to wish for an end? The Blackthorn man murmured weakly. If you do not speak the truth, there shall be no room for negotiation between us, Weeds King. Shower interjected. Chapter 21. A Million-Year Soul Ring. New Year's Update. It is said that long ago, I was born amidst a great snowfall, and from a young age, my sole purpose was to survive. Halt. To make a long story short, tell me how you came to the notion of becoming my soul ring. Shower interrupted. Are you jesting? Must we delve into childhood tales? A 10,000-year soul beast? When did that occur? Very well. We of the Dead Thorn clan are indeed true hunters of soul beasts, immensely powerful. Yet, we possess a fatal weakness. Our lifespans are exceedingly brief, and one might say we have never witnessed a 1,000-year existence. The Dead Thorn Black Vine King spoke with a countenance of sorrow and indignation, seemingly cursing fate for bestowing upon them formidable bodies while robbing them of longevity. Thus, I began to ponder deeply, exploring various forbidden methods, and even resorted to devouring my kin to extend my years. However, it was not until I had annihilated the entire dead Blackthorn clan that I barely crossed the threshold of 1,000 years. Shower listened attentively, while Zongyang and the others strived to recall whether the original work contained any mention of the deadly thorn Black Vine King. Ultimately, their response was a collective uncertainty. They had not read the entirety and were unaware. Who could ascertain if it emerged later in the narrative? After I transcended to a millennium, I unexpectedly grasped a fragment of the secret of soul power, which led me to invent an extraordinary technique, soul absorption. Uffed! Shower exclaimed, wait, what was that extraordinary skill you just mentioned? Could you repeat it? She questioned whether her ears had deceived her. Absorbing souls. Is there a problem with that? Shower composed herself, feeling as though her creativity had been usurped. Last night, Shower had just conceived an unprecedented idea for soul technique that would sweep across the continent. However, today he was met with a stark reality check. No worries. Please continue, Shower said, attempting to steady his emotions. Through the art of soul absorption, I drew upon the power of other soul beasts to augment my own. This indeed allowed me to survive for a time. However, the repulsion of soul power eventually led to a cataclysmic transformation within me, compelling me to take root in the Black Mist Forest. My vines have spread throughout this entire forest. I have come to regard it as my breeding ground. Yet, before long, I had exterminated all the 1,000-year and even 10,000-year soul beasts here. My roots have sunk too deep for me to relocate. By this point, I have become a 100,000-year soul beast. I sense that my end draws near in 10 years, heralded by a calamity of heavenly thunder. The Death Thorn Black Vine King shuddered at the thought of heavenly thunder. He had once experienced the annihilating force when he transcended to become a 100,000-year soul beast. And if he were to endure it again, he would prefer an early demise. It was then that he recalled a past encounter in the frigid lands, where he had confronted the golden-patterned ice silkworm tribe with intentions of slaughter. Yet, unexpectedly, from one ice silkworm, he received astonishing news about the wisdom soul ring. However, our Death Thorn clan is not a mental-type soul beast, so over the years, I roamed the Douluo continent in search of various means to enhance my mental power, consuming countless divine herbs. Ultimately, my mental strength grew as vast as the ocean, capable of drowning a mere mortal with even the slightest touch. At this point, the Deaththorn Black Vine King wore a proud expression. Yet soon after, a sorrowful tale crossed his mind, causing his countenance to fall. Alas, my mental power was so formidable that no mortal could withstand it, even when I compressed it to its utmost limits. Eventually, I discovered the reason. I needed to find a mental-type soul master, for only they could fully adapt to my mental strength. But a more tragic fate awaited me. I traversed the entirety of Douluo continent and encountered not a single mental-type soul master. In the end, I could only take root here, awaiting a fated encounter. And now, have I not found you? The Deaththorn Black Vine King exclaimed with excitement, clasping Qin Shower's shoulder. Qin Shower yearned to express that had she not taken a wrong turn, one would be awaiting cremation a decade hence. Indeed, her reasoning was sound. Thus, she declared her intention to remove the soul ring affixed to the blue silver grass and impose a limit of 700 years. It was not that Qin Shower was unwilling to bestow soul rings upon the heavenly court's martial souls, but rather that it was simply unattainable. Only the myriad forms of martial souls could accommodate soul rings, and this was contingent upon the existence of a martial soul. Qin Shower stretched her limbs and observed that the dead Thorn Black Vine King bore no animosity. She decided to grant him an opportunity. Today, I, Qin Shower, bestow upon you, the dead Thorn Black Vine King, a chance. Be grateful for my benevolence. I truly thank you, dead Thorn Black Vine King, who now found himself engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He was on the brink of tears from joy. After relentless endeavors, I, the dead Thorn Black Vine King, have finally secured a chance for survival. Long live life. Long live existence. Do not incessantly refer to me in such a manner, she scolded, pointing a finger at his nose. Indeed, the dead Thorn Black Vine King gritted his teeth in response. Yet, he harbored resentment, reminiscing about the days when he could eliminate those he despised without a second thought to concealment. Bodies were drained of their essence. And look at him now. The dead Thorn Black Vine King was nothing short of a disgrace among the 10,000-year spirit beasts. Alas, there is no need to dwell on this. To speak further would only bring tears, aside from the depths of a 10,000-year spirit beast. So, shall we commence? The dead Thorn Black Vine King sought Qin Shower's consent. Qin Shower sat cross-legged, declaring her readiness to begin. The Deaththorn Black Vine King exhaled slowly, releasing a thick, swirling black mist that emanated from its form. The corporeal structure formed by the Deaththorn Black Vine began to disintegrate, and immediately, the dark mist enveloping the entire black mist forest surged violently towards Qin Shower. This mass of black fog hovered above her head, gradually compressing and coalescing. What is this? Zhong Yang's pupils constricted as he perceived a hazy soul ring taking shape. Simultaneously, a dreadful thought arose within him. It seemed that the entirety of the black mist forest fog had converged here due to the dispersal of her soul ring, its essence permeating the entire forest. Now, with all the mist gathering around Qin Shower, it directly outlined the form of the soul ring, thus confirming Zhong Yang's suspicions. Qin Shower felt a refreshing coolness enveloping her mind, akin to having a pitcher of chilled water poured over her head. However, this sensation was swiftly followed by a wave of aftereffects. A throbbing pain surged through her head, as if a hammer were incessantly striking her skull. I have suppressed the limit of the soul ring to 700 years, but due to the constraints of my mental fortitude, there will still be some discomfort. Please bear with it. The voice of the Deaththorn Black Vine King resonated. Upon absorbing her first spirit ring, Qin Shower entered a state of introspection. Within her body, it resembled the celestial realm itself. No, this truly appeared to be the celestial realm. While others directed their spirit energy into their dantian, I was channeling mine into my mind. Qin Shower finally comprehended that she had entered the celestial spirit realm. The overwhelming soul power of the 100,000-year soul ring was not unleashed recklessly. It remained entirely confined within the soul ring, residing in this heavenly space. The crimson-hued 100,000-year soul ring had been compressed to a mere 700 years. It appeared that my plan might indeed be succeeding. Chapter 22, The 100,000-Year Soul Bone. Metamorphosis in the celestial realm. A man shrouded in black mist suddenly materialized. He stood alongside Qin Shower within the heavenly space. Based on my observations, your martial soul is exceptionally unique. If I am not mistaken, you are destined to transcend the limitations of soul masters, achieving a 100,000-year soul ring, or even a million-year one. The words of the dead Thorn Black Vine King were mere platitudes. Qin Shower had long been aware of this. She had even contemplated the existence of million-year soul rings, and even billion-year soul rings. If she could discover a means to attain immortality, she could eradicate the soul beasts entirely, merging them into a singular soul ring, thereby reaching an unprecedented age limit for soul rings. Let us set aside the current matters for a moment. How did you come to be here? Furthermore, why did you cover your face previously if you are not so disfigured? Chen Xiu'er inquired. The dead thorn-black Vine King's expression stiffened as he replied. I have already stated that I am the wisdom soul ring. My spirit is now bound to yours. From this moment forth, we share both glory and misfortune. As for my appearance, it is indeed the visage I assumed in human form. I have even bestowed upon myself a human name, Yi Zixiao. Ah, you bear two of the three great surnames of the origin, quite impressive. Yi Zixiao, you say? That is acceptable. Your original name was rather lengthy. And I find this one much more succinct, Chen Xiu'er complimented. Do you not sense it? Your blue-silver grass martial soul is undergoing a transformation. Though the process is currently slow, it will not be long before your martial soul metamorphoses into the dead thorn-black vine. Yi Zixiao cautioned Chen Xiu'er, urging her to avoid blaming him when her martial soul eventually changed. He had no desire to shoulder the blame for usurpation, so it was best to clarify any misunderstandings early on. I am fully aware, Chen Xiu'er affirmed. Not only do I know that my martial soul will transform, but I also understand that when I can endure the 100,000-year soul ring, your 100,000-year soul ring will be fully revealed. My martial soul will completely awaken as the 100,000-year beast martial soul, the dead thorn-black vine. Yi Zixiao's regard for Chen Xiu'er rose once more. This individual is exceedingly meticulous, far from being as simple as she appears. By the way, I have a soul bone reserved for you, the head soul bone. Yi Zixiao stated. Oh, let me have a look. Chen Xiu'er sensed something. Indeed, she felt a soul bone within her mind. No, it wasn't merely a soul bone. There was something more profound to this sensation. Chen Xiu'er's face contorted in agony as he felt a searing pain engulf his visage. Suddenly, a vibrant blue flame ignited upon his skin, seemingly consuming a considerable portion of his flesh. In no time, a delicate azure liquid began to trickle down his cheek, enveloping it in its embrace. This ethereal liquid swiftly solidified, transforming into an exquisite mask. Adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of blue-silver grass, the mask appeared strikingly beautiful. After receiving scientific insights from Zongyang, Chen Xiu'er acquired extensive knowledge regarding soul bones. She also came to realize that the true body armor of her martial soul is, in fact, the mask adorning her face. Chen Xiu'er gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she willed the essence armor to vanish. Soon, the mask of the essence armor faded, revealing her exquisite visage once more. Though uncertain of the armor's utility, she decided to examine the soul bone instead. The metamorphosis allowed one to assume the appearance of another, altering not only one's aura but also height, weight, and various other physical characteristics, including those of women. Such a seemingly trivial soul bone. Could it truly be a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Chen Xiu'er questioned. It should be, perhaps. Yi Zixiao was also unable to ascertain if she was indeed a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Nevertheless, Chen Xiu'er paused momentarily before directly activating the metamorphosis soul bone. I find it quite delightful. Chen Xiu'er transformed into the likeness of Tang San, glancing at the blue-silver grass in his right hand, inadvertently revealing a mysterious smile. Hello, my name is Tang San. Indeed, I can even mimic the voice. This will make future schemes all the more convenient. Chen Xiu'er exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, Yi Zixiao felt disillusioned with life, realizing that his century-old soul bone was being used to implicate another. With this ability, he had evaded numerous formidable enemies and assassinated countless soul beasts stronger than himself. Yet now, it was being employed in the treacherous intrigues of humanity. At the same moment, Tang San arrived at the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy. Old Jack escorted him to the entrance, only to be stopped by a young guard. What do you want? Is this a place for country bumpkins like you? Old Jack quickly put on a smile. Young man, we come from Holy Soul Village. This child is a work-study student sent from our village this year. What procedures do we need to follow? The young man frowned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Can a grass hut produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village even have anyone with soul power? The academy hasn't had work-study students in years. You aren't imposters, are you? Old Jack's eyes flashed with anger, but he chose to swallow his pride. He quietly produced the certificate issued by the Soul Hall steward, Su Yuntao, and handed it to the young man. The young man took the certificate, scrutinized it, and chuckled. The martial soul is blue-silver grass? And you possess innate full soul power? How laughable. I've been a gatekeeper here for 4 years and have never heard of a student with innate full soul power, especially with a useless martial soul. I suspect this is a forgery. Old Jack, despite his usually placid demeanor, could no longer contain his frustration. You are deliberately making things difficult. Fine. Just wait. I will find the steward from the Soul Hall. Xiao San, let us go. With that, Jack turned and led Tang San back towards the city. Naturally, the certificate from the Soul Hall could not be fake, and the young man understood this. However, those who come to deliver new students usually show some courtesy. Yet, this old Jack seemed utterly unfamiliar with such conventions. The saying goes, the king is easy to please, but the little ghosts are troublesome, and this was precisely the case. Old Jack, despite being a village chief, was oblivious to these nuances. However, upon hearing that old Jack intended to seek out someone from the Soul Hall, the young man panicked. You dare threaten me? He thought, feeling disgruntled and responding poorly. Holy Soul Village? More like a beggar's village. Just look at your ragged attire. What did you say? Old Jack's threshold of tolerance had been crossed. Chapter 23. Present continuous Saint Soul Village represents the bottom line for old Jack. One may strike him or insult him, but to demean Saint Soul Village is utterly intolerable. The young man found himself momentarily speechless, intimidated by old Jack's imposing presence. Was he merely an old man? How could he possibly instill such fear in me? What, are you dissatisfied with my claim that you are beggars? Just look at your pitiful appearance. The youth retorted. Tang San's gaze turned lethal, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. The fourth principle of the Xiantian treasure record states, never attempt to feign innocence while engaging a predator, lest you unwittingly become the prey. His left hand had already risen, the safety of his concealed crossbow having been disengaged. Previously, Tang San had requested a piece of wrought iron from Tang Hao for the purpose of crafting this very weapon. Now that the crossbow was complete, he had yet to test it. If fortune favored this young man, he would be the first to experience the subtlety of Tang Sect's hidden armaments. As for whether this action would expose Tang San, he possessed absolute confidence that neither old Jack nor anyone else would discern the origin of the bolt. Yet, just as Tang San took aim in secrecy, a hoarse voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Enough. Cease this at once. The young man was ready to question the identity of the speaker, possibly to hurl insults at their ancestors. However, upon seeing the newcomer, his demeanor shifted instantaneously. He adopted a sycophantic attitude instead. Master, you have returned. Witnessing the stark contrast in the youth's behavior intrigued Tang San about the identity of the voice's owner. He turned in astonishment to scrutinize the man referred to as master. This individual, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, was of a slender build with a black crew cut styled in a 3/7 partition. His features were unremarkable, yet he exuded an air of languor and despondency. The master paid no heed to the youth at the door, but instead extended his right hand with a smile directed at old Jack. Old sir, may I kindly request to see the proof from the spirit hall? Old Jack, recognizing the master's elevated status, promptly presented the documentation that Su Yuntao had issued to Tang San. The master examined the proof with a few glances, then looked at Tang San with a hint of surprise. When Tang San felt the master's gaze upon him, an unsettling sensation arose within him as if he were being scrutinized to his very core. The proof is legitimate. Old sir, I wish to extend my apologies on behalf of the academy. This child shall be entrusted to me, the master declared, stunned by his soul master apologizing. Old Jack was taken aback, hastily waving his hands. No need for apologies, no need at all. It is also my fault. You may take this child. Little San, follow the master. Be sure to heed his words, old Jack reiterated with concern before finally feeling at ease. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. From now on, you need not return, the master stated expressionlessly, pointing towards the door. Master, I was wrong, please. The youth knelt down, pleading for mercy. The master paid him no heed and turned to leave, while Tang San silently followed behind him. Shall we enter? The master smiled, taking Tang San's hand. However, his smile appeared rather stiff, failing to inspire admiration. Thank you, master, Tang San expressed. Master? I am not a teacher from the academy, the master replied, casting a brief glance at Tang San and speaking in a nonchalant manner. Not a teacher? Did you not just claim to represent the school? Tang San questioned, perplexed. But soon he seemed to grasp something. I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the school, correct? The master shook his head and replied with a smile, you are quite astute for a 6-year-old. Then who are you? Tang San inquired. The master stated, I am merely a guest here to indulge in food and drink. You may call me master, just like everyone else. The Spirit Hall's documentation states that you are called Tang San. Am I right? Yes, Tang San nodded in affirmation. You must understand that the meanings of master and teacher are vastly different. Do not confuse them in the future unless you wish for me to become your teacher. The master's eyes gleamed with fervor. Will you teach me to cultivate my martial spirit? Tang San asked. The master halted and faced him, questioning, but are you willing? Tang San offered no reply, neither rejecting nor accepting. The master smiled once more, recognizing the child's intelligence. His silence bore two implications. First, he was not in haste to refuse, perhaps to avoid offending the master. Second, he was silently inquiring, why should I take you as my teacher? Indeed, such talent and cleverness, it seems I must be persistent. For you are the third person in a century to possess twin martial spirits. Tang San was taken aback by the master's words, his gaze towards him shifting. The sleeve arrow on his wrist was raised once more, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. His father had forbidden him from revealing the secret of possessing another martial spirit. He had not even confided in his own brother, and now this master had discerned it. The third principle of the Xiantian treasure record states, identify your opponent as an enemy. If they possess a path to your demise, show no mercy, or you shall only invite trouble upon yourself. The master looked at Tang San with a hint of pride, smiling as he said, are you curious as to how I know you possess twin martial spirits? I once conducted an investigation into those with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, 647 individuals, of whom only 16 possessed soul power, a probability of less than 3. Among those with soul power, none exceeded the first level. According to one of the 10 core competitiveness principles of martial spirits, the innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial spirit. Hence you must possess another martial spirit, and it surely must be formidable. The master asserted. There are always exceptions. Why can I not be one of them? Tang San retorted, indeed, there are exceptions. Over the past century, there have been a total of 19 individuals with innate full spirit power, and none have possessed a martial soul that is not exceptionally powerful. Clearly, your blue-silver grass does not exhibit such qualities. The master analyzed further. Another possibility is that you possess a second martial soul, one of significant strength that could rival top-tier martial souls, or perhaps even be classified as one. But my martial soul is considered a waste, Tang San replied, summoning the blue-silver grass from his right hand. The master shook his head with a smile. I believe there is no such thing as a worthless martial soul. There are only spirit masters who choose to remain unworthy. A smile crept upon Tang San's lips as he sheathed his hidden arrows. Only a person of your caliber is worthy to be my teacher. Merely based on a spirit power assessment report, you can deduce that I am a twin martial soul. Suddenly, Tang San took a step back, increasing the distance between himself and the master. He then knelt on both knees, bowing respectfully 3 times. It was now the master's turn to be taken aback. What are you doing? Master, Tang San called out, please accept me as your disciple. The master chuckled. Silly boy, why must you bow your head to pledge your allegiance? Do you not know that this gesture is reserved for honoring kings and parents? Tang San understood this all too well. He valued the principles of loyalty and filial piety above all else. Once a teacher, forever a father, Tang San declared with reverence. The master's eyes glistened with emotion. Once a teacher, forever a father. Well, good child, I truly did not misjudge you. Chapter 24. I do not trust you all. Returning to the heavenly realm, Chen Xiaoer and Yi Zixiao observed the transformation of the blue-silver grass with solemn expressions. Due to its inherent fragility, the blue-silver grass is compelled to passively adapt to its surroundings. Thus, it possesses the remarkable ability to embrace all, resulting in a guaranteed success in martial soul fusion. Chen Xiaoer connected the soul power of the Deathorn Black Vine King to the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, the blue-silver grass erupted with a dark light, and its leaves gradually transformed into a deep black. Gradually, it became adorned with barbs, and the once graceful blue-silver grass was instantaneously transformed into a menacing apparition. Chen Xiaoer sensed the transformation of the blue-silver grass, currently undergoing a phase of metamorphosis. Why not directly bestow him with the soul power of a 100,000-year soul beast? This would facilitate the immediate evolution into a supreme beast martial soul. The deadly thorn Black Vine King, Yi Zixiao inquired. No, that would be too wasteful. Sacrificing a 100,000-year soul ring for a top-tier martial soul is not worthwhile. Chen Xiaoer replied. According to my predictions, this soul power is inexhaustible in merely 10 to 12 years. The blue-silver grass will evolve into the deadly thorn Black Vine King. Chen Xiaoer smiled. Can you really wait that long? Yi Zixiao was taken aback, only then realizing. Don't forget, I am only 6 years old this year. Chen Xiaoer beamed innocently, leaving Yi Zixiao quite astonished. It turned out that Chen Xiaoer was merely a 6-year-old child. Due to the latent and transformative nature of Chen Xiaoer's martial soul modification, he felt no pain whatsoever. Martial soul, deadly thorn black vine weapon. Martial soul, its tenacity surpasses that of the blue silver grass 100-fold, adorned with barbs and infused with venom. Capable of decaying flesh and bone. Yi Zixiao, I am leaving now. I warn you, do not touch my interdimensional energy. Chen Xiaoer observed that the awakening of the martial souls had been successfully completed, and he chose to disregard it. However, his concern for Yi Zixiao lingered, prompting him to issue repeated reminders. Currently, within the celestial realm, there exists 26 strands of foreign energy, a luminous halo, the Deadthorn Black Vine Martial Soul, a 100,000-year Deadthorn Black Vine King's Soul Ring, 700 years, a 183-year with Spirit Soul Ring, and the tenacious Yi Zixiao. Chen Xiaoer's consciousness withdrew from the celestial realm. Returning to the external world, Chen Xiaoer was filled with trepidation. The passage of time within the celestial realm flowed at a ratio of 1 to 365 compared to the outside world. This temporal disparity left one to ponder the potential activities of Yi Zixiao in the heavenly domain, should circumstances permit. The propagation of a new civilization could very well be within reach. Zongyang proclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on acquiring the 100,000-year soul ring. Your literary and martial prowess shall endure through the ages, unifying Douluo for eternity." What a masterful flatterer Zongyang proved to be. I, Zhang Liang, could not afford to be outdone. Master, with this 100,000-year soul ring, your strength will undoubtedly surge. No matter who Tang San may be, he is no match for your might. Your valiant presence can sway even the gods. Jin Shui was left bewildered, questioning the intentions of those around him. Master, you are incredible. With deliberate grace, Chen Xiaoer summoned her newly awakened martial spirit, the deadly thorn black vine. This new manifestation, vastly elongated, bore countless barbs and exuded an ominous black hue, rendering it far from appealing. In conjunction with Chen Xiaoer's beauty, it created a jarring juxtaposition. Yet, at this moment, her pursuit was not of aesthetics, but of sheer power. The resilience of the deadly thorn black vine surpassed that of blue silver grass 100-fold, accompanied by a venom potent enough to corrode bone. Within a radius of 50 meters, she wielded it with ease. Casting a glance at Zongyang and his companions, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. The trio shuddered under her gaze. Zongyang stammered, "Master, you wouldn't possibly intend to." Chen Xiaoer let out a cold laugh. As Zongyang turned to flee, Chen Xiaoer's deathly black vines swiftly transformed into serpents, lunging forward with ferocity towards the three individuals. Jin Shui, caught off guard, was immediately ensnared by the black vines. Although Zongyang attempted to escape, he too was swiftly caught and dragged back to Chen Xiaoer's side. Zhang Liang, the fastest among them, found his path of retreat already obstructed by Chen Xiaoer's black vines. Zhang Liang, why not run? Why have you stopped? Chen Xiaoer's black vines began to constrict, leaving Zhang Liang with no choice but to sit helplessly on the ground. The three, lacking even a single soul ring, stood no chance against Chen Xiaoer, who wielded a high-level martial spirit and possessed a century-old soul ring. They were utterly subdued by her in an instant. Why, boss? Have we done something wrong? Zhang Liang questioned. Master, I understand your doubts regarding our loyalty, but we are willing to swear an oath to the heavens. Zongyang implored. Chen Xiaoer smiled and shook her head gently, then stretched out 4 fingers towards the heavens. I swear, is it truly so? From this moment onward, I, Chen Xiaoer, shall never again partake of water. If I do, may I transform into a malevolent spirit after death. Henceforth, may I never enjoy a single peaceful meal. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, it seemed as if the heavens themselves were responding to Chen Xiaoer's vow. I was merely jesting. Is it too late now? Chen Xiaoer would never realize that his nightmare regarding meals commenced at this very moment. However, having spoken these words, there is no turning back. So I shall face it with fortitude. Whatever. As for me, I am inherently suspicious. I trust no one. If you three wish to earn my genuine belief, then you must offer up your hearts. Chen Xiaoer remarked with a cold laugh. Jin Shui, no. Chen Xiaoer wielded the black vine, gently piercing the hearts of the 3 individuals. In despair, they closed their eyes, yet in truth, only the tiniest of pricks had penetrated their hearts. That minuscule thorn, akin to an embroidery needle, was remarkably delicate. Chun Xiu'er commanded the black vines, embedding a seed within their hearts. She retracted the black vines, containing all the putrid toxins within the seed, and only then did she feel a genuine sense of assurance towards the three. Rest assured, had I intended to eliminate you, I would have acted long ago. I have left a small token of my regard within your hearts, should any of you dare to entertain even the slightest rebellious thought. Humph. Chun Xiu'er raised the withered thorny black vine's soul imprint in her hand, conveying a clear message. Any act of defiance would result in death. Chun Xiu'er retracted the black vine, and the three knelt on the ground, their breaths quickening. Each bore tiny, pinprick-like wounds upon their chests, which, due to their minuscule size, quickly ceased to bleed. Thank you, Master, for your grace, they exclaimed in unison. Zongyang and his companions felt utterly powerless, devoid of any spirit to resist. Chun Xiu'er is quite perplexing. Although the three of them have already pledged their loyalty to her, she remains distrustful. Now, the trio has been appointed, and there is no escaping Chun Xiu'er's influence. Of course, one must offer a reward alongside a reprimand. I have awakened the dead thorn black vine martial spirit, which has long taken root in the dark mist forest. I can now communicate effortlessly. The entire forest serves as my eyes. Upon my return, I shall impart to you the Tang sect's unparalleled skills and cultivation methods. At that time, I will guide you in selecting soul rings at your leisure. While there may not be any 1,000-year-old ones, there are certainly hundreds of century-old rings available. Chapter 25. The Unexpected Change. The Dark Mist Forest, noon. Chun Xiu'er has mastered the death thorn black vine, allowing her to perceive the entirety of the mist-laden forest even with her eyes closed. Only by truly commanding the deaththorn black vine does one realize the astonishing extent to which its roots have spread. Some of these roots have even gradually extended to the sacred soul village. The very essence of the land nourishes the roots of the deaththorn black vine, enabling it to grow endlessly and take root with wild abandon. Chun Xiu'er boldly declared that he could traverse to Shanghun village even with his eyes closed. You three must have known all along that I had taken a wrong turn, he remarked with a cold laugh. Zongyang and his companions felt embarrassed. But even if we spoke, you wouldn't heed us. Zongyang interjected, Master, we hold no such intention. We have unwavering faith that the path you tread is indeed the right one. We merely need to follow in your footsteps. Chun Xiu'er nodded, acknowledging his sincere words. Zhongliang exclaimed, Master, what Zongyang has articulated is entirely true. You are like a beacon in our hearts, guiding our journey forward. When the Master instructs us to head east, we shall unequivocally refrain from moving west. There is no need to question why. We shall heed the Master's commands without fail. In that moment, Jin Shui felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Is this truly necessary? Are there still openings in the tutoring class you are attending? I wish to join as well. Jin Shui added, in fact, I wish to express the same sentiment. Chun Xiu'er, disregarding Jin Shui, closed her eyes and began navigating through Holy Soul Village. For reasons unknown, Chun Xiu'er surprisingly felt that she had not completely absorbed the mental energy of another persona. A portion of the residual spirit remained undigested within her. This lingering mental force continued to emanate certain peculiar emotions. Was it, perhaps, unease? Chun Xiu'er slightly sensed that the unease of the lingering soul could be attributed to the following circumstances. Firstly, the death of Tang San. Secondly, the demise of her parents. And thirdly, the passing of other close acquaintances. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, there remains a longing to glance back one last time. Chun Xiu'er employed the swift pace of the ghost shadow to hasten her journey. Zongyang and the others struggled to keep up, with the exception of Zhang Liang. His small legs moved with remarkable speed, while Zongyang, empowered by his martial spirit, was not far behind. Yet, it was Jin Shui who lagged the most. Though he managed to stay somewhat in the rear, aided occasionally by Zhang Liang's supportive pull. As Chun Xiu'er drew closer to the Holy Soul Village, the unsettling sensation within him intensified. It was peculiar that his residual soul could still exert an influence over me. While it was to be expected that it had not been entirely consumed, the fact that it could still affect me was indeed strange. The four children, barely 6 years of age, moved with remarkable swiftness, defying the imagination. At the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San had just triumphed over Wang Sheng, the self-proclaimed leader of the 7th dormitory. Although he had no intention of competing for dominance, Wang Sheng clung to him relentlessly, leaving Tang San with no choice but to subdue him effortlessly. Did you just employ a soul skill? Wang Sheng inquired, his face alight with excitement. At that moment, the other work-study students from the 7th dormitory cast curious glances at Tang San. Tang San shook his head and replied, That was not a soul skill. Merely a form of combat technique. Do we not have betting here? A slightly older work-study student responded, we are all work-study students. Our tuition has already been waived. So where would we acquire betting? Why did you show mercy just now? Wang Sheng asked. He had been at the academy for 5 years, yet despite his extensive training, he had not reached the first ring, remaining a first-year student, a stipulation of the Junior Soul Master Academy. After 5 years, while Wang Sheng's progress in cultivation had been slow, his theoretical knowledge was quite substantial. He discerned that Tang San had no intention of harming him, merely restraining him. We are classmates, not enemies, Tang San replied succinctly. Wang Sheng continued, it was my fault earlier, but as work-study students, we are often looked down upon by the regular students. We need to elect a leader to guide us. From now on, you shall be known as the leader of the 7th dormitory. Since you have accepted this role, you must bear its responsibilities and protect us work-study students, Wang Sheng proclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement of Wang Sheng's words. Simultaneously, he reflected, my martial soul is blue-silver grass. In a direct confrontation using only my martial soul, I cannot compete with any of them. If one day, everyone's soul power reaches my level, my journey as a soul master may very well come to an end. As Tang San was lost in contemplation, a melodious voice resonated in the ears of all present. Excuse me? Is this the 7th dormitory? Meanwhile, back with Chen Shou'er, the clock struck midnight, and the 4 of them finally arrived at the Holy Soul Village. As soon as Chen Shou'er returned to Shahan Village, she hurried straight to her home. Chen Shou'er must uncover the source of this unease and sever it completely. In this way, the lingering soul shall no longer exert its influence over the present Chen Shou'er. No, Chen Shou'er searched her home thoroughly, but found no trace of her parents. Meanwhile, Zongyang and the others were utterly exhausted and sat down to rest in Chen Shou'er's house. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Shou'er made her way directly to the village chief's residence. Strangely, the entire community of Shanghan village had gathered at old Jack's home. Shou'er, it's Shou'er who has returned. A voice called out, and everyone present turned in astonishment to gaze at Chen Shou'er. Old Jack was the first to react. He hurriedly approached, his aged frame moving with a sense of urgency. In a flurry, old Jack covered Chen Shou'er's eyes, seemingly intent on shielding her from something unsightly. However, having recently practiced the ZG magic eyes, Chen Shou'er's vision had significantly improved. She managed to catch a glimpse through the gaps between the crowd and discerned 2 figures lying on the ground. That was. Chen Shou'er forcefully brushed aside old Jack's calloused hand, effortlessly weaving her way through the crowd. Chen Shou'er is indeed a soul master, and with her technique, Ghostly Shadow, she moves with remarkable speed. In an instant, the crowd was caught off guard as Chen Shou'er, utilizing her slender figure, effortlessly navigated through the throngs of people. Has she perished? Chen Xiu traversed the crowd, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed upon the 2 lifeless bodies before her. These bodies belonged to none other than her own parents, Lao Chen and his wife. Each bore a gash upon their necks, seemingly inflicted by a sharp instrument. Chen Xiu regarded the corpses with an impassive countenance. Is this your final concern? I shall avenge you. Relinquish your last vestige of resistance. What say you? This is a pact, Chen Xiu pondered. Indeed, the restless remnants of their souls ceased their turmoil, as if assenting to her proposition. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. And old Jack quietly approached Chen Xiu's side. He gently placed a hand upon her shoulder, offering solace as he spoke. Shou'er, it is enough that you have returned. If you do not mind, perhaps you might consider residing at grandfather's home. Chen Shou'er is now solely focused on avenging himself, eager to eradicate the lingering threats to his well-being. Thus, he is unwilling to squander any further words with old Jack and the others. How did my parents meet their demise? Please provide a more detailed account of the time and place of their death. Chapter 26. Revenge your parents. In their quest to find you, tragically slipped and fell from the cliff located to the south of the village. Old Jack's gaze wavered, and Chen Shou'er could discern that he was deceiving him. Continue, he urged. Chen Shou'er is not blind. The 2 gory scars on her parents' necks certainly do not appear to have been caused by a fall from a cliff. I shall inquire once more. How exactly did my parents meet their demise? Chen Shou'er's voice carried no hint of emotion. Chen Shou'er felt that old Jack was treating him like a fool. He contemplated killing old Jack and then questioning the next person. If that individual remained silent, he would eliminate them as well, continuing this pattern. Surely, someone would eventually speak the truth. This seemed the most expedient approach. Yet, a voice in his mind persistently reminded him, old Jack meant well, old Jack was kind. Chen Shou'er was utterly speechless. There was clearly but a single remnant of a soul left. Why then could he still utter words? Chen Xiu'er had no desire to engage in a futile struggle with him. His only wish was to swiftly address the remnants of his mental energy. Thus, he once again pressed Old Jack for answers. Observing Chen Xiu'er's unwavering resolve, Old Jack felt compelled to disclose the truth. Very well, he began, the day after your departure. Your parents scoured the entire village in search of you, but alas, their efforts were in vain. At that moment, a spirit master happened to pass through the village. Seemingly in search of his own kin, Old Jack hesitated, a glimmer of regret flickering in his eyes. Your parents implored that spirit master for assistance in locating you. And in a moment of folly, I foolishly agreed to help them. How I curse myself. He lamented, wishing he could strike himself in remorse. Your parents pleaded desperately. Yet the spirit master deemed them a nuisance and took your father's life. Your mother, in a valiant attempt to avenge him, ultimately fell into his clutches as well. Old Jack's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And the spirit master? Chen Xiu'er inquired calmly. He is indeed a spirit master. Xiu'er, heed my words. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the spirit hall, where we will beseech the masters to rectify this wrong. Old Jack was resolute in preventing Chen Xiu'er from seeking vengeance. We, mere mortals, stand no chance against spirit masters. In their eyes, we might as well be lesser than ants. His gaze dimmed with despair. I shall ask you one last time, in which direction did he flee? Chen Xiu'er's fingers clenched tightly, the intensity suggesting a desire to crush the very bones of his hands. The more Chen Xiu'er listened, the more she yearned to confront Old Jack. Why do you linger so long? Speak up without further ado. Chen Xiu'er was solely preoccupied with locating the soul master and swiftly avenging herself. Old Jack, taken aback by her demeanor, hastily exclaimed, he is headed towards the black mist forest to the west of the village, but we directed him onto a convoluted path. I truly cannot comprehend. Chen Xiu'er retorted, if you had guided him correctly, I might have already exacted my vengeance. However, Old Jack had good intentions. He hoped that by delaying the Soul Master's journey, he could summon him to avenge Chen Xiu'er's parents. Upon learning the whereabouts of her adversary, Chen Xiu'er disregarded the crowd and swiftly turned away. Like a wraith, she seamlessly navigated through the throngs of people. Though the onlookers attempted to intercept her, they were utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed with which she moved. Such swiftness was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to impede. If Old Jack were to guide a certain soul master along the correct path, then Chen Xiu'er would inevitably cross paths with him on her return journey. In that event, she would have the opportunity to exact vengeance upon her foe. However, it would be unjust to place the blame entirely on Old Jack. The situation involved numerous complexities. Firstly, he was unaware of Chen Xiu'er's return. Had he known, he would have refrained from directing anyone there. Secondly, he still perceived Chen Xiu'er as a mere child. Other factors aside, Zongyang inquired, Master, what transpired? As Chen Xiu'er burst forth from Old Jack's abode, she encountered Zongyang and his two companions, who had just exited Old Chen's residence. The trio looked on in confusion, wondering why she was leaving so abruptly. They were eager to explore the renowned Du Shenghun village. Chen Xiu'er offered no elaborate explanations, merely uttering two words, kill. After speaking, she did not wait for the three and dashed out on her own. Zongyang, quick-witted and agile, seized Chen Xiu'er's arm and called out to her, Boss, what on earth is happening? Please clarify the situation so that we may assist you with our counsel. After contemplating Zongyang's words, Chen Xiu'er found them somewhat reasonable. After consuming Chen Xiu'er's mental energy, I had presumed all matters were settled, yet remnants lingered. In order to eradicate this residual mental energy, I must fulfill his obsession. My parents have passed away, and I confess I feel no sorrow. However, the lingering mental energy continuously provokes me. To completely eliminate this force, I must avenge my parents. He took a circuitous route, which added at least a day's journey. If we retrace our steps, we can catch up to him in just a quarter of an hour. Chen Xiu'er analyzed calmly. Master, we will assist you. Zongyang affirmed with a nod towards Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er resolutely declared, no need for assistance. This vendetta is one I must avenge myself. Only in doing so can I eradicate this lingering mental turmoil. Zongyang nodded, recognizing that their support would be largely symbolic and of little practical help. With that, Zongyang ceased to impede Chen Xiu'er, and the three of them quietly trailed behind her. Stay calm, young one. I am here to assist you. Suddenly, a surge of mental energy coursed into Chen Xiu'er's consciousness. Yi Zixiao? Chen Xiu'er's first reaction was to think of Yi Zixiao. My soul ring can provide you with 2 soul skills, One is the Deaththorn battlefield, and the other is soul absorption. The latter can be considered a semi-active soul skill, possessing a power of merely 700 years. However, it is more than sufficient to deal with those below the third ring. Easy, she replied. But what about those above the third ring? Chen Shou'er inquired as she ran. Isn't there a saying among human soul masters? With more rings, one possesses more abilities. With fewer rings, one should flee swiftly, Yi Xiao remarked, seemingly with a hint of mockery. Myriad transformations. Chen Shou'er silently utilized the soul bone, and a peculiar mist erupted around him. Zhong Yang and the others merely caught a fleeting glimpse, and in an instant, Chen Shou'er vanished before their eyes. Jin Shui exclaimed, "It is you." Zhang Liang questioned, "Did he not instruct the leader to kill him?" Zhong Yang replied, "Calm down. This individual is likely the leader himself. If my conjecture is correct, this must be the ability of the soul bone. Am I right, leader?" Indeed. Chen Shou'er transformed into the previously slain scarred boss, the one associated with the martial soul iron-blooded flying scythe. Even her attire has changed, and her height has now reached an impressive 8 meters. She appears remarkably robust, sporting a cropped hairstyle, with a scar gracing her left eye. If my deductions are correct, the soul master who murdered my parents is here to seek him, Chen Shou'er remarked. Chapter 27. The Deadly Battlefield. The myriad transformations of the soul bone are truly formidable, capable of mimicking both voice and demeanor. This weathered tone and unique aura left Zhong Yang somewhat bewitched. It was incredibly similar. The soul master searching for his brother evidently wielded some form of sharp martial soul. One can surmise this from the wounds on Chen Shou'er's parents. He inquired about the direction to the Black Mist Forest, while the 3 human traffickers had yet to return after 2 days traversing it. Moreover, the leader of these traffickers, the Scarred Man, possesses the very martial soul of the iron-blooded flying scythe. Chen Shou'er speculated that it was highly likely they were seeking the Scarred Man. However, all of the above remains mere conjecture. Chen Shou'er is also gambling. Chen Shou'er extended her withered, thorny black vines from her right hand, piercing directly into the earth. She was establishing a connection with the subterranean thorns, pinpointing the location of her enemies throughout the entire forest. There was no escape for him. With a swift closing of her eyes, Chen Shou'er was able to survey the entirety of the forest. In no time, she discerned her target. The man appeared to have been walking for quite some time, having traversed a winding path. He had already entered the main thoroughfare of the Dark Mist Forest. Found you. Chen Shou'er had no time to absorb further information. She retracted her martial soul and dashed out directly. Zhong Yang and the others closely followed her. Before long, Chen Shou'er finally cornered the soul master responsible for the murder of her parents. Taixian, at last, I have found you. The soul master exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Chen Shou'er. The man, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, bore a striking resemblance to the scarred man that Chen Shou'er had transformed into. His expression clearly indicated that he recognized her. Chen Shou'er was right. Upon noticing that Zhong Yang and his companions had silently followed, the man realized that he must have once again resorted to the despicable act of child trafficking. How many times have I admonished you? Do you find such matters amusing? I have searched for you for 3 long years. You must return with me to the Iron Blood sect today. Chen Shou'er now harbored an intense desire to eliminate the man before her, believing that such an act would grant her complete control over her body. However, she recognized the necessity of discerning his strengths and weaknesses, for a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. To achieve her ambitions, she must learn the virtue of patience. My dear brother, it has been quite some time. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Chen Shou'er remarked with a cold smile. The man sighed softly and gradually raised his right hand. I knew you would not relent. Today, I shall subdue you and take you back, he declared, invoking his martial soul, the iron blood flying sword. 2 pale yellow soul rings emerged from beneath him, prompting Chen Shou'er to finally reveal a satisfied smile. Your fate is sealed. You are but a second ring weakling, she retorted, summoning her own martial soul, the dead thorn black vine. What is this? Your martial soul? The man questioned, gazing at the dead thorn black vine in Chen Shou'er's grasp, his expression reflecting disbelief. Without uttering a word, Chen Shou'er launched an immediate assault. First soul skill, death thorn battlefield. With a sudden stamp of her foot, Chen Shou'er was enveloped in a realm of darkness, leaving her adversaries outside, isolated from her presence. In the Death Thorn battlefield, a domain-type skill was unleashed, allowing Chen Shou'er to wield the Death Thorn Black Vine martial spirit, capable of flourishing in any tangible space. As long as her foes possessed a physical form and were not suspended in the air, the death thorn black vine could take root upon them. This soul technique would expand its reach proportionally with the amplification of her soul power. Chun Xiu'er shed her disguise, revealing her true self. "It is you. Who killed my parents?" she asked with a cold expression. "Ah, I wondered who it could be, only to find a little brat seeking vengeance for their parents. How did you come to resemble my brother? Your soul skills? I never expected this tiny village could produce a soul master. How astonishing. You little brat. I am Iron King, and remember this well. It was I who slain your parents." The sight of them kneeling before me, begging for mercy, was truly amusing. "Ha ha." Iron King boisterously laughed. "How unfortunate for you. Your brother also met his end at my hands." The image of him pleading for mercy was akin to a beggar kneeling on the street. I showed him no pity, severing his intestines and yanking them out with force. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering across my face. I inadvertently tasted it and found it foul. Chun Xiu'er replied with a haughty smile. "Such cruelty at such a tender age. It seems today, I, Iron King, must rid the world of your kind," Iron King declared, brandishing his martial spirit. The iron blood-flying sword, as he charged swiftly towards Chun Xiu'er, with a swift motion of her right hand. Chun Xiu'er summoned a multitude of black vines that erupted from the ground, forming a formidable wooden barrier before her. "Such weeds, I shall cleave them with a single strike." Iron King scoffed, unleashing a sword strike, yet to his surprise, he was unable to sever the vines. Chun Xiu'er's gaze was imbued with an icy coldness. Regarding the Iron King as one might regard a lifeless corpse. "Your audacity stems from ignorance," she remarked with a subtle indifference. It was only then that the Iron King sensed something amiss. He felt his soul power depleting at an alarming rate. "This peculiar domain is siphoning my soul power," he exclaimed in shock. "Moreover, it can thrive upon you at will," Chun Xiu'er continued, waving her right hand. In an instant, dark vines erupted from the Iron King's limbs, resembling chains that plunged into the ground, binding him in place. What on earth is this? The Iron King found himself immobilized, his hands and feet ensnared. First soul skill, twin blood swords. In that moment, the Iron King's martial spirit split into two, gracefully rotating in the air. "Cut these vines away," he commanded. And two flying swords swiftly severed the dark tendrils. As Chun Xiu'er was about to proceed with her next plan, Yi Zixiao's mental energy suddenly surged forth. "Eliminate this foolish human. How dare he claim that my true form is that of a mere weed? You are doomed, human. Xiu'er, ensure his demise." "You need not instruct me. I am already prepared to end him," Chun Xiu'er replied. Two flying swords severed the black vines that bound Iron King's hands and feet. "Hey, little brat, is this truly all you can muster? I am far from satisfied." With that, Iron King charged once more, this time wielding dual swords. Enhanced with a surge of power, Chun Xiu'er is, in fact, depleting him. All he needs to do now is buy time to achieve victory. One is the poison of decay, and the other is the soul absorption. These two attributes complement each other. Without soul power, one cannot withstand the poison of decay, and, unfortunately, his soul power is continuously dwindling. Thus, Iron King is in a state of panic. Chun Xiu'er manipulated the dark vines, conjuring an enormous cage around herself. The Iron King smirked. "Behold, it was with this very technique that I brought about the demise of your parents." With a second soul skill, the Crimson Guillotine, the Iron King leapt into the air, raising his twin swords high, as a surge of blood-red light converged upon them. Chun Xiu'er was aware that Iron King was provoking him, yet within his heart, there was no tremor regarding the death of his parents. "Xiu'er, at the moment his twin swords make contact with your martial spirit, shift from defense to offense and strike at his heart. Catch him off guard. Even if you merely graze him, I possess the means to bring him to his demise." At this moment, Yi Zixiao suddenly interjected. Chun Xiu'er nodded silently. After all, it was their true form, undoubtedly more adept than Chun Xiu'er at present. "Yi Zixiao, I shall place my trust in you this once." The Iron King's dual swords, imbued with a sanguine aura, approached the Black Vine prison. The Iron King scoffed disdainfully and swung his swords with great force. "Now, Xiu'er, act," Yi Zixiao urged. Chun Xiu'er suddenly unleashed the Black Vine cage, gathering it all into one formidable point. It transformed into a sharp spike, lunging towards the Iron King. Caught off guard by Chun Xiu'er's sudden shift from defense to offense, the Iron King hastily raised his sword to shield his chest. The spike met the iron blade with a resounding clash. The thorn, fashioned from the black vines, failed to penetrate his martial soul. The black vines expanded, enveloping him completely. allowing the seeds of thorns to spread across his entire being. Yi Zixiao remarked. Upon heeding Yi Zixiao's command, Chen Xiu'er watched as the once cohesive strands of black vines unfurled, resembling a carnivorous flower. In one swift motion, it ensnared the Iron King. Delicate barbs incessantly inflicted minute wounds upon him. Infuriated by the scratches, the Iron King immediately unleashed his second soul skill. Break for me. Bloody guillotine. His dual blades radiated a torrent of sanguine energy, executing a swirling slash that severed all the encroaching black vines. Simultaneously, he descended back to the ground. A deluge of venom infiltrated the Iron King's body. Having previously employed soul skills in rapid succession, his remaining soul power was utterly depleted. Nonetheless, as the young master of the Iron Blood sect, he possessed considerable knowledge. Ordinarily, domain-type skills necessitated a substantial amount of soul power to sustain. Yet, the Iron King discerned that Chen Xiu'er's soul power remained remarkably abundant. Could it be? Have you been siphoning my soul power? All my energy has been returned to you. The Iron King exclaimed in astonishment. Only then did the realization dawn upon him. But alas, it was too late. Your life, I shall claim. The Slayer, Chen Xiu'er. Chapter 28. This body truly belongs to me. With no trace of soul power left, the Iron King found himself bereft of any chance for resistance. Chen Xiu'er exerted control over the corruption within him, leading to an instantaneous eruption. Simultaneously, an abundance of dark tendrils erupted from his being. Every inch of his flesh used with the malevolent black vines. The Iron King's cries were filled with anguish, yet to Chen Xiu'er's ears, they transformed into a hauntingly beautiful melody. It was akin to the gentle serenade of insects at dusk, exuding an otherworldly charm. Every inch of the Iron King's skin was fracturing, with torrents of corruption and dark tendrils eroding his very essence. Lacking any soul power to resist, the Iron King's wretched cries soon fell silent. The spiritual energy within Chen Xiu'er has ceased its tumultuous agitation. At last, it has come to a halt. Now, no one can sway my resolve. The trio of Zongyang, who had been merely bystanders, arrived at this moment. Having witnessed the entirety of Chen Xiu'er's fierce battle against the Iron King, Zongyang felt it imperative to ascertain their current condition. For any one of the three could encounter peril. Yet, Chen Xiu'er alone must remain unharmed. Chen Xiu'er is undoubtedly the pillar among the four. Without him, what could they possibly achieve against Tang San? They might as well submit to him early on. Yet, the other three possess rather mediocre talents. If they were to attend Shrek Academy, they would likely be unceremoniously expelled. Moreover, their current martial spirits were bestowed upon them by Chen Xiu'er. Master, how do you feel at this moment? Zongyang inquired. I feel exceptionally well, better than ever, Chen Xiu'er replied with a beaming smile. Zongyang, understanding Chen Xiu'er's condition, discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Xiu'er waved her hand, subtly activating the myriad forms of her abilities. The Iron King's martial soul transformed into soul energy, gradually being absorbed into the celestial realm. What shall we do next, boss? Zongyang inquired. Let us dine, came the reply. Chen Xiu'er spoke softly. What? Zongyang, for a moment, seemed to believe he had misheard. I haven't eaten in quite some time. Although I have soul power to sustain me, it's still quite difficult. You haven't eaten for a long time either, have you? Chen Xiu'er inquired. Jin Shui responded, eating is great. Let's go have hot pot. Zhang Liang remarked. You truly excel in one thing, eating. But tell me, does Douluo even have hot pot? Chen Xiu'er maintained a serene smile throughout the journey. Refraining from interrupting the conversation among Zongyang and the others, Chen Xiu'er departed, having severed the head of the Iron King, which he wrapped in cloth and carried back. As night fell, the villagers of Sacred Soul Village were filled with trepidation. Chen Xiu'er returned to Old Jack's home, gripping the Iron King with its decayed head in one hand. The onlookers were astounded. Could it truly be him? Chen Xiu'er inquired nonchalantly. How is this possible? This is the esteemed Soul Master. Old Jack then asked, Xiu'er, where on earth did you find this person to avenge your parents? Chen Xiu'er shook her head. I killed it. As she spoke, she summoned her martial soul, revealing her golden soul rings. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiu'er, isn't your martial soul blue silver grass? Old Jack exclaimed, taken aback, and quickly inquired, and when did you become a soul master? My martial soul has undergone a mutation, and I acquired the soul rings in the Black Mist Forest. Grandpa Jack, I'm hungry. Could you treat me and my friends to dinner? Chen Xiu'er replied. Old Jack sensed the transformation in Chen Xiu'er. This child must have experienced significant ups and downs in life. Change was indeed to be expected. Sighing, old Jack waved to Zhong Yang and the others. Children, come on in. It seems you've been hungry for quite a while. Jean Shui promptly nodded and was the first to follow old Jack into the house. I don't have much to offer you, just some rice and wild vegetables. I hope you won't mind, old Jack said as he served each of them a bowl of rice. Chen Xiu'er had not eaten for quite some time, and upon catching a whiff of the fragrant rice, her appetite surged. Jean Shui, ever the first to act, eagerly grabbed the wild vegetables and stuffed them into his mouth. The vegetables were merely sautéed in oil with a sprinkle of salt, lacking in flavor. Yet, Chen Xiu'er savored every bite, while Zhong Yang and the others, having gone so long without food, found delight in whatever they consumed. Just as Chen Xiu'er was relishing her meal, a man audaciously shouted outside old Jack's door. Old Jack was about to step out to confront him, but Chen Xiu'er shook her head, indicating, I will handle this. Chen Xiu'er gazed longingly at the half-bowl of rice, then resolutely stepped outside. Chen Xiu'er emerged from old Jack's residence when a portly, greasy man approached her. Brandishing a butcher's knife and bellowing, Chen, your parents may be deceased, yet the debts they owe me cannot be ignored. Chen Xiu'er recognized him. He was Zhu Biao, the butcher of Shenghan village, the wealthiest man in the area. During a time of hardship for the Chen family, they sought to borrow money from Zhu Biao. Unaware that he was a loan shark, the debt has since ballooned to an unmanageable sum, and even if Chen Xiu'er were to sell her house, she could not repay the exorbitant amount owed. Although old Chen returned the initial loan to Zhu Biao, he refused to accept it, insisting instead on collecting interest that was tenfold the original loan, if not more. The Chen family has settled their debts, but now, following the unexpected demise of Chen Xiu'er's parents, Zhu Biao fears he might not receive his money back and is anxious that Chen Xiu'er might flee, prompting him to seek her out in the dead of night to demand repayment. The money you returned is but a pittance. It scarcely covers my expenses, Zhu Biao scornfully retorted, pointing a finger at Chen Xiu'er. We had an agreement to settle the interest daily. If all else fails, you could always sell yourself to me, to serve as a boy for my daughter Xiaohua. Zhu Biao leered. Xiaohua. If Chen Xiu'er recalls correctly, Xiaohua is a rather hefty individual, tipping the scales at 250 pounds. Chen Xiu'er cast a frigid glance at Zhu Biao, akin to gazing upon a corpse. I will return the money to you within the next couple of days, rest assured. Uncle Zhu, I shall certainly repay you in full, Chen Xiu'er declared with a somber expression. It is best that way. However, even if you were to sell your dilapidated house, it would scarcely cover half of your debt. Furthermore, I shall grant you merely 7 days. Zhu Biao extended 5 fingers, then reconsidered and quickly raised his other hand to display only 2 fingers. Chen Xiu'er readily replied, rest assured, uncle, not a single piece of paper will be missing from you. Upon hearing Chen Xiu'er mention paper, Zhu Biao pondered for a moment, dismissing it as a mere slip of the tongue from a child. Humph. With that thought, Zhu Biao turned on his heel and departed, wielding his bloodied pig slaughtering knife. Perhaps he believed this display would instill fear in Chen Xiu'er? Zhu Biao had also heard the news of Chen Xiu'er becoming a soul master, yet he was utterly skeptical. A 6-year-old child a soul master? What a joke. Watching Zhu Biao's receding figure, Chen Xiu'er smiled, a smile that was decidedly eerie. Rest assured, the money will certainly be substantial. However, you must possess your life to claim it. Chapter 29, The Great Deceiver, Chen Xiu'er's Online Scam. The following day, Saint Soul Village basked in a gentle breeze and clear skies, though the wind was somewhat boisterous. At this time, Tang Hao had already departed. Yesterday, Chen Xiu'er and her companions spent the night at Old Jack's residence. As the village chief, Old Jack possesses a spacious home, ample enough to accommodate the 4 of them with additional room to spare. Chen Xiu'er rose early today, taking a leisurely stroll alongside the equally early-rising Old Jack. Xiu'er, how do you intend to repay Zhu Biao's money? Old Jack inquired. If there is no feasible way, do not force it. You are now a soul master. Your grandfather can arrange for you to attend the Soul Master Academy in the city, where you will undoubtedly be welcomed. Old Jack said kindly. Chen Xiu'er smiled and shook her head. Are you really taking me to Nottingham College at this moment? I'm afraid I have no interest in that. There exists a far more splendid path for me. After listening to Zhong Yang recount the plot of Douluo, Chen Xiu'er devised a flawless leveling route all on her own. The notion of following the protagonist's path, thereby leaving the protagonist with no options, is profoundly foolish. True strength lies in never treading the paths forged by others. Chen Xiu'er is determined to forge a new path for herself. The myriad of possibilities in the heavens serve as her foundation, Thank you for your kind intentions, Grandpa Jack. But I do not wish to leave in such a cowardly manner. If I must depart, I shall do so with dignity, Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile. My dear child, you are still too naive and unaware of the treachery that lurks in the hearts of others. Zhu Biao is certainly no benevolent figure, Grandpa Jack cautioned. Chen Xiu'er was well aware that Zhu Biao was not a benevolent character, for he himself was not one either. Old Jack, I must confess that I had previously concealed the truth from you. The reason I was able to obtain the soul ring and the evolution of my martial spirit is entirely due to my master. Chen Xiu'er's mastery of expression is remarkably adept, as if she is genuinely lost in recollection. In truth, it is merely her fanciful fabrication, yet old Jack is inexplicably convinced. How cunning could a 6-year-old child truly be? Chen Xiu'er gazed at her right hand and said, My master is one of the 4 spirit Douluo of the Holy Spirit sect. I have taken him as my mentor, and the leader personally enhanced my aptitude, enabling me to become a formidable soul master. Does such an organization truly exist? Old Jack inquired, his face alight with excitement. Indeed. Originally, I was meant to return directly to the headquarters of the Holy Spirit sect with my master, but I yearned for my village and its people, which is why I have come back to visit. Chen Xiu'er performed her role convincingly. Now that my parents have passed away, I have no ties left here. I only wish to depart from this sorrowful place alongside my 3 junior brothers, she sighed. Xiu'er, my dear, your grandfather has watched you grow. Is it possible that? Old Jack's face flushed, seemingly embarrassed. Chen Xiu'er suppressed a smile, having taken the bait. Old Grandpa Jack, feel free to speak your mind. My master holds a significant position within the sect and can certainly assist you. I will do my utmost to help, she said, appearing exceedingly obedient. Old Grandpa Jack could not resist ruffling Chen Xiu'er's hair and gently remarked, Good child. If possible, I hope you can bring one of my grandsons into the Holy Spirit sect. For that, I would be willing to grant you any request. Grandpa Jack implored. Chen Xiu'er gracefully waved her hand, expressing her thoughts. I initially thought it was something significant, but it's merely about our entire village joining the Holy Spirit Church, which is of no consequence. Truly, old Jack was overjoyed, nearly exclaiming in the street. Yet, the doctrine of the Holy Spirit Church states that to gain, one must make sacrifices, Chen Xiu'er affirmed. What sacrifices? In old Jack's eyes, a soul master was of utmost importance. He would willingly exchange a day of his remaining life for a soul master. It was akin to an ordinary person who yearns to escape a mundane existence, willing to trade their entire lifespan for just a year of extraordinary prowess. To awaken one's martial soul, one must cultivate, but it requires donating another person to the church. Chen Xiu'er earnestly explained. Donating another person, you say? Old Jack inquired, puzzled. The leader is establishing a grand formation that urgently requires the assistance of 999 individuals. So far, over 500 have been gathered. Rest assured, the leader will guide them in their cultivation, perhaps even faster than us, Chen Xiu'er replied. Oh, I see. So what is our current status? Old Jack asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Grandpa Jack, I will inform my master tomorrow. The Holy Spirit Church will send an envoy, so you can simply await their arrival. You may also share the news with everyone in the village, Chen Xiu'er smiled. I appreciate your help, Xiu'er. Old Jack expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Chen Xiu'er was profoundly grateful to Old Jack for his indispensable role in accomplishing the plan. It was no trouble at all. After speaking, Chen Xiu'er returned to her home, dragging the 3 unconscious individuals who were sleeping like logs, along with her. Zhong Yang inquired. Boss, have you managed to persuade Old Jack? Chen Xiu'er chuckled softly. Of course, tomorrow I shall masquerade as an envoy of the Holy Spirit Church, while you all provide me with cover. Zhang Liang replied, Understood, boss. Jin Shui added, Easy enough. Zhong Yang inquired, But if they truly consent, where shall we take those individuals they donate? Chen Xiu'er gazed at Zhong Yang and said, Take him to the Black Mist Forest. There are matters that you comprehend without my utterance. If you undertake this task, can you assure me of its completion? Zhong Yang understood. This was a test set forth by Chen Xiu'er. He replied, Master, I shall surely accomplish the task. As he spoke, Chen Xiu'er bestowed upon Zhong Yang the dagger given to her by Tang Hao. Zhong Yang expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your gracious gift, Master. I now entrust you with the 5 supreme skills of the Tang sect: Xian Tian skill, Xian Yu hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Ghost Shadow Displacement, and the art of hidden weapons, Chen Xiu'er declared. Zhang Liang interjected, Wait a moment, boss, there's one missing. What is lacking? Chun Xiu'er initially received a legacy that contained no records regarding the art of capture and enforcement. Capture and enforcement, controlling the crane and seizing the dragon. Was it possible that the old man had withheld some knowledge when imparting his skills? It seemed unlikely. The most probable scenario was that the old man himself was unfamiliar with the art of capture. For the time being, let us set this matter aside. I shall devise a method regarding the art of capture later. What path does Tang San's blue-silver grass follow? Chun Xiu'er inquired. Zongyang replied, poison and resilience. In the hunting soul forest, Tang San rose early to prepare, for today was the day promised by the master for him to hunt for a soul ring. Tang San had purchased a substantial 20 gene of white radishes, and thankfully, the master had arranged for a horse-drawn carriage. Otherwise, Tang San would have been at a loss as to how to transport such a quantity of radishes. The currency exchange on Douluo continent operates as follows. 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin equals 10 copper soul coins. After working for 3 years at the Nodding Academy, Tang San had earned approximately 1 gold soul coin. However, once one becomes a soul master, a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin is granted. A single gold soul coin is sufficient for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several months. As Tang San sat in the carriage, lost in thought, the master's voice broke through his reverie. Xiao San, this is for you. Unbeknownst to him, the master had produced a beautifully crafted belt. The belt was entirely black, adorned with dark stripes, and embedded with 24 pieces of milky white jade. Each jade piece was the size of an adult's thumbnail, exuding a gentle luster that suggested they were no ordinary items. This belt has accompanied me for many years. Yet it has remained hidden for so long. I hope it shines in your hands as it ought to, the master sighed. What is this? Tang San asked, puzzled. This is a soul guide device, serving as a storage tool. Each jade piece offers 1 cubic meter of storage space. Activated by soul power, the master explained. He then handed the belt to Tang San. I have little to offer you. Consider this belt as your apprenticeship gift. Name it. Tang San accepted the belt, gazing at the 24 warm jade pieces, and was reminded of a famous line from a poem in his previous life. On the night of the bright moon by the 24 bridges, let us name it the 24 bridges bright moonlight. Chapter 30. The enigmatic Xiu'er engaging in deception the following day. At dawn, Tang San absorbed the soul ring from the poisoned sword demon mandala snake, and his blue-silver grass bore the markings of the mandala snake. Infused with paralyzing venom, within a radius of 20 meters, he wielded it with mastery. Upon returning to Holy Soul Village, Chun Xiu'er has embarked on his grand plan at the square of the Sacred Soul Village. Yesterday, Old Jack conveyed Chun Xiu'er's words to everyone in the village. The villagers were all aglow with excitement, believing that the opportunity to ascend as soul masters had finally arrived. It is well known that upon registration as a soul master, one could receive a monthly subsidy of a golden soul coin. Can I truly possess soul power? Absolutely. Just look at Xiu'er. Not only has he become a soul master, but his martial soul has also awakened. This is exhilarating. I never imagined I could become a soul master one day. My mother in the heavens will surely be touched. Father, will I be able to become a soul master? My daughter is exceptionally gifted. It is certain. My martial soul is a handkerchief. And they say that awakening soul power is futile, but having heard about the awakening of martial souls today, I must give it a try. As the crowd buzzed with animated discussions, Chun Xiu'er felt it was his moment to step forward. Chun Xiu'er had long since employed the art of transformation, becoming an elderly man. The old man appeared ethereal and otherworldly, with a flowing white beard and a pair of bright, piercing eyes. Chun Xiu'er initially intended to don a Taoist robe, but upon further reflection, deemed it unsuitable. Consequently, she opted for an attire reminiscent of a church robe. Now, Chun Xiu'er resembles an ancient missionary. Zongyang exclaimed, "Come on, boss. With your current appearance, you will undoubtedly be able to deceive them effortlessly." Before long, Chun Xiu'er, transformed into an elderly figure, gracefully strode to the center of the square. Master, the venerable old Jack reverently addressed her. The grandeur of the master's robe was immediately apparent, hinting at its considerable worth. Observing her, a palpable tension enveloped the crowd. The persona of Chun Xiu'er is remarkably deceptive, compelling others to instinctively place their trust in him. The assembly of individuals present was utterly captivated by the transformed visage of the elderly man that Chun Xiu'er portrayed. Chun Xiu'er nodded at old Jack, then turned to address the assembly. Ahem. Allow me to speak briefly. The world often perceives initial soul power as paramount. Without it, one cannot cultivate. Yet, they seldom seek the underlying reasons. They discard useless martial souls without a second thought, demonstrating a profound indifference. I, the Pope, extend compassion to all beings, lamenting the misfortunes of humanity. Today, I have come to proclaim the might of our Lord, to transform your innate gifts, to cleanse the superficial, and to reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to you as soul masters. Chen Shoer declared passionately. Well said. Why should we be denied cultivation due to a lack of soul power? Is a discarded martial soul not still a martial soul? Let us reclaim our glory. The crowd responded enthusiastically, and Chen Shoer sensed the atmosphere was ripe for her message. Indeed, the Pope is currently engaged in the formation of a grand array, once completed. Even a title Douluo could be effortlessly obliterated. Do you wish to alter your innate abilities? Do you long for the awakening of your martial souls? Do you yearn to escape the shackles of an ordinary fate? Chen Shoer shouted fervently. We do, echoed the crowd. Very well. If you are willing to donate a family member, the Pope will be able to complete the sacred spirit array. And each of you will receive an opportunity for the elevation of your martial soul. Chen Shoer proclaimed. How can we trust you? Chen Shoer removed the soul rings from her body and then beckoned to the man who had questioned them. The man boldly stepped forward, and Chen Shoer slowly raised her right hand. Chen Shoer harnessed the formidable power of myriad forms to directly replicate the man's martial soul. Is your martial soul perhaps a shovel? As she spoke, Chen Shoer unleashed the very shovel she had just duplicated. This is indeed my martial soul, the man exclaimed in astonishment. Yet there remained a few skeptics who stood resolutely by his side. Chen Shoer smiled helplessly, resigned to the task of demonstrating their martial souls one by one for everyone to see. Among them was Zhu Biao. After this series of actions, the onlookers had already begun to believe in Chen Shoer. The old man he portrayed spoke. Son, you must stay close to the Pope and learn diligently. Be obedient and listen. Do you understand? I understand, Father. Will I still be able to see you? Yes, once Father becomes a soul master, I will come to bring you back. My dear, I have put you through so much. It's nothing. For the sake of our child, I understand completely. Old Jack remarked. You all should learn well under the Pope's guidance. I will take care of your younger brother and wait for you at home. Old Jack had the most children in his family, and he had just sent away half of them. Chen Shoer stood alone amidst the crowd, awaiting their decision. After a considerable amount of time, Master, we have reached a conclusion. Old Jack approached with an obsequious demeanor. Very well. Follow me. And the Grand Master will utilize his extraordinary powers to transport you directly to the main altar. Fear not, for once this formation is established, you shall be reunited with your families. Chen Shoer had grown increasingly impatient. They were taking far too long. Half of the villagers had been sent out, though some were reluctant to part with their families. Nevertheless, Chen Shoer deemed the number sufficient, and thus he led the group of people trailing behind him. Zongyang and the others quietly followed in their wake. Chen Shoer slowed her pace and, by noon, arrived at the Black Mist Forest. Before her lay the forest, within which the soul beasts had been thoroughly cleared. The path ahead is yours to traverse. There are formations within, and the leader will escort you to the main hall. Having spoken, Chen Shoer paid no further heed to the others and walked on. Zongyang and his companions, blending in with the crowd, silently followed as they entered the Black Mist Forest. The deaththorn seeds bestowed upon them by Chen Shoer are not merely time bombs. They also enable them to manipulate the dark vines within the Black Mist Forest to either launch attacks or offer protection. Chen Shoer had been busy for quite some time and felt somewhat fatigued. He longed for a place to quickly take a nap. However, it seemed as though fate was playing a trick on him, as a torrential downpour suddenly commenced. Chen Shoer, filled with helplessness, could only return to the village alone. Due to the rain, the crowd in the square had long since dispersed. Only old Jack remained, wandering restlessly around the square, seemingly agitated. Shoer, what brings you here? Old Jack exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Chen Shoer. I'm simply weary. All of Chen Shoer's clothes were thoroughly soaked by the rain. Old Jack, unable to bear the sight, took her back to his home. He retrieved a brand new outfit and handed it to Chen Shoer, saying, the new year is approaching, and this was originally meant for my grandson. Unfortunately, he has passed away. Shoer, if you do not mind, please make do with it. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto Chen Shoer's face. Chen Shoer looked up in confusion, realizing that it was the tears of old Jack. As old Jack thought of his grandson, tears streamed down his face. If he was so sorrowful, why did he have to let them go? Chen Shoer asked, puzzled. Humanity is indeed a strange species. Clearly, it is one's own choice. Yet one still feels sadness and regret. If the decision has already been made, why harbor remorse? This is the essence of Qin Shower's transcendence. He has never regarded himself as merely human. He perceives himself as a being of a higher order, viewing humans and animals as equals. Due to the pressures of life, I desire all children to thrive, yet, alas, most of the affairs of the world are far from satisfactory, old Jack sighed. Qin Shower's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. Your grandson will forever be with you, albeit on a spiritual plane. I shall utilize your grandson's martial soul to assist you in elevating your own. Chapter 31. Hundreds of Martial Souls. Sacred Soul Village, nighttime. Qin Shower had fallen into a deep slumber at old Jack's residence, not awakening until late into the night. It was only then that Zhong Yang and the others returned. Qin Shower scrutinized their expressions. Zhong Yang's face appeared numb, his eyes devoid of life, and there were specks of blood on the hem of his clothing, seemingly acquired inadvertently. As for Zhang Liang and Jin Shuai, their faces were marked by lingering terror. Qin Shower shook her head. The three of them were too far apart. However, Zhong Yang was somewhat acceptable. LL leader, Zhong Yang stammered, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Are we truly doing the right thing? Does it even matter? Qin Shower inquired. The anguished cries of those individuals still linger in my ears. I shall never forget them. Among them were children, mere innocents. At that moment, the third eye upon my forehead was awakened, revealing to me a vision of the future. Zhong Yang replied. Qin Shower hastily glanced around, ensuring no one was present, before returning to lock eyes with Zhong Yang. What did you see? She inquired. Before them lay a strange vision, a landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, where countless vengeful spirits prayed, and innumerable malevolent ghosts struggled frantically against their chains. There appeared myriad staircases, grotesquely fashioned from bones and flesh, exuding an aura of filth. Zhong Yang, his face etched with fear, spoke. Boss, in that vision, you walked ahead, treading upon the mountains and seas of the dead. As the remains of countless souls formed the very steps of your ascent, we three followed you, step by step. He continued. Before us loomed an endless abyss, obscuring the path beneath our feet, yet the stairway of bones had already elevated us to unimaginable heights. Zhong Yang's expression turned to one of deep sorrow and indignation. At this juncture, it is too late to turn back. We can only press onward. The path remains hidden from our sight, compelling us to navigate in darkness. Yet your stride, boss, remains unwavering, resolutely advancing towards the infinite chasm without a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing Zhong Yang's words, Qin Shower fell into a contemplative silence, her expression serene. After an indeterminate period, she gradually articulated the words of inheritance from the future generations of leaders. Advance, relentlessly advance. We are but insects gazing at the stars from the depths of the gutter. Having embarked upon this path, there is no opportunity for regret. Therefore, press on. Even if it means traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one must not falter. To halt is to embrace eternal slumber. As her words resonated, a peculiar light ignited in the eyes of Zhong Yang and his companions. Where once there was confusion, now there was resolute determination. The leader is our guiding beacon. As long as we follow him, we shall fear nothing. Now, let us momentarily set aside the matter of martial spirits. Qin Shower inquired nonchalantly. I wonder if you have mastered the Tang sect's ultimate techniques that I previously instructed you to practice? We are diligently striving, they responded in unison. Qin Shower sighed, pondering how these individuals could be so foolish. Those tasks were so simple that I mastered them with ease. By the way, it seems that Qin Shower has reached the second level of the Xiantian skill. Well, let's put this matter aside for now and discuss the development of the Holy Spirit Church. Qin Shower extracted a map from her bosom and pointed to the central region of the Black Mist Forest. Here, under the pretext of establishing a branch of the Holy Spirit Church, we will facilitate the collective relocation of the Holy Soul Village and construct the Holy Spirit Church. Is there anyone who still harbors doubts? Qin Shower surveyed the three individuals and inquired. Zhong Yang replied, Boss, I do have a concern. Speak, she urged. Zhong Yang continued. The previous group buried their findings alarmingly close to the central point, I fear. Qin Shower shook her head, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter. The black vines would absorb their bodies as nourishment, and soon enough, they would vanish. Zhong Yang replied, All right. Then there is nothing to worry about. Qin Shower rose and addressed the three individuals, saying, Tomorrow, I shall take the lead. You will convey my plans to Old Jack. Should there be any dissent? Qin Shower paused momentarily, a cold smile gracing her lips as she declared, Upon my return, I shall handle it. Zongyang and the others nodded in unison, and with that, Chen Shouer strode out of old Jack's residence. "Boss, where are you headed?" Zongyang inquired, perplexed. "Returning home to rest," she replied. Boss, recently it seems." The following day, before dawn, Chen Shouer rose early once more. It appears she has been awakening quite early of late. Chen Shouer set off early for the Black Mist Forest, anticipating her arrival at the resting place by noon. Thus, what exactly is the resting place? Those who know. Those who do not, are better off not knowing. The Black Mist Forest is dense with vegetation, perpetually shrouded in a faint mist of darkness. Chen Shouer now feels a wave of tranquility wash over him, as if the bonds that once constrained him have vanished. This is indeed for the best. I have always been unencumbered by this world, devoid of fateful ties. The only connection I once held in this realm has departed, leaving me with nothing to lament. Human nature acts as a chain, a shackle, a prison, yet I am the one who has broken free from these fetters. The one who has leapt from the confines, unbound and liberated. All I require is my primal instinct. Have you ever heard the adage, to lose one's humanity is to lose much, but to lose one's animality is to lose everything? Noon. Chen Shouer arrived at the burial ground, casting a glance around the surroundings. This must be the place that Zongyang mentioned, with a faint hint of blood and decay lingering in the air. A vast amount of unclaimed soul energy permeated the atmosphere. Chen Shouer retracted the Deaththorn Black Vine martial soul, revealing a white circle in his right hand. "Your martial souls, I shall accept them." Chen Shouer stood upon the branches of a colossal tree, beckoning towards the grass below, faintly stained with traces of blood. In an instant, a myriad of vibrant lights erupted forth. The scene was extraordinarily resplendent, a stunning display of beauty, as the kaleidoscope of colors intertwined like radiant rainbows. All this was conjured by Chen Shouer's mere gesture, unleashing an unceasing cascade of over 100 dazzling beams. At this moment, Chen Shouer's eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, and he couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. "So beautiful," he mused, "you have no regrets in death. Your lives were as splendid as summer blossoms, and your passing as serene as autumn leaves. This, indeed, speaks of you." Chen Shouer cast a brief glance at the myriad of martial souls in the heavenly realm. There were a plethora of varieties, indeed sufficient. With a smile, she mused, "These martial souls include potatoes, shovels, small flowers, kitchen knives, pots, pork, and so on." Returning to the morning after her departure, Zongyang and his companions languished in bed, reluctant to rise, engaging in idle chatter. Zongyang remarked, "On the Douluo continent, with so many beautiful women, don't you have any thoughts?" Zhang Liang responded, "Thoughts? You have lofty aspirations. They are all destined couples. Given our limited strength, I believe it's wiser to follow the leader for now. Once we attain the rank of title Douluo, we shall have our pick of women." Jin Shui chimed in, "When that time comes, I shall marry 100. Zhang Liang retorted, 100? Have you lost your mind?" Zongyang cleared his throat and interjected, "Remember, a pretty face won't notice you. And an intriguing soul is hard to encounter." Zhang Liang sighed, "Alas, the harshness of reality." Jin Shui suggested, "Let us just sleep. In dreams, there's everything." Chapter 32. The Holy Spirit Sect in Action. At noon, in the village chief's home, old Jack was troubled. For Zongyang had spoken on behalf of the Holy Spirit Sect. While old Jack had no issues with the collective relocation, he knew the villagers might not agree. However, he pondered, why must the branch of the Holy Spirit Sect be established in the Black Mist Forest? Zongyang clarified, "It is because we have completely taken control of the Black Mist Forest. All soul beasts have been subdued. Moreover, our sect has laid down a grand formation within the Misty Woods, ensuring utmost safety. For your safety and since your entire village has joined the Holy Spirit Sect, we shall protect you. However, you must contribute manpower and resources to construct the branch." Old Jack considered this, yet he sighed. After all, everyone has lived in this village for many years. If we were to move hastily, this matter requires your careful deliberation, esteemed village chief. If you awaken a powerful martial soul and become a soul master, everyone heed your words?" Zongyang smirked, hinting that old Jack must comply if he wished to awaken a formidable martial soul. Old Jack hesitated, unsure of what to do. But the allure of becoming a soul master was overwhelmingly tempting. "Then, I shall do my utmost," old Jack replied, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Old Jack, somewhat hunched and of modest height, found Zongyang easily able to place a hand on his shoulder. Zongyang gently patted old Jack's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Work diligently, and the Holy Spirit sect will not forsake you." Old Jack nodded, his expression fraught with complexity, and soon after, Zongyang walked away with a look of satisfaction, leaving Old Jack in a state of turmoil. In the current state of the Holy Soul Village, as long as Tang San did not return, they remained a group of misguided individuals. Chen Xiu'er is indeed capable of wielding immense power. After completing a series of tasks, Zongyang returned to Chen Xiu'er's residence. The sole purpose, to rest. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air, as if someone had forcefully kicked open the door. Just as Zongyang was settling into bed, the violent sound of the door being kicked startled him. He was about to unleash his anger at the intruder when he saw who it was. The boss has returned. Oh no, his laziness has been uncovered. Did you sleep well? Chen Xiu'er inquired with a smile. Zongyang stammered, I suppose it was adequate. How did everything go? Chen Xiu'er displayed no hint of anger, which only heightened Zongyang's apprehension. As the saying goes, serving a ruler is akin to being in the presence of a tiger. A moment's carelessness can lead to irrevocable consequences. Chen Xiu'er is a ruthless individual who kills without hesitation, and Zongyang has witnessed this firsthand, which instills fear within him. Zongyang, boss, everything has been taken care of. Old Jack's intention is quite clear. We need a compelling excuse to persuade the masses. I will use the pretext of their protection. And Old Jack's nod should be taken as his consent. Zongyang, I have also subtly indicated to Old Jack multiple times. I believe he will comprehend. Chen Xiu'er nodded silently, activating the 100,000-year head spirit bone, Wanhua. A peculiar mist emanated from her, transforming her into an ethereal elder. Follow me. I shall persuade the villagers. Should they resist, well, Chen Xiu'er declared. Zongyang inquired, Boss, have you absorbed all their martial spirits? Indeed. I am now poised to conduct an extraordinary experiment, and Zhu Biao shall serve as the finest subject, Chen Xiu'er replied with a chilling smile. At the Holy Spirit Village Square, Old Jack once again gathered the people, though this time, the assembly had diminished by half. Standing before the crowd, Old Jack appeared notably more haggard. Master, all the villagers have gathered, yet we still believe that we ought to establish a branch of the Holy Spirit Church here. Old Jack stammered, his voice trembling. The elder transformed from Chen Xiu'er nodded slightly, gently stroking his beard, revealing no discernible expression. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for the time being and focus on awakening your martial spirits, Chen Xiu'er gestured. The hesitation exhibited by Old Jack and the others stemmed primarily from their skepticism towards Chen Xiu'er and the authenticity of the Holy Spirit sect. Although they had previously come to believe in the sect, their trust remained tentative. It was only upon reaping tangible benefits that they would be inclined to make significant concessions, thereby pursuing even greater gains. Chen Xiu'er was acutely aware of this. Thus, she believed it necessary to bestow upon them certain advantages. Please, everyone, form an orderly queue. Do not push, she smiled, for what lies ahead marks the commencement of your ascension. Wonderful. It has finally arrived, exclaimed one villager, brimming with excitement. Quick, everyone line up. We must possess soul power. The villagers, filled with enthusiasm, arranged themselves in a neat line, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to soar to great heights. Just envision the domineering soul masters who would ruthlessly eliminate ordinary folk. They would not dare to utter a word. Now, they too were on the verge of becoming such formidable beings, although some hesitated, reluctant to part from their families. They remained oblivious to the necessity of sacrifice, which prompted a sigh of sympathy from Chen Xiu'er. Before long, a long line had formed, with Old Jack naturally standing at the very front. Chen Xiu'er maintained a smile and said, Well then, esteemed elder, please begin. Indeed, master, replied Old Jack. Old Jack possessed a martial soul represented by a radish, classifying him as a food system soul master. However, he lacked any soul power. If one were to merge another person's martial soul with his own, it could lead to the evolution of his martial soul, thereby generating soul power. At this juncture, one might interject. Isn't it possible to transform forged iron into a martial soul? Isn't blue silver grass also a martial soul? Why resort to harming living beings to seize their martial souls? While it is indeed feasible, the martial souls derived from physical objects inherently lack even a trace of soul power. They are essentially useless martial souls, even more so than those deemed ineffective. Even merging them would not precipitate the evolution of the martial soul, unless one were to sacrifice the soul power of another martial soul, which would ultimately prove to be a futile endeavor. Chen Shoer's blue-silver grass represents a mere physical transformation, having absorbed the soul power of the Deaththorn Black Vine without undergoing any evolution. It has simply transformed into the Deaththorn Black Vine. Conversely, if the blue-silver grass were to awaken as a martial soul, it would integrate with the Deaththorn Black Vine, resulting in the emergence of an entirely new martial soul. This is akin to a martial soul that has undergone physical transformation, being akin to a blank slate, capable of merging with other martial souls, yet ultimately lacking efficacy. It is comparable to merely changing the template of a martial soul, switching from a scythe to a spade, or from a potato to a carrot. The absence of soul power remains unchanged, and the combination will not yield any evolution. Furthermore, the synthesis process is fraught with uncertainty, and Chen Shoer is yet unaware of what failure may entail. Unlike the previous incarnation of Chen Shoer, characterized by an exceptionally benevolent persona who merged soul rings within herself, the malevolent persona of Chen Shoer is hesitant to experiment on herself. Instead, merging with others appears significantly safer. Should the fusion succeed, she could eliminate the individual and reclaim the results. If it fails, she would merely observe the consequences of that failure. Chen Shoer discovered the potato's martial soul within the celestial realm. May the divine blessings be upon you. The success rate of the martial soul fusion stands at an impressive 91%. As Chen Shoer concluded her words, the soul energy of the potato's martial soul surged into Old Jack's body. Old Jack, unable to withstand the excruciating pain of the martial soul synthesis, let out a cry. Chapter 33. The Future of the Holy Spirit Sect. Zongyang and the others carried Old Jack back home, ensuring he would not disturb the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the fusion of martial souls may induce some discomfort. This is unavoidable. However, rest assured, Old Jack shall awaken shortly, Chen Shoer explained to the assembly. Previously, upon witnessing Old Jack writhing in agony, many had entertained thoughts of retreating. In that moment, no one dared to step forward. You truly lack resolve. Allow me to take the lead. The youth who had first questioned Chen Shoer yesterday bravely stepped forward. He was the one whose martial soul was a shovel. I am Wang Taiju, martial soul, shovel. They may hesitate, but I shall not. Come forth, master, Wang Taiju declared, extending his right hand with fervor. Chen Shoer is fond of such youthful, impetuous fools. May the Lord bless you. Chen Shoer retrieved another shovel martial soul from the celestial realm and initiated its fusion with her existing one. The success rate of this fusion stood at an impressive 98. This high compatibility exemplifies the advantages of similarity, leading to an elevated synthesis rate. However, there lies another underlying reason: the inherent weakness of the martial soul. When two formidable martial souls attempt to merge, neither is inclined to yield to the other. Even if their natures are akin, the synthesis rate tends to diminish. Yet, should a successful fusion occur, it is destined to yield an immensely powerful entity. Wang Tieju's face contorted with bitterness as he gritted his teeth. His hands clenched into tight fists. Chen Shoer could not help but commend his indomitable spirit. Soon, the soul imprint of the shovel on Wang Tieju's right hand manifested, erupting in a dazzling display of light. This extraordinary light was golden, reminiscent of the radiance produced during a martial soul awakening. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at Wang Tieju's transformation. Previously, Old Jack had fallen unconscious, causing the fusion of his martial soul to proceed slowly. Thus, the crowd had not witnessed the change in his martial soul and were somewhat incredulous. In that moment, everyone gazed at Wang Taiju with anticipation. Before long, the soul imprint on Wang Tieju's right hand underwent a remarkable transformation. Chen Shoer understood that his martial soul had nearly completed its fusion. When an individual can achieve martial soul integration while conscious, the process is remarkably swift. However, if a soul master is in a state of unconsciousness, the two strands of soul power can only merge gradually and naturally. Chen Shoer scrutinized Wang Taiju with her celestial martial soul, a flicker of intrigue dancing in her eyes. Benefactor, your courage is commendable. Allow me to assess your soul power, she declared, placing a hand upon Wang Tieju's crown. At that moment, beads of sweat formed on Wang Tieju's forehead, rendering his speech labored. However, Chen Shoer merely went through the motions, as she could directly perceive his soul power and martial spirit. Yet, life must possess a sense of ritual. Benefactor, your martial soul has awakened as the earth shovel, with a soul power of level 2. Subsequently, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation, Chen Shoer concluded, withdrawing her hand. Thank you, master. I wish to test my martial soul right away. Wang Taizhu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he raised his right hand to summon his martial spirit. Earth Shovel. As he invoked his martial soul, a surge of earthy yellow soul power erupted forth. Soon, a magnificent manifestation of his martial soul emerged, taking the form of a shovel. Yet it extended to a remarkable 2 meters in length, gleaming silver with mountain-like patterns etched upon its surface. Indeed, it has truly awakened. Unbelievable, Wang Taizhu marveled. Your mother would undoubtedly feel proud of you. Next, Zongyang called out from the side. Wang Taizhu quietly stepped aside as Zongyang discreetly beckoned him over to begin his indoctrination. Following this, Chun Xiu'er continued to facilitate the awakening of martial souls among the group. While most could not endure the process, a select few persevered. Among them, 3 children experienced a remarkable fusion of their martial souls. The one with the highest innate soul power reached level 8, while the lowest still attained level 7. All were orphans, devoid of parental figures since childhood, possessing extraordinary willpower. Of particular significance to Chun Xiu'er was a child whose martial soul was earth. His martial spirit, upon awakening, transformed into sand, boasting an impressive innate soul power of level 8. This represented an epic mutation. Chun Xiu'er directly inducted him into the Holy Spirit sect, bestowing upon him the title of a preparatory member of the 12 Holy Spirits. As for the genuine 12 Holy Spirits, they were merely a fabrication of Chun Xiu'er's imagination. The hierarchical structure within the Holy Spirit sect is delineated as follows. Sect leader, Chun Xiu'er, 3 major judgments. Judgment, revelation. Divine punishment, 4 cardinal Douluos. None as of yet. 12 Holy Spirits. None as of yet. 36 celestial spirits. None as of yet. 72 terrestrial spirits. None as of yet. Followers, the populace of the Holy Soul Village. Regardless of their existence, the names have all been inscribed, allowing for an ostentatious display whenever deemed necessary. Presently, Chun Xiu'er has identified a candidate for the 12 Holy Spirits. The first being a lad who plays with sand. He shall henceforth be known as the Holy Spirit of Yellow Sand. The second and third candidates are twins. Their mother passed away shortly after giving birth, and their father succumbed to a grave illness not long thereafter. Ultimately, they managed to survive with the assistance of their fellow villagers, supporting one another as they struggled to grow up. Initially, no family members offered donations to Chun Xiu'er, yet she was inclined to embark on a novel endeavor. The siblings possess intriguing martial souls. The brother's martial soul takes the form of a white stone, while the sister's manifests as a black stone. Chun Xiu'er bestowed upon them 2 closely related martial souls, and to their astonishment, a remarkable connection emerged between the 2. A symbiotic martial soul. Through the observation of celestial realms, Chun Xiu'er discerned that the souls of 2 individuals had transformed into the yin and yang spirits. Should either of them perish, the other would inevitably follow suit into the void. However, when united, their cultivation speed would be doubled, and the potency of their martial souls would also be magnified. Their souls could intertwine to forge an entirely new essence, the soul of yin and yang. It is indeed a privilege that they have been chosen by Chun Xiu'er as candidates for the 12 Holy Spirits. Together, they are known as the Twin Holy Spirits. Soon, the majority of individuals had awakened their martial souls. There was little that was remarkable about this, yet a portion remained unawakened. This was due to some who had not contributed family members, merely seeking to benefit without offering anything in return. Nevertheless, Chun Xiu'er paid no heed to such matters, for he had successfully awakened 100 soul masters. Among them, under Chun Xiu'er's careful orchestration, Zhu Biao was kept for last. When it was finally Zhu Biao's turn, he revealed his martial soul with a broad grin upon his round face, a domestic pig. Ah, indeed, a beast martial soul. Chun Xiu'er silently took out her handkerchief spirit, preparing to test the price of failure. The success rate of spirit fusion is 21. Chun Xiu'er smiled broadly, declaring that she would return the money today. Curious to see if you had the fortune to receive it, Chun Xiu'er directly fused her handkerchief martial soul with Zhu Biao's pet pig. Ah! Zhu Biao let out an excruciatingly harrowing cry, which instantly captured the attention of the majority. Soon, streaks of blood marks appeared on Zhu Biao's body, as if it were fracturing, continuously splitting apart. Sir, what is happening to me? Zhu Biao knelt before Chun Xiu'er, screaming in confusion. Chun Xiu'er's expression instantly turned frosty. This individual must have committed numerous heinous acts in their lifetime. Now, with the divine light entering their being, retribution has arrived. Truly, they have received their just deserts. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's face fell in an instant, and he hurriedly pleaded, "My lord, I recognize my errors. I implore you to save me." Bang! The moment Zhu Biao uttered his final words, his corporeal form exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Chen Xiu'er finally realized the gravity of the situation. The failure of martial soul fusion could lead to death. Chapter 33. The construction of the Holy Spirit sect and the improvement of soul absorption. 3 days later, Zhu Biao's demise had stirred the inhabitants of Shanghun village. Although the majority believed he had met a deserved fate as retribution, they were also gripped by a sense of fear regarding the awakening of martial souls. Yet, this was precisely the outcome that Chen Xiu'er had aimed to achieve. Chen Xiu'er attributed the lack of faith to various reasons. The matter of cultivating spiritual strength leads us to the construction of the Spirit Church's branch. Ultimately, those who have benefited from this endeavor resolve to unite their efforts in building the branch of the Spirit Church. With everyone awakened as soul masters, their productivity doubled. It is worth mentioning that old Jack's martial spirit has awakened into Stu, with an innate soul power of level 3. This food-type martial spirit not only produces an abundant quantity, but also replenishes only 1% of soul power when consumed entirely. Thus, Old Jack has proudly assumed the role of the cafeteria's esteemed master. Additionally, there are other food-type soul masters, all of whom can conjure a plethora of items. Yet they only restore a minimal amount of soul power. As Zhong Yang aptly puts it, the soul power restored by Oscar's single sausage is equivalent to what you would gain from 10 servings of stew. Indeed, it proves to be rather unhelpful. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that these individuals bear the entire burden of the village's sustenance. Zhong Yang encouraged everyone, saying, "Let us strive together, produce diligently, and oppose capitalism. Starting with ourselves, you are the future of the Spirit Church." In the depths of the black mist forest, Zhong Yang held 2 small colorful flags. A whistle clenched between his teeth, continuously motivating the crowd. Though they did not fully comprehend his words, they felt a surge of enthusiasm. "Let us go. Keep it up. Down with capitalism. We are the future of the organization." Even if the meaning eluded them. Oligiv. Indeed, Jin Shui was also among the production team, experiencing life firsthand. Zhang Liang took on the responsibility of selecting the construction site, measuring dimensions, and running errands, all handled by him alone, simply because he was the fastest runner. As for Zhong Yang, he was tasked with rallying the spirits of the crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu'er, the initiator of this venture, was engaged in deciphering the secrets of soul absorption with the 10,000-year soul beast, Yi Xiao. Chen Xiu'er conjured a table and 2 stools within the celestial realm using her mental prowess, and thus the two sat facing each other, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Chen Xiu'er gazed at Yi Xiao, who in turn focused her attention on Chen Xiu'er. To return to the main topic, I have developed some ideas regarding soul absorption. I am capable of harnessing the energy of all types of souls, yet others cannot, necessitating some modifications, Chen Xiu'er asserted while resting her chin on her hand. However, are you aware of the potential side effects of this approach? Yi Xiao inquired gravely. Are you referring to soul beast transformation? Chen Xiu'er had long contemplated this aspect. He was acutely aware of the side effects associated with absorbing the soul power of others. Soul beast transformation. For a soul tool master, it is advisable to absorb only the soul power of fellow soul tool masters. This practice minimizes the adverse effects of soul power absorption. Nonetheless, it does not eliminate the potential mutation of the martial soul's true form. If his martial soul were originally a hammer, the true nature of his martial soul would become uncertain upon absorbing another's soul power. To illustrate, consider a beast soul master. If he were to absorb a soul power that differs from his own, he might transform from a sparrow into a firebird. However, whether this transformation results in an enhancement or a detriment remains uncertain. Yet, the increase in the soul master's own soul power is undeniably genuine. Naturally, if the side effects were limited to this, it would be inconsequential. The most terrifying aspect arises when utilizing soul absorption, whether from human or beast souls, leading to beastification. As for whether one can retain their rationality during beastification, this remains to be tested. The soul absorption system originally devised by Yi Xiao is remarkably comprehensive, having been developed over millennia of exploration. However, this system is specifically tailored to resonate with soul beasts, aligning with their lineage's method of soul absorption. Chen Xiu'er's research on soul absorption is truly terrifying, merely stemming from a singular notion. Hence, the two find themselves here, deliberating. Nevertheless, Chen Shou'er is always 3 steps ahead. Having already conceived a subsequent plan, the Beastman Initiative. This scheme aims to harness the soul power of spirit beasts to transform ordinary humans into beastmen who would heed his commands. Naturally, all of this is rooted in Chen Shou'er's imagination. So, have you formulated any ideas? Chen Shou'er inquired. Having spent such an extended period in the celestial realm without any engagement, I took the liberty to explore soul absorption for your kind, Yi Zixi replied. What were the results? Chen Shou'er pressed. I'm not human. How could I possibly succeed? Yi Zixi retorted. You consume my resources daily, living off me. And with a time disparity of 1 to 365, you cannot glean even a modicum of knowledge? Chen Shou'er exclaimed in frustration, striking the table. Perhaps you could grant me the authority to modify the celestial realm, allowing me to study human anatomy in the process. Who knows? My soul absorption technique might achieve a breakthrough. Yi Zixi chuckled. This cunning old fox. Is he foolish? He is astute, while ostensibly allowing Chen Shou'er to reap the benefits. He harbors grand ambitions. It is not out of the question, but you must not tamper with my otherworldly energy. Should you dare to do so? You need not be told the consequences. Chen Shou'er silently bestowed upon Yi Zixi the authority to manage the celestial realm. Perfect. Yi Zixi gestured an okay sign to Chen Shou'er. Chen Shou'er felt that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well organize the celestial realm. Of course, the primary focus was to enhance the soul absorption. I shall take my leave now. Take care of yourself. Yi Zixi replied, all right. Our paths shall cross again amidst the mountains and waters. Until we meet again. Chen Shou'er felt that something was amiss. How do you know this statement? Whatever you think in your mind creates ripples in the heavenly realm. I merely echo your thoughts. Yi Zixi rose from his seat, hurriedly waving his hand. So it is. As she spoke, Chen Shou'er contemplated her departure from the heavenly realm. Suddenly, Yi Zixi sensed a severance of connection with Chen Shou'er. The heavenly realm was utterly devoid of any fluctuations. Yi Zixi was astonished. Upon learning of this matter, Chen Shou'er immediately confined her thoughts to the collision of 2 ideas. She resolved not to allow Yi Zixi to perceive her current state, to the point where she was even wary of herself. Her own reflections had to be shrouded in deception. She feared that Yi Zixi might employ certain tactics to glimpse her cognitive clashes and discern her intentions. As the saying goes, to deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. In the realm of the heavenly court, the situation is as follows. A 10,000-year deadthorn black vine king soul ring, 700 years, 26 strands of otherworldly energy, a 183-year wood spirit soul ring, and a wood spirit puppet, the obstinate Yi Zixi. As for the hundreds of subpar martial souls, they have all been distributed. Chapter 34. The Arrival of the Ghost Mother. As Chen Shou'er stepped out of the celestial realm, she beheld Zongyang, who was waving colorful flags and blowing a whistle. His lively, bouncing demeanor reminded her of a sheep, she remarked. Zongyang's azure eyes sparkled, while the 2 golden horns atop his head danced playfully, complemented by the small flags in his hands. This imagery evoked memories of a sheep from her past life, specifically from an anime. Oh, just to clarify. It is not the character Pleasant Goat, she exclaimed. What does it resemble? Zongyang inquired with a hint of anticipation. Do you know Sean? She replied. Zongyang responded with a perplexed expression. You mean Sean the sheep? He was utterly bewildered. How do I resemble that? Their whimsical dialogue concluded amidst Zongyang's confusion. Returning to Chen Shou'er, she noted that while Saint Soul Village had not yet been demolished, it was only a matter of time before it would be. As for Tang Hao's house, she decided to leave it for him and planned to concoct a lie when the time came. Chen Shou'er has already begun to formulate a justification for Tang San's return. After much contemplation, he devised the Tang sect plan. When Tang San returns, he will behold the desolate, sacred soul village. Chen Shou'er informed him that the village had been besieged by spirit beasts. Chen Shou'er unleashed the deadly thorns of the black vine upon the village, leaving it marred by destruction and chaos. Yet, it was inevitable that some villagers would emerge from the black mist forest, only to be encountered by Tang San. Thus, after much contemplation, Chen Shou'er devised the second phase of her plan, an idea proposed long ago by Zongyang. She intended to convince Tang San that this was the Tang sect she had established for him, but deceiving the villagers would prove challenging. Should any slip of the tongue occur, Chen Shou'er lacked the means to brainwash them. The previously entrenched image of the Holy Spirit sect made matters even more complicated. Of course, one might question why she felt the need to deceive Tang San. Would it not be simpler to eliminate him altogether? Would that not resolve everything and spare her the intricate machinations? If that were feasible, it would indeed be the most advantageous course. However, the prerequisite is that one must withstand the might of the clear sky Douluo's hammer. If you can endure that, then consider my preceding words mere folly. Chen Shou'er has never been a reckless individual. Rather, he possesses a nature that is inherently suspicious and cautious in his endeavors. He often contemplates 3 steps ahead for every action he takes. Thus, even before initiating a plan, Chen Shou'er has already begun to ponder subsequent strategies. If one were to traverse life's journey solely by hacking away blindly, ultimately reaching the pinnacle, what significance would that hold? Without fated adversaries, would life not lack a significant source of enjoyment? While Chen Shou'er was lost in his solitary thoughts, suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire black mist forest. This roar resembled the piercing scream of a banshee, excruciatingly shrill. Chen Shou'er did not experience the sensation of his eardrums threatening to burst. Instead, he felt a heaviness in his eyelids, as if something were invading his body, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. However, this feeling dissipated swiftly, and soon. That voice reverberated once more. "Yi Zixiao, are you dead yet? If not, come over here and face me." At that moment, Chen Shou'er listened intently and discovered that the owner of the voice was, in fact, a woman. At this moment, Chen Shou'er turned her head again to gaze upon the people of Shanghan village and the trio of Zongyang. She discovered that they were all lying on the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. Chen Shou'er sighed. Truly, just as one wave recedes, another rises. The moment those words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. As soon as she spoke, the murderous intent that lingered in the black mist forest swiftly converged, locking onto her with unerring precision. Indeed, in an instant, it had fixed its gaze upon Chen Shou'er. At this moment, Chen Shou'er suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the situation. Could it be that 100,000-year soul beast was making its appearance once more? "I have found you, Yi Zixiao." That shrill, banshee-like voice reverberated throughout the dark, misty forest once again. However, this time, it was evidently directed with a particular focus, right at Chen Shou'er. "Ahem. Shou'er, my dear, do not panic just yet. I am acquainted with this individual. He is a 100,000-year soul beast, not without reason. I can engage in discourse with him." Yi Zixiao suddenly communicated to Chen Shou'er in a serious manner. "A friend?" Chen Shou'er inquired. "Not quite. An enemy? Not at all. A lover? My heart has long been claimed." He chuckled softly. Chen Shou'er harbored an inexplicable premonition. This was a debt of emotions. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 gusts of wind swept by, and Chen Shou'er, weary of running, thought back to her previous encounter where she had failed to escape Yi Zixiao's grasp. What was the point of fleeing now? Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black descended from above, one tall and the other petite. The taller woman, with a voluptuous figure, wore black silk that clung to her elongated legs. The form-fitting black gown accentuated her perfect silhouette exquisitely. Upon closer inspection, her delicate face bore willow-like brows and phoenix-like eyes, radiating an enchanting beauty. Yet a faint aura of menace flickered in her gaze. The voluptuous woman clenched her pearly teeth, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury as she glared at Chen Shou'er. "Yi Zixiao, do you think that just because you have taken on a human form, I would fail to recognize you? In the celestial realm?" Yi Zixiao let out a helpless sigh. Suddenly, her human projection appeared beside Chen Shou'er, merely a phantom, yet it elicited a myriad of emotions in the woman's eyes. "Ghost Mother, our affairs have long been settled. What do you seek today?" Yi Zixiao inquired. The Ghost Mother, initially taken aback upon seeing Yi Zixiao, soon wore a mocking expression and laughed. "Yi Zixiao? Oh, Yi Zixiao, ha ha ha. You, a dignified soul beast of 100,000 years, have now deigned to inhabit a human body? How utterly laughable. I sensed your soul power fading and presumed you had perished, yet here you are, courting your own demise." The Ghost Mother's derision for Yi Zixiao was unrestrained. Even Chen Shou'er could discern the depths of the Ghost Mother's animosity toward her. Yi Zixiao remained silent. "Yi Zixiao, have you not yet come to your senses? That wretched girl does not care for you. She would rather wed a human than accept you." The Ghost Mother rebuked. "Yet here you are, even in death, refusing to acknowledge me. What is it about that wretched girl that captivates you so?" Upon hearing the term wretched girl, the previously serene Yi Zixiao could no longer maintain her composure. "Ian, she is not a wretched girl. She is mine. Mine." Yi Zixiao exclaimed with fury. "Ha ha ha. How utterly absurd. That despicable woman willingly laid down her life for a human. And what have you gained from your sacrifices?" The Ghost Mother's eyes turned menacingly fierce. There's no need for further words. My actions are driven by my own volition. Yi Zixia replied, her tone somber. Ha ha ha. What a splendid sentiment of willingness. Yet now that you are inhabiting this human form, do you truly believe it is of your own free will? The ghost mother seemed incensed by her words. My time is drawing near, and I can only wager on the wisdom soul ring, just as I once told you. This is indeed a last resort, Yi Zixia continued, her voice heavy with gravity. Chun Xiu'er, momentarily filled with curiosity, pondered the nature of the person who could render Yi Zixia so humble. Chapter 35, The Child Husband. Mother, I desire him. Just as the ghostly mother was poised to continue her mockery of Yi Zixia, a small voice emerged from the little girl standing behind her. The girl, exquisitely beautiful and of similar stature to Chun Xiu'er, possessed large, crystal-like eyes and a face still adorned with the softness of baby fat, making her appear irresistibly adorable. Dressed in a black silk garment, she lacked the imposing presence of the ghostly mother. Indeed, cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. With one tiny hand grasping the ghostly mother and the other pointing towards Chun Xiu'er, the little girl exclaimed, Mother, I want him. You desire me? Chun Xiu felt somewhat bewildered, as though he had been ensnared in yet another predicament. Upon concluding her words, Zhu Guo was met with a surprised gaze from the ghost mother. Guo, are you certain? This lad is merely a first-ring soul master. Even if you were to complete the ceremony with him, it would afford you no advantage. Zhu Guo, brimming with excitement, nodded emphatically. I don't care about that. I simply want him. The ghost mother, left without recourse, ultimately acquiesced to Zhu Guo's wishes. Yi Zixia, my life is fraught with regrets. Yet the moment my daughter Zhu Guo was born, I made a solemn vow to ensure that she attains all that she desires, so her life may not mirror my own, laden with remorse. The ghost mother tenderly caressed Zhu Guo's head with a smile. Thus, let this lad become my daughter's child husband. The ghost mother declared coldly. You dare? Yi Zixia retorted defiantly. This human is under my protection. To harm him would be to disregard my presence entirely. Ha ha. And what are you? Do you still believe yourself to be the indomitable Yi Zixia who once traversed the northern extremities alone? The ghost mother scoffed derisively. You are but a wretched creature, clinging to life by the grace of humanity. You. Yi Zixia felt a profound insult to his dignity, although he might have lacked true character. Once I adored you. I would heed your every word. Now that my love has waned, what do you think you are? The ghost mother continued with a chilling laughter. Enough. I shall not yield. This human is not something I can relinquish to you. Yi Zixia asserted. Ha ha. Do not provoke my amusement further. Do you not yet grasp the situation? I am not here to plead. I am merely here to inform you. The ghost mother swiftly appeared before Chen Xiu, reaching out to seize him. Ghostly shadows. Chen Xiu suddenly paused, swiftly employing the elusive ghostly shadow technique to evade in an instant. Interesting, little human. The ghost mother remarked with appreciation. Chen Xiu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Yet again, it was 100,000-year soul beast. Yi Zixia. What manner of soul beast is this fiendish mother? Chen Xiu communicated with Yi Zixia expressively. After pondering for a moment, Yi Zixia replied, 100,000 years. The human-faced demon spider emperor. No wonder you look down upon it. Who would take a mere pig seriously when there are vast pastures to behold? Chen Xiu jested. At this moment, shouldn't you be more concerned about yourself? Yi Zixia found herself at a loss for words. Chen Xiu's lips parted, revealing a captivating smile. Wait a moment. The ghostly mother, poised to grasp Chen Xiu's hand once more, found her hand suspended in midair. What is it, little ghost? The ghostly mother inquired, her expression filled with confusion. I promise you, Chen Xiu replied softly with a smile. Chen Xiu readily agreed without a hint of hesitation. Only a fool would dare confront a 10,000-year soul beast. Do you think everyone is like Yi Zixia? Ha ha. Yi Zixia, did you hear that? This lad has already consented. The ghost mother remarked with a smile. Yi Zixia let out a soft sigh, as at that moment, Chen Xiu's consciousness had also entered the celestial realm. So, how shall we resolve this? Chen Xiu inquired, turning to Yi Zixia. Young one, I must impart some unfortunate news. The selection of a child groomed by the face-devouring demon spider queen carries profound significance, far beyond that of mere humans. Had I not fled swiftly back in the day, I might have found myself in dire straits. Yi Zixia paused, leaving his words hanging in the air. What do you mean? Chen Xiu asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is perhaps for the best that you remain blissfully unaware of certain truths. You have already become entangled in this matter, yet the ghost mother will undoubtedly assist in your growth. After all, your increasing strength will prove advantageous to her. Therefore, young one, it is time for you to demonstrate your bargaining prowess, Yi Zixiao advised. Chun Xiu'er remarked. I always have the impression that you intend to lead me to my demise. Ultimately, it is the ghostly mother who seeks you. And I have inadvertently become entangled in this predicament. Alas, it is a fateful bond that I never wished for. Young man, I can only impart one crucial piece of advice. Do not venture into the forest of the dead. Do not enter the forest of the dead. Do not tread into the forest of the dead. Remember, under no circumstances should you follow the ghostly mother into the forest of the dead. Do you comprehend? Chun Xiu'er nodded slightly, conceding that if you are unwilling to speak, then it shall be. Chapter 36. The 10-Year Pact in the Outside World, Young Man. Accompany me back to the Douluo ghost domain, and I shall ensure your ascension to the rank of title Douluo. The ghost mother chuckled. Title Douluo is but a mere title, a span of 10 years, Chun Xiu'er replied, extending a finger towards the ghost mother. 10 years. The ghost mother inquired, puzzled. Do you dare to wager with me? 10 years may seem insignificant to you spirit beasts, yet within this decade, I shall attain the rank of title Douluo. Should I fail to achieve this within 10 years, I shall willingly present myself at the Douluo ghost domain, subject to your discretion. So, what say you? Are you afraid to take the bet? Chun Xiu'er maintained her stance, extending a finger to point at the ghostly mother. Simultaneously, Yi Zixiao suddenly conveyed a message to Chun Xiu'er. Do you truly possess confidence? In 10 years, you will merely be 16. I have yet to hear of any being among humanity who achieved the title of Douluo at such a tender age. Chun Xiu'er was also gritting his teeth. He aimed to temporarily deceive the ghost mother, hoping that he could escape the fate of becoming a title Douluo. There was no guarantee. Yet I was willing to take the risk. Yi Zixiao was rendered speechless. At this moment, their fates were intertwined, their fortunes rose and fell together. This gambler was wagering his very life. How audacious of this young man to negotiate with me. Did he truly believe he possessed the qualification? However, should he indeed cultivate himself into a title Douluo, it would save me considerable resources. In that case, Guawer would directly acquire a title Douluo's body, wouldn't that be? Yet, it was not entirely unfeasible. I could grant you 10 years, but I shall leave the Spider Queen's poison within your body. If, after a decade, you fail to seek us out in the Douluo ghost domain, the consequences need not be elaborated. Suddenly, 8 sharp spider spears emerged behind the ghost mother. The 8 spears resembled long lances, glinting under the sunlight. With a swift thrust, the ghost mother's spear pierced through Chun Xiu'er's left rib. Chun Xiu'er furrowed her brow. Suddenly, the demoness unleashed the Spider Emperor's venom within Chun Xiu'er's body. She then swiftly withdrew the spider spear that had pierced Chun Xiu'er's left rib, yet left the venom of the Spider Emperor lingering inside her. As the spear was extracted, no blood flowed forth, for the venom had sealed the wound. Chun Xiu'er gritted her teeth in secret. The ghostly matriarch was indeed not easily deceived. What a cunning individual. Young man, if you truly manage to attain the rank of title Douluo, how about I bestow my daughter Guer upon you? The ghostly matriarch chuckled. You old rascal. Always seeking more. Chun Xiu'er is truly exasperated. She has encountered shamelessness and audacity before, yet she feels that none have exhibited such brazen disregard as herself. However, this matter is of little consequence. One must seek fortune amidst peril. Very well. Chun Xiu'er replied with a smile. The ghostly mother appeared slightly taken aback. Chun Xiu'er does not strike one as someone easily taken advantage of, yet she has now chosen to make such a concession. Surely, there must be ulterior motives at play. However, you must unconditionally support my growth and provide me with the resources for my cultivation. Just 10 years will suffice, Chun Xiu'er remarked with a smile. What a joke. That is utterly impossible. I can only agree to 3 requests on your behalf. That is my final limit. Should you fail to comply, you shall obediently return with me to the realm of the Douluo ghosts, the ghost mother declared with satisfaction. Initially, the ghost mother had intended to reap the benefits without cost, but to demand resources from her was simply non-negotiable. 3 requests it is. After a period of contemplation, Chun Xiu'er's mind raced with thoughts. In reality, she had ventured into the celestial realm to confer with Yi Zixiao. Moments later, upon returning to reality, Chun Xiu'er flashed a confident smile. Oh, that was quick. Please, share your thoughts, but refrain from suggesting anything implausible. Otherwise, I might suspect you are toying with me. The ghost mother remarked. Chun Xiu'er shook her head, asserting that she was far from being that trivial. The first order of business is to procure 10,000 soul rings from soul beasts. Chen Xiu'er confidently extended a finger. 100, replied the ghost mother. 1,000. 100. 500. 100. 200. 100. 101. 100. Apologies, just 100. TSK. Chen Xiu'er gritted her teeth in silence. The ghostly matriarch evidently left no room for negotiation. Initially, she and Yi Zixiao had planned for 1,000, at the very least 500, but now, alas, there were only 100. In exasperation, Chen Xiu'er reluctantly returned to the celestial realm. The subsequent plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Half a day later in the celestial realm. In an instant, reality dawned upon her. Very well, 100 it is, Chen Xiu'er sighed. This fellow changes expressions quicker than one can turn a page. The ghostly matriarch mused. This lad certainly would not suffer losses. If one wished to avoid being taken advantage of, one could only remain steadfast and unmoved. I require 80 soul beasts of 10,000 years, 10 of 1,000 years, and 10 of 100 years, Chen Xiu'er declared. No. I shall provide you with the ages at random. Do not become greedy, young one, the ghostly matriarch replied, her expression tinged with displeasure. Very well. Chen Xiu'er feigned reluctance as she acquiesced to the ghostly matriarch. But it is agreed that these soul beasts must be brought to the brink of death before you deliver them to me, she insisted. Yet, you will not be able to absorb so many soul rings. Wouldn't that be a waste? While the ghostly matriarch was ruthless, it did not mean she could recklessly harm her own kin for a single individual. My second martial soul can store soul rings. You need not worry about that. Chen Xiu'er replied. A full 100 soul rings. The soul ring fusion experiment. Rest assured, with the energy from another realm, failure is not an option. Chen Xiu'er extended her index finger, signifying the second condition. I desire 90 strands of spiritual grass. Chen Xiu'er's true intention revolves solely around 2 precious herbs. This hinges upon the ghost mother. Should she offer more, she may as well take a little extra. However, if her generosity is limited, it would be unreasonable to settle for just one. According to Yi Zixiao, within the realm of Douluo ghost domain, there exist 2 paramount spiritual herbs, the 100 ghost devouring grass and the 9 spirits lost bone flower. Yi Zixiao possesses knowledge of a secret technique that utilizes these 2 herbs to concoct a body refining liquid. While it may seem trivial to wash the marrow and alter the essence, its true purpose lies in enabling one to absorb a millennium's worth of soul rings in the initial 2 circles. Although the 3rd and 4th rings still require a millennium. This significantly fortifies the earlier stages, precisely what Chen Xiu'er desperately needs. Chapter 37. Yi Zixiao's Contemplations in the Black Mist Forest. The 4, Ghost Mother, Zhu Guaner, Yi Zixiao, and Chen Xiu'er exchanged glances. To continue from where we left off, if this body refining liquid were to be administered to others, it would merely allow them to absorb a millennium's soul rings in their first 2 circles. Yet, for those seeking to absorb 10,000 years' worth, they must reach the 5th circle. Chen Xiu'er, however, is an exception, owing to the nature of her martial soul. She can be considered to have directly accelerated the absorption timeline of soul rings. This hypothesis was posited by both Yi Zixiao and Chen Xiu'er. For others, the absorption timeline with the spiritual liquid would be 4,000 years for the first 2 rings, 1,760 years for the 3rd, and 5,000 years for the 4th. In stark contrast, Chen Xiu'er's scenario is entirely different. If she were to utilize the body refining liquid, her first soul ring would amount to 4,000 years, the second to 6,000 years, the third to 8,000 years, and the 4th could absorb 10,000 years. At that point, she could once again synthesize, merging the first 3 rings into a decade's worth perfection. However, as Zhongyang mentioned, Tang San's 4th ring is also of 10,000 years. Returning to the ghost mother's perspective. Regarding the spiritual herbs, I can only permit you 3, and they must be known to me, accessible entities, declared the ghost mother. 3 herbs. Yi Zixiao and Chen Xiu'er exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. The 2 re-entered the celestial space. Since another herb could be procured, an idea began to form. The ghost mother possesses another spiritual herb, the spider heart black lotus. Yi Zixiao, wrapping his arm around Chen Xiu'er's shoulder, urged, you must acquire this at all costs. Time is of the essence. His gaze was filled with determination. Chen Xiu'er pondered for a moment, recognizing the immense benefit this item could confer upon Yi Zixiao. Yet she resolutely replied, I refuse. My greatest delight in life is to tell presumptuous soul beasts no. Chen Xiu'er unexpectedly revealed a face reminiscent of a mischievous character. What on earth? Yi Zixiao gazed at Chen Xiu'er in astonishment. Speak the truth. What is the true purpose of the spider heart black lotus? If you do not clarify, I shall not request it from the ghost mother. Chen Xiu'er believed she had a sufficient understanding of Yi Zixiao. Yet, caution was still warranted. Alas, though this item is beneficial to me, it is you who truly provides the assistance. Yi Zixiao is genuinely innocent. His intentions are solely to aid Chen Xiu'er. However, as the saying goes, those not of my kin may harbor different intentions. Chen Xiu'er profoundly embodied this sentiment. This object was something I desperately sought after in my youth. Yet the ghost mother insisted on using it as a dowry, compelling me to marry her in exchange for it. Ultimately, I was unable to obtain it. Alas, Yi Zixiao lamented. Just tell me its purpose, Chen Xiu'er interjected, uninterested in his emotional narrative. Back then, I tirelessly searched for spiritual herbs to enhance my mental prowess. I consumed hundreds before achieving my current level of spiritual energy. However, when compared to these weeds, the spider heart black lotus is in a league of its own. Yi Zixiao regretted as well. Had he been more resolute at that time, and simply seized the spider heart black lotus, he would have possessed the capability to contend with opponents, even if he had to inhabit Chen Xiu'er's body, manifesting his mental energy as a tangible attack, much like a certain insect from 10,000 years hence. Unfortunately, Yi Zixiao was not a spirit beast of the mental type. Despite consuming numerous spiritual herbs, he could not achieve the effects of mental energy attacks. Hence, he found himself in this pitiful state. The spider heart black lotus is a divine herb for enhancing mental strength. If you can refine it, your mental power will expand to unimaginable levels. Yi Zixiao spoke with utmost seriousness. If it is truly that formidable, it must hold immense significance for the ghost mother. Why would she grant it to me? Chen Xiu'er pondered, quickly deducing the answer. Given its value, why would she part with it for me? Surely, she would keep it for herself. The spider heart black lotus is a companion spiritual herb of the ghost mother. If her lifespan were to exceed 990,000 years, she could use this item to directly ascend to 1,000,000 years, potentially acquiring 1,000,000 years of mental energy. Yi Zixiao expressed his envy. With a short lifespan and lacking companion items, he felt as though he began with nothing but his bare hands, relying solely on his own efforts for equipment. As for your question about whether a spirit beast of 1,000,000 years could attain divinity, 1,000,000 years is akin to being a divine beast. Even without ascending to the divine realm, they are still considered divine beasts. According to rumors, there is a decree in the divine realm forbidding spirit beasts from achieving divinity. The truth of this remains uncertain. A certain insect cannot be deemed an example. It is only consumed and drunk for 1,000,000 years without facing a heavenly tribulation. Such a spirit beast is hardly worthy of divinity. I, Yi Zixiao, am a spirit beast of 199,990 years. In just 10 years, the time of the heavenly tribulation will arrive. If I could have avoided that tribulation, I would not have taken the risk of transforming into your wise soul ring. Yi Zixiao remarked. And what of the ghost mother? How many years has she existed? Chen Xiu'er felt it necessary to ascertain the disparity in their strengths. Not many. Just over 400,000 years, Yi Zixiao replied casually. Over 400,000 years. Are you certain you haven't erred? That hardly seems insignificant. She is practically a generation ahead of you. Chen Xiu'er countered. Rest assured, I have a premonition that the ghost mother will not survive beyond 500,000 years. She had a premonition, as long as you do this, and this, she would undoubtedly grant your request. Yi Zixiao whispered into Chen Xiu'er's ear. Why do I feel this is rather implausible? Chen Xiu'er thought this plan quite absurd. Trust me just this once. Yi Zixiao smiled. Very well. I shall reluctantly give it a try. Meanwhile, in the outside world, in an instant, 3 specimens, just 3 will suffice. I desire 100 ghosts devouring body herb and 19 spirits deathbone flower. That should be acceptable, as they are available in your Douluo ghost domain, correct? Chen Xiu'er inquired tentatively. These 2 herbs, while rare, can indeed be procured. I will send them along with the soul beast later. But what about the 3rd specimen? The ghost mother asked. I seek the spider heart black lotus. Human, you possess great audacity. The ghost mother's expression darkened instantly. Her voice resonated with the wails of vengeful spirits. Was it that scoundrel Yi Zixiao who divulged this to you? The ghost mother was momentarily incensed. Dragons have their reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. This spider heart black lotus is the ghost mother's reverse scale. But do you truly believe you can endure the 99,000 years of heavenly tribulation? You must have sensed it yourself. You cannot even withstand the 50,000-year tribulation. Chen Shower stood with her hands in her pockets, leaning against a tree. As Chen Shower's words fell, the ghostly mother's furious wrath unexpectedly subsided, akin to molten lava being doused with the frigid waters of a deep abyss. Are you cursing me? The ghostly mother spat venomously. Of course not. You soul beasts are acutely aware of your impending demise. Surely you can sense it yourself. The spider heart black lotus is of no use to you. Chen Shower replied in a somber tone. For a moment, the ghostly mother found herself at a loss for words, unsure whether she was infuriated or struck by the truth of Chen Shower's poignant observations. Yi Zixiao chose to trust me. Why can't you? Chen Shower extended her right hand towards the ghostly mother, a smile gracing her lips. It was this very smile that subsequently deceived countless simpletons. Ah, no. It won over numerous valiant heroes. Together, they wreaked havoc upon Douluo. No, rather, they collectively enriched the Douluo continent. That was because Yi Zixiao was naive. The ghostly mother found herself somewhat swayed by Chen Shower's words. Wager with me. If I ascend to divinity, I shall reserve my 10th ring position for you. Trust me just this once, what say you? Chen Shower's smile radiated with newfound confidence. The ghostly mother hesitated. At that moment, Zhu Guo, who had been idly drawing circles off to the side, suddenly sprang forth. I disagree. Chapter 38, The Might of Hao Yin. Having been ignored for so long, Zhu Guo could only clutch a small twig while embracing her slender legs and drawing circles. Now that she had overheard something that piqued Chen Shower's interest, she felt that an opportunity had arisen. I cannot give it to you. It is her dowry, destined only for her rightful husband, Zhu Guo declared bashfully. The ghostly mother chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the spider heart black lotus is indeed Guo's dowry. It cannot be given away so freely. If you truly desire it, you shall have to wait until your wedding day with Guo. Ha ha ha. The ghostly mother laughed heartily. In a moment of despair, Chen Shower felt as though the world was devoid of love. Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond us, and the heights of one mountain surpass another. I am at a loss. Must I forsake the spider heart black lotus? May I exchange it for something else? Chen Shower sensed her miscalculation. She never anticipated that a rival, Zhu Guo, would emerge unexpectedly. No, since you have made your decision, there is no room for alternatives. Please articulate your third request. The ghost mother felt she had gained an upper hand over Chen Shower. It seemed she had firmly grasped Chen Shower's essence. Yet, Chen Shower reiterated, You may believe you have gained, but I shall never incur a loss. Nevertheless, having secured her original objective. As for the spider heart black lotus in the hands of the ghost mother, it is of no consequence. For my third request, I wish for your assistance in eliminating someone, Chen Shower stated earnestly. Who? The ghost mother chuckled at first, finding the task trivial. However, her laughter soon faded. Hao Tian Douluo. Hao Tian Douluo. For some reason, the typically proud and arrogant ghost mother displayed an expression of fear. She seemed to regard the Hao Tian Douluo with trepidation. Impossible. The Hao Tian Douluo, that man, is as powerful as a monster. He is hardly human. The ghost mother spoke with an air of dread. At that moment, Yi Zixiao sighed deeply. The ghost mother had once challenged the Hao Tian Douluo. And in the end, had it not been for the Hao Tian Douluo's remembrance of old ties, you might never have witnessed the ghost mother of today. Yi Zixiao too felt a chill of fear. Is it truly so grave? Merely a titled Douluo? Chen Shower inquired. At that time, the Hao Tian Douluo was at his peak, boasting a soul power of 96, bolstered by a 100,000-year soul ring. Ultimately, the ghost mother was defeated by the Hao Tian Douluo. Yi Zixiao explained. Chen Shower conducted an analysis. The entire sequence of events appears to unfold as follows. Yi Zixiao harbors affection for an entity known as Ayin, who, in turn, is enamored with a human. Meanwhile, the ghostly matriarch is infatuated with Yi Zixiao, thereby instigating a tragic love triangle. Subsequently, after Ayin wed the human, she met her demise. The ghostly matriarch confronted the human, only to be subdued in the encounter. Had it not been for Hao Yin Deluo's consideration of the past connection with Ayin and the ghostly matriarch, she might never have witnessed the light of day again. As for the finer details, Chen Shower found herself unable to decipher them and lacked the inclination to delve further. In summary, it seems that 200,000-year soul beasts are incapable of besting a single human. This human, aside from the esteemed figure from the spirit hall, stands as the most formidable presence I have encountered. The ghostly matriarch now speaks with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. Were it not for Haotian Douluo's lingering sentiments, it is conceivable that the humans simply had no immediate need for soul rings, as slaying a 100,000-year soul beast would indeed be a significant waste. Tang San, Haotian Douluo. The more Qin Xiu'er delves into the intricacies of Tang San, the more she finds herself enveloped in a shroud of mystery surrounding him. Why, amidst the same experience of transmigration, does he possess such an unyielding foundation? Most perplexingly, Qin Xiu'er herself has undergone this process twice. Wait a moment. Could it be that my two martial souls are, in fact, manifestations that have absorbed an entirety of foreign energy, evolving from it? A chilling realization dawns upon Qin Xiu'er. Let there be no misunderstanding. One martial soul is constituted entirely of foreign energy, implying that Qin Xiu'er has harnessed a staggering total of 20 portions of this energy for her awakening. If I cannot vanquish Tang Hao, then I must at least find a way to restrain Tang San. Should I seek vengeance, I must first confront the formidable Tang Hao, which poses a significant challenge. Yet, despite the arduous path ahead, I remain resolute and unrepentant. Such a life brims with excitement. Bring me more joy, Tang San, for I shall fiercely defeat you and avenge the grievances of that fateful kick from years past. Once, Yi Zixiao posed a question to Qin Xiu'er. What shall you do after you have triumphed over Tang San? Qin Xiu'er pondered for a moment before arriving at her final answer. Eternal life. If one day Tang San were to perish, then Qin Xiu'er's sole aspiration, intertwined with destiny, would be singular, eternal life. To achieve an everlasting existence, even if the world were to be destroyed and everything reduced to nothingness, Qin Xiu'er would still endure. With this in mind, her third request was for you to extend a helping hand during my most perilous moments. Just once would suffice. Qin Xiu'er spoke earnestly to the Ghost Mother. If no one were able to safeguard her life in the next move, the uncertainties of her subsequent strategy would abound. I promise you, the Spider Emperor's venom within you will shield you from a fatal blow. When I sense it, I shall rush to your aid with utmost speed. Today, I shall take Guerrer back with me. In 3 days, I will bring you everything you desire. Following this, Qin Xiu'er and the Ghost Mother discussed the specific soul beasts required. Once their deliberation concluded, the Ghost Mother departed swiftly. Qin Xiu'er roused the unconscious crowd and recounted the recent ordeal to Zongyang and his companions. Zongyang exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master. This fortuitous encounter brings us one step closer to our ultimate goal. Soon, you shall traverse the vast realms, and within Douluo, none shall dare to obstruct you." Zongyang's flattery was palpable, yet Zhang Liang had come prepared this day. "Master, you are the king of chaos, the chosen one, destined to stand unrivaled in the heavens." Beholding the splendor of Douluo that none can surpass, Zhang Liang declared. Zongyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated this youth's secret studies. Jin Shui added, "Master is destined to be the God King of the 9 heavens, achieving a realm of immortality. At that time, I hope you will not look down upon us, for we shall faithfully follow you for eternity." Zongyang was left dumbfounded. "What has happened to all of you? Have you all been attending supplementary classes?" Jin Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. "Finally, I have caught up with the times," he exclaimed. "I often feel out of place due to my clumsiness in speech." The reason for his newfound eloquence stemmed from Zhang Liang's tutoring just days prior. Jin Shui's words today were entirely the fruit of their earlier discussions. Indeed, Zhang Liang had resolved to join forces with Jin Shui to counter Zongyang's advances. Their flattery was executed with such finesse that only the alliance of Zhang Liang and Jin Shui could withstand Zongyang's onslaught. Of course, Qin Xiu'er remained blissfully unaware of this intrigue. "Indeed, I see your loyalty, and I assure you, I shall not treat you poorly." Qin Xiu'er's desired soul rings were indeed bestowed upon them. Naturally, the synthesis was also conducted upon them. Should failure arise, it is understood, and thus, I shall refrain from elaborating. Upon hearing Qin Xiu'er's words, the trio was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. "Thank you, O Master, for your generous endowment," they exclaimed in unison. "Words are superfluous. Let us commence. I must continue to contemplate the absorption of souls, and I entrust you to oversee matters here, hoping that no errors will occur." With that, Qin Xiu'er's consciousness once again plunged into the celestial realm. Zongyang exchanged glances with Jin Shui and Zhang Liang, sensing that the situation had become rather precarious. Alone, Zhang Liang could not contend with Zongyang, but with Jin Shui as support, the challenge intensified. Zongyang secretly gritted his teeth. Perhaps they remained unaware of the internal strife among the three, which would inevitably evolve into unforeseen developments within the Holy Spirit sect. Chapter 39. The 100 Ghosts Devouring Grass. The 9 spirits fall and bone flower 3 days later. Within the Black Fog Forest, the construction of the Holy Spirit sect had reached its framework's completion. A multitude of trees had been felled, and a vast clearing was established at the heart of the Black Fog Forest. The structure of the Holy Spirit Master Hall had taken shape, awaiting further construction. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, a monumental transformation had occurred. Here, there existed a sun, a moon, and the harmonious cycle of day and night. Expansive grasslands, serene lakes, lush forests, and towering snow-capped mountains adorned the landscape, complemented by an array of majestic and dignified architectural complexes. When Qinshuo first arrived, she was profoundly astonished by the changes around her. However, after a period of adjustment, she grew accustomed to it. Now, Qinshuo and Yi Zixiao find themselves together atop a lofty mountain, where a charming pavilion awaits. Qinshuo and Yi Zixiao faced each other, with a chessboard positioned between them and 2 steaming cups of tea resting to their right. After a protracted period of contemplation, Qinshuo and Yi Zixiao have successfully devised the inaugural version of the soul absorption technique. At present, it is capable only of absorbing soul power of the same attribute. Any attempt to absorb soul power of differing attributes would result in an instantaneous collapse of mental fortitude. Furthermore, even the absorption of same attribute soul power may induce a certain degree of mutation in either the martial spirit or the individual themselves, as Yi Zixiao astutely deduced. Well, for the time being, it is prudent not to share this with them. The side effects are far too significant. I am not yet prepared to implement the Beastman project. Perhaps after further refinement, Yi Zixiao mused. Qinshuo sensed that the current methodology still lacked completeness. Let us set aside the matter of soul absorption for now. Regarding the blood ignition technique you previously tasked me to investigate, I have made some progress. Yi Zixiao delicately lifted the teacup to her lips and took a gentle sip. Oh, have you truly made progress? A few days ago, Qinshuo proposed a concept. The cultivation of all techniques is fundamentally aimed at solidifying oneself and strengthening one's muscles and bones, while concurrently nurturing one's soul power. The Xiantian technique exemplifies this notion. Qinshuo's proposition is to entirely disregard one's own well-being and neglect the nurturing of meridians, solely focusing on the enhancement of soul power. However, such a method of cultivation yields no benefits, equating to self-sabotage and causing harm to oneself. Paradoxically, his soul power is advancing at an astonishing rate. Qinshuo and Yi Zixiao proposed this concept, and within these 3 days, Yi Zixiao has already made significant progress. Of course, these 3 days are not equivalent to the 3 days in the celestial realm. In reality, Yi Zixiao has invested nearly 3 years, completely disregarding nurturing. She has devoted herself to rigorous cultivation, a method I have derived and refined from the foundational principles of the Xiantian technique, Yi Zixiao remarked. Qinshuo took a sip of the scalding tea, feeling its warmth envelop her. The aroma was subtle, and the taste was mildly sweet, followed by a hint of bitterness lingering on her palate. However, it was ultimately a manifestation of spiritual energy, offering no tangible benefit to her physical form. This was preferable, as the villagers lacked innate talent, and despite their diligent cultivation over 5 or 6 years, they would likely not reach even the first ring, rendering their efforts almost negligible. If they were to disregard their own safety and devote themselves entirely to refining the blood flame technique, they might attain the status of a first-ring soul master in less than a year, Qinshuo remarked, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of her mouth. Yet, they may not have many years left to live, would they? Yi Zixiao, not being human, felt no sympathy for them. Nevertheless, he harbored a genuine apprehension towards Qinshuo, a mere 6-year-old child who exhibited an alarming disregard for life. Transmit the blood flame technique into my consciousness. I shall take my leave for now. The ghost mother is likely to arrive soon. With that, Qinshuo's spirit exited the celestial realm. In the outside world, at the heart of the Black Mist Forest, Qinshuo gathered all the inhabitants of Shenghan village. Once again, Qinshuo transformed into an ethereal elder. Dear followers, the Lord is merciful. All his deeds are for the people, for us. Recently, the Lord has observed our efforts and has come to bestow upon us a more advanced method of soul power cultivation. With just 1 year of practice, you shall become soul masters, capable of hunting for soul rings and wielding soul skills. Fear not, for our omnipotent Lord shall assist us, Qinshuo proclaimed. raising his hands high towards the congregation of Shenghan village. Really, I once believed that I would need to be at least 30 or 40 years old to attain the status of a soul master. This is splendid. It brings me one step closer to reuniting with my daughter. Father, wait for me to become a soul master, and I shall bring you back. Wonderful. Oldly. Did you hear that? In just a year, we can all become soul masters. Praise the Lord, it is all a blessing from him. We are grateful for the Lord's benevolence. Chen Shoer skillfully instilled in them a profound concept, the notion of the master. The master is omnipotent. As long as one offers praise to the master will hear and bestow blessings in return. Therefore, sincerely extol the master. As for this master, it is, of course, Chen Shoer herself. Soon, having successfully indoctrinated the masses and disseminated the blood ignition technique, Chen Shoer removed the disguise of the soul bone and departed alone. She ventured to a prime location to welcome the ghost mother. Oh, by the way, Zhong Yang and his companions practiced the Xiantian technique, which they simultaneously imparted to the three children, the Yellow Sand Holy Spirit and the Twin Holy Spirits. They had already become part of the inner circle and naturally aimed to secure their future rather than burn their blood for the organization like those villagers. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, and without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shoer knew the ghost mother had arrived, for only she possessed such a grandiose entrance. The sky darkened, as if a colossal being momentarily obscured the sun. As Chen Shoer lifted her gaze, she beheld the ghost mother suspended in the air, her right hand grasping a silken thread that ensnared no less than 100 soul beasts. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The multitude of soul beasts was bound together, forming a colossal sphere. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the ghost mother gently swung her right hand, sending the hundreds of captured soul beasts crashing to the ground in an instant. A great cloud of dust erupted, and numerous towering trees toppled over effortlessly. The inhabitants of Sacred Soul Village, filled with curiosity, were just about to approach when they were all called back by Zhong Yang. These are the soul beasts you desired. Take a look. They are already on the brink of death, devoid of any capacity to resist. And here are the spirit herbs you requested. The ghost mother remained aloft, not descending, as she produced 2 spirit herbs from her bosom and cast them downwards. Chen Shoer, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly seized both a blade of grass and a flower. The ethereal grass bore leaves of a grayish-white hue, adorned with crimson veins that resembled human meridians. This mystical grass was rooted in a tangled mass of 100 leaves, all supported by a single skull. This was the notorious 100 ghosts devouring grass, while the flower beside it was the 9 spirits morning flower. At that moment, Yi Zixio suddenly conveyed a profound insight. Chen Shoer nodded, her gaze lingering on the 9 spirits bone flower. The petals of the ethereal flower were a ghostly white, curling back like skeletal claws, with a total of 9 petals. At the center, a blood-red bud glimmered, as radiant as a ruby. The 9 bony claws seemed to reach out greedily towards the bud. The ghost mother cast aside the items she had gathered, unwilling to delay for even a moment, and swiftly took flight. Little ghost, I hope that when we meet again, you will have become the so-called title Douluo. I shall remember that promise. Chapter 40. Cleansing the marrow and the Millennium Soul Ring. The following day, in the Black Mist Forest, Yi Zixio manifested as a shadowy figure beside Chen Shoer, while Zhong Yang and the others knelt nearby, poised for action. Before them, the 100 ghosts devouring grass and the 9 spirits bone flower were ensnared by Yi Zixio's mental energy, suspended in midair. With a shift of his mental force, a transparent flame ignited spontaneously. The 2 spirit grasses began to entwine around this ethereal fire, resembling 2 satellites orbiting a planet. Gradually, the transparent flames spread over the 2 spirit grasses. In the blink of an eye, the grasses melted away, transforming into 2 streams of liquid, one golden and one silver. Yi Zixio extinguished the transparent mental flame, gently merging the 2 liquids into one. Chen Shoer, Zhong Yang, and the others gazed at Yi Zixio with palpable tension. Earlier, Yi Zixio had warned that the opportunity was singular and that the difficulty level was exceptionally high. Even someone with Yi Zixio's formidable mental strength could not guarantee success. Fortunately, the process of refining the spiritual herb was fraught with only minor turbulence. Yi Zixio's ethereal form quivered slightly, revealing the substantial toll on his mental energy. The flames witnessed earlier were a manifestation of Yi Zixio burning his own mental strength. It was evident that his current state was far from optimal. A confluence of golden and silver liquids gradually merged, revealing a translucent pale green hue. This vibrant pale green liquid exuded an intense restlessness, threatening to violently separate at any moment. Yi Zixiao's mental prowess surged as he forcefully divided the volatile semi-green liquid into 4 parts. The most refined essence among them was delivered by Yi Zixiao to the center of Chen Xiuer's forehead. Chen Xiuer comprehended Yi Zixiao's intention and promptly acclimated her body to accept the gentle infusion of the pale green liquid. The ethereal fluid gradually permeated through the center of Chen Xiuer's brow. In an instant, Chen Xiuer felt every cell in her body come alive. With all her pores fervently inhaling this surge of energy, the impurities of her internal organs and the sediment within her body dissipated in an instant. Accompanying this was a sharp pang, as if her bones and sinews were undergoing transformation. Chen Xiuer gritted her teeth and tightly shut her eyes. It was merely physical pain. What could it matter, no matter how intense? She had long since regarded the torment of the flesh as a form of training. As the ancients said, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first hone their will and subject their body to hardship. Each day, Chen Xiuer engaged in self-reflection, constantly evolving and refining herself. She identified her shortcomings and diligently sought improvement. Soon, her body began to undergo remarkable changes. Chen Xiuer's skin became exceptionally radiant and fair, as if she exuded an ethereal charm. This must be what it means to be a celestial being, one who feeds not on the mundane, but on the essence of the sun and moon. Shortly thereafter, Yi Zixiao bestowed the remaining scraps upon Zhong Yang and his companions. Although they were mere remnants, the immense potency of the elixir granted them the effect of refining their marrow and transforming their essence. As anticipated, the 3 of them were likely able to absorb the 1,000-year soul rings. Zhang Liang exclaimed, "Ah!" Jin Shui cried out, "It hurts." As the spiritual liquid coursed through their bodies, they could not contain their cries. Zhong Yang, however, bit down hard on his tongue. Refraining from vocalizing his discomfort like the others, Chen Xiuer slowly opened her eyes, revealing a glimmer of vitality within. The celestial mark upon her forehead reemerged, resembling a character. With her mental prowess, Chen Xiuer meticulously examined the symbol on her forehead and discovered that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Dot. This character, pronounced as Wan, was not identical to the one she knew. It was, in fact, the inverted form of Wan. The true Wan signifies a gathering of auspicious virtues, while the inverted version conveys the notion of eternity. Initially, it was interpreted by ancient peoples as fire and the sun, which share an inseparable bond. The proper Wan cannot be inscribed here. Thus, it remains unmentioned. The mark soon faded away, as Yi Zixiao had long succumbed to slumber due to the excessive consumption of her mental energy. Meanwhile, Zhong Yang and the others continued their transformation, oblivious to the changes occurring on Chen Xiuer's forehead. Upon entering the celestial realm, Chen Xiuer was taken aback to find Yi Zixiao, despite the considerable depletion of her mental energy, leisurely sipping tea. After expending so much mental fortitude, you still find time to indulge in tea? I suspect your previous display was merely an act, Chen Xiuer inquired. Do not be amused. Indeed, my mental energy was significantly drained. Yet, the celestial realm possesses an extraordinary quality, continuously replenishing my mental vigor. Remarkably, within the span of a single hour after my exhaustion, I have fully regained my strength. Isn't it marvelous? Yi Zixiao replied, savoring another sip of tea with an air of ease. Marvelous it may be, but it does not belong to you. Why are you so familiar with me? Enough of this idle chatter. Allow me to test the so-called Millennium Soul Ring, Chen Xiuer declared, her impatience giving way to a readiness to experiment with the effects of the Millennium Soul Ring. By all means, Yi Zixiao responded, setting down her tea and gesturing for Chen Xiuer to proceed. Chen Xiuer gazed longingly at the heavens, where she beheld an ethereal white soul ring suspended in the celestial expanse. For 183 years, the wooden soul ring had lingered in the sky. Chen Xiuer did not relinquish the original soul ring. Rather, he became increasingly contemplative. According to Zhong Yang, the original narrative described Tang San's second soul ring as being the ghost vine, with the soul skill of parasitism. Thus, Chen Xiuer sought the ghost mother for a millennium-old ghost vine. However, ghost vines are exceedingly rare, and a millennium-old specimen is even more scarce. Consequently, the ghost mother could only procure a single, barely matured millennium ghost vine. In the year 1126, the ghost vine soul ring, when fused with the wood spirit, boasted a success rate of 76. This probability was quite favorable, as long as the success rate exceeded 60. He was willing to take the gamble and proceed with the fusion. Chen Xiuer beckoned to the 2 soul rings suspended in the sky, then brought his palms together. The 2 soul rings moved in unison with his hands, suddenly merging into one. A blinding golden light and a resplendent purple light gradually intertwined. Ultimately, the dazzling golden light was consumed by the purple glow, revealing a newly manifested soul ring before Qinshiuer. In the year 1309, the spirit of Ghostwood emerged, with the soul skill, transforming beings into soldiers. Qinshiuer exited the celestial realm and returned to the enigmatic Black Mist Forest. Zongyang and the others, incapacitated by their agony, remained unable to move. Martial soul. Qinshiuer summoned her martial spirit, the dead thorn blackvine. In an instant, a pale purple soul ring rose beneath her feet. The first soul skill, being soldiers. Qinshiuer employed her first soul skill. In an instant, the dead thorn black vines in her hand erupted, transforming into a multitude of seeds that scattered upon the ground. Within less than a minute, numerous black vines surged forth from the earth, intertwining to form a legion of black thorngrass soldiers. Qinshiuer casually counted and summoned approximately 15 grass soldiers at a time. Should she continue to infuse her soul power, an even greater number could be summoned, directly proportional to the amount of soul energy invested. These black thorngrass soldiers appeared as armored warriors, wielding identical black longswords and clad in somber black armor. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, their imposing figures could easily lead one to mistakenly perceive them as humans, albeit adorned in peculiar armor. Upon a sudden inspiration, Qinshiuer commanded the soldiers, who promptly raised their longswords and struck fiercely at a nearby colossal tree. With a resounding crash, the soldiers exhibited formidable destructive power, cleaving the massive tree asunder with a single stroke. Qinshiuer furrowed her brows, for this was not the outcome she desired. It seemed she must continue with the fusion. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Let the blade flower vines render these soldiers' swords and blades utterly razor-sharp. Chapter 41. A single person becomes an army. In the year 1309, the spirit of ghostly wood, soul skill, transforming beings into soldiers. In 2155, the blade flower vines, soul skill, vines of the blade. Fusion of the spirit of ghostly wood and blade flower vines. Success rate, 43. Upon seeing this, Qinshiuer could not help but frown. The success rate was far too low. It seemed she must resort to that option. Qinshiuer's lips parted, signaling that the moment to utilize it had finally arrived. The diluted version of otherworldly energy. According to Qinshiuer's experiments, extracting just 1% of this energy could elevate the fusion probability of entities under 10,000 years to a remarkable 100. Thus, without hesitation, Qinshiuer drew upon 1% of the otherworldly energy. May the fusion be flawless. The spirit of the ghostly wood fused with the blade flower vine, achieving a success rate of 100. In the celestial realm, 2 streams of radiant purple light erupted once more. Yi Zixiao, seated nearby with a cup of tea, had grown accustomed to such phenomena, merely enjoying the spectacle as if it were mere fireworks. In the year 3464, the spirit of the ghost blade manifested a soul skill, armies from beings. Though the soul skill remained unchanged, the transformation of the martial soul was palpable to Qinshiuer. He sensed that the thorny black vine in his grasp had transcended its vine-like form, morphing instead into a sword. The thorny black vine, adorned with barbed thorns, each as sharp as a blade, could effortlessly slice through a person's throat. Furthermore, wherever the vine traversed, it left behind an abundance of seeds. These seeds would either evolve into black vines, deftly controlled by Qinshiuer, or, influenced by his primary soul skill, transform into black vine soldiers. The external world awaited. Qinshiuer replaced the black vine soldiers, and now upon closer inspection, the armor they donned emanated a metallic sheen. Their blades glimmered with a chilling light, appearing exceedingly sharp. At the command of Qinshiuer, a soldier of the black vine brandished his long sword with great force. In a single, effortless stroke, he cleaved the massive tree in two. At this moment, one might wonder, does the tree harbor a grudge against you? Why do you persist in using trees as a point of comparison? In this forest, if I do not fell trees, should I then hew at stones? Witnessing the black vine soldier effortlessly sever the colossal tree, he left behind a neatly hewn stump. Qinshiuer revealed a familiar smile. Indeed, this is precisely the effect I had envisioned. Qinshiuer, unbeknownst to where she had procured a black robe, draped it over herself. With a gentle wave of her right hand, a surge of black flames ignited upon her visage, the true form of the martial spirit armor. The mask. Qinshiuer's martial soul manifested as a mask, previously adorned with exquisite blue-silver grass. Now, the martial soul manifested from the deadly thorn black vine takes the form of a pure black armor. This armor, entirely inky black, is intricately etched with blood-red patterns, presenting a strikingly alluring yet eerie appearance. Chen Xiu'er had long since devised her next course of action. After joining Shrek Academy, Tang San would venture to the Seoul Arena in Soto City to commence his training. At that time, Tang San would assume the alias of Qianshou Shilua. Furthermore, Chen Xiu'er's third part of the plan was to travel to Soto City to personally meet Tang San. Chen Xiu'er had even decided on her moniker, the ghost-faced Rakshasa. Tang San, strive to grow stronger, for I have always regarded you as my destined rival. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of Chen Xiu'er's lips. Such a life is truly intriguing. With a rival, one possesses a goal to pursue. How lonely life would be without an opponent. What does it matter to be invincible in the world? Without a fated confrontation, what significance does strength hold? Only immortality can inspire Chen Xiu'er to strive. At this moment, Zongyang and his companions had fully absorbed the medicinal power, and their transformations were considerable, rivaling that of Chen Xiu'er, perhaps due to Chen Xiu'er's inherent elegance. The contrast before and after her transformation was not as pronounced. However, as for these three, they were somewhat lacking in appearance. Now, having undergone a complete metamorphosis, they had refined their essence and transformed their vitality. At last, the three could be deemed somewhat presentable, though they still paled in comparison to Chen Xiu'er. Do not inquire further. Chen Xiu'er is synonymous with handsomeness. Zongyang, master, it seems my soul power is at its peak. Zhang Liang, indeed, mine is as well. Jin Shui, could it be that I too possess innate full soul power? Zongyang and Zhang Liang simultaneously displayed expressions of incredulity. Zongyang, God has scattered wisdom throughout the world, yet Jin Shui has managed to shelter himself beneath an umbrella. Jin Shui, are you seeking a nail? Allow me to provide it. Very well, I shall conclude here. Chen Xiu'er interrupted the conversation among the three, deftly retrieving 3 luminous purple soul rings from the celestial realm. Since your soul power is at its peak, it signifies your readiness to absorb soul rings. I have long prepared these soul rings for the 3 of you. Chen Xiu'er, with a graceful demeanor, gently cast 3 violet soul rings, each symbolizing a millennium, into the air. The 3 soul rings slowly hovered, drifting toward the trio. Thanks to the grace of the sect leader, they exclaimed in unison as they settled down, silently absorbing the soul rings. Zongyang and his companions were filled with exuberance, recalling that Tang San's first ring was merely a century old, while theirs was a millennium. However, the thought that Tang San's second martial soul possessed a first soul ring of a staggering 100,000 years diminished their excitement considerably. Chen Xiu'er's soul power did not increase despite the absorption of a millennium soul ring. This was due to the fact that the soul ring he absorbed could be disassembled, thereby locking all the soul power within it, with none spilling over to nourish Chen Xiu'er. Because of this peculiar characteristic, his aspirations of advancement were dashed. Initially, he believed that by slaying a soul beast and absorbing its soul power, only to subsequently replace the soul ring, he could exploit a loophole that would allow for an infinite increase in soul power. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. How naive! The absorption of the soul ring yielded no soul power in return. Even if he were to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring, there would be no overflow of soul power. Before long, Zongyang and the others completed their absorption of the soul rings. One by one, they summoned their martial spirits, and the 1,000-year purple soul rings rose from beneath their feet. The 3 of them postured and flaunted their forms, reveling in their display. Was this truly impressive? Chen Xiu'er is above the triviality of posing, for he exudes charm in every posture he assumes. Chen Xiu'er briefly sensed the soul power within them. Indeed, each had advanced by 2 levels. Zongyang and the other soul power had all risen to the 12th level. Chen Xiu'er commanded the soldiers of the Black Vine to prostrate themselves, serving as her chair, and without hesitation, she seated herself atop them. After all, they were all under her control. Did they dare voice any dissent? Now, speak of the soul techniques you have acquired. Chen Xiu'er perched upon the Black Vine soldier, leaning against another. Without a proper chair, could this truly be called a seat? Jin Shui took the lead, brandishing his scythe in an exaggerated pose. Boss, my soul technique is called Haunting of the Malevolent Spirit. Once activated, it continuously consumes soul power but summons a spectral apparition of a ghost, significantly enhancing my strength and defense by a factor of 2. Jin Shui exclaimed. Moreover, the apparition can attack and boasts a considerable range. How does my ability fare, boss? Decent enough, considering the 3,600-year-old ghostly spirit tiger ferret. I suppose it qualifies as a formidable assault-type soul master. Chen Xiu'er assessed. Boss, from now on, I shall be our main tank. Chapter 42. The Illusion of the Heart's Demon. Additional update. Next, it was Zhang Liang's turn, who proudly lifted his right leg. Have you ever been kicked by light? Enough with the nonsense. Quickly reveal your soul technique, Chen Xiu'er replied, uninterested in his theatrical display. Chen Xiu'er bestowed upon Zhang Liang the Aurora Phantom Leopard, aged 3,567 years. Zhang Liang, very well. Zhang Liang, my soul skill is an enhancement ability. Within my territory, allies marked by me will experience a doubling of their speed. What did territory and marking entail? Chen Xiu'er could not help but recall the introduction to Zhang Liang's martial soul. Wherever he treads, it becomes his domain. Zhang Liang. Oh, it's quite simple. Within a 15-meter radius centered around myself, any place I traverse is considered my territory. Zhang Liang, when I designate you as allies, you too shall benefit from the doubled speed enhancement. Zhang Liang. Furthermore, my territory does not dissipate. Even if I deactivate the soul skill, once I reactivate it, the paths I have traversed will re-emerge, still retaining the acceleration effect. Excellent, excellent. I find this quite appealing. What about the consumption of soul power? Chen Xiu'er had an intuition that he would either become a formidable agility-based soul master or a remarkably swift support-type soul master. Zhang Liang remarked, Boss, the consumption of soul power is exceedingly minimal. On average, I expend merely 1 unit of soul power every hour. I have now marked the 3 of you, which means that every hour, I will consume 3 units of soul power. Indeed, the endurance is quite sufficient. It appears you shall be doing quite a bit of running errands in the future. This role suits you perfectly, Chen Xiu'er said with a mischievous grin. Zhang Liang replied, running errands for the boss is the duty of a subordinate. It is an honor for me. Your younger brother. Chen Xiu'er nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. This is the attitude one should adopt. Without further ado, you should now transform the dark mist forest into your domain. Chen Xiu'er waved her hand at Zhang Liang, indicating that he could embark on his journey. Zhang Liang, now? Right now? When else should you wait? It should be around noon now. At your pace. 3 days should suffice, shouldn't it? Chen Xiu'er inquired with a smile. Zhang Liang, that should be ample time. Chen Xiu'er observed Zhang Liang, who verbally declared that it was enough, yet his body remained obstinately stationary. Do you have any further questions? Chen Xiu'er inquired. Zhang Liang replied, No, none at all. Let us set off immediately. He swiftly took off, his arms pumping, and Chen Xiu'er noted that he still maintained the posture of a seasoned athlete. Zhang Liang remarked, Huh? You think you can traverse the black mist forest in 3 days? Surely, you must be dreaming. He believed he had distanced himself enough that Chen Xiu'er could no longer hear him. Indeed, his muttered complaints went unheard by Chen Xiu'er. However, Chen Xiu'er, by nature, was suspicious and harbored distrust towards everyone. Thus, after Zhang Liang departed, she shouted after him, If you cannot complete the black mist forest in 3 days, I shall intervene and sever your burdensome upper half, enabling you to run swifter. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Liang, who had already covered some distance, was instantly engulfed by a chill that dispelled any thoughts of idleness. He was well aware of the formidable nature of Chen Xiu'er, a person capable of killing without hesitation. With this thought, Zhang Liang activated his first soul skill, causing a burst of golden light to emanate from beneath his feet, creating a radiant halo around him. As he moved, this golden light gradually marked a lengthy path through the black mist forest. Meanwhile, back with Chen Xiu'er, Jin Shui was fiddling with his scythe, striking various poses. Now, it was Zhong Yang's turn. Notably, Zhong Yang did not boast about his acquisitions. Instead, he waved his hand towards the soul rings beside him. To everyone's astonishment, the purple 1,000-year soul ring seamlessly attached to Zhong Yang's arm like a tattoo. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal a faint purple circle adorning his arm. Master, it appears I can conceal my soul ring. If my assumptions are correct, my martial spirit is permanently manifested, and my soul ring will appear on my body in the form of a totem. Chen Xiu'er gazed in wonder at Zhong Yang's martial soul, captivated not solely by its ability to foresee the future as described in the introduction. It was the myriad of extraordinary traits that ensnared her fascination. The eternal embodiment of the martial soul, the glimpses into the future, the concealed soul rings. These unique elements kindled a fervent excitement within Chen Xiu'er, as if an insistent voice whispered to her, urging, eliminate him. Seize that remarkable martial soul. He is but a subordinate, easily replaceable. Yet, Chen Xiu'er was no longer the same primary consciousness she once was. Chen Xiu'er's resolve was unwavering. No desire could sway him. only reason could drive him. Zongyang removed his upper garment. The purple soul ring pattern on his body swiftly migrated from his arm to his back. Zongyang declared, "I shall act according to my will. I have decided that I will transfer all 9 soul rings to my back, forming a complete circle. These matters were secondary. Tell me, what is your soul skill?" Chen Shou'er was not in the mood to admire his pristine physique. Zongyang replied, "Master, there is no haste. Allow me to first reveal the true form of my martial soul." He slowly raised his right hand, and a surge of azure soul power emanated from it, coalescing into a pure, white feather fan. Zongyang proclaimed, "This is the true form of my martial soul, the armor. If I continue to acquire soul rings, my essence shall remain unchanged, for all transformations will manifest in this fan. The true form of a martial soul is indeed a weapon." Chen Shou'er exclaimed in astonishment. Who exactly was this Zongyang? The awakened martial soul possessed such peculiar traits, even hinting at a defiance of logic. Chen Shou'er suddenly felt an overwhelming impulse to grant him 50% of her otherworldly abilities, a manifestation of her martial soul evolving into its ultimate form. What immense power this martial soul must possess. At that moment, Chen Shou'er planned to eliminate Zongyang and seize his martial soul. Perhaps Zongyang remained oblivious to the fact that the master he served had already calculated his demise in her heart. Zongyang remarked, "One could say that the effectiveness of my first soul skill is intricately linked to a fan." He continued, "My first soul skill, the heart demon illusion, consumes 10% of my soul power with each use, ensnaring individuals within an environment that embodies their inner demons." Master, you may have heard of the heart demon? Indeed. I am aware of it. The soul beast you absorbed is the heart demon illusion spider, which is nearly 4,000 years old. I find your soul skill's environmental aspect unsurprising. Feel free to demonstrate it on me, Chen Shou'er replied. Zongyang smiled faintly. Very well, master, I shall show my inadequacies. With a swift motion, he unleashed his first soul skill, the heart demon illusion. A surge of dark mental energy surged into Chen Shou'er's mind as he vigorously waved his feathered fan. Chapter 43, The Heart Demon of Chen Shou'er. Additional update. As the world spun around her, Chen Shou'er felt her consciousness gradually fading. Who am I? Where am I? Chen Shou'er felt utterly drained, as if her entire being were akin to that of a person suffering from renal exhaustion. Chen Shou'er, with his weary body, slowly propped himself up, realizing he was lying on a soft surface. This softness was something entirely absent in the Douluo continent. What is the Douluo continent? Chen Shou'er rose from her bed and was suddenly confronted by the mirror at its foot. It was the figure reflected within that embodied the nightmare of her existence. That was the inner demon haunting Chen Shou'er. Chen Shou'er gazed into the mirror, where a peculiar visage was reflected. How to describe this countenance? It was one of striking handsomeness, suave charm, and an ethereal grace, a youth endowed with wealth and valor, unmatched in prowess, a paragon of excellence. A solitary master of loneliness, impervious to harm, and sovereign in demeanor. A gallant gentleman with a jade-like visage, invincible in benevolence, fearless in courage, indomitable, shrouded in wisdom and martial prowess, reigning supreme in the realm of chivalry, an extraordinary figure among mortals, embodying loyalty and valor, unparalleled in every aspect, both cool and dashing. A model of integrity and trustworthiness, eloquent in discourse, graceful in bearing, exuding an imposing presence, with noble character, a solitary aristocrat, surpassing even the beauty of Pan, possessing an extraordinary talent, quick-witted and with an exceptional memory, erudite and experienced, of remarkable intellect, well-versed in both literature and martial arts, beloved by all, distinguished in conversation, engaging in lively banter, adept in strategy, concise in expression, flawless in every regard, piercingly insightful, possessing foresight and eloquence, standing out from the crowd, transcending the ordinary, leaving an everlasting legacy, achieving the extraordinary, earnest and serious, with immeasurable merit, resolutely advocating for justice, defying the odds with indomitable spirit, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, and a tenacious resolve, unmatched in history, embracing death with valor, radiant with youthful vigor, upholding the law, striving diligently, unwavering in loyalty, selflessly devoted to others, untouched by corruption, incomparable, commanding the winds and waves, amidst tumultuous storms and thunderous might, captivating hearts and souls, shaking the very heavens and earth, embodying perfection, devoid of flaws. Unparalleled in all respects, brimming with vitality, such was the face. As Chen Shou'er beheld the handsome figure in the mirror, a faint smile unconsciously graced his lips. How could I possess such extraordinary charm? His smile grew ever more radiant, gradually transcending the realm of the mundane, until it became an eternal image within this world. Yet soon, Chen Shou'er's eyes transformed into a pair of violet orbs, the purple extreme demon eyes. The environment before Chen Shou'er collapsed in an instant. Chen Shou'er felt an intense brightness assaulting his eyes, prompting him to squint. When he finally opened his eyes, he found Zongyang kneeling before him. Zongyang spoke, "Master, you have witnessed the validation of my soul technique. How do you perceive it?" Chen Shou'er subtly sensed that he too had become ensnared, albeit only for a fleeting moment. Utilizing the purple extreme demon eye, one could directly unravel the illusion of the heart's demon. Thus, in this regard, the illusion of the heart's demon proved ineffective against Tang San, for he too possessed the purple extreme demon eye. Mediocre, what other effects does it possess? Chen Shou'er inquired. Zongyang replied, the illusion of the heart's demon has another limitation. It can only be employed once on each individual. Should they discern the illusion, I would be unable to cast it upon them again. He continued, I was the first to employ it on the leader, as I wished to prevent any wariness. The leader has already seen through my illusion. Could this not serve as proof of my loyalty? What if one cannot resist your illusion and becomes ensnared within it? Chen Shou'er questioned. In that case, I would be able to manipulate that individual at will, brainwashing them as I see fit, deciding whether to restore or obliterate their consciousness. Zongyang elucidated. That indeed presents a fascinating prospect. I have been contemplating methods of brainwashing. Your soul technique is precisely what I currently require, Chen Shou'er remarked. However, Chen Shou'er felt it was imperative to reinforce her control over Zongyang. His martial spirit was inherently peculiar, leaving room for the possibility that he might discover a means to unravel her deadly thorn seed. Chen Shou'er harbored a penchant for obliterating anything that posed a threat to him, particularly formidable adversaries, whom he preferred to extinguish in their infancy. Thus, he addressed Zongyang with deliberate calm. Tell me, if I were to imbue you with the power of the dead thorns, would you accept it? Zongyang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fervently replied, I am willing, my lord. Infuse my being with the power of the dead thorns, for it is a divine gift. Subsequently, Chen Shou'er spread the seeds of the dead thorns throughout Zongyang's entire body, granting him peace of mind. Zongyang became Chen Shou'er's true confidant and his right-hand man. Afterward, Zongyang took his leave, leaving Chen Shou'er alone to gaze at the night sky. One day, I shall stand atop the world, beholding vistas unseen by any other, wielding the strongest martial soul and the most powerful soul rings, proclaiming to the world that I, Chen Shou'er, am the strongest. Chen Shou'er extended her hand, as if yearning to grasp the sun, moon, and stars. This world is replete with wonder. I wish to endure. To live on eternally, not merely in longevity, but in everlasting existence, until the end of time, until all is obliterated, yet I shall continue to witness it all. Eternity. If I were to ascend to divinity, could I truly attain immortality? Chen Shou'er's eyes gradually became unfocused. She remained uncertain if immortality exists in this world. Yet, even in the face of the unknown, it is a pursuit worthy of her struggle. Chen Shou'er revels in the pursuit of immortality. Perhaps, at this moment, I have yet to hear such words, for I am still at the first ring. Let me set a modest goal, to attain the rank of a titled Douluo at the 9th ring. Chapter 44. 1 year later, additional update. The Black Mist Forest. The following day, at dawn, Chen Shou'er, accompanied by Zongyang, sought out 10 villagers from the sacred soul village and subjected them to a process of mental manipulation, effectively enveloping them in a realm of inner torment. Zongyang succeeded in imposing this psychological environment upon all 10 villagers, resulting in an alarming uniformity. Not a single individual resisted. Without exception, these villagers fell completely under the sway of Zongyang and Chen Shou'er. They were indoctrinated with the notion of divinity. What is divinity, you may ask? It is the unwavering commitment to a singular, absolute goal, for which one would sacrifice everything, even their own life and family. Chen Shou'er instilled within them a divinity, one that demanded absolute obedience to her. This divinity surpasses all else. Following this, loyalty to the Holy Spirit Church occupies a secondary position, while adherence to the commands of Zongyang and his companions ranks last. Upon the completion of this indoctrination, they remain themselves. They do not transform into puppets nor mere instruments. Instead, they acquire a singular, living purpose to yield absolute obedience to Chen Shou'er. This purpose transcends all. They can forego food, water, and rest. They may relinquish their families and even their lives, yet they must never fail to obey Chen Xiu'er. Just last night, Chen Xiu'er spread the withering seed, which had been parasitizing Zhong Yang's body, throughout him. It infiltrated not only his heart but also his brain and all his vital organs. Only when fully sown with withering seeds would Chen Xiu'er feel assured in utilizing him. Chen Xiu'er has always been a person of deep suspicion. If Zhong Yang harbors any treasonous thoughts during the process of indoctrination, it could lead to a rebellion, igniting an uprising within the entire Holy Spirit sect. Chen Xiu'er would certainly not allow such an occurrence. Zhong Yang, Master, I have exhausted my soul energy. Chen Xiu'er nodded slightly. On the surface, Zhong Yang appeared unchanged from before. However, every subtle shift within his body told a different story. Chen Xiu'er had become adept at understanding every nuance. The fluctuations of breath, tension, and a myriad of emotions resonated through the body, transmitting sensations to the dead thorn seed, which in turn relayed feedback to Chen Xiu'er. Tomorrow, the process would continue until every villager had been thoroughly indoctrinated. From this moment forth, you shall be my right hand, my most competent subordinate. With that, Chen Xiu'er turned and departed. Yes, master, exclaimed Zhong Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He was the true victim of brainwashing. He had succumbed to Chen Xiu'er's influence, revering his formidable power and genuinely aspiring to follow him. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Everything progressed methodically, with Chen Xiu'er and Yi Zixiao having developed the soul absorption 2.0 version. This advancement had been imparted to Zhang Liang, Jin Shui, and Zhong Yang, as well as to several of his subordinates, the Twin Spirit and the Yellow Sand Spirit. They too had been imbued with divinity, firmly believing that Chen Xiu'er was an omnipotent lord, resembling fervent cultists from a previous life. Now, let us discuss the enhancements of the soul absorption 2.0 version. It could now absorb soul power from all attributes, not just from humans, but also from soul beasts. Moreover, when this acquired soul power reached a critical mass, the recipients would gain an ability, beast men. Yet, it would be more apt to refer to this as a side effect. They could freely alternate between human and soul beast forms. This was the culmination of the tireless research conducted by Chen Xiu'er and Yi Zixiao, the path to immortality. Human lifespans were finite, unless one ascended to godhood. However, the path to divinity was exceedingly elusive, whereas soul beasts could endure for eternity. The so-called Beastman project aimed to transform humans into soul beasts. Since soul beasts could assume human forms, why could humans not revert to their original essence as soul beasts? Admittedly, the initial success of soul absorption 2.0 had not yet produced any Beastman warriors. Furthermore, absorbing another's soul power to elevate one's realm ultimately proved unstable. It could be argued that such beings ranked among the weakest of their level, as their ascension was akin to wielding a cheat. At this moment, Chen Xiu'er sat within the main hall of the Holy Spirit sect. After a year of development, the sect had established 4 main halls and 12 auxiliary halls. Chen Xiu'er sat upon the throne in the main hall of the Holy Spirit Church. The main hall exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur, radiating a sacred and pure atmosphere. The interior was adorned with numerous exquisite glass artifacts, and upon the suggestion of Zhong Yang, the front of the hall was transformed to resemble the architecture of ancient Chinese dynasties. This ancient design featured an elevated foundation, leading up to a multitude of steps. The main hall was constructed atop this lofty base, with an impressively long staircase before it. The interior was deliberately designed to evoke the grandeur of ancient court assemblies. Chen Xiu'er sat at the center, flanked by ministers on either side, with those of higher rank positioned at the front. This was the current assembly of the Holy Spirit sect, where Zhong Yang and his companions stood in the foremost line. Meanwhile, hundreds of devotees from the Holy Soul Village could only kneel outside. Chen Xiu'er raised her arms high and proclaimed to the gathered worshippers below, "Believe in the Holy Spirit and attain eternal life." In unison, the hundreds of devotees fervently replied, "Long live the Holy Spirit sect." Each of them displayed an intense fervor in their eyes, as if an inexhaustible passion and vitality radiated from within. They appeared ready to sacrifice their lives at any moment. Presently, all of them, including Zhong Yang and his companions, were adorned in robes of white adorned with golden patterns. Chen Xiu'er regarded others solely through the lens of his own existence, rendering any pretense unnecessary. All were compelled to heed his command. Adorned in a pristine white robe embellished with resplendent golden patterns, even the edges of his garments were edged in gold. As for the origins of your funding, hundreds of first-ring soul masters have all registered in Nodding City, receiving monthly subsidies. Although this raised a wave of suspicion, ultimately, they could not uncover anything substantial. These funds were all concentrated in one place, amounting to hundreds of gold soul coins each month, sufficient for their development for a while. Moreover, a group of soul masters engaged in production, exporting vast quantities of goods. This constituted one avenue of economic sustenance, but the more significant source of income, in truth, was plunder. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat on night grass, and a man does not prosper without unexpected wealth. Qinshuo, accompanied by hundreds of disciples, systematically annihilated 3 villages, leaving not a trace behind, all cleverly disguised as assaults by soul beasts. However, this plan lacked thoroughness. They also allocated a portion of their funds to bribe Su Yuntao. Thus, after receiving countless benefits, Su Yuntao ultimately capitulated. He, on behalf of the Holy Spirit sect, engaged in deception, successfully outwitting the Spirit Hall. Disciples, from this moment forth, the Holy Spirit sect shall be known as the Tang sect for the next month. After which we will revert back. Do you remember this? Tang San is returning, and Qinshuo must make some preparations. Yes, sect master. Chapter 45, The Return of Tang San. In Notting City, at the Junior Soul Master Academy. Tang San had just completed his duties at the blacksmith shop and returned to his dormitory. The academic year at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy spans a full year, during which students are not permitted to return home. Tang San had longed for his father's arrival, yet as the term concluded, he had not seen Tang Hao's figure. Fortunately, the companionship of Xiao Wu alleviated the monotony of his life. Xiao Wu, the break starts tomorrow. Will you be going home? Tang San inquired while packing his belongings. After a semester, he finally had the chance to see his father. Xiao Wu leaned against the bed, a hint of loneliness in her eyes. I won't be going home. Perhaps I'll stay at the academy. Tang San was taken aback. It's been a year. Won't you visit home? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's eyes brightened. Tang San, is your home far from the academy? How about I accompany you back? Everyone else is leaving, and I have no one to play with. Tang San smiled gently. After a year of companionship, he had come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl always exuded a sense of mischief and mischief-making. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable little rabbit. My family is quite poor. There won't be much to entertain you, Tang San replied. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. You're always so frugal with your monthly allowance. Are you really worried about hosting me? With a smile, Tang San extended his right hand. Speaking of allowances, doesn't someone owe me 6 silver soul coins? Xiao Wu paused for a moment, her rosy cheeks betraying a hint of embarrassment. It's only 6 silver soul coins. I'll return them to you once my allowance arrives. You haven't even said whether I can accompany you. Then let us go. My father can be rather temperamental, but I have a brother whose personality is quite endearing, Tang San replied with a smile. With someone as delightful as you, your father will surely like me. And you have a brother? I must see what kind of person he is. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face brimming with curiosity. He is a most interesting individual. In Tang San's eyes, a nostalgic emotion glimmered. It had been a year since he last saw Xiao, and he wondered what she was like now. He had already become a one-ring soul master. At noon, Tang San and Xiao Wu, burdened with their packs, walked along the path leading home. How much farther? Xiao Wu asked, glancing around curiously. We're almost there. Do you see that mountain ahead? Our holy soul village lies at its foot. To the south of the village is the black mist forest, which we must circumvent, for it harbors century-old soul beasts. As they neared home, excitement filled Tang San's heart. The sight of the towering mountain evoked fond memories of watching the sunrise with Qinshuo a year ago. What a joyful time that was. Perhaps it was due to his past as an orphan that Tang San cherished familial and fraternal bonds so deeply, his affection for his father, the camaraderie with his brothers, and of course, his teacher. He touched the 24-bridge Mingyuan knight at his waist, which held the forging hammer he had given his father, new garments, and even several bottles of fine wine. After walking a bit further, they finally glimpsed the shadow of the village. Look! That's the village, Tang San exclaimed with elation, raising his right hand, only to be met with a sight he could scarcely comprehend. How is this possible? The purple extreme magic eye? He quickly activated his purple extreme magic eye, utilizing his extraordinary long-distance vision. What he beheld was a desolate village, with dilapidated houses overrun by black vines. Xiao San? Xiao San? Xiao Wu waved her hand in front of Tang San, but he remained lost in thought. The village Tang San's expression turned vacant. Regaining his senses, he swiftly employed ghost shadow misty steps and hurried towards the village. Xiao Wu, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickened her pace to follow him. Xiao San, you're home. Upon arriving at Holy Soul Village, they found it in utter decay, with numerous houses collapsed. Only an abundance of vines and sprawling blue-silver grass remained. Tang San did not respond to Xiao Wu, instead turning to run towards his own home. Remarkably, his house stood intact, showing no signs of destruction, merely covered in dust. With a forceful push, Tang San burst through the door. Father! Yet the interior was empty, filled only with dust and cobwebs. Xiao San, your father? Xiao Wu began to piece together the implications of the scene before them. The state of Holy Soul Village could only signify one thing: a soul beast attack. Wait, their essay note here. Tang San, endowed with extraordinary vision, discerned a note amidst a cloud of dust on the table. With a heart full of trepidation, he cautiously lifted the note. It was encrusted with layers of dust, which he meticulously blew away. The paper bore only a few hastily scrawled lines, the handwriting rough, yet brimming with a rugged vigor. Little San, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek me. It is futile to attempt to find me, though you are still young. You possess the capability to fend for yourself. A fledgling eagle must learn to spread its wings if it is to soar high. Do not worry about me. You have inherited your mother's delicacy in your character. Your father is but a useless man. As you grow, I must reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. One day, we shall reunite. I hope you become strong, yet I also wish for you not to become too strong. Your path is yours to choose. If ever you find the profession of a soul master unsatisfactory, return to Holy Soul Village and become a blacksmith like I did. Do not dwell on this. Tang Hao. Holding the piece of paper, Tang San stood in a daze. Yet, at the same time, he felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps his father was not dead, but merely had left Holy Soul Village. However, he was perplexed as to why his father had chosen to depart. Xiao Wu, observing Tang San's silence, watched him intently. Just then, a voice called from outside. Third brother, is that you returned? Upon hearing this voice, Tang San managed to muster a semblance of joy and hastily exited the house. Outside stood none other than Qin Xiu'er, donned in a white robe adorned with golden patterns. Third brother, you have finally returned. Tears welled in Qin Xiu'er's eyes as she suddenly rushed forward to embrace Tang San. Witnessing this, Xiao Wu, for reasons unknown, lifted her right leg and kicked Qin Xiu'er away. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San turned back, perplexed. Xiao Wu was not one to disregard propriety. So why this sudden action? Indeed, she herself was at a loss for her own reaction. A flicker of strangeness crossed Xiao Wu's eyes. The reason she had kicked Qin Xiu'er was that she sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her. Xiao Wu perceived the fluctuations of soul power around Qin Xiu'er, which did not resemble that of a human, but rather that of an extraordinarily powerful soul beast. Leaning closer to Tang San, Xiao Wu whispered, "She gives off a peculiar feeling that makes me quite uncomfortable." Meanwhile, Qin Xiu'er, who had just been kicked, found her mind racing with thoughts. Has she seen through me? Unlikely. Nevertheless, that is of little consequence. What matters is, I just received another kick. Chapter 46. Xiao Wu's hostility. It's nothing, really. After all, I am quite handsome. Which tends to provoke a sense of crisis among couples. It's all trivial, and I've grown accustomed to it. Qin Xiu'er waved her hand dismissively. Xiao Wu, referred to as a couple by Qin Xiu'er, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, Xiao Wu was at fault too. But Xiu'er, please tell me what exactly happened in the village. Tang San was now exceedingly eager to uncover the truth. What had transpired in the village? Why had his father left? Why had the village changed so drastically? Where had everyone gone? And why was she dressed in such attire? Tang San was overwhelmed with questions, unsure of where to begin. However, Qin Xiu'er was particularly curious about Xiao Wu. According to Zongyang, Xiao Wu was a soul beast that had transformed into a human after 100,000 years. Qin Xiu'er covertly assessed Xiao Wu, noting that her height was comparable to Tang San's. Her delicate face was a soft pink, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach. Although her attire was exceedingly simple, it appeared remarkably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid cascading past her shoulders, and her large, glistening eyes continuously radiated hostility towards Qin Xiu'er. Old Yi, observe your kind, Qin Xiu'er remarked to Yi Zixiao with a knowing look. What kind? Merely a petite rabbit daring to associate with me? Yi Zixiao retorted with disdain. Qin Xiu'er cast a disdainful glance at Yi Zixiao, a scoff escaping her lips. Qin Xiu'er relinquished her communication with Yi Zixiao, her consciousness returning to the external world. She had long contemplated her words, Alas, Chen Shou'er sighed softly. Third brother. To speak candidly, on the 6th day after your departure, our village was besieged by soul beasts. A multitude of houses were ravaged. And had it not been for Uncle Tang Hao's intervention to drive away the soul beasts, I fear the consequences would have been dire for everyone. Chen Shou'er spoke, her eyes betraying a look of regret. Did my father take action? Isn't he a blacksmith? Tang San's curiosity surged. Indeed. We were unaware that Uncle Tang Hao is a title Douluo. Chen Shou'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. A title Douluo? My father is actually a title Douluo? Tang San felt a whirlwind of emotions. However, having lived 2 lives, his psychological resilience was formidable. Primarily, upon learning of his father's safety, he felt a sense of relief. What about everyone else? Tang San inquired. They have all relocated to the Black Mist Forest, where the soul beasts have been driven away, making it quite safe. However, the matchmaking events in Holy Soul Village have resulted in significant casualties, and everyone is deeply saddened. Chen Shou'er replied somberly. Tang San grasped Chen Shou'er's shoulders and asked, What about my father? Has he left? Calm down, third brother. Uncle Tang Hao has indeed departed. He left while driving away the soul beasts. Upon hearing that his father had left, Tang San released Chen Shou'er, feeling a mixture of relief and pride that his father was, after all, safe in a powerful title Douluo. At that moment, he recalled the contents of the letter, which mentioned retrieving something with the help of a title Douluo. Recovering that item would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Tang San's first impulse was to seek out his father. But he quickly remembered the letter's instruction, do not come looking for me. Third brother, do you still recall the promise I made to you? Chen Shou'er asked. You mean the Tang sect? Memories from a year ago began to resurface in Tang San's mind. Under the moonlight, Chen Shou'er had vowed to him that she would rebuild the Tang sect. The others have long since lost the will to live. So I entrusted them with the Xiantian skill, and something miraculous occurred. Chen Shou'er's excitement was palpable as she recounted the events. As everyone began practicing the Xiantian skill, they unexpectedly started to generate soul power. I attempted to consult old Jack and the others about it, and guess what? They all began to inquire about the origins of this remarkable method of soul power cultivation. Chen Shou'er became increasingly animated, as if the matter were indeed true. I told them that this was a powerful ancient sect that had been passed down through generations. After hearing this, everyone expressed a desire to join the sect. And thus I seized the opportunity to establish the Tang sect. Chen Shou'er embraced the sky with both hands, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. As the entire tale unfolded vividly through her words, everyone present was engrossed in cultivating their soul power, having discovered new aspirations and objectives. Each day in the Tang sect was now imbued with positive energy and fervent enthusiasm. Upon hearing Chen Shou'er's narrative, Tang San felt as though he were in a dream. The story was suffused with fantastical hues, almost imparting a sense of unreality. Monstrous beasts attacked. A hermit emerged from the common folk to save them, only to reveal his identity and depart from the village. The casualties rendered many despondent, but a child disseminated martial arts techniques, rekindling the hope for survival among the people. This child seized the opportunity to establish a sect, and thus, everything began to improve. The narrative was rife with inconsistencies, yet Tang San found himself unable to pinpoint them. Xiao San Xiao Wu gently tugged at the hem of his garment from behind. Tang San understood her unspoken message. Shou'er, I have matters to attend to. I shall join you shortly to meet everyone. No problem, third brother, Chen Shou'er replied with a bright smile. As her words lingered, Tang San was pulled into the room by Xiao Wu. This Xiao Wu was somewhat of an inconvenience. After their departure, a fleeting chill flickered in Chen Shou'er's eyes. Realizing that Tang San and Xiao Wu were now inside, whispering to one another, Chen Shou'er, left alone outside, decided to immerse herself in the cultivation of the Xiantian technique. Chen Shou'er's soul power has reached the 15th level, which includes the essence derived from consuming the soul of a soul beast. In the interest of experimentation, Chen Shou'er personally utilized the soul absorption technique to absorb the soul power of a century-old human-faced demon spider. Chen Shou'er dared not inhale deeply, as her ability to absorb souls had yet to be fully perfected. Subjecting herself to such an experiment was already a perilous endeavor. Given Chen Shou'er's cautious nature, she would certainly refrain from attempting it a second time unless she could ascertain its safety. Inside the room, Xiao Wu expressed her unease, saying, Xiao San, your friend always gives me a rather unsettling impression. I can't quite explain it, but whenever I see him, my heart trembles slightly. Tang San defended Chen Shou'er, stating, He has changed somewhat. After a year and such significant upheaval, it is not surprising that he would undergo some transformation. But it truly is peculiar, Xiao Wu exclaimed. The aura surrounding him does not resemble that of a child. Rather, it is akin to a beast with its eyes tightly shut. When he smiles at me, I can't shake the feeling that he is slowly revealing his fangs. Surely it cannot be that extreme? Tang San questioned. It absolutely is, Xiao Wu retorted, playfully punching Tang San's chest. In any case, that Qinshuo'er is very dangerous, and you must believe me, Xiao San. I would never deceive you. All right. I will be cautious, Tang San replied, though it was clear he did not take Xiao Wu's words to heart. Perhaps he merely thought it was a child's jealousy. Jealous of what? It seemed that Xiu'er had grown taller than Xiao Wu, a thought that Xiao Wu could not voice, leaving her to fret silently for Tang San. Foolish Xiao San, stubborn Xiao San, why can't you heed my warnings? That person is genuinely dangerous. He may even be a transformed spirit beast from 100,000 years ago. The more Xiao Wu pondered, the more convinced she became. Chapter 47. The Prosperity of Tang's Sect, Holy Spirit Cult. After a period of solitary cultivation, Qinshuo'er finally awaited the emergence of the duo, Sen Wu. I have waited long enough. Please take me to see the Tang Sect, Tang San expressed with a hint of anticipation. Of course, third brother. Qinshuo'er beamed with a cheerful smile, as if the previous events held no significance for him. Even Xiao Wu found herself captivated by Qinshuo'er's demeanor. Could it be that I have misjudged him? Xiao Wu pondered at that moment. Qinshuo'er led the way, occasionally sharing tales of the Tang Sect, Holy Spirit Cult, and their past stories with Tang San. Tang San listened with rapt attention, his interest piqued. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remained quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Tang San, perceptive as ever, noticed her demeanor, yet Xiao Wu merely attributed it to a lack of rest. In no time, the trio arrived at the Holy Spirit Cult's headquarters. Before them loomed towering silver walls, reaching a height of 15 meters, with the surrounding trees having been entirely cleared away. The grandeur of the main gate exuded a dignified and solemn aura. The gate was predominantly silver, adorned with intricate golden patterns, resembling an array of swords and blades, as well as various wild beasts. Upon closer inspection, each golden design was unique, encapsulating the essence of myriad creatures, flora, and weaponry. This is the 10,000 forms golden pattern. What do you think, third brother? Qinshuo'er inquired with a smile. Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated that within a year's time, the Tang Sect, Holy Spirit Cult, could evolve to such a degree. The walls and gates emanated an unmistakable air of superiority. A cough escaped him, as he felt a profound sense of reverence inspired by the sanctity and dignity that enveloped the place. Before the gates of Jinwen City, Qinshuo'er raised her arms high and proclaimed, "Long live the Tang Sect." In an instant, a chorus of voices responded from atop the city walls, echoing, "The Tang Sect shall attain eternal life." Upon hearing this peculiar exchange, Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't this reminiscent of a cult's propaganda?" he inquired solemnly. "Not at all. Our concept of eternal life is merely metaphorical. It embodies our aspirations. Rest assured, third brother, we remain steadfast in your principles." Qinshuo'er replied with a smile. "We must not betray our teachers or ancestors, indulge in lustful desires, exploit power to oppress others, act arrogantly due to influence, intimidate the weak, engage in futile disputes with the ignorant, conduct ourselves solely for pleasure, commit acts of wrongdoing, live extravagantly without purpose, covet ill-gotten wealth, act as traitorous scoundrels, misuse our skills for selfish gain, succumb to arrogance, or seek to gain positions of power and wealth. These tenets have always guided our path." Qinshuo'er revealed a charming smile as she gazed at Tang San. "You actually remembered?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. He recalled that until his departure, Qinshuo'er had not managed to memorize that series of house rules, even under his constant supervision. Who would have thought that after his departure, she had successfully committed them to memory? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "What is the matter?" Qinshuo'er observed Tang San gazing intently at her face and curiously inquired, "Could it be that you've been single for too long? Are you now captivated by handsome men?" "Please, do not mention that word," she exclaimed. "Ah, it's nothing." Tang San realized he had been impolite. At that moment, the grand entrance of the Holy Spirit Sect swung open, and Qinshuo'er gestured invitingly to the two of them. It was one thing to not look, but another to be startled upon seeing. As the city gate opened, Tang San was astonished to discover that they had constructed a miniature city, remarkably expansive. From the outside, one could not even glimpse the 12 divisions hall. The Holy Spirit sect possessed a comprehensive production and circulation system, complete with small-scale trade, shops, and blacksmiths. Yet, at the very heart of this city stood an imposing and dignified temple. Tang San ventured first into the interior of the Holy Spirit sect, and with each step forward, his astonishment grew. The architectural style was distinctly Western, a stark contrast to Tang San's traditional Eastern sensibilities. I have no idea what the Tang sect looks like, so I've merely attempted to replicate it as best I could. Do you think it's acceptable? Chen Shou'er chuckled, pointing to the main hall. Quite. Tang San replied succinctly. Since it had already been forged, there was no need for alteration. Although it lacked the ancient charm of traditional architecture, it was still the Tang sect of another world, he mused. Ahead lay the main hall, flanked by 2 side halls, with an additional grand hall situated behind them. These 4 halls collectively were known as the 4 Great Halls. The foundations of the Grand Hall were impressively elevated, nearly level with the smaller trees in the surrounding forest, while encircling the 4 Great Halls were 12 subsidiary halls, positioned just beneath them. Chen Shou'er gradually introduced Tang San to the layout of the Holy Spirit Church. The 4 main halls were arranged such that the central one was designated for Chen Shou'er, while the other 3 belonged to Zhong Yang and his companions. The 12 subordinate halls, of course, were dedicated to the 12 Holy Spirits. Although only 2 of the halls were inhabited, Tang San inquired, is this truly the result of a year's development? Indeed, Chen Shou'er replied, currently. The entire Tang sect comprises solely of first-ring soul masters. Now, allow me to show you the training grounds of our disciples. With a smile, she led the way, with Tang San and Xiao Wu following her as she took on the role of their guide. Before long, Chen Shou'er brought them to the base of a towering platform. This platform featured a spiral staircase that seemed dizzyingly high. It was so tall that one could not discern its apex with the naked eye. Even Tang San's purple-level demon eyes could not penetrate its heights. This was the celestial platform, where disciples practiced their purple-level demon eyes. As it was now midday, there was no one present. In fact, apart from Chen Shou'er, only Zhong Yang and his 2 companions, along with 2 Holy Spirits, trained their purple-level demon eyes here. Other disciples practiced a simplified version, one that could not be further distilled. Though they visited daily, the results of their training were subpar. Soon, Chen Shou'er led Tang San to the training area for the ghost shadow misdirection technique, which featured the thorny wooden dummy. This was a peculiar training ground, where a patch of thorns covered the ground, and only a few small wooden sticks were placed above. The method Chen Shou'er developed for practicing the ghost shadow misdirection involved traversing these wooden sticks to reach the other side, something that, as of now, only she could accomplish. Others would stumble and fall after taking only a few steps, including Zhong Yang and his companions. At this moment, Tang San suddenly asked with seriousness, "You do not differentiate between ranks when imparting their soul skills, do you? Have you genuinely passed on the Tang sect's ultimate techniques to every disciple?" This matter was of utmost importance to him. As someone who had come from the outside, he understood the distinctions between the inner and outer disciples of the Tang sect. Outer disciples faced restrictions in their training, while inner disciples enjoyed unrestricted access. This had always been a source of concern for Tang San. Years ago, he had sacrificed 2.5 gene of flesh merely to inquire about the purple-level demon eyes. An inner disciple would have received the answer directly. Of course not. I assure you, there is no favoritism, Chen Shou'er replied. Youth must strive diligently. Otherwise, you will find, like me in old age, that all aspirations become unattainable. At this, memories surged in Tang San's mind. This voice seemed reminiscent of Old Jack, Grandpa Jack, Tang San exclaimed. The one guiding the disciples in practicing the ghost shadow misdirection was none other than the venerable Old Jack. Oh, it seems that the mistress has returned. Your father has left, and he wrote you a letter. Have you seen it? Old Jack inquired with a smile. I have seen it. And I am glad you are well, Grandpa Jack, Tang San replied, his previously somber mood lifting upon encountering Old Jack. Ha ha. This old body of mine can still serve the Tang sect for a few more years. Old Jack exclaimed jovially, seeing Tang San conversing merrily with Old Jack. Chen Shou'er couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Xiao Wu appeared to notice something, signaling Chen Shou'er with a gesture before departing. The gesture seemed to suggest, just wait. Chapter 48, Night Raid, Nottingham City, Junior Soul Master Academy. The master was in his room, engrossed in a book. Yet he felt an emptiness within him since Tang San returned home. Although he spoke not a word, the longing in his heart was undeniable. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The master frowned. As usually, no one visited him aside from Tang San. "Enter," he said, placing the book aside with an air of indifference. The door opened, revealing a tall figure clad in a simple gray robe, with disheveled black hair cascading over his shoulders. His aged visage bore the marks of life's tribulations, and his murky eyes seemed to reflect the fragility of old age. "Greetings, master," the visitor spoke in a deep, hoarse voice. "Who are you?" The master felt an inexplicable tension rising as the man stepped inside. "It has been 20 years since we last met, and in my current state, it is no wonder you fail to recognize me. I am Tang Hao." "Tang Hao?" The master's pupils dilated in shock. He gripped the table, fixating on the man before him, his fingers turning ashen. "You are the Haoyan." Before the master could finish, Tang Hao raised a hand to interrupt him. "Let us not dwell on past titles. We have encountered each other a few times, and while others may deem you a madman, I understand that you are a person of conviction," Tang Hao stated. "As his master, I should have visited you sooner, but certain matters delayed me. I must take my leave now, but I wish to entrust Tang San to you, as you are also his mentor." Tang Hao maintained his icy demeanor. "I do not know what transpired in your life, yet it is evident that Tang San holds you in deep regard. Do you not think it cruel to abandon him like this?" the master queried. Tang Hao replied coolly, "He has chosen to walk an extraordinary path. To remain with me would be a disservice to him. Always remember, he is my son." With that, Tang Hao waved his hand and turned to depart, leaving behind a dark token that clattered onto the master's table. It was the pass of the spirit hall, adorned with 6 distinct emblems. However, the master's token bears only 3 distinct patterns. Under the cloak of night. The simple yet captivating journey through the Holy Spirit Church's fundamental facilities with Tang San and Xiao Wu came to an end, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tang San and Xiao Wu were assigned by Chen Shouer to rest in the main hall at the back. Meanwhile, in the central hall, Chen Shouer, Zhang Liang, and Zhong Yang had discreetly gathered together. Zhang Liang remarked, "Xiao Wu is quite the challenge. Deceiving Tang San seems simple enough. Yet Xiao Wu appears to have sensed something amiss." Jin Shui added, "It's certainly unfeasible. Xiao Wu is a soul beast of 100,000 years, while we are merely at the first ring. If Tang Hao were to return now, it would spell doom for us." Zhong Yang interjected, "Let us not be so pessimistic. I possess a viable strategy. Master, may I share my thoughts?" With a gentle flourish of his feather fan, Zhong Yang, adorned in his holy robe, exuded an aura reminiscent of a military strategist. "Please, proceed." Chen Shouer sat alone upon the throne, gazing down at the 3 individuals before her. Zhong Yang remarked, "Master, you can utilize the power of the 10,000 transformation soul bone to transform into Tang San. At that moment, you can launch a surprise attack on Xiao Wu." Zhang Liang retorted, "Are you out of your mind? With Tang San's 7-year-old physique, can he even stand? Your plan is utterly flawed." Zhong Yang countered, "You truly possess the intellect of a fool. How can you not comprehend such a simple matter?" Zhang Liang shot back, "You dare call me a fool? Speak such nonsense again, and I shall challenge you to a duel outside." "Enough," Chen Shouer interjected. "It is late at night, and it would be unkind to disturb other slumber. Besides, some night owls do enjoy lurking in the shadows, so let us all exercise caution." Chen Shouer felt that this evening was destined to be extraordinary. "Indeed, master. I have grasped your intention. I could masquerade as Tang San to vex Xiao Wu, thereby sowing discord. Yet the risks are considerable," Chen Shouer articulated. Zhong Yang replied, "Precisely. If Xiao Wu can discern your remarkable essence, it remains uncertain whether she would recognize you after your transformation." Zhang Liang interjected with a chuckle, "Master, I too have a strategy. Please, do share." Chen Shouer responded nonchalantly. Zhang Liang proposed, "Why not assume the guise of Tang San and inform Xiao Wu that my affections lie with the leader? Then, you could disguise yourself as Xiao Wu and tell Tang San that you have been captivated by the leader, thus offering your apologies. Is this not a flawless plan?" He continued, "It is rare for you to demonstrate such cleverness. However, I have my own thoughts. Xiao Wu has already signaled me during the day. If I do not meet her tonight, would it not imply that I fear her?" Chen Shouer abruptly slammed her hand on the throne and rose to her feet. Zhang Liang retorted, "How could the master fear such a diminutive rabbit? Let us seize the opportunity." Zhong Yang added, "This could work splendidly. If Tang San discovers that Xiao Wu is rendezvousing with the master, one can only imagine his reaction." Zhong Yang and Zhang Liang exchanged mischievous laughter, while Jin Shui appeared bewildered. "What are you all discussing?" he asked. Indeed, I often feel out of place, sensing my own peculiarities are insufficient to align with you. As anticipated by Chen Xiu'er, Xiao Wu awaited him at the celestial platform. The evening breeze was rather boisterous, tousling Chen Xiu'er's long hair and causing his white robe to flutter gracefully. May I inquire, dear Xiao Wu, what purpose brings you here to meet with me? Chen Xiu'er inquired with a smile. Haha, there is no need for further concealment, is there? You too are 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, are you not? Xiao Wu replied, standing at the edge of the platform with her back turned to Chen Xiu'er. What? What do you mean? 100,000-year soul beast? Me? Chen Xiu'er gazed at herself in bewilderment, pondering, am I a soul beast from 100,000 years ago? It seems I emerged from my mother's womb. Haha. In an instant, Chen Xiu'er was struck by a thought and burst into laughter. It turned out that Xiao Wu had been pondering this all along. Old Yi. It seems we've sparked a misunderstanding. Chen Xiu'er remarked humorously to Yi Zixiao. What are you laughing at? Xiao Wu suddenly turned around, demanding an explanation. Listen well. I am the king of soul beasts, reigning for 99,999 years, DT on. Chen Xiu'er declared, her right hand obscuring her face as she grinned mischievously. The king of soul beasts. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing her balance on the celestial platform. Chen Xiu'er felt that Xiao Wu was quite sheltered, startled by a name she had fabricated. Chen Xiu'er would never realize that she inadvertently revealed the true name of the king of soul beasts. The brother of Emperor Tian, the childborn, is Di Jun. From the moment of my birth, my unparalleled knowledge and appearance captivated the three realms, even causing the 5 great divine kings to marvel at my visage. The Lord of Hell cursed my countenance, wishing to incinerate me with 10 generations of demonic flames. Hence, my life can be succinctly encapsulated in a single word, June. Thus, I am called Di Jun. Xiao Wu, regaining her composure, noticed that he seemed to be boasting. Why are you speaking so breathlessly? Do you not realize it could frighten someone to death? Xiao Wu scolded, pointing at Chen Xiu'er's forehead. What is this? Do you look down upon me, Di Jun? It appears today I shall demonstrate to you the true fire of the sun. Chen Xiu'er chuckled. Humph, Di Jun, I have never even heard of you. If it comes to a fight, I am more than willing. Xiao Wu retorted disdainfully. Well, it seems that you roughnecks only delight in violence, Chen Xiu'er remarked, gesturing with her fist. What are you doing? I have no desire to resort to brute force, Chen Xiu'er replied. Didn't you just say you wanted to fight? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Thus, I shall not argue with you. I have long been invincible across the world, traversing every realm in search of a defeat. Yet, ultimately, no one has fulfilled my wish. I have grown weary of conflict. You may go. In Chen Xiu'er's eyes, a sense of loneliness shimmered. Chapter 49, Oath Under the Moon. Hee, I see you are nothing but a facade. I have no desire to engage in further conversation with you. I merely wish to warn you to refrain from harboring intentions towards Brother San, or you shall suffer a most dreadful fate. Xiao Wu's delicate face, tinged with pink, spoke coldly. I have no inclination to quarrel with a little rabbit like you. I can only caution you to keep your thoughts away from my Brother San, or you will undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile. Xiao Wu paused for a moment. How do you know I am a rabbit? No, that is not the point. You actually mimicked my speech. Xiao Wu exclaimed in anger. A joke. I, Emperor Jun, am well aware of the developments in the divine realm for the next 100,000 years and can even count the hairs on the head of the man next door. So dealing with a mere little rabbit is an utter trifle. Chen Xiu'er waved dismissively, indicating her ease. You asked me how many hairs the man next door has. Come closer. I shall whisper it to you. The man next door is bald. Completely bald. Ahem. Do not speak of what I have said. Tang San belongs to me. What is mine remains mine. Remember that, rabbit. With a confident demeanor, Chen Xiu'er turned and sensed Tang San's presence, if not now. When would he flee? Of course, even in retreat. Ah, how absurd. One must maintain a sense of grandeur. Immediately, under the gaze of a terrified Xiao Wu, Chen Xiu'er leaped from the celestial platform. Tang San, walking silently on the platform, suddenly felt a shadow rush past him. In that fleeting moment, he was struck by a sense of familiarity. Such urgency. The following gusts of wind were intense, ruffling Chen Xiu'er's hair. Chen Xiu'er hastily summoned her martial soul, establishing a connection with the black vines beneath the surface. In an instant, a multitude of thornless black vines emerged from the ground, intertwining to form a formidable net-like bed. It appeared remarkably resilient, possessing exceptional elasticity. When Chen Xiu'er fell onto this bed, the impact propelled her back up into the air by more than 10 meters. Chen Xiu'er had been practicing this move for nearly half a year, and she had mastered it to perfection. Soon, her bouncing came to a halt as she fully absorbed the impact. How infuriating. My plan has yet to unfold, and Tang San has arrived. Chen Xiu'er clenched her teeth. She had intended to delay Xiao Wu, transforming into her likeness to seek out Tang San, but unexpectedly, Tang San arrived first. This is troublesome. As Chen Xiu'er descended, Zongyang and the others quietly approached. Zongyang inquired, is the leader's plan proceeding smoothly? Chen Xiu'er replied with frustration, Tang San discovered it ahead of time. Before I could execute my scheme, he arrived. Her anger was palpable. Such a splendid opportunity for sowing discord had slipped away. Despite Tang San and Xiao Wu having shared a year of affection, their bond had yet to reach the legendary depths of sibling love, leaving Chen Xiu'er with a glimmer of hope for division. According to Zongyang, if the two were separated, Tang San's strength would undoubtedly diminish significantly. This was a power known as bonding. Many protagonists could achieve extraordinary feats through this seemingly unscientific force. The plan has failed. Withdraw, Chen Xiu'er commanded, waving her hands as she departed with her subordinates. On the Tower of Heaven, upon noticing Tang San's arrival, Xiao Wu felt a surge of panic. However, unlike Chen Xiu'er, she could not leap down due to her slight fear of heights. The sound of footsteps grew ever closer as 7-year-old Tang San ascended the tower with deliberate steps. Xiao San, come and admire the moon with me, Xiao Wu awkwardly suggested. What am I panicking about? I am Xiao Wu Jie. She reassured herself, patting her delicate cheeks. Thank you, Xiao Wu, for always being by my side, Tang San expressed earnestly. What are you thanking me for? Xiao Wu's composure began to waver. No, this won't do. You are Xiao Wu Jie. Exude that confidence. Summoning her courage, she stepped closer to Tang San and took his hand. Xiao San, hear me out. Do you wish to be my family? Before Xiao Wu could finish, Tang San interjected. What? Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. In truth, the reality was vastly different from what Chen Xiu'er and Xiao Wu had imagined. Tang San and Xiao Wu's rooms were separated, with Tang San practicing alone in the dead of night, while Xiao Wu had ventured out early. Tang San had a matter weighing heavily on his heart that he longed to share with Xiao Wu. Yet, each time he sought her out, she was absent from her room. Consequently, he set out to find her and, upon ascending the spiral staircase of the Tower of Heaven, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Believing it to be Xiao Wu, he hurriedly followed, curious about her solitary outing. The reality, however, was that the figure was none other than Chen Xiu'er, leading to the current awkward predicament. Zongyang and his companions observed Tang San approaching, eager to alert Chen Xiu'er, yet uncertain how to convey their warning. Turning their attention back to the Tongtian platform, they noted the moon's roundness. It was the finest vantage point for moon gazing. The moon appeared to dominate a quarter of the sky, suspended above them. My father has departed, refusing to let me see him even once. Xiao Wu, do you understand? He was my sole kin. Without him, our home no longer feels like a home, Tang San expressed with heartfelt gratitude. So, I wish to thank you for your unwavering companionship. The moonlight enveloped them in a gentle embrace, illuminating their youthful faces. At that moment, Xiao Wu seemed to find her anchor, shedding the earlier panic that had clouded her demeanor. With a playful giggle, she pushed Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him from the platform. Do not dwell in sorrow. Your father has merely departed temporarily. One day, you shall reunite. His absence may be his way of urging you to grow stronger, she reassured, tossing her long braid over her shoulder. Moreover, without your father, you still have me as a friend. If you seek a family member, I would gladly assume the role of your sister. Come, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. As Tang San beheld Xiao Wu's charming demeanor, accentuated by the moonlight that rendered her face irresistibly cute, he couldn't help but smile. In moments of vulnerability, the presence of a companion is indeed a cherished blessing. If you wish to be my sister, I would not oppose. If memory serves, though we share the same age, you appear to be a few months my junior. I was born in January, while you in August, correct? Tang San smiled. Not a chance. I shall only be the sister, not the younger sibling, Xiao Wu retorted playfully, tapping his head lightly. With a serious demeanor, Tang San grasped her delicate wrist and asked earnestly, Xiao Wu, I have a serious question, and I hope you will respond earnestly. Xiao Wu pursed her lips. You currently resemble those old men at school. Would you consider being my sister? I genuinely long for another family member, he continued. But Xiao Wu was about to interject when he halted her. Please allow me to finish. I possess nothing. You have witnessed my circumstances. I am merely a child of humble origins. You, on the other hand, are endowed with innate soul power. Our paths diverge greatly. I can sense that your lineage carries its own tale, yet I have never inquired, fearing our differences might prevent even friendship. Nonetheless, I sincerely desire a sister like you. Though I cannot provide the luxuries of nobility, I can offer you my promise. Tang San declared to the moon. I vow to forever protect my sister and shield her from all harm. Gazing into Tang San's tear-filled eyes, Xiaowi's own eyes gradually became misty with emotion. What if one day, many people wish to take my life, and they are foes you cannot defeat? What would you do? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face. Then let them first tread upon my corpse. Xiao Wu fell silent, as the moonlight took on an enchanting glow, and the stars seemed to twinkle in solidarity for the two. Brother, Xiao Wu uttered a single word, shattering the tranquility that enveloped them. Chen Shou'er could never have imagined that his actions would not only fail to cause a rift between the two, but would instead serve to unite them. Chapter 50. A gracious farewell to the master. The following morning, at dawn, Chen Shou'er gathered the followers of the Holy Spirit Church early. The atmosphere today was particularly grave. Chen Shou'er did not take his place upon the throne, but instead stood beside it, leaving the principal position for Tang San. Xiaowi stood to Tang San's right, while Zongyang and the others concealed themselves among the congregation, a strategic decision to prevent Tang San from noticing their presence. Hundreds of followers, clad in white robes adorned with golden patterns, knelt in unison outside the hall. Tang San felt exceedingly uncomfortable with the scene before him. Yet he endeavored to acclimate himself to this environment. Although he disdained the hierarchical system, he understood that without rules, order cannot exist. Accepting the position of sect master filled him with trepidation, for he had contributed nothing more than imparting the techniques to Chen Shou'er. He was, in truth, the genuine leader of the Tang sect. Tang San contemplated that upon his departure, he would take on the role of an elder, while the sect master would remain Chen Shou'er. Welcome back, sect master Tang San, Chen Shou'er proclaimed, bowing with a flourish of his white sleeves. We wholeheartedly welcome the return of our leader, echoed the voices, devoid of any dissent. All present complied unconditionally with Chen Shou'er, irrespective of their understanding. They followed her lead without question. I have no desire to assume this position of sect master, Tang San replied calmly. What do you mean by this, sect master? Chen Shou'er asked, her expression one of confusion. Why did Tang San always deviate from the expected? Ultimately, you are the one who established the Tang sect. I merely contributed its profound techniques. I wish only to serve as an elder in the transmission of knowledge. You should bear the mantle of leadership, Tang San asserted. Chen Shou'er was distressed. The plan was to make Tang San the leader of the Tang sect, binding him to the chariot of the Holy Spirit Church. He was to charge to the forefront, bearing the brunt of any challenges. Yet, he had no real authority. Everyone heeded Chen Shou'er's words. What a splendid arrangement it seemed. But Tang San defied expectations. This young man fled, seeking to be a hands-off leader. How could such a thing be? You, as a transmission elder, enjoy the benefits while shirking the responsibilities. The position of leader, initially intended for you. Before Chen Shou'er could finish, Tang San interjected. All of this is due to your efforts. I cannot reap rewards without labor. Moreover, I must attend school and cannot remain in the Tang sect to manage affairs. The position of leader must still be yours. With a smile, Tang San gently patted Chen Shou'er's shoulder. Chen Shou'er could only express her gratitude with a helpless gaze. Tang San, just wait. For I shall defeat you honorably in due time. I will make you bow at my feet. The debt of this humiliation shall be repaid. Indeed, master. Chen Shou'er silently gritted her teeth. Today, I shall return. Farewell, everyone. Goodbye, Shou'er. With you here, I feel at ease, Tang San remarked with a smile. Of course. With me around, you can indulge without worry, Chen Shou'er replied with a smile of her own. Tang San nodded with a grin. The passage of time was swift, and soon it was noon. Chen Shou'er has already accompanied Tang San to appreciate the splendor of the Holy Spirit sect, including its dining hall. The abundance of culinary delights prepared by food-based soul masters features an array of home-cooked dishes. Old Jack's first soul skill, chicken stew with mushrooms, enhances strength by 5 points after consumption. Many food-type soul dishes are similarly modest in their effects, yet they are plentiful in quantity. Tang San beheld the superficial grandeur of the Holy Spirit sect, oblivious to the underlying darkness that lurked within. Old Jack had long amassed a multitude of hidden ailments, and it is feared that within less than a year he shall ascend to the heavens. Since the dissemination of the blood-burning technique, Individuals have trained with the fervor of riding a rocket. They remain blissfully unaware of the severe ruptures within their meridians. Some have accumulated such ailments that even the slightest exertion brings them excruciating pain. Yet, they show no signs of rebellion, no regrets, no complaints. Their eyes shimmer with fanaticism. For Qinshiuer, they would sacrifice everything. These individuals also have descendants who are even more fervent in their devotion. However, such fervor, fueled by burning blood, is unsustainable for the Holy Spirit sect. Thus, the obliteration of other villages and subsequent brainwashing by Zongyang lead to a fresh influx of new disciples. The more frequent such occurrences become, the greater the number of devotees. At this moment, Tang San prepared to depart with Xiao Wu. "Xiuer, I am leaving with Xiao Wu now. I entrust this place to you. Please take care of yourself," Tang San said with a smile, extending his right hand toward Qinshiuer. Qinshiuer smiled gently and extended her right hand. The two clasped hands, and at that moment, it felt as though they were transported back to a year ago. "Third brother, though mountains and rivers may separate us, our bond shall remain steadfast, and the waters shall flow endlessly. When we meet again, we shall revel in songs and drink heartily," Qinshiuer declared with a spirited laugh. "Have you ever tasted wine? Aren't you still a child?" Tang San inquired with a smile. "Aren't you the same? By the time we meet again, neither of us will be children anymore," Qinshiuer replied, revealing an enigmatic smile. Qinshiuer's words were clearly laden with meaning. "Well, when we part, we must indulge in a hearty drink." Tang San, evidently oblivious to the undertone in Qinshiuer's remarks, responded, "All right, third brother, let us depart. Otherwise, it will be dark by the time we return." Xiao Wu affectionately took Tang San's arm. Qinshiuer was taken aback. Their scheme of discord had not only failed, but had inadvertently strengthened the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu. What a disaster. They had attempted to steal the chicken, only to end up losing the rice. "All right, Xiao Wu, it is time to depart. Farewell, Xiuer," Tang San said, turning away and waving his hand dismissively. "We shall respectfully see off the master." Hundreds of disciples knelt in unison. Tang San furrowed his brow, unsure if he had misheard or if they had misspoken. Since they referred to him as the master, perhaps it was indeed an error on their part, he mused. "Farewell, San Gu," Qinshiuer replied with a cold smile. "By the time we say our goodbyes, we are no longer children. Let us reveal our true selves under the blade." Qinshiuer, accompanied by the faithful of the Holy Spirit sect, watched as Tang San departed. Subsequently, she took the lead and returned to the main hall of the Holy Spirit sect. From this moment forth, the name of Tang's sect shall be abolished, and the Holy Spirit sect shall reclaim its former title, and bring forth that prisoner. Qinshiuer ascended back to her throne, surveying her domain. Tang San has finally left. She could once again reclaim her rightful place upon the throne. Zongyang responded, "Yes, Master." Qinshiuer did not take Tang San on a tour of the dungeon, which actually harbored another chamber. Within this dungeon were imprisoned various subjects of Qinshiuer's experiments. Qinshiuer and her companions have annihilated numerous villages and slain several soul masters. Presently, he possesses a substantial collection of soul weapons, albeit they are predominantly deemed inferior. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility of them evolving into extraordinary soul weapons, thus having a few living specimens for experimentation is indeed advantageous. Qinshiuer, reluctant to squander the energy from another realm and wary of experimenting on herself due to the inherent risks to her life, resolved to substitute the bodies of others instead. However, this was merely a secondary concern, occurring during the eradication of the second village. Qinshiuer discovered a child in an ordinary household, who astonishingly possessed a rare dragon-shaped martial spirit. According to Zongyang's speculation, this is likely the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Qinshiuer had refrained from claiming his soul. All in anticipation of this moment, a meticulously crafted plan, codenamed Dragon Annihilation. "Oh, and do bring the ghost flower as well," she remarked with a smile. Zongyang replied, "Understood." The ghost flower, a martial spirit that had undergone 3 fusions, was a fascinating entity. That intriguing child continued to struggle valiantly. Chapter 51. I am Yutian in the Black Mist Forest. Within the Sacred Spirit Sect's main hall, Qinshiuer sat regally upon the throne. 2 disheveled children, bound and kneeling, occupied the center of the grand chamber. Some individuals had successfully resisted Zongyang's heart demon illusion. These resilient souls had triumphed over their inner selves. Thus, their ultimate fate was confinement within the dungeons of the Sacred Spirit Sect. In the hall, one child appeared dazed, his hair in disarray and his eyes void of life. while the other seethed with anger, a flicker of pride evident in his gaze. Jin Shui, this ghost flower is the martial spirit evolution material I have selected for you. Slay him, and your martial spirit shall truly ascend to its pinnacle, Qin Xiu'er declared with a smile. The name Ghost Flower was bestowed upon him by Qin Xiu'er. His original name had lost significance. Jin Shui hesitated. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Qin Xiu'er's tone turned icy. No. It's just that I feel my current martial spirit is quite satisfactory. Perhaps it would be better to keep him by my side. Have you truly considered this? While your current martial spirit is formidable, it pales in comparison to a genuine top-tier spirit. Have you made your decision? Qin Xiu'er pressed once more. Yes, Jin Shui replied. I have made my decision. Let him remain by my side. Qin Xiu'er chuckled lightly, shaking her head in mild exasperation. I have no way to deal with you, but very well. From this moment forth, he shall be known as the Blood Prison Saint Spirit, and all that pertains to him shall be under your jurisdiction, judgment, and decree. Yes, I shall obey your command. Jin Shui responded with fervor. The Blood Prison's dull eyes shifted towards Jin Shui, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of color danced within them. Zongyang urged, Blood Prison. Why do you not express your gratitude to the master? The Blood Prison knelt before Qin Xiu'er, proclaiming, Thank you, master, for granting me my life. You need not thank me. Your gratitude should be directed towards the judgment and decree, Qin Xiu'er replied with a serene smile, waving her hand dismissively. Once more, the Blood Prison turned his gaze to Jin Shui, pondering, did he save me? Why would he offer such mercy? After all, I am merely an experiment. Perhaps this is what my mother referred to as a good person. A warmth blossomed within the Blood Prison's heart. Release me. My martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Do you not comprehend the significance of this? The defiant youth shouted directly at Qin Xiu'er. Zhang Liang, intending to reprimand the boy and instill in him a sense of decorum, was halted by Qin Xiu'er's gesture. This is precisely why I do not eliminate you outright. I have investigated your lineage. Your great-grandmother was of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, but married a humble villager, leading to her expulsion from her clan. Am I correct? Qin Xiu'er inquired with a smile. A flicker of unease flashed in the youth's eyes. Indeed, children's eyes are the most honest of all. Although he uttered not a word, his second mouth had already conveyed the truth to Qin Xiu'er. What do I mean by a second mouth, you ask? Foolish child. A person's eyes are their second mouth, a particularly candid one. As generations passed, the bloodline diluted, yet no manifestation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul emerged until your generation. Qin Xiu'er's smile deepened. I understand not what you speak of. The youth retorted through gritted teeth. Though young, he possessed a commendable spirit. However, his fearlessness stemmed from ignorance. Qin Xiu'er noted. The youth was secretly astonished. Though he appeared younger than Qin Xiu'er, he was far more astute than any adult. He was not a child at all. He was a monster clad in the guise of youth. On the very day of your martial soul awakening, following the words of your ancestors, your mother resolved to return you to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, yet we intercepted her, did we not? Qin Xiu'er asked with a knowing smile. It was you. You are the ones who caused my mother's demise. I shall avenge her. The mention of his mother ignited a tempest of rage within the youth. He wished nothing more than to reduce Qin Xiu'er to a mere paste and feed it to the dogs. Yet, even such fury could not assuage the hatred that simmered in his heart. Hate me, and allow your wrath to become the stepping stone upon which I tread. Qin Xiu'er gradually rose to his feet. He approached the youth and gently lifted his chin. Can I instill fear in you? Qin Xiu'er inquired with a smile. Bah, even if you were to kill me, I would never acquiesce to your demands. The youth retorted defiantly. No, you misunderstand. I have no intention of making you do anything. I simply wish to take your life. Qin Xiu'er replied with a wicked grin. What? The youth's eyes quivered, and his lips trembled. His previous confidence had stemmed from the belief that Qin Xiu'er would not dare to kill him. But now, according to the words of your ancestors, you must belong to the Tian generation, am I correct? Qin Xiu'er slowly placed his palm over the youth's chest. Why, yes. The youth stammered in response. Suddenly, the deadly black vines pierced through him, and the pale blue soul power was swiftly absorbed. I shall take your martial soul, Qin Xiu'er declared. After Qin Xiu'er finished speaking, she turned and departed. With a thud, the young man's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground, blood gradually seeping outward. Zhong Yang signaled to the subordinates, and instantly, the cleanup crew emerged. Qin Xiu'er gradually stretched her body, and at that moment, an unusual radiance emanated from her head. The soul bone of 100,000 years. Transformation. Chen Shou'er gradually transformed into a short-haired youth, whose complexion was fair and features strikingly handsome. Chen Shou'er looks handsome no matter what. From now on, I shall be known as Yu Tianxian. On Chen Shou'er's right hand, the soul mark of the blue lightning tyrant dragon began to shimmer slowly. Shou'er, my soul ring cannot be applied to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. This martial spirit is remarkably unique, as it can only absorb soul rings possessing dragon lineage, Yi Zixiao suddenly conveyed. No worries. I have prepared for this, Chen Shou'er. Transformed into a short-haired boy, replied with a confident smile. Next stop, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The original text from the master indicated that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon has restrictions, only able to absorb soul rings with dragon lineage. I once read a novel where the protagonist was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and could absorb a bird as a soul ring, which puzzled me. The following day dawned, filled with invigorating energy. Rising early, Zhong Yang embraced the sun, soaking in its warmth. The CEO of the apocalypse. The leader has vanished. Just as Zhong Yang was relishing the splendid sunlight, a hurried disciple burst into his room. Zhong Yang furrowed his brow. What did you say? The leader has disappeared? Come with me to the main hall. Swiftly dressing, Zhong Yang accompanied the disciple to the main hall. At that moment, Zhang Liang and Jin Shui arrived at the main hall as well. Upon entering, they beheld a small wooden tablet standing atop the throne. Inscribed upon it were several lines. I have departed this world. For matters, burn paper. For minor issues, summon my spirit. For serious matters, dig my grave. If you truly miss me, descend to accompany me. Should you encounter me, it is purely a case of corpse transformation. If you wish to live, turn a blind eye. If you seek death, step forward to receive the decree. Males on the left, females on the right. Creatures of the opposite nature, kindly leave. None shall be accepted. The three exchanged awkward glances, their lips twitching. Zhong Yang remarked, I just recalled. It seems our leader has gone to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. It's nothing to worry about. Let us return and wash up for some rest. Chapter 52. I, Yu Tianxian, have arrived. In the northwest of the Heaven Do Empire lies the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. This location is remote, encircled by 8 true dragon peaks, with no other structures in a 100-mile radius apart from a grand castle. This immense castle occupies a vast expanse, rivaling the imperial city of the Heaven Do Empire in magnitude. From afar, the formidable stone fortress resembles the lair of a colossal dragon. Outside the castle lies a moat approximately 45 meters wide, vast and expansive, resembling an island floating amidst the sea at first glance. A bridge forged of silver spans the 2 banks, flanked by an unbroken line of dragon statues. A ragged youth, clad in tattered garments, slowly approaches the gates of the castle. At the entrance of the formidable stone fortress stand 2 colossal dragon statues, their fierce visages appearing as though they are poised to devour any prey before them. 2 guards, adorned in blue-scaled armor, engage in conversation. One of the guards suddenly notices the filthy boy. A beggar? Surely not. How could there be beggars in the Dragonwild Plains? Aside from the sole beasts of the dragon kin, their eyes and even a bird in sight, remarks the other guard. The boy, inching closer to the pair, reveals his ragged attire, patched in numerous places. Get lost, you filthy beggar. This is no place for begging. The guard retorts brusquely. Who are you calling a beggar? Despite his disheveled appearance, the boy's eyes shine brightly. You little beggar, you still dare to. The guard on the left, about to strike, is swiftly halted by his companion. How could a child appear here without reason? Let us first ascertain the situation before resorting to violence. What's there to discuss? He asks, just a filthy beggar. The left guard clearly wishes to dismiss the matter. I am not a beggar. The boy suddenly produces a token from his bosom and throws it at the guard. You little brat, are you courting death? The guard, initially furious and ready to retaliate, is interrupted as the other guard seizes the token, exclaiming, this is a token of the spirit hall. What? And it bears the dragon head insignia. The second guard's eyes widen in astonishment. The token, dark and unidentifiable in material, displays 3 distinct symbols, a downward-pointing sword at the center, flanked by a hammer and a dragon head on either side. Where did you obtain this token? The guard on the left grips the boy's wrist, demanding an answer. It was given to me by my mother. Let go of me. The boy struggles to break free. You lie? How could a mere beggar possess a token from the spirit hall? It must have been stolen, scoffs the left guard. Today, I shall act on behalf of my family and the spirit hall to deal with you, thief. With that, the man's left arm progressively morphs into a dragon form. 3 soul rings emerging from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. 3 rings. I am not a thief. That token is a legacy passed down from my great-grandmother. The boy hastily retreats. Humph. Tokens from the spirit hall are not something just anyone can possess. Unless your great-grandmother was an elder of the spirit hall, how could a filthy beggar like you have such an item? It's utterly laughable. The guard extended his dragon-like claws, intending to seize the youth. I told you not to touch me. The boy bellowed, his pupils astonishingly transforming into golden vertical slits. The corners of his eyes shimmered with translucent dragon scales, exuding an unusual beauty. A pale yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet. Blue lightning Tyrannosaurus! Exclaimed another guard in astonishment. Stop at once. His great-grandmother is likely from the family. Just as the guard on the left attempted to grasp the boy. The mention of the family made his face turn pale. Possessing the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus soul is one thing. But if you hold the token of the spirit hall, it signifies you are one of our own. Members of the family are all direct descendants of pure blood, belonging to the most elite lineage of the clan. At that moment, the youth produced the token of the spirit hall, indicating that his elder was likely an elder of the hall. All elders registered within the spirit hall are indeed elite members of the family. The other guard returned the token to the boy, inquiring, "What is your name?" Yu Tianxian. The boy's vertical dragon pupils flickered with a hint of defiance. A member of the Tian generation? Come with me, the other guard beckoned, turning to lead the way. The boy silently retracted his soul, following closely behind the guard. The guard, too, withdrew his soul, clearly reluctant to obstruct him further. Yu Tianxian secretly smiled. I, Qinshiuer, have finally made it in. Indeed. After a long journey of a month, Qinshiuer finally arrived at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, having traveled countless miles. Upon cleverly disguising herself with a soul bone to pass through the true dragon peak, Qinshiuer found herself in the Dragon Wild Plains. Qinshiuer followed the guards as they slowly entered the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. The exterior appeared as a formidable stone fortress. However, the interior deviated from the architectural style of a traditional city. There was no grand main hall, only a scattering of houses, creating an uneven landscape. Yet, each of these structures was constructed with exquisite elegance, surpassing even the grandeur of those built by the Holy Spirit sect by tenfold. While the medieval architectural style was prevalent, the only consistent feature throughout was the presence of dragon-shaped sculptures. Qinshiuer cast a cursory glance and observed that some houses were constructed to towering heights, nearly reaching the pinnacle of the city walls. However, as he ventured further, his perception shifted dramatically. This place resembled a secluded paradise. Upon truly stepping inside, the outer city walls became invisible. Instead, he beheld magnificent towers and pavilions, reminiscent of a fantastical dreamscape. Every eave and pillar was intricately adorned with patterns of the Yalong species. Ahead lay the abode of the sect master. I can accompany you no further, he said. The rest is for you to discover on your own. With that, the guard turned and departed. On her return journey, Qinshiuer encountered very few people. Almost none at all. However, she had previously inquired about the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, where it was mandated that any youth over the age of 6 must undertake cultivation. There was no option for refusal. Apart from the hours dedicated to sleep, the remaining time for rest was scarcely 3 hours a day. Qinshiuer gazed upon the grand hall before her, gradually pushing open the massive doors. At that moment, a middle-aged man with dark hair, clad in a deep blue-purple attire befitting a sect leader, was engaged in conversation with an elderly man who had white hair. Upon noticing Qinshiuer entering, both individuals furrowed their brows. Who are you? Queried the dark-haired man, seated at the head of the hall. I am Yu Tianxian, Qinshiuer replied, undeterred. A descendant of the Tian clan, yet I do not recall your name, the elder inquired, adjusting his beard. I am not a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. It is my mother who has sent me to seek you, Qinshiuer said, a look of sorrow crossing her face, her eyes glistening with tears. Very well. Where is your mother? The dark-haired man asked. She perished at the hands of those monsters on her way back. Qinshiuer's tears spilled forth, overwhelming her composure. When your mother died, I did not witness such grief from you, the elder remarked. Chapter 53. Have I been disdained? Do not rush. Please recount your tale in detail, instructed the sect leader, Yu Lumian. All right. Qinshiuer took a breath, appearing to sort through her emotions, though she had already done so long ago. My great-grandmother is Yu Xinwan, Qinshiuer spoke slowly. The elderly man with white hair beside Yu Luomen was taken aback. He was Yu Guangtian, an elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Since she has already married outside, why do you still bear the Yu surname? Yu Guangtian inquired sternly. My great-grandmother once said that if her descendants awaken the martial soul of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, they may revert to the family name. Chen Shou'er responded with unwavering determination. Sighing heavily, Yu Guangtian waved his sleeve and gently stroked his beard. Strictly speaking, I should consider myself your grandfather, he lamented. What? Chen Shou'er gazed at Yu Guangtian with an expression of astonishment, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Your great-grandmother's brother is my father, so, strictly speaking, I should be considered your grandfather, Yu Guangtian stated. Grandfather? Chen Shou'er displayed an excited demeanor, as if discovering a newfound kinship in this world. The emergence of such emotions, though somewhat contrived, could be interpreted as the innocent and unguarded nature of a child. Now that we are reunited, we are indeed a family. How old are you this year, and what is your soul power? Yu Luomian inquired with a light chuckle. I am 7 years old, and my soul power is at level 15, Chen Shou'er replied. What? Your soul power has reached level 15. Are you perhaps innately full of soul power? Yet even if that were the case, it is an extraordinary talent, more gifted than Tianheng, Yu Luomian exclaimed, suddenly appearing before Chen Shou'er and grasping her arm. Indeed. You are 7 years old. Haha. The heavens bless my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Another genius has emerged. Yu Luomian laughed heartily. Where is your dragon transformation? Yu Guangtian interjected, stepping forward to ask. Let's directly summon the martial spirit. It will be more intuitive that way, Yu Luomian suggested, releasing Chen Shou'er's wrist and stepping aside. Chen Shou'er nodded slightly and directly activated her martial spirit. In an instant, her eyes transformed into shimmering golden vertical pupils, with transparent scales gleaming at the corners. This. Yu Guangtian focused intently, realizing it was indeed her eyes. This revelation left him disheartened. Although I am uncertain of the utility of the mutated eyes, it certainly represents a novel endeavor, lamented Yu Luomian. The disappointment on both Yu Guangtian and Yu Luomian's faces was unmistakable. As the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a premier offensive beast martial spirit, what function could these mutated eyes possibly serve? Yu Guangtian then inquired again, observing the pale yellow soul ring beneath Chen Shou'er's feet. What soul beast did you absorb for this soul ring? Chen Shou'er initially instructed the ghost mother to seek out several varieties of soul beasts belonging to the dragon lineage. Nevertheless, soul beasts with dragon blood are exceedingly rare, yet any possessing such blood are remarkably powerful. Thus, even though Chen Shou'er did not require them at the time, she still had the ghost mother collect a few. One of these is the blood Kirin, which is approximately 800 years old. My foremost resurrection technique is called Thunderclap, which allows me to generate lightning anywhere within my body. This ability not only enhances my physical prowess but also serves as an offensive measure, enabling me to concentrate the lightning in my palm to strike at adversaries, possessing formidable penetrating power. Chen Shou'er gradually explained what. The first spirit ring is 800 years. Does that not mean the second spirit ring can absorb 1,000 years? Yu Guangtian exclaimed in astonishment. Hiki. Chen Shou'er suppressed a smile, contemplating the immense potential of absorbing 4,000 years of knowledge from the first ring. If they were to discover this, it would surely leave them astounded. Oh, your soul technique, while comprehensive in function, often lacks the potency that specialized techniques possess. Particularly, the dragon transformation manifested in your eyes is a tremendous waste. Yu Luomian felt a pang of frustration, pondering how such a gifted child could have a dragon transformation limited to the eyes rather than the arms or legs, which would undoubtedly mark him as a formidable attacker. If the transformation had been in the wings, it would still hold considerable value. Even a transformation of the entire body would confer formidable defensive capabilities. Alas, the dragon transformation of the eyes. The second ring represents a millennium, and it seems the subsequent transformations will likely revolve around the eyes. This thought left Yu Luomian exasperated. Yet, with the presence of Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, a smile of comfort returned to his face. Very well, you may accompany Elder Guangtian back home. Thereafter, all arrangements will be managed by him. Yu Luomian felt a sense of bittersweet joy. Yes, Yu Guangtian nodded, patting Chen Shou'er on the shoulder before leading him home. Come along, let us return home, dear grandson. As an elder, Yu Guangtian's household was affluent, spanning 3 stories. The third floor was his private domain, while the second floor housed numerous rooms. With no one at home, Yu Guangtian selected a room for Chen Shou'er. The first floor boasted a grand hall, adorned with luxurious items, exquisite murals, golden and glass ornaments, and artistic tea sets that exuded an air of nobility. My late wife passed away early, and my son and daughter-in-law fell victim to our enemies. Now, it is just my granddaughter and me. Her name is Yu Tianling, and she belongs to your generation as well. You two shall keep each other company from now on. Yu Guangtian said, stroking his beard with a smile. And what of your enemies? Have you avenged yourself? Chen Xiu'er inquired eagerly. Yu Guangtian gently ruffled Chen Xiu'er's tousled hair. My dear child, there is no need for you to worry about me. I have indeed taken my revenge. But my son can never return, having reached an advanced age. Yu Guangtian had long seen through many matters. Grandfather, do not be saddened. I will take care of you in your old age, Chen Xiu'er replied sweetly. I, Yu Guangtian, do not require the comfort of a mere child. Let us speak again when you become a titled Douluo, It was evident that Yu Guangtian was pleased, even though Chen Xiu'er was not his true grandson. Blood ties. After all, run deep. At that moment, voices echoed from outside. Tianling, I shall see you here. All right, goodbye, Tianqin. The sound of the door creaking open announced the entrance of a girl, of a similar age to Chen Xiu'er, who gracefully stepped inside. This girl possessed remarkable beauty. Exuding a demeanor of elegance and poise, her long, lustrous black hair elegantly arranged. Having been raised in an aristocratic family, Yu Tianling naturally radiated an air of nobility, a stark contrast to the rustic charm of Chen Xiu'er, who hailed from the countryside. However, it is worth noting that Chen Xiu'er could effortlessly emulate any aura. The rustic demeanor she portrayed was a deliberate choice. Grandfather, who is this person? Yu Tianling inquired, revealing her two tiny canine teeth, lending her an adorably charming appearance. Oh, Linger has returned. This child is my grandson, and he will be residing with us from now on. I hope you both will get along splendidly, Yu Guangtian said, adjusting his beard with a smile. Hello, my name is Yu Tianqian. Chen Xiu'er extended her grimy little hand, offering a benevolent smile to Yu Tianling. No, you look so dirty, do not touch my hand. Yu Tianling swiftly retracted her hand, her expression one of cautious defense against Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er found herself momentarily engulfed in confusion. Am I truly unclean? Chen Xiu'er glanced at her small, ebony hands and tattered clothing. Could it be that my appearance is too unkempt? Chapter 54, Raising Favorability. Ahem. Linger, one must not be rude. Tianqian, there is a washing area on the second floor. You must freshen up after your long journey. Yu Guangtian stroked his beard. All right, Grandpa. Chen Xiu'er nodded obediently and ascended the stairs alone. Little girl, it seems that the first adversary I must conquer is you. Chen Xiu'er flashed a grin. After returning to Yu Guangtian's side, she ascended the stairs to take a bath. After all, he was as filthy as a beggar. Yu Tianling crossed her arms, her small face puffed up adorably. However, that cannot be allowed. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still your younger brother. This child has suffered greatly along the way, and you must treat him well. Do you understand? Yu Guangtian inquired sternly. Yes. Yu Tianling murmured softly. Linger, please fetch a change of clothes for Tianqian. Yu Guangtian instructed as he made his way into the kitchen. Understood, Yu Tianling responded, retrieving a brand new outfit from the cupboard. Ultimately, this clothing also belonged to me. He is fortunate to have it. Before Yu Tianling was born, her father had prepared 10 years' worth of clothing for her, comprising 2 complete sets, one for boys and one for girls. Naturally, as a girl, Yu Tianling would not don the male attire, thus it now benefited Chen Xiu'er. Clutching the pristine garments, Yu Tianling ascended the stairs slowly, grumbling to herself along the way. Why must I serve him? I am the one who is supposed to be the master here. The sound of rushing water from the second floor ceased just as Chen Xiu'er emerged. Having finished his bath, he too was in search of clean clothes. Then, an awkward incident occurred. As soon as Yu Tianling turned the corner, she was met with the sight of the completely naked Chen Xiu'er. Ah, perverted creep. Yu Tianling abruptly flung the clothing away in shock. Chen Xiu'er, quick-witted and nimble-fingered, seized it in an instant. Hey, wait a moment. Chen Xiu'er had no time to explain, as Yu Tianling had already rushed downstairs. How troublesome. Yet, the quality of this garment is quite commendable, even superior to the custom robes I ordered. I must remember to take it back with me. Chen Xiu'er surveyed the pristine white garment adorned with a striking blue-purple thunder dragon motif. It exuded an aura of power and magnificence. Swiftly, she donned the attire with grace. Chen Xiu'er also descended the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the vicinity of Yu Tianling, a flustered Yu Tianling stumbled down the stairs. Her little face was flushed. What just transpired? At this moment, Yu Tianling's mind was in utter disarray. By the way, he is rather handsome. As this thought crossed her mind, Yu Tianling abruptly shook her head, admonishing herself, Yu Tianling, what on earth are you thinking? Then, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. For a moment. She dared not contemplate further. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with visions of Qin Shouer's bare form. Just then, Yu Guangtian emerged from the kitchen, unexpectedly adorned in an apron. Indeed, the old man was one to cook for the children himself. What's wrong, Lingo? Upon hearing Yu Guangtian's inquiry, Yu Tianling hurriedly shook her head. It's nothing. Then why the commotion? I haven't even added the spices here. This child. Yu Guangtian adjusted his beard and turned back to the kitchen. Yu Tianling was seated at the staircase, completely oblivious to the fact that Qin Shouer stood right behind her. The events of the earlier moment. Qin Shouer gently patted Yu Tianling's shoulder, intending to explain. Suddenly, Yu Tianling, like a startled kitten, spun around with a wary expression directed at Qin Shouer. You, don't come any closer. Yu Tianling exclaimed, retreating step by step. I can explain. It was all an accident. Qin Shouer said, taking a few steps forward. Please, do not approach. Qin Shouer noticed that Yu Tianling was retreating towards the corner of the table. Should she step back any further, she might very well stumble. However, Yu Tianling continued to back away, and just as Qin Shouer was about to offer a warning, alas, Yu Tianling, whose attention was entirely focused on Qin Shouer, had already tripped and fallen. Qin Shouer swiftly employed her ghostly shadow technique, rushing forward to embrace Yu Tianling's slender waist. Are you all right? Qin Shouer had just finished her bath, her short, damp hair still glistening. With a pair of bright eyes, she gazed at Yu Tianling and inquired. Qin Shouer exuded a delicate and enchanting fragrance that captivated Yu Tianling. Gazing upon Qin Shouer's youthful yet strikingly handsome visage, Yu Tianling found herself unable to resist the impulse to gently caress his cheek. In that moment, her head spun with a flurry of thoughts. Goodness! It appeared that he surpassed Yu Tianling in terms of attractiveness. Yu Tianling could not help but acknowledge her own infatuation. May I let go now? Qin Shouer inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It was at that moment that Yu Tianling realized her own impropriety. Why yes, you may, she stammered, hastily rising to extricate herself from Qin Shouer's embrace, feeling an unexpected sense of reluctance to part. Qin Shouer stifled a chuckle. The little girl, after just a few moves, Qin Shouer confidently asserted that her favorability had increased by 50%. Of course, this was a conservative estimate. The reality might be even more astonishing than she anticipated. In that fleeting moment, both Qin Shouer and Yu Tianling found themselves seated at the dining table together. Qin Shouer sat alone in the corner, lost in her thoughts. Yu Tianling occasionally stole glances at Qin Shouer. Whenever their eyes met, Yu Tianling would blush with embarrassment. This little girl. Qin Shouer felt it was necessary to take more decisive action. However, just as she was poised to make her move, Yu Guangtian unexpectedly emerged with two exquisite dishes. It was a moment of helplessness. Qin Shouer had no choice but to slow down her plans. Grandfather, did you personally prepare this? Qin Shouer momentarily displayed a look of admiration. In my youth, I learned a bit of culinary skill. In my old age, I find it difficult to savor the dishes prepared by others, so I decided to cook for myself. I apologize for any shortcomings in the hospitality. Yu Guangtian gently set down 2 plates. In an instant, Qin Shouer felt as though she had glimpsed the legendary golden myth. It truly radiated with a golden light. Could this be the fabled golden food, the kind that causes one's garments to burst upon consumption? Well, perhaps it is not quite so miraculous. There were 2 plates of stir-fried dishes. One contained an indeterminate vegetable, glistening with a golden hue that suggested it was quite delectable. The other plate appeared to hold the leg of some creature, perhaps that of a lizard. However, recalling the dragon wild plains, Qin Shouer immediately surmised that this might be the leg of a subdragon species. Qin Shouer could only exclaim about the immense wealth. At the same time, she was astonished by Yu Guangtian, thinking to herself, how could a dignified elder be cooking for himself? Well, this is indeed a privilege. As Yu Guangtian took a seat, both Qin Shouer and Yu Tianling simultaneously picked up their knives and forks. Yu Tianling cast a furtive glance at Qin Shouer, pondering in bewilderment. How could he possibly know how to use a knife and fork? Could it be that he has taken extra lessons? Originally, he had intended to teach him. How could Qin Shouer, as a modern individual, possibly be unfamiliar with the use of a knife and fork? Qin Shouer sliced off a small piece of the eye-long meat and placed it in her mouth. In an instant, Her taste buds erupted with the exquisite burst of tender juices and the rich aroma of the meat. In a moment, a myriad of expressions flickered in Chen Xiaoer's eyes. He had never tasted such exquisite meat, even in the modern era. As he continued to chew, a delightful sensation of crispness on the outside and tenderness within enveloped him, releasing an abundance of savory juices. Chen Xiaoer shed tears of happiness. This journey was worth it. Chapter 55, The True Dragon Bloodline. Chen Xiaoer was savoring the sensations she had just experienced when, all of a sudden, the door to Elder Yu Guangtian's residence swung open. To her astonishment, it was none other than the leader of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Lumian. What brings you here, sect master? Yu Guangtian inquired with a look of confusion. I have come to find Tian Xian. I shall take him for a test, Yu Lumian declared, and with a swift motion of his hand, a translucent dragon claw of a pale blue hue materialized, seizing Chen Xiaoer's body and pulling her towards Yu Lumian's side. Chen Xiaoer felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, it seemed impossible to enjoy a meal. Throughout the past year, whenever Chen Xiaoer sat down to dine, tranquility eluded her. In this past year, Chen Xiaoer has scarcely enjoyed a single meal. What could possibly be the reason? Yu Guangtian, fearing that Yu Lumian might lead Chen Xiaoer into perilous trials, hastily inquired. Lanqi. Yu Lumian merely responded with these two words, and upon hearing them, Yu Guangtian dared not utter another syllable, seemingly struck by an overwhelming dread at the mere mention of Lanqi. Meanwhile, Yu Tianling, upon hearing the name Lanqi, was already so terrified that she could not find her voice. Lanqi. Chen Xiaoer keenly observed that these two characters were far from simple. They likely concealed a deeper significance. At that moment, Yu Luomian produced a piece of black cloth and covered Chen Xiaoer's eyes. Chen Xiaoer did not resist, allowing the black cloth to shroud her. From this moment on, follow me without removing the blindfold or uttering a word. Do you understand? Yu Luomian inquired solemnly. Chen Xiaoer remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. What a clever child. Yu Lumian praised her softly before turning to gently grasp Chen Xiaoer's small hand. Chen Xiaoer was uncertain of her destination, yet it was evident that she was descending. The path was laden with numerous steps, each one towering high, making her journey arduous. Soon, it appeared she had reached level ground, and Yu Lumian gently removed the black cloth from Chen Xiaoer's eyes. It was done. Chen Xiaoer slowly opened her eyes, greeted not by blinding light, but by an enveloping darkness. Before her lay what appeared to be a vast pool of blood, exuding an overwhelming stench. Chen Xiaoer cast another glance around, and it appeared that the surroundings were enveloped in dark walls. Indeed, the likelihood of being in a cave was far greater. Looking up, one could see a massive dragon skull suspended from the ceiling, imparting a profoundly striking impression. Do you understand why I brought you here? Inquired Yu Luomian. Chen Xiaoer shook her head. As long as the younger generation awakens their martial souls, they must come here to bathe in the dragon blood. This will infuse the dragon blood into their bodies, enhancing the activation of their martial souls and facilitating their dragon transformation, explained Yu Luomian. This is also our unique body-tempering secret technique of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. However, Yu Luomian's tone suddenly turned grave, and Chen Xiaoer sensed that it would not be so simple. The infusion of dragon blood into the body is akin to a rebirth, a thorough cleansing of the marrow, accompanied by excruciating pain, a sensation that even the elders cannot endure for long. I am not afraid of pain, Chen Xiaoer replied resolutely. Good child. Do you know why I brought you here? Yu Luomian inquired. Isn't it true that every child must come? Chen Xiaoer asked with curiosity. Not every child. The reason I brought you here is related to an ancient legend, a legend that I just witnessed, Yu Luomian articulated. A legend? Chen Xiaoer felt somewhat unreliable. It was yet another legendary tale. The legend spoke of a time long ago when the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family first awakened their martial souls. The initial aberration did not manifest in their arm scales, but rather in their eyes. Yu Luomian pointed to Chen Xiaoer's eyes. The eyes? Indeed, the specifics eluded me. Yet it is clearly recorded that the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus underwent transformation, with the purest bloodline manifesting in the eyes. The dragon's eye. Yu Luomian's own aberration began in his arms, though it later encompassed his entire being. However, this transformation bore significant flaws. The full dragonification was merely superficial. His dragon bones were far from complete, and he possessed not a drop of dragon blood. True dragonification should encompass the dragon's eye, dragon's scales, dragon's wings, dragon's fangs, dragon's blood, dragon's bones, dragon's body, dragon's tail, dragon's soul, and ultimately, the true dragon transformation. Yu Luomian proclaimed. In your case, it precisely aligns with the dragon's eye, which is why I wish to test the veracity of this legend. Are you willing, child? Within this blood pool, a person feels as if they are in hell. I shall not force you. Choose for yourself. Yu Luomian stated. I am willing. Chun Xiu'er resolutely agreed, without a hint of hesitation. Truly. He is a worthy son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, possessing remarkable courage. Yu Luomian exclaimed with a smile. Then let us not linger any longer. Shed your garments and immerse yourself in the dragon pool, Yu Luomian declared with palpable excitement. He needed an answer. The dragon pool is said to enhance one's body, transforming it further into that of a dragon. Whether this legend holds true can only be determined through experience. However, one must remain in the pool for 5 minutes, allowing the dragon blood to fully permeate the body for the transformation to commence. Indeed, Chun Xiu'er swiftly shed her garments, neatly placing them aside. She then leapt directly into the dragon pool. Splash! Chun Xiu'er felt the abyss of the blood pool enveloping her, pulling her into its depths. Accompanying this sensation was a searing pain, as if her very skin were being scorched by flames. Chun Xiu'er gritted his teeth, enduring a pain that transcended human capacity. However, having already endured the torturous process of the washing marrow and changing sutra, this discomfort was trivial in comparison. Yu Luomian quietly kept track of time. Generally, a child could manage 30 seconds, and the elders claimed that 5 minutes was the utmost limit. At the 40-second mark, this child displayed remarkable tenacity. Yu Luomian thought in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chun Xiu'er could endure for such an extended duration. Yu Tianheng had only lasted 38 seconds. So Yu Luomian held little hope for Chun Xiu'er. He merely wished to observe whether Chun Xiu'er's further transformation into a dragon would reveal dragon scales. If even a slight increase in dragon essence could be detected in Chun Xiu'er, it would affirm the legends. Conversely, if Chun Xiu'er's dragon scales indeed multiplied, the legends would be validated, and he would undoubtedly receive Yu Luomian's utmost support. Of course, if Chun Xiu'er were to lose consciousness, he would naturally surface, alleviating any concerns Yu Luomian had regarding his demise beneath the waters. Shortly thereafter, Chun Xiu'er felt a searing pain engulfing his very insides, a sensation akin to his internal organs igniting in flames. Chun Xiu'er inadvertently activated her martial soul manifestation. The golden dragon pupils emerged, and the concealed scales at the corners of her eyes began to gradually grow. Little by little, the progress was remarkably slow. At this moment, Chun Xiu'er felt as if thousands of ants were incessantly gnawing within her body. On the shore, Yu Luomian was astonished. It had already been 4 minutes. Meanwhile, within the dragon's blood, Chun Xiu'er sensed her skin dissolving. A torrent of scalding dragon blood surged into her being. Simultaneously, a layer of translucent dragon scales gradually enveloped her entire form, resembling a delicate membrane. However, a solid black scale protruded from her back, precisely at the spine, standing upright. Chun Xiu'er could sense that this was his Achilles heel. The dragon's vulnerable scale is located at the throat. However, consider how unsightly it would be to have a scale protruding from the throat. Thus it has been strategically repositioned to the back. Chun Xiu'er's entire body is shielded by concealed dragon scales, yet the reverse scale remains his sole vulnerability. It is said that a dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite certain death. Chun Xiu'er gradually acclimated to the pain. Although it continued to intensify, it mattered not. Chun Xiu'er is utterly unafraid of physical pain, given that Yu Luomian holds me in such high regard. If my soul ring were to transform into 1,000 years at this moment, fulfilling his legend, I would undoubtedly gain his esteem. I possess ample justification. Having bathed in dragon's blood, which has awakened the bloodline within me, thereby stimulating the soul power in my spirit, causing it to resonate with the dragon's blood and evolve into 1,000 years. The thunder Kirin merges with the winged desolate dragon bird. Chapter 56. The Birth of the Inner Demon. 10 minutes have passed, and yet, she persists. This child, Yu Luomian now realizes that he has truly misjudged her. Such tenacity. He cannot help but acknowledge that he himself only managed to endure for 6 minutes and 15 seconds. However, Yu Luomian will never comprehend that Chun Xiu'er's fortitude does not stem from her life experiences, but rather from her aspirations. Chun Xiu'er seeks vengeance against Tang San. This is her primary objective at present. Furthermore, she aspires to attain immortality. Within the dragon pool, Chun Xiu'er's body glimmers with countless blood-red veins. These are her blood vessels. Ablaze with the scorching dragon blood coursing through her, rendering the vessels translucent and radiant. Chen Xiu'er sat cross-legged at the bottom of Lan Qi, utterly motionless, resembling an old monk in deep meditation. Suddenly, Chen Xiu'er suddenly opened her eyes, her once pale golden dragon pupils transformed into a vivid crimson red. A brilliant purple soul ring hovered above her head, slowly revolving. The year 3631, it is time. Chen Xiu'er felt the immense destructive power coursing within her, a force that instilled in her an insatiable desire to conquer all. This was the adverse effect of dragon blood. The dragon clan, born to be exalted, noble, and proud, looked down upon everything, a trait deeply ingrained in their very essence. Consequently, this led to an evolution of desires for domination, conquest, and possession. Power begets control and subjugation, rendering the treasures of the world as theirs by right, thus evolving into avarice. As Chen Xiu'er absorbs the dragon's blood, she simultaneously imbibes these negative emotions: slaughter, chaos, and devastation. In Chen Xiu'er's eyes now dwells a tempest of rage and fury. Meanwhile, by the shore, Yu Lumian is once again filled with trepidation. It has been 15 minutes, and he cannot allow further absorption of the dragon's blood. Should he continue, he risks being dominated by the consciousness of the soul beast. In an instant, Yu Lumian manifests his martial spirit, adorned in resplendent blue dragon scales. Two coral-like dragon horns crown his head, while a pair of delicate lavender wings unfurl majestically from his back. Simultaneously, his physique swells, exuding an even greater sense of strength. His blue-violet attire, emblematic of his status as a sect leader, is entirely stretched, transforming into a form-fitting garment. The fabric is undoubtedly of exceptional quality, boasting remarkable resilience. Dragon claws, wings, legs, arms, horns, body, scales, and spirit, all are manifestations of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Its unique characteristic is that upon reaching the 40th level, each additional soul ring corresponds to the dragonization of one body part. Upon the initial awakening, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus will dragonize one part, and upon attaining the title of Douluo, it will inevitably manifest the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit possesses the might of the dragon, capable of suppressing all dragon-type martial spirits and soul beasts. Naturally, the dragon spirit is a product of natural dragonization, and under normal circumstances, one more part can be dragonized. Thus, a titled Douluo can dragonize two parts. Legends state that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus can dragonize one part for every 10 levels gained. At that moment, 9 soul rings rose from beneath Yu Luomian's feet, manifesting in the colors yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. Remarkably, Yu Luomian's 9th soul ring is one of 100,000 years. It is worth noting that soul beasts of the subdragon types are already rare, and those of 1,000 years are even scarcer. Yet, Yu Lumian, as the leader of a sect, possesses a soul ring of such astounding age. He extends his right hand towards the dragon pool, and suddenly, the second yellow soul ring beside him radiates a brilliant light. Instantly, an ethereal light blue dragon claw emerges, gently probing into the depths of the dragon pool. This is Yu Luomian's second soul skill, designed specifically for binding and controlling foes. Although it proves ineffective against opponents of equal standing, it certainly carries an impressive aura when used to suppress juniors. At the bottom of the dragon pool, Chen Xiu'er revels in the intoxicating essence of dragon blood, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. Her eyes have succumbed entirely to a blood-red hue. At this moment, Chen Xiu'er has already been tainted by blood poison. Just a bit more, and this power shall all be mine. A manic smile splits her lips. Suddenly, an invisible dragon claw seizes her form, violently wrenching her upwards. A flash of anger flickered in Chen Xiu'er's eyes, as the luminous purple soul ring hovering beside her suddenly radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, a surge of lightning enveloped her arm. Chen Xiu'er vibrated her arms and fiercely tore through the dragon's claws. "What?" exclaimed Yu Luomian in astonishment. A mere child of the first ring could actually break free from the soul skill of a titled Douluo. Although his second ring was merely a century old, the ability to escape the constraints of a titled Douluo indicated that she was at least of the 3rd to 5th ring. This is bad. If I delay any longer, it may be too late. Yu Luomian realized he could not afford to hesitate any further and leaped directly into the dragon pool. The higher the quality of the dragon's blood, the more parts of the body would undergo dragon transformation, and the more suffering one would endure in this pool. In an instant, The agony overwhelmed Yu Lumian's senses. However, being a titled Douluo, he quickly adapted and regained full clarity. Amidst the hazy blood pool, he could only catch glimpses of Chen Xiuer's shadow. Yu Lumian suddenly dove deeper and seized Chen Xiuer's arm, lifting her forcefully. Chen Xiuer felt as though something had suddenly grasped her, and in an instant, she was flung out of the dragon pool. "Xiuer, are you all right?" Yi Zixiao inquired with concern. "Is this my inner demon? How grotesque," she pondered, realizing that it had not yet perished. Chen Xiuer abruptly found herself in the celestial realm. She had lost all control over her body. Just moments prior, the malevolent thoughts of the soul beast within the dragon pool had been excessively absorbed by Chen Xiuer, gradually transforming into her inner demon. Chen Xiuer was initially destined to be under his control, gradually succumbing to darkness, ultimately becoming a mere puppet of her inner demons. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In that fleeting moment, a fragment of spiritual energy unexpectedly shielded her from the encroaching malevolence. Consequently, the darkness refrained from engulfing Chen Xiuer and instead consumed the energy that had intervened. This time, I was careless, captivated by the allure of the dragon's blood. I lingered longer than intended. Little did I anticipate that it would lead to her salvation. How ironic. For the first time, Chen Xiuer felt the sting of her own oversight. What Chen Xiuer referred to as who was none other than the lingering soul that resided within him. At this point, words held no value. Should I attempt to expel his spiritual force, the titled Douluo would certainly take notice. Thus, this matter must rest upon your own shoulders. Yi Zixiao found himself at a loss as well. It seemed that hope could only be placed in the hands of Yu Lumian. In the outside world, with a resounding splash, Yu Lumian leapt from the dragon pool to the shore, the viscous dragon blood streaming down his robe. His face was smeared with the same blood, creating a truly fearsome visage. "Wretched beast, why do you not vacate his body?" Yu Lumian bellowed in fury. At that moment, the bear Chen Xiuer slowly rose from the ground, his body adorned with myriad blood patterns that resembled crimson runes. His scarlet eyes radiated a ferocious intensity. "Ha! I am his inner demon. He cannot expel me, nor can you." Chen Xiuer cackled, his voice hoarse, infused with boundless madness, reminiscent of a prisoner freed from captivity. The once fractured spiritual force had inexplicably merged with his inner demon. "Do you think I possess no means to deal with you?" Yu Lumian retorted with a cold smile. "Then come forth. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid?" Chen Xiuer sneered. "Let me tell you, Yu Lumian, your plan has succeeded. I have evolved to possess scales of a dragon. The legend of the true dragon is indeed real. Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" His blood-red eyes provocatively locked onto Yu Lumian. "You are but a fool," Yu Lumian replied succinctly. In an instant, the ninth soul ring that hung behind him began to radiate with brilliance. Chapter 57. Sealing the inner demon with a thunderous roar. A spectral blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized behind Yu Lumian. At that moment, Chen Xiuer's blood-red eyes widened in terror. The colossal phantom of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex flapped its wings and descended beside him, its pale golden dragon eyes gazing down upon Chen Xiuer, as though he were but an ant. This was the might of the dragon, emanating from the very essence of the dragon soul. Chen Xiuer trembled. "Do you believe this is sufficient to vanquish me? You are gravely mistaken. My soul is entwined with his, and to slay me is to slay him." Chen Xiuer's expression twisted into a grimace. Yet, deep within, panic began to take root. Yu Lumian merely smiled softly. A mere dragon soul dares to act so brazenly. Be suppressed. With a deafening roar, the phantom of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex unleashed its might, forcing Chen Xiuer's dragon soul into the recesses of his spiritual force. Instantly, countless black chains ascended, binding this inner demon in relentless captivity. Chen Xiuer regained control of her body, her blood-red eyes gradually returning to a soft golden hue. "Uncle, what just happened?" Chen Xiuer asked, bewildered as she rubbed her eyes. "Moments ago, you were in the dragon pool, where the spiritual power of the soul beast had invaded your body. Now, that vile creature's soul is linked to yours. I have confined it, but you must first retract your martial spirit. For the next month, refrain from invoking it to prevent awakening its beastly instincts and breaking the seal." Yu Lumian regarded Chen Xiuer with utmost importance, even contemplating taking her as his apprentice and personally guiding her training. "What about your soul ring?" Yu Lumian suddenly noticed the brilliant purple soul ring floating beside Chen Xiuer, his surprise evident. "I'm not sure why, but at that moment, I felt an intense pain and instinctively unleashed my martial spirit, after which I remember nothing." Chun Xiu'er replied, shaking her head with an expression of distress. No need to force it. Just retract your martial spirit for now, Yulumian advised. All right. Chun Xiu'er nodded, silently retracting her martial spirit, her eyes returning to their original black and white. The hidden scales on her body vanished, and the jade crown no longer bore the manifestation of her martial spirit. Based on my conjecture, the anomaly in your soul ring must have been stimulated by the dragon's blood. A portion of both the dragoness soul and blood was absorbed by the soul ring, elevating its innate beastly lineage to a millennial level. The jade crown grew increasingly confident in her assertions. Chun Xiu'er chuckled to herself. She found amusement in such self-satisfied fools, who always believe their conjectures to be correct. Tianxian, may I pose a question to you? Would you be willing to take me as your master? Yulumian asked, gripping Chun Xiu'er's shoulders with a serious expression. Chun Xiu'er felt the immense strength in Yulumian's hands, an undeniable pressure that was clearly not to be resisted. I am willing, master. Chun Xiu'er did not kneel before Yulumian. She merely bowed respectfully. Yulumian smiled and nodded. In this world, there is no custom of kneeling to one's master. Such an act is reserved for honoring parents and sovereigns. Ha! Truly, you are the son of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan, so forthright. Yulumian exclaimed. Now, extend your hand. I shall bestow upon you a token of apprenticeship. Chun Xiu'er extended her right hand, and Yuluoyuan retrieved a ring from her bosom, placing it gently upon his palm. This exquisite artifact, a soul-guiding device, is remarkably rare, serving the purpose of storing and amplifying one's mental energy. Carrying it daily will undoubtedly benefit your mental prowess, enabling you to better suppress the dragon's soul. Chun Xiu'er solemnly accepted the ring presented by Yuluoyan. Thank you, master. What is there to thank? As a scion of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, there is no need for such formalities. Tianxian, remember this. In this world, power is paramount. Yuluoyan stated. Without power, you will be subjected to bullying, and your entire family will suffer the same fate. Thus, do not blame your master for being stern. The heirs of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family must commence their training from a young age. You will not have leisure time, for time does not indulge you. Time is relentless, and the years are unyielding. Neither will wait for us. It is we who must pursue time and the passage of years. Chun Xiu'er scoffed. Are you attempting to brainwash me so soon? Well, do give it a try. I doubt anyone capable of successfully doing so has even been born yet. As for you, being my disciple, you must strive harder. You possess great talent, yet that is no excuse for laziness. Having more talent than others means little. Working harder than others also holds little value. Only by combining both exceptional talent and diligence can you truly earn admiration. Yulumian grasped Chun Xiu'er's shoulder, his tone resolute, leaving no room for refusal or negotiation. Now, come with me. This ring contains 15 cubic meters of storage space, filled with several sets of clothing and some golden soul coins, all of which you will need. With that, Yulumian rose, and Chun Xiu'er began to dress. Old Yi, this ring is quite impressive. Could you possibly create one for me? Chun Xiu'er remarked animatedly towards Yi Zixiao. That is merely a human artifact. How could I ever replicate it? Yi Zixiu replied, exasperated. Have you truly wasted over 100,000 years? You seem to know nothing at all. After living for so long, do you merely eat, drink, and relieve yourself each day? Chun Xiu'er retorted. Or else what? Yi Zixiao found little motivation to engage in a debate with Chun Xiu'er, for the reasoning was beyond comprehension. It is said that a generational gap appears every 3 years. After a staggering 199,990 years, this gap. Chun Xiu'er donned her attire, and Yulumian once again produced a piece of black cloth to shroud Chun Xiu'er's eyes. Chun Xiu'er remained passive, understanding that since Long Qi was so precious, it must be concealed deeply. Outsiders might be entirely unaware of Long Qi's existence. Chun Xiu'er is now regarded as a direct disciple of Yulumian, yet she is still forbidden from knowing the location of Long Qi. This underscores the significance of Long Qi. Yulumian continues to lead Chun Xiu'er, who follows closely behind him. The air below is exceedingly thin, growing increasingly fresh as they ascend. It is only when Chun Xiu'er has fully inhaled the crisp air that Yulumian removes the black cloth that has been covering her eyes. Chun Xiu'er surveyed her surroundings and found no trace of a cellar or anything of the sort. It was merely an ordinary street, albeit deserted in the night, which lent an air of solitude. Tianxian, you should return home now. In a few days, I will arrange the master apprenticeship ceremony. Before that, you must prepare yourself. Yulumian advised. Understood, master. Chen Xiu'er nodded obediently. Fortunately, she remembered the way. Otherwise, she might have truly struggled to find her way home. Unlike a certain fool who got lost in the forest and spent an entire night leaning against a tree in slumber. Chen Xiu'er walked along the old path and soon returned to Yu Guangtian's home. However, at the moment the door opened, Chen Xiu'er was taken aback. Chapter 58, The Profound Dark Technique. Upon returning home, Chen Xiu'er's gaze immediately fell upon Yu Tianling, who was clad in an apron. Her expression rife with embarrassment as she clutched 2 plates of charred food. Ah, Tianqin, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? I just warmed up some. Yu Tianling intended to say that she had merely reheated the dishes, but upon noticing the singed food on the plates, Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile, Thank you, Tianling. But it's quite all right. I'm not hungry at the moment. Upon hearing Chen Xiu'er's gratitude, Yu Tianling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. And no, it's nothing. I'll go wash the dishes now, she stammered, furtively concealing the 2 plates of burnt food behind her. Allow me, Chen Xiu'er said with a warm smile, stepping forward to take the plates. No, that's unnecessary. I used to wash the dishes at home as well, Yu Tianling insisted, shaking her head as she kept her hands behind her, not wanting Chen Xiu'er to see the food within. Chen Xiu'er smiled faintly, then gradually approached Yu Tianling, deftly seizing the plate. Shall we clean it together? Chen Xiu'er smiled warmly and extended her right hand towards Yu Tianling. Yu Tianling's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yu Guangtian, situated upstairs, sensed Yu Tianquan's return and could not help but smile serenely. Little Ling had never washed a dish in her life. Could it be due to Tianqian? As he pondered this, Yu Guangtian shook his head. He intended to inquire later with Chen Xiu'er about what Yu Lumian had done with her. In the kitchen, Chen Xiu'er worked with remarkable speed, while Yu Tianling fumbled clumsily by her side. Yet, rather than rebuke her, Chen Xiu'er patiently guided her on what to do. Yu Tianling felt a flush of embarrassment. She had previously boasted about her frequent dishwashing. However, her current awkwardness seemed to contradict her claims of diligence. Nevertheless, Chen Xiu'er refrained from pointing this out and instead offered gentle reminders. This thoughtful approach further enhanced Yu Tianling's admiration for Chen Xiu'er. In a moment of inadvertent contact, Chen Xiu'er brushed against Yu Tianling's hand, which only served to heighten Yu Tianling's shyness. This entire scenario had been meticulously orchestrated by Chen Xiu'er, with the intention of enhancing Yu Tianling's affection. Soon after, having finished washing the dishes, Chen Xiu'er bid farewell to Yu Tianling and retreated to her room first. Yu Tianling harbored words she wished to express, yet after much internal conflict, she ultimately found herself unable to voice them. Within the confines of the room, Chen Xiu'er returned to her room, settling herself in a lotus position upon the luxurious bed, which was exceptionally soft and remarkably smooth. It was evident that it was quite expensive. Chen Xiu'er felt a pang of emptiness in her stomach. However, she would rather endure hunger than seek trouble. Eating only led to misfortune. Chen Xiu'er felt that it would be better to cultivate, as it could alleviate her hunger. Chen Xiu'er activated the Xiandian gong, and the gemstone ring on her right hand suddenly radiated a brilliant light. To her astonishment, a pattern emerged upon the surface of the gemstone, resembling the sole imprint of a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex upon closer inspection. Indeed, it proved beneficial for enhancing mental strength. Such a marvelous creation stirred within her a premonition that soul-guiding devices would undoubtedly flourish in the future. Chen Xiu'er silently praised. Then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Without the need for speculation, it is undoubtedly Yu Guangtian. The door opened, and Yu Guangtian, with a smile upon his aged visage, stepped inside. Chen Xiu'er awkwardly gestured for him to enter. Tianqin, what has the sect leader conveyed to you? Yu Guangtian inquired directly upon entering the room. Upon reflecting on the matter, Chen Xiu'er instinctively began to recount the entire process involving Yu Luomin, albeit with certain details concealed. The aspects concerning her inner demons were deliberately omitted, while the transformation into a dragon was disclosed without reservation. Yu Guangtian was initially taken aback but soon overwhelmed with joy. Tianqin, are you implying that the sect master has taken you as a disciple? Moreover, you possess the legendary true dragon bloodline, capable of awakening into a true dragon. Yu Guangtian genuinely rejoiced for Yu Tianquan's fortune in being acknowledged by Yu Luomin as a disciple. This connection could also yield significant advantages for Yu Guangtian. The Blue Electric Tyrant sect boasted 1 title Douluo, 3 soul Douluos, and 10 soul saints, with the 3 soul Douluos serving as elders, of which Yu Guangtian was one, positioned as the most junior among them. Now, with the relationship between Chen Xiu'er and Yu Lumian, Yu Guangtian saw an opportunity to advance his own standing. Tianxian, you must strive to perform exceptionally well. Perhaps you can surpass that arrogant lad, Yu Tianheng, and become the sect master's successor. Yu Guangtian exclaimed with excitement. Certainly, grandfather. I shall do my utmost. Chen Xiu'er responded with determination. Good child, I shall not disturb you any longer. Please rest well. With that, Yu Guangtian concluded his visit and exited Chen Xiu'er's room, closing the door behind him. Chen Xiu'er returned directly to her bed, sitting cross-legged and ostensibly practicing the Xiantian technique. In truth, her consciousness had already transcended into the celestial realm. Within this heavenly space, beneath the lofty peaks that pierced the clouds, lay a serene lake. A pavilion. Delicate bamboo, verdant leaves, and a fisherman graced the scene. The fishing rod dipped into the water, a fish bit the hook, and with a gentle flick of her wrist, Yizishu deftly lifted the fish from the depths. Chen Xiu'er suddenly appeared beside Yizishu, seizing the fish in her grasp. Oh, it's been a while. Have you swiftly transitioned into the twilight of your years? Chen Xiu'er jested with a smile. This is called a state of being, Yizishu replied with indifference. Let us set that aside for now. How is the progress on deciphering the Xiantian technique? Chen Xiu'er inquired as she tossed the fish back into the lake. Based on your physical condition, I have deconstructed the Xiantian technique and achieved a certain level of breakthrough. However, given that you have dragon blood coursing through you, I cannot assure you of any side effects. For now, focus on your practice, and I shall refine it later, Yi Zhixiao explained. What are the specific effects? Chen Xiu'er pressed. The Xianming true qi can neutralize toxins, harness various strengths, and harmonize with your soul absorption technique, complementing one another. The soul absorption technique is for drawing in soul energy, while this technique serves to transform that energy, Yi Zhixiao elucidated. What is the name of this technique? Chen Xiu'er asked with a hint of anticipation. It is called the Xianming technique. As it derives from the Xiantian technique, it inherits all its advantages and even surpasses them. Apart from the ghostly shadow technique, I have developed all the other Tang sect techniques based on the Xianming technique. Yi Zhixiao waved his hand towards Chen Xiu'er. Instantly, a surge of mental energy penetrated Chen Xiu'er's consciousness. Xianming technique. Cultivating the Xianming true qi can unravel countless toxins, neutralize various forces, and convert external power for one's own use, offering endless possibilities. Spirit Monarch's Eye, guided by the Xianming true qi, one cultivates the energies of the sun and moon. As the purple aura rises from the east and the moonlight ascends, both energies converge in the eye, dispelling illusions and captivating the heart. Xianming Divine Palm. Similarly cultivated through the Xianming true qi, it does not merely prevent toxins from entering but rather inverts the process, drawing the toxins into both palms, rendering certain death with a single strike. As for the ghostly shadow technique, there has been no progress. And Chen Xiu'er would certainly not master the control crane and capture dragon technique. You must diligently practice the Xianming Divine Palm, seeking out toxins to refine your palms. Remember, only poison can yield tremendous results with minimal effort, Yi Zhixiao advised. Moreover, you should be aware that evolving dragon scales was merely fortuitous. If you fail to evolve dragon wings subsequently, your deception will be laid bare. Chapter 59, The Dreadful Breakfast. At this point, Chen Xiu'er's thoughts grew heavy. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial spirit only undergoes dragon transformation after the 4th ring, with each subsequent 10 levels yielding the emergence of a new dragon part. Chen Xiu'er is no exception. Longqi has the ability to awaken the dragon transformation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit, but it is likely a one-time occurrence. He is merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Initially, he awakened the dragon eye. Subsequently, the infusion of dragon blood stimulated the emergence of dragon scales. However, Chen Xiu'er's spirit is merely an ordinary blue electric Tyrannosaurus. The legend spoken of by Yu Lumian asserts that with each acquired spirit ring, a part of the body undergoes dragon transformation. Yet, Chen Xiu'er is incapable of achieving this. If Yu Lumian were to discover that the legend is a fabrication, it would reveal that Chen Xiu'er is not a true dragon at all. In such a case, all the bonds of master and disciple would amount to nothing but nonsense. Chen Xiu'er's purpose in approaching the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is to exploit the impending destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect by the Spirit Hall, seeking to gain advantages for herself. When the time comes, there will be countless corpses and spirit souls, all of high and supreme quality. However, the assault by the Spirit Hall is still far off. Therefore, Chen Xiu'er must not lose the trust and support of the Luomen. Currently, The sole method to ensure Chen Xiu'er can transform and manifest her dragon wings is singularly clear. She must master the Xianming divine palm and hunt down a clan member who has already transformed into dragon wings. This is her only viable path forward. Yi Zixiao advised her. I understand. I will practice all these techniques. And you must also expedite the improvement and resolution of the Phantom Shadow's intricacies, Chen Xiu'er replied. I am aware. You should leave quickly. The longer you linger here, the more agitated that fellow becomes, Yi Zixiao indicated, referring clearly to Chen Xiu'er's inner demon, the entity sealed in a corner of the heavenly realm. Very well. Chen Xiu'er spoke and exited the celestial realm, returning to the outside world. Without hesitation, Chen Xiu'er commenced the operation of her mysterious dark power. In an instant, the once tranquil flow of soul energy within her began to stir. It transformed into an exceedingly violent force, and this ferocity gradually spread, causing all her soul energy to become imbued with a fierce aggression, erupting with explosive intensity. Chen Xiu'er is currently channeling the soul force of the Xiantian technique, transforming the originally tranquil soul energy into the ferocious Xianming True Qi. Xianming True Qi, a variant of soul force, is characterized by its violent nature and destructive power. This particular soul force possesses the remarkable ability to counteract deadly toxins by transmuting them into strength. When paired with the Xianming divine palm, the toxins are manifested upon the palms, delivering lethal potency with a single strike. The paramount function of Xianming True Qi lies in its transformative capability. It can effortlessly convert the steel-like strength of others and redirect it back at them. This principle embodies the concept of overcoming steel with gentleness. Chen Xiu'er sensed these characteristics and felt that Yi Zixiao's words were somewhat lacking. Could it be that Yi Zixiao, through daily pursuits of fishing, chess, and tea, had truly elevated his realm and embraced humility? It seems I ought to indulge in some tea and chess as well, Chen Xiu'er contemplated. Before long, the night passed. The next day, in the early morning, Yu Tianling arose promptly, hurried through her morning routine, and proceeded directly to Chen Xiu'er's room. Knock, knock, knock. Tianxian, are you awake? Yu Tianling knocked on the door, her voice tinged with anxiety. No response. Yu Tianling's heart raced. Surely, she must still be asleep. I shall enter to rouse her, and perhaps admire Tianxuan's serene sleeping visage. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became. Well then, I'm coming in. Yu Tianling pushed open Chen Xiu'er's door, her heart brimming with anticipation. However, to her astonishment, the room was utterly empty. The quilt was folded into neat, square blocks, and the sheets were pulled taut, bearing no sign of recent occupancy. How peculiar. Where could she have gone? Yu Tianling pondered, scratching her head in confusion, and then turned to return to the hall. Just then, Chen Xiu'er unexpectedly entered through the door from outside. Chen Xiu'er tightly shut her eyes, her face contorted in anguish, hesitant to open them. Tianxian, when did you go outside? Yu Tianling inquired with a perplexed expression. Chen Xiu'er, in anguish, covered her eyes, while Yu Tianling hurriedly stepped forward to support her. What on earth has happened? Chen Xiu'er suddenly opened her eyes, instantly radiating two beams of golden light. Her eyes had transformed into a resplendent gold. Yu Tianling was momentarily entranced, his own eyes mirroring the same golden hue. He stood there, frozen, utterly motionless. Chen Xiu'er slowly released the grip on the eye of the spirit sovereign, allowing it to gradually fade. Old Yi, your eye of the spirit sovereign has undergone a transformation in conjunction with my martial soul. I felt an excruciating pain in my eyes during my previous training. Chen Xiu'er quickly communicated with Yi Zixiao. Calm down, Xiu'er. This transformation will ultimately benefit you. You merely need to adapt for a while, Yi Zixiao responded. I sense your reply is rather dismissive, Chen Xiu'er retorted. Enough of that. It's nothing serious. Just adapt and practice more. Meanwhile, I'm busy fishing in the abyss with an exquisite obsidian fishing rod, Yi Zixiao concluded, severing the connection with Chen Xiu'er. Is this the true power of the eye of the spirit sovereign? Chen Xiu'er mused, waving her hand in front of Yu Tianling. She observed Yu Tianling's vacant expression and dazed demeanor as she gazed at Chen Xiu'er. This effect reminds me of the legendary Sharingan from my past life, Chen Xiu'er remarked, gently shaking Yu Tianling's shoulder. Gradually, Yu Tianling's eyes returned to their original black hue. What just happened to me? Yu Tianling inquired, looking bewildered at Chen Xiu'er. I have no idea. You were completely frozen for a moment. I called your name repeatedly before you came back to your senses, Chen Xiu'er explained. Seeing Chen Xiuer's innocent expression, Yu Tianling shook her head, unable to recall the events that had transpired. In that case, let us have breakfast first. And then we must hurry to our training, Yu Tianling declared, heading directly to the dining table to enjoy her meal. Chen Xiuer was reluctant to comply. Yet her hunger was undeniable. Perhaps she could indulge just a little. Chen Xiuer resolutely decided to partake in just a morsel. The breakfast was presumably prepared by Yu Guangtian. Even though his presence was not observed, Chen Xiuer sat on the chair and glanced over the breakfast, which was quite simple. 2 slices of golden bread were filled with vegetables and yesterday's sliced yalong meat. The meat was cut exceptionally thinly, and Chen Xiuer admired Yu Guangtian's culinary skills. Considering its richness, this could be regarded as a sandwich. Chen Xiuer picked up the sandwich and took a hearty bite. Instantly, it was a feast for the senses. The exquisite layers, the marvelous combination, the bread exuding a sweet aroma mingled with the scent of malt, the fresh and crisp vegetables, and the meat. Perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, oozing with flavorful juices, complemented by a delectable sauce inside. Chen Xiuer marveled at it all, observing Chen Xiuer's eyes sparkle with excitement. Yu Tianling pondered the necessity of such enthusiasm. Having grown up indulging in these delights, she felt little awe. Yet, Chen Xiuer was different. She had never tasted anything so delectable before, having previously subsisted on mere potatoes and greens. It was fortunate that Chen Xiuer's family was relatively affluent, allowing her to savor meat. Otherwise, she might have found herself kneeling before the food in reverence. Suddenly, the door of Yu Guangtian's home was kicked open. Rumor had it that a dandy had appeared at Linger's residence, and such a person should certainly not be enjoying breakfast. Chapter 60. Do not push me. Hearing of the dandy at Linger's home, I came to convey greetings on behalf of the esteemed Tianxin. Outside, a group of children encircled Yu Tianling's doorstep. What do you intend to do, Yu Tianjin? Yu Tianling hurriedly inquired, stepping forward in confrontation. Do not fear, sister-in-law Ling. I am here today to discipline that young man on behalf of Tianxin. Yu Tianjin declared with fervor. Do not speak nonsense. I have no relations with Yu Tianxin. You all need to leave at once. If you linger here, I shall summon help. Yu Tianling quickly clarified, seemingly anxious to avert any misunderstandings. Chen Xiuer merely offered a faint smile, saying nothing. Yu Tianjin felt a sense of humiliation, standing awkwardly before his group of subordinates. However, upon catching sight of Chen Xiuer outside the door, Yu Tianjin instantly regained his bravado, shouting, You, young man, just wait. Will you return? Will you wait again? Chen Xiuer felt that Yu Tianjin was akin to a light in a restroom, a harbinger of misfortune. After voicing her thoughts, Yu Tianjin turned and beckoned to his followers before departing. Tianxian, do not place your trust in Yu Tianjin. I share no relationship with Yu Tianxin. Yu Tianling hastily clarified. I never inquired. Chen Xiuer replied with a warm smile that enveloped others like a gentle spring breeze. Indeed, why must I offer an explanation? I hold no ties with Yu Tianxian, so what reason do I have to justify myself? Yu Tianling covered her face in exasperation. Chen Xiuer paid no heed to such matters. Seizing the opportunity while the vow was distracted, she hurriedly indulged in her meal. Chen Xiuer opened her mouth wide and devoured her breakfast in a ravenous manner, then hurriedly grasped Yu Tianling's hand and dashed outside. Yu Tianling, taken aback by Chen Xiuer's sudden action, was momentarily at a loss and did not resist. Along the way, Chen Xiuer inquired, Tianling, do you know if anyone in our clan possesses the dragon wings as part of their martial spirit? Yu Tianling responded, Oh, there are quite a few. Such as Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianjian. In fact, there are several. However, she added, but I truly have no connection with Yu Tianxin. Chen Xiuer smiled and nodded, acknowledging her understanding. As for Yu Tianjian, why do you ask? Yu Tianling inquired, puzzled. Eliminate him, Chen Xiuer replied succinctly. What? It turns out that Tianxian. You can also jest. Yu Tianling assumed Chen Xiuer was merely joking. Chen Xiuer suddenly halted her steps, turning to lock eyes with Yu Tianling. Their heights were nearly identical, allowing them to gaze directly into one another's eyes. What's wrong? Yu Tianling inquired nervously. Look into my eyes and forget everything I just said. Chen Xiuer's eyes gradually transformed into a pale golden hue. In an instant, Yu Tianling's pupils also shifted to a delicate gold, and as they maintained their gaze, she began to murmur something under her breath. I know nothing. Tianxin has told me nothing. As the words escaped her lips, Chen Xiuer clutched her eyes in anguish, overwhelmed by the intensity of the side effects. The pale golden hue in Chen Xiuer's eyes gradually faded, and the same occurred in Yu Tianling's gaze. Tianxian, do you know? I am already 8 years old and have become a soul master of the first ring. By the way, did the sect leader take you to the dragon pool yesterday? Wasn't it particularly painful? It was evident that Yu Tianling had forgotten what she had previously said. Chen Xiuer's lips parted, revealing an enigmatic smile. Indeed, it is quite painful. She replied, truly, it is beyond what a human can endure. I emerged after merely 10 seconds. Thus, as Chen Xiuer and Yu Tianling walked and conversed, they arrived at the training grounds of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. At that moment, the training area was nearly filled with children, while the instructor stood by, keeping a watchful eye on the time. The moment Chen Xiuer stepped onto the training ground, all eyes in the arena were fixated solely upon him. Chen Xiuer made a simple observation and noted a distinct division into 2 factions within the training grounds. On the left side, seated centrally on the sofa, was a slender young man with long black hair. His features could not be deemed handsome, and his expression was rarely seen, as if the muscles of his face were stiffened. Dressed in a plain blue outfit devoid of any embellishments, he exuded an aura of simplicity that paradoxically felt quite perilous. Yu Tianling gestured towards the young man on the left and remarked, "This individual is Yu Tianheng. He is particularly arrogant during ordinary times." Turning to the right side, Chen Xiuer recognized Yu Tianjian, who had visited her that morning, accompanied by his entourage of followers. They were conveying messages to another rather handsome youth. If Chen Xiuer's conjecture was correct, this person must be Yu Tianxin. It seemed that Yu Tianling was disinclined to introduce Yu Tianxin, as she simply bypassed him. All right. Time's up. Those who are late today will have to hug a 100-pound stone and perform 50 squats, announced the teacher, who had been keeping track of the time. A few disciples who had arrived late suddenly wore expressions of despair. Heavens! I distinctly arrived just on time. How could I be late? One exclaimed. Oh, no. It's impossible. How could I be late again? I clearly woke up a minute earlier than yesterday. Chen Xiuer squinted her eyes, and with her extraordinary vision, she could naturally see that the pocket watch in the teacher's hand was not yet at the appointed time, being precisely 1 minute behind. Chen Xiuer lamented. Life is but a series of schemes. Indeed, the old adage rings true. Genuine feelings can never be retained, for it is always the cunning that captures the heart. The teacher clapped his hands before the assembly, and in an instant, Chen Xiuer felt the weight of many gazes upon her. I shall not be defeated by you today, she declared. Neither shall I. Yesterday, you narrowly triumphed over me. Let us settle this today. Laughter erupted. We shall engage in a fierce battle. I am determined to vanquish you. So am I. As she surveyed the training ground, Chen Xiuer felt as though she had stumbled into a matchmaking event. In front of everyone, Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng exchanged determined glances, their eyes sparking with intensity. Today, I will not concede defeat to you, my brother, exclaimed Yu Tianxin. My foolish younger sibling, if you believe you can surpass me, then by all means, give it a try, replied Yu Tianheng, clearing his throat. The teacher nodded to the group and proclaimed, today's lesson focuses on strength and explosive power training, the dragon breaking stone. Upon hearing this, a wave of murmurs swept through the training ground. Ah, the dragon breaking stone. I relish this challenge. Boss, this is your forte. Make sure to deliver a decisive blow to that little rascal, Yu Tianxin. Indeed, the internal strife within the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family was severe, having begun in their childhood. Yet, this rivalry spurred them to improve and compete against one another. Competition breeds pressure, and pressure ignites motivation. With motivation comes hard work, and through hard work, one becomes stronger. What a brilliant strategy, Yu Lumian, Chen Xiuer mused, having deduced Yu Lumian's plan from observing their conflicts. Without finesse, such a brutal rule was indeed characteristic of Yu Lumian. How intriguing. I shall engage in this game with you. Chapter 61. Defeat, Yu Tianheng. The training ground sprawled across an immense area, rivaling that of the Royal Academy. Nearly 100 youths gathered, forming 2 lines, the spacious terrain accommodating them well. The 100 children stood facing each other, each pair positioned before a red line. At the center of the 2 opposing children stood a massive square stone, erect and imposing. Chen Xiuer succinctly explained the rules, which primarily resembled a tug-of-war. It is a turn-based competition where one participant can strike the boulder, followed by the next individual's turn to attack. This continues until one side successfully drives the boulder past the opposing team's red line. While this contest indeed tests endurance, it emphasizes explosive power even more. Should one possess sufficient explosive strength, it is possible to determine the victor in the very first round. Participants may utilize their martial souls and soul skills. However, inflicting harm on opponents or damaging the boulder is strictly prohibited. An unspoken rule among the children is that, during the first 10 rounds, no one is permitted to use their martial souls. In Group 16, Yu Tianxian, are you the newcomer? The teacher inquired. Yes, teacher. Chen Xiu'er replied with a composed demeanor. The teacher cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xiu'er, feeling it necessary to temper the newcomer's enthusiasm. Group 16, Yu Tianxian. You will be facing Yu Tianheng. As the words left the teacher's mouth, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. This poor newcomer. Encountering the formidable Tianheng on their very first day? How dull. How predictable. We want to get to witness our leader's prowess against Yu Tianxin. Haha. It is indeed fortunate that Tianheng did not cross paths with our leader. Precisely, if he had faced our leader, the defeat would have been utterly humiliating. Just imagine the shame in losing. You're talking nonsense. Your words reek. You don't even wash your feet. You cradle your stinky feet. I'll poke your nostrils. I'll gouge your eyeballs. Battle. The clash was imminent, with girls pitted against girls and boys against boys. Yu Tianling felt a surge of concern for Chen Xiu'er. Surely, Tianxian would not stand a chance against Yu Tianheng. I hope he doesn't overexert himself, she thought anxiously. Back at Chen Xiu'er's side, Yu Tianheng approached as if it were a boss battle, but I relish the challenge. Chen Xiu'er chuckled inwardly. Newcomer, encountering me is your misfortune. Don't accuse me of bullying you, for I shall refrain from using my martial soul and permit you to strike 3 times first, Yu Tianheng declared, extending 3 fingers with a grin. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, he is quite arrogant. However, I never take advantage of others. I, too, will forego my martial soul. Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile. Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow. This individual seems to possess an even greater flair for bravado. One should not speak so prematurely. Should you lose, it would be quite embarrassing, he retorted with a smirk. I return that very statement to you. Those who initially looked down upon me now have grass 3 feet high upon their graves, Chen Xiu'er declared angrily, launching a powerful punch against the boulder. In that instant, the dragon blood within her surged. Her veins glowed a vivid crimson, flickering and glimmering. Boom. Chen Xiu'er's fist struck the colossal stone, causing it to suddenly slide toward Yu Tianheng. In that instant, Yu Tianheng was taken aback. If he could maintain this level of force with 3 punches, then Yu Tianheng would undoubtedly be in peril. This lad's fists are utterly terrifying, akin to those of a monster. When it comes to pure physical strength, I might not even be his match. Yu Tianheng clenched his teeth in silence, feeling a deep sense of regret. The previous sense of superiority had vanished completely. Do not speak of me bullying you. I need only deliver this 1 punch. Besides, you are weaker than I. I do not require the pity of the feeble. Chen Xiu'er declared arrogantly. He was intentionally provoking Yu Tianheng. Through Yu Tianheng, Chen Xiu'er aimed to gain fame in battle. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth in frustration. This brat not only knows how to show off, but is also insufferably arrogant. How can I endure this? Very well, I concede. I underestimated you before. I, Yu Tianheng, officially challenge you. With that, Yu Tianheng took a running start and struck the colossal stone with great force. Boom. In an instant, the stone slid back. But it did not return to its original position. Yu Tianheng's strength was simply no match for Chen Xiu'er. Their contest drew the attention of many, primarily members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, but in the shadows loomed the patriarch, Yu Lingyan. At that moment, 3 elders stood atop a high platform, affording them a full view of the training ground. Yu Lingyan stood at the edge, observing the duel between Chen Xiu'er and Yu Tianheng. One was his grandson, the other his disciple. This match was orchestrated by Yu Lingyan himself. If all went as anticipated, the future patriarch would emerge from among the two. Tianheng's strength may pale in comparison to Tianxuan's, yet this does not justify his arrogance. His greatest flaw lies in his hubris. And he hopes Tianxian will help him recognize this error, Yu Lingyan remarked. The young patriarch is, after all, still youthful and impetuous. Such is not a fault. Recognizing one's mistakes and rectifying them is a virtue. Elder Yu Guangtian concurred from the side. Elder Guangtian, I did not state he is the future patriarch. It is too soon to make such assertions. Yu Lingyan refrained from divulging further. Indeed, patriarch, Yu Guangtian replied, secretly pleased. For he had just inquired about Yu Luomian's views on Chen Xiu'er. Yu Luomian's response suggested that Chen Xiu'er might indeed ascend to the position of patriarch. Returning to Chen Xiu'er's side, the children were left in astonishment. Yu Tianheng was, in terms of strength, actually inferior to Qin Xiu'er. Tianxian is amazing. You must give it your all and defeat Yu Tianheng. Tianling silently cheered for Qin Xiu'er. Next, it is my turn, is it not? Qin Xiu'er inquired with a smile. At that moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on Yu Tianheng's forehead. Words were futile. Qin Xiu'er shook her head with a smile. A final struggle against her fate. You may wield your martial spirit at will, but I can vanquish you even without mine. As she spoke, Qin Xiu'er launched her attack once more. Qin Xiu'er refrains from selecting a martial soul for two reasons. Firstly, she is unable to do so. Secondly, it holds no value. The manifestation of Qin Xiu'er's martial spirit shall not bestow upon him an augmentation of power. However, soul skills may indeed confer an advantage. Yet, should Yu Tianheng choose to employ his martial spirit, Qin Xiu'er's chances of victory would be severely diminished. In the case of utilizing soul skills, Qin Xiu'er's prospects would be rendered even more bleak. Nevertheless, Qin Xiu'er deftly exploits Yu Tianheng's arrogant disposition. As long as Qin Xiu'er refrains from invoking his martial spirit, Yu Tianheng will undoubtedly refuse to concede, thus hesitating to utilize his own martial spirit first. Given that Yu Tianheng's strength pales in comparison to that of Qin Xiu'er, it is destined that Qin Xiu'er shall ultimately emerge triumphant. Qin Xiu'er delivered another punch, one imbued with even greater strength than the previous blow. Yu Tianheng gritted his teeth once more. This time, he had truly faltered. Rather than resorting to his martial spirit and facing humiliation through mockery, Yu Tianheng preferred to concede defeat willingly. It spared him from becoming the subject of ridicule. No need for further contest. I have lost. I, Yu Tianheng, accept my defeat and will remember you. Yu Tianxian. Your pride is, indeed, your greatest weakness. Chapter 62. Countless enemies. Best performer of the match, Qin Xiu'er. As the audience was engulfed in astonishment, and with Yu Tianheng's concession, the entire training ground seemed to lose its vibrancy. Qin Xiu'er has become the center of attention. Upon closer inspection, Yu Tianxian is also remarkably handsome. In comparison, Yu Tianheng seems to pale instantly. Indeed, even Yu Tianxian pales in comparison to Yu Tianxian. Are you an ally of Yu Tianxian? Or perhaps of Yu Tianheng? Let us reach a consensus. Yu Tianxian, we now stand by your side. With Qin Xiu'er's victory, he has garnered a multitude of admirers. Meanwhile, the consistently proud and arrogant Yu Tianheng stands aside, overshadowed, as if reduced to a mere accessory to Qin Xiu'er. Yu Tianxian, gritting her teeth, seethes with frustration. How infuriating. Yu Tianheng should have been defeated by me. He can only be vanquished by me. All these glories rightfully belong to me. Yu Tianxian, I shall remember you. You are now my second rival. Yu Tianxian declared through clenched teeth. Qin Xiu'er was acutely aware that he had become an easy target due to his prominence, drawing the attention of numerous adversaries. Yet, this circumstance also presented a golden opportunity to establish his own authority. Were it not for his backing from Yu Lumian, he would undoubtedly hesitate to act so boldly. However, as a disciple of the sect leader, who would dare to defy him? As the sect leader's protege, it was his duty to exude confidence, to shine brightly, and to forge ahead of the crowd, thereby living up to the esteemed title of the sect leader's direct disciple. You share this sentiment, do you not, Yu Lumian? Qin Xiu'er cast a sidelong glance at the elevated platform above. Up there, at the observation deck, Yu Lumian felt a sudden jolt of realization. He sensed that their presence had not gone unnoticed. How intriguing, Yu Tianxian, you are indeed an interesting child, Yu Lumian mused, impressed by Qin Xiu'er's audacity. The elder standing behind Yu Lumian interjected, expressing his surprise at the sect leader's apparent concern for a mere child returned from a foreign land. Yu San Lao. The third elder smirked at the elder's naivety. He is a rather extraordinary child, Yu Lumian simply replied. The elder was momentarily taken aback by the sect leader's response. Connecting it with the earlier conversation between Yu Guangtian and Yu Lumian, Yu Tianheng may not necessarily become the sect leader. Sect leader. Are you truly considering taking this outsider as your disciple? The elder exclaimed in astonishment. What's wrong with that? Yu Lumian inquired with a smile. Absolutely not. The background of this child is shrouded in mystery, and his lineage is too distant. Thorough verification is necessary. The elder insisted anxiously. Humph. What mystery? This child is essentially my grandson. He has endured countless hardships and faced pressures that one his age should not bear. It is truly lamentable, Yu Guangtian sighed. His thoughts lingering on the matter, yet ultimately dissolving into a mere exhalation of resignation. However, the elder had more to say, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu Lumian. Enough. I have already accepted Tianxian as my disciple. there is no need for further discussion. Let us not forget, in this family, there is only one title Douluo. Yu Luomian glared fiercely at the three elders, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, sect leader, they replied in unison. At that moment, the training ground had already witnessed the determination of its participants. Yu Tianling's dragon transformation, manifesting as dragon claws, had easily secured victory. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, victory was synonymous with honor, while defeat necessitated punishment. Those who falter shall each lift 100 pounds of stone and perform 50 squats. The instructor declared sternly. Once again, I concede defeat to you. I accept my loss. I welcome your challenge this afternoon. I shall certainly seek to best you then. Yu Tianxian, I am determined to defeat him. Haha. I will surely triumph over you before you can best Yu Tianxian. Among this group of failures stood Yu Tianheng, his eyes not cast down in despair, but rather ablaze with boundless fury. Yu Tianxian, this afternoon, I shall defeat you with utmost righteousness. Yu Tianheng declared through clenched teeth. Chen Shouo observed their suffering with a superior smile, surrounded by numerous younger sisters who bombarded her with questions. Yu Tianling, feeling a surge of jealousy, found herself at a loss to express her discontent. Meanwhile, Chen Shouer's gaze remained fixed on Yu Tianheng, her eyes sparkling with challenge, as if to taunt him. Why not come and confront me? Upon witnessing Chen Shouer's expression, Yu Tianheng's anger intensified. At noon, the hour for lunch arrived, and Chen Shouer and Yu Tianling entered the cafeteria side by side. The atmosphere in the cafeteria buzzed with excitement. Isn't that the one who defeated Yu Tianheng? Yu Tianxian? Exclaimed a voice. I can't believe it. With such slender limbs, he managed to overpower Yu Tianheng. I witnessed the entire encounter. Yu Tianheng was utterly crushed. Another chimed in. Is that for real? You must be jesting. Why would I lie to you? According to current information, Yu Tianxian is merely 7 years old and has already become a first-ring soul master. Is that true? He must be more talented than Yu Tianheng. Someone remarked. Yu Tianheng is 6 or 7 years older, yet he was bested by Yu Tianxian. How embarrassing. But how is that even possible? Yu Tianheng is a second-ring soul master. How could he lose to Yu Tianxian? Your information seems faulty. I heard that Yu Tianheng is nearing the 3rd ring. Then how could he still be unable to defeat Yu Tianxian? It was due to Yu Tianheng's overconfidence. He didn't utilize his martial soul. Yet, Yu Tianxian didn't use his martial soul either. Chen Shouer paid no heed to the conversations of the crowd, and he and Yu Tianling made their way directly to the cafeteria's serving area. The cafeteria aunt, quite elderly, wore a beaming smile that evoked memories of the cafeteria staff from his past life. He recalled an instance when the cafeteria aunt had generously scooped a heaping portion of chicken pieces for him. In a moment of surprise, he had exclaimed, Auntie, please don't shake your hand. Just as he uttered those words, the aunt's hand trembled slightly, resulting in the unfortunate loss of 4/5 of the chicken pieces. To this day, Chen Shouer vividly remembers the aunt's shameless expression as she retorted, Young man, what are you shouting for? Look, your shout startled me and made my hand shake. Little Ling, what would you like to eat today? The cafeteria aunt inquired warmly. Chen Shouer cast a brief glance and was astonished to find the yalong meat they had consumed yesterday right here. Could it be that this dish is a staple in every household? Even the cafeteria serves it. Truly, the wickedness of capitalism. Chen, please prepare 2 meals for us. Yu Tianling smiled. 2. At that moment, the aunt finally noticed Chen Shouer beside Yu Tianling. Oh my. It seems little Ling has grown up. The cafeteria aunt revealed a mischievous grin. What are you saying, Aunt Shen? We merely share a sibling-like bond. Yu Tianling blushed instantly. Nowadays, aren't most beginnings rooted in sibling relationships? So where do they ultimately lead? The aunt said with a smirk, observing Yu Tianling's flushed cheeks. Chen Shouer maintained a serene smile, while her heart remained as still as a deep, cold pool, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Those who blush at mere conversation, swayed by good looks, are the very individuals Chen Shouer finds most irksome. Thank you to the reader. Very few I find appealing for the generous support. The author bows in gratitude. Chapter 63, Under Siege. Cafeteria. Chen Shouer and Yu Tianling finished their meal and settled down in a secluded spot. Chen Shouer, with a solemn expression, picked up the silver fork. Tianxian, why are you just watching and not eating? Yu Tianling elegantly sliced a small piece of steak and inquired. I feel that it's acceptable to skip lunch, Chen Shouer replied with a smile. How can that be? If you forego lunch, how will you possibly triumph over your opponents in the afternoon challenge? Yu Tianling remarked. Challenge. Chen Xiu'er inquired with a hint of confusion. Oh, right, Tianxian. You are not aware of this yet. In essence, it's quite simple. The individual who loses in the morning can voluntarily challenge someone, Yu Tianling remarked nonchalantly. Is that so? Chen Xiu'er tightened his grip on the silver cutlery, feeling a sense of defeat wash over him. He realized he had underestimated his opponent. Yu Tianheng would undoubtedly challenge him. Given Yu Tianheng's prowess as a second-tier fighter, Chen Xiu'er could only foresee his impending defeat. Even more alarming was the prospect of Yu Tianheng's faction engaging him in a relentless wheel battle, exhausting his stamina to the point of vulnerability. The thought of being vanquished by a less formidable clan member was utterly humiliating. It seemed he would need to devise a new strategy. Come, sister will feed you. Observing Chen Xiu'er lost in thought, Yu Tianling unexpectedly sliced off a piece of meat and offered it to him. In a state of hazy awareness, Chen Xiu'er took a bite. Indeed, it was rather delectable. With that, she picked up her knife and fork, beginning to carve the steak and bring it to her lips. However, as she savored her meal, an unsettling realization struck her. The meat lacked flavor. Surely, she must have forgotten to add salt. While Chen Xiu'er attentively relished her lunch, two groups had already stealthily approached her. Bang! The intruder was audacious, slamming his fist down onto the table. This individual was none other than Yu Tianjian, who had confronted Chen Xiu'er earlier that morning. You truly are unfortunate, having offended all the wrong people at once. Today, our two groups have united because of you, which can be considered your honor, Yu Tianjian remarked with a smirk. Speak your piece or leave. Chen Xiu'er retorted without turning her head. Huh, indeed, quite arrogant. However, I hope you remain as audacious as you are now, you bastard from outside. Yu Tianjian sneered. With that, he launched himself at Chen Xiu'er, throwing a powerful punch. Chen Xiu'er grasped Yu Tianjian's fist firmly, dissipating the force of the blow with her profound mystical energy. At this moment, Chen Xiu'er, with her pair of bright, sparkling eyes, glared at Yu Tianjian and inquired, Whom do you refer to as a bastard? Of course, I am speaking of you, you worthless scoundrel. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Xiu'er's eyes. Those who insult my parents deserve to perish. Chen Xiu'er struck a powerful punch towards Yu Tianjian, who was unable to evade the blow. However, his subordinates rushed to intervene. Reluctantly, Chen Xiu'er had to release her hold on Yu Tianjian and create some distance. At that moment, the cafeteria was deserted. Even the cafeteria lady had vanished. Chen Xiu'er unconsciously glanced up at the rooftop. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Yu Luomian wore a faint smile. Master, might it be unwise to indulge the younger generation in such a manner? Yu Guangtian feared for Chen Xiu'er's safety. Haha. The members of my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family are not so fragile. If he cannot handle such trivial matters, he is unworthy of being called my disciple. Yu Luomian declared boldly. Well, I suppose 1's arms can never surpass the strength of 1's legs, Yu Guangtian conceded. Realizing there was nothing he could do as he observed that no one was stopping Yu Tianjian and his cohorts, Chen Xiu'er sensed that someone had tacitly consented. With this in mind, she felt little need for restraint. She stretched her limbs, preparing for what was to come. Tianjian, what are you planning? Yu Tianling shouted from the sidelines. Huh, Yu Tianling, you wretched creature, let me enlighten you. Your presence here is inconsequential, and it is certainly not your place to intervene. Yu Tianjian retorted, wagging a finger at Yu Tianling. Today, he had not only provoked the formidable Tianxin, but had also drawn the ire of Yu Tianheng. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, he might as well change his name to Yu Tianyan. He pointed to himself, declaring his intent. Tianling, step back. With a fierce roar from Chen Xiu'er, Yu Tianling recoiled abruptly. Chen Xiu'er delivered a swift kick beneath Yu Tianjian's waist. Ah, how outrageous. Let us take him down. Yu Tianjian, his face contorted in agony, knelt on the ground, appearing as if he could hardly endure the pain. With a cry from Yu Tianjian, dozens of individuals surged forward in an instant. Chen Xiu'er's eyes swiftly scanned the battlefield, where there were more than 80 individuals in total. Too slow. Chen Xiu'er's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an enchanting charm. Indeed, to her eyes, these individuals appeared as if in slow motion. The child at the forefront charged forward, his fist poised to strike. Chen Xiu'er skillfully neutralized his strength with her profound dark energy, then swiftly seized his wrist. Before the boy could react, Chen Xiu'er had already hurled him away. He was sent crashing into the group of children behind them, and in that instant, the dragon blood within Chen Xiu'er surged fervently. With a rapid motion, she unleashed two powerful gusts of wind from her fists. deftly capturing two of her opponents and converting her energy to strike back at them. This is what is known as a relay of force. The two children appeared to collide with each other, each staggering back 6 steps, their fists stained with blood. At first glance, it seemed only a superficial wound, but upon closer inspection, it had indeed injured the bone. Ah, how painful! Chen Xiu'er was unscathed, untouched by any force. They are all useless. Allow me to take charge. Yu Tianjin felt a sudden alleviation of pain and surged forward in an instant. Behind Chen Xiu'er, another figure stealthily approached. In a swift motion, Chen Xiu'er executed a sweeping kick, sending the child behind her sprawling to the ground. Without turning around, she swiftly grasped the child's clothing and hurled him onto Yu Tianjin. Thud! You useless fool, get away from me. Yu Tianjin was knocked down by the child that Chen Xiu'er had thrown. However, as he lifted his head, he was met with the force of Chen Xiu'er's sidekick. Chen Xiu'er delivered a swift kick to his temple, sending him crashing against the table to his left. In that instant, Yu Tianjin felt as though he had ascended to the celestial realm, his head buzzing with a cacophony of sensations. It was all too slow. How could such a fist possibly strike me? Chen Xiu'er gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of unparalleled solitude. Let us all unite. Fear not his presence. Let the chaotic blows vanquish the ancient Dragon King. What is he to us? Let us engage him. Chen Xiu'er's lips curled into a smile, inviting all to come forth. As long as he refrained from using his martial soul, he could fight for an entire day. Should he succeed in this battle, Chen Xiu'er would surely achieve legendary status, standing equal to, or perhaps even surpassing Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. The crowd launched their assault on Chen Xiu'er, yet he remained composed, effortlessly fending off their advances. At times, he utilized their own strength against them, displaying an astonishing explosive power. To face 100 was merely child's play. Not a single contender stood a chance. Come on, wasn't it you who sought to teach me a lesson? Chen Xiu'er challenged, gripping Yu Tianjin by the collar. Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize the true dragon among us. It is solely my fault. I shall take my leave. Yu Tianjin trembled, unable to meet Chen Xiu'er's gaze. At that moment, apart from Yu Tianling and Chen Xiu'er, not a single soul remained standing in the cafeteria. Thank you to Zhudiang Chuangshi, 3 lives, 3 worlds. Ansu Qianyu for your generous support. Chapter 64, Conquering the Inner Demons. Chen Xiu'er had lost her appetite for further dining. In preparation for the challenges that awaited her in the afternoon, she immediately began to practice the shimming technique. Chen Xiu'er felt a stirring within. His soul power was on the verge of breaking through to the 16th level. On the surface, Chen Xiu'er appeared to be engaged in cultivation. Yet his consciousness had transcended to the celestial realm. Yi Zixiao, rather than sitting by the lakeside to fish today, was unexpectedly painting the majestic mountain before him. Upon first glance, Chen Xiu'er appeared to be immersed in an ink-wash painting. What brings you here today? Yi Zixiao inquired with a subtle tone. It seems your realm has elevated once again. Is that so? Chen Xiu'er responded with a smile. Indeed, Yi Zixiao replied, setting down her brush and turning to meet Chen Xiu'er's gaze. However, what will your next step be? If you retreat, all past efforts will be in vain. Yet if you advance, everything will begin anew. How will you choose? Yi Zixiao asked. Chen Xiu'er smiled faintly. When you believe there is no path forward, it is merely because you have yet to learn the true art of being relentless. If I wish to move forward, the path lies beneath my feet. Observing Chen Xiu'er's confident smile, Yi Zixiao felt an unsettling premonition. You cannot possibly be. Yi Zixiao suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Xiu'er disregarded Yi Zixiao and instead focused her thoughts on the edge of the world. This place resembled a hellish realm, adorned with 72 iron pillars. Countless chains entwined around these pillars, all converging at a singular point. At the intersection of these chains resided the heart's demon. Yet, the manifestation of this demon took the form of a dragon. Chen Xiu'er temporarily named it the cursed dragon. The dragon slowly opened its pale golden eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. What brings you here? The cursed dragon inquired, its voice a low rumble. Let us strike a bargain, shall we? Chen Xiu'er smiled. I am your inner demon. You wish to negotiate with me? Surely you must be daft, frightened into submission by that brat Yu Tianheng. The cursed dragon scoffed. And what of my inner demon? The deal I propose is one you cannot refuse, Chen Xiu'er asserted confidently, radiating an irresistible charm. Oh, do enlighten me. What are these terms that render refusal impossible? The cursed dragon straightened its posture. I will release you, and in return, you shall assist me. What say you? Chen Xiu asked. What? The cursed dragon exclaimed in astonishment. You must be foolish. Should I emerge, why would I need to negotiate? Do you think me so naive? If I were to be freed, you would merely seize control of my body. Yet, even then, Yu Luomian could suppress you at any moment. If you desire freedom, then let us bargain. Chen Xiu extended her right hand toward the cursed dragon with a smile. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Even if I do not claim your body now, rest assured, one day I shall. The cursed dragon declared solemnly. Then why not occupy another S-body instead? Chen Xiu replied with a peculiar smile. You know as well as I do that our mental powers are intertwined. Severing them would be akin to tearing apart our very essence, leading to mutual destruction. Did you not also consume your other persona? What right have you to utter such words? The cursed dragon taunted. Back then, I had no choice. But now I possess a spiritual herb that can significantly amplify my mental strength. If I absorb this herb and simultaneously sever our mental connection, the potency of the herb would prevent our destruction, allowing you to attain a new body. As Chen Xiu elaborated on her plan, the cursed dragon found itself intrigued. Are you referring to the spider heart Black Lotus? Are you asking me to wait 10 years? It replied, somewhat impatiently. I have devised the perfect plan. During the annihilation of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, I shall reserve the old Dragon King's body for you. How does that sound? Chen Xiu proposed. Huh, you speak so lightly. How do you intend to seize the old Dragon King's body? And how will you acquire the spider heart Black Lotus? The cursed dragon retorted with a cold laugh. Chen Xiu, upon hearing this, felt her conviction solidify. I shall simply marry Zhu Gui'er to obtain the spider heart Black Lotus. Then enlist the ghost mother to procure the old Dragon King's corpse for me. What do you think, Chen Xiu? She emphasized her name with particular weight. You. How do you know? The cursed dragon gasped in shock. You spoke of it yourself. Everything I've mentioned occurred before you ever possessed me. And your foreknowledge of the impending annihilation indicates that you have long been lurking within me. Did you really think I hadn't noticed your lingering spiritual energy before? Nevertheless, I am grateful for your defense against the attacks of the dark forces, Chen Xiu remarked, a smile deepening at the corners of her mouth. So, you have discovered it after all. Alas, the abyssal dragon sighed softly. I truly did not anticipate this. Or should I say, I should have expected nothing less from you? Chen Xiu inquired with a playful smile. Indeed, you are as perceptive as ever, able to deduce even this, the abyssal dragon replied, his voice lacking vigor. Now, are you prepared to accept my terms? Chen Xiu extended her right hand once more, smiling. Do I still possess the right to refuse? The abyssal dragon sighed deeply. Simultaneously extending his claw, Chen Xiu's mental energy gradually unfurled, and in an instant, the chains entwined around the sinister dragon began to loosen. Subsequently, as you can comprehend, she exerted her draconic authority to suppress Yu Tianheng. Following the annihilation of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan, I shall undoubtedly grant you a complete body of a title Douluo. As Chen Xiu spoke, she departed from the celestial realm. Very well. The sinister dragon murmured faintly as he watched her leave. Just wait. Once I acquire the body of a title Douluo, coupled with my dragon soul, the first to perish shall be you. Witnessing the entire spectacle, Yi Zishu could only silently pray for the sinister dragon. He understood Chen Xiu all too well. Chen Xiu would undoubtedly never engage in actions lacking certainty. If Yi Zishu's deductions are accurate, then either Chen Xiu possesses the means to vanquish the cursed dragon or has a method to control it. In any case, she would never allow it the opportunity to retaliate. In the outside world, as Chen Xiu single-handedly subdued a multitude, Yu Luomian revealed a smile of satisfaction. Truly my disciple. She embodies the spirit of a lone warrior standing unyielding against the masses, Yu Luomian exclaimed. However, the Grand Elder interjected, Master, just now, Tianquan's movements were quite peculiar. And her methods of attack even more so. They hardly resembled conventional combat techniques. And what of it? My disciple is exceptionally gifted and has developed her own soul skills. Do you have any objections? Yu Luomian retorted. That is not the issue. I merely harbor suspicions that she might be an infiltrator from the Spirit Hall. The unfortunate Grand Elder was cut off mid-sentence. If she were truly an undercover agent from the Spirit Hall, I doubt they would be foolish enough to send such an obvious pawn, Yu Luomian replied. Meanwhile, far away in the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong received a letter. Chapter 65, The Rematch with Yu Tianheng. In the afternoon, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden-red hue upon the earth. At this moment, 100 children sat encircling the arena within the training ground. According to the rules, those who had lost in the morning's competition could challenge someone of their choice, who must accept. If that individual were to lose, they would be barred from further challenges. However, if victorious, they could be challenged anew. The teacher proclaimed the rules with clarity. At that time, Yu Tianheng was conversing with a group of his followers. Boss, why don't we first engage in a wheel battle to wear him down, and then feign defeat? Once he is exhausted, you can easily defeat him with a single blow. I believe we should find someone of lesser strength from our clan to humiliate him properly. Indeed, we previously fought without using our martial souls, which is why he managed to triumph over so many. Enough. Yu Tianheng abruptly interrupted their plans. I must personally defeat him, he declared, clenching his fist. With that, Yu Tianheng charged forward, leveraging his remarkable explosive power to leap onto the arena. Tianqian, come forth. This time, you shall have no chance, Yu Tianheng proclaimed ominously. Chen Xiu'er smiled at Yu Tianheng and said, do not always wear a stern expression. A smile brings sunshine to life. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry up on stage. This time, luck will not be on your side, Yu Tianheng exclaimed with anger. Very well, she replied. With a delicate step, Chen Xiu'er glided forward like a wraith, instantly appearing before Yu Tianheng. You must be Yu Tianheng, indeed quite a formidable name. Your father bestowed it upon you, and you have certainly lived up to it, she remarked with a smile. You seek death. Yu Tianheng exploded with fury, surging toward Chen Xiu'er in an instant, delivering a punch directly to her face. Chen Xiu'er retaliated without hesitation, delivering a punch that collided with Yu Tianheng's fist. Yu Tianheng felt his hand turn soft and feeble, while Chen Xiu'er's strike seemed as unyielding as steel, propelling Yu Tianheng back 5 steps without her having moved an inch. What? Yu Tianxian had not budged at all, which meant she had decisively triumphed over Yu Tianheng. This was inconceivable. After all, Tianheng was renowned for his strength. How could he be bested by Yu Tianxian? Patience, patience. He has yet to summon his martial soul. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, discussions raged above. Tianheng had indeed faltered before Yu Tianxian. The Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Regardless, Yu Tianheng is the grandson of the clan leader. It is shocking that he would initially falter against a hybrid, a detail previously overlooked. Yu Tianheng is the grandson of Yu Lumian, not his son. This has been corrected. Yu Tianxian's talent surpasses that of Tianheng, declared Yu Lumian. This seems improbable, the Grand Elder replied in confusion. Let us observe further. You will come to understand, Yu Luomian replied with a mysterious smile. Returning to Chen Xiu'er, Yu Tianheng felt a slight fracture in his hand bones. The explosive force she exhibited was undoubtedly greater than the strength he had used to shatter the Dragonstone earlier that morning. Had she concealed her prowess? In truth, she had not. Chen Xiu'er had merely redirected his steel-like force back at him, creating the impressive effect witnessed previously. Martial Soul, activate. Following the setbacks of the morning, Yu Tianheng engaged in profound self-reflection. He too had become more circumspect. Chen Xiu'er chose not to manifest his martial soul. Instead, he wished to test whether he could withstand a single strike from Yu Tianheng. In an instant, Yu Tianheng's right arm became enshrouded in a layer of dragon scales, with his sharp claws extending impressively. Concurrently, 2 pale yellow soul rings began to rise gently from beneath his feet. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, serves as a targeted assault, enhancing his strength by 100 upon transforming into a dragon. The second soul skill, Thunderous Might, functions as an area attack, similarly amplifying his power by 100 in dragon form. This time, Yu Tianheng opted for an aggressive approach, initiating with a fierce whip kick. Chen Xiu'er chose to endure, fully channeling her Xianming true energy. With a resounding impact, this time she did not dissipate the force. Chen Xiu'er was directly sent flying 6 paces by a whip-like kick. In an instant, Chen Xiu'er felt a surge of vitality coursing through her veins, her dragon blood boiling fervently. It appeared that with her current cultivation, she could only withstand the strength of an ordinary person. Once the beast martial soul manifested, her Xianming true qi would be rendered utterly ineffective. Chen Xiu'er reflected silently. Yu Tianheng had learned his lesson. He was indifferent to whether she employed her martial soul or not. Following a fierce whip kick, he swiftly raised his dragon-transformed right arm to launch an assault on Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er swiftly altered her steps, effortlessly evading Yu Tianheng's assault. However, Yu Tianheng, unwilling to concede, halted momentarily and executed a sweeping motion with his right arm. Chen Xiu'er swiftly bent down, narrowly evading Yu Tianheng's sweeping attack. With no alternative, she resorted to manifesting her martial spirit. In an instant, Her eyes transformed into pale golden vertical pupils. Simultaneously, a glimmer passed over the exposed skin on her body. To her astonishment, a dark dragon scale sprouted along her spine. Concurrently, a brilliant purple soul ring ascended from beneath her feet. What? The draconic feature is her eyes. Does that serve no purpose whatsoever? No, the dragon eyes should enhance her vision, right? Alas, does it truly matter? It is of no consequence. Haha, truly, a foreign interloper. Merely a waste. Are you not questioning the focal point of your attention? His first soul ring appears to be a millennium old. How can that be? The first ring cannot possibly be a millennium. He must be employing some form of deception. Regardless of its age, being merely a first-ring soul master. He is surely no match for the formidable Tianheng. Look, Tianheng has halted. At this moment, Yu Tianheng observed Qin Shou'er with a bemused expression. Now I understand why you refrain from using your martial spirit. It is because your martial spirit offers no amplification of power, Yu Tianheng mockingly declared. Then come and see if you can defeat me, he challenged. As his pale golden dragon eyes gleamed with intensity. On the platform, the crowd gasped. What? A millennium soul ring? How is that possible? I have never witnessed a child capable of absorbing a millennium soul ring at their first. The Grand Elder exclaimed in disbelief. Well, now you have. Uluami retorted with a smile. The Grand Elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words, beginning to comprehend why Uluami had taken Qin Shou'er as a disciple. A child with such prodigious talent would indeed entice anyone. He also realized why Uluami had such confidence in Qin Shou'er, a talent so extraordinary. If she were from the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly cling to her and never let her go. In an instant, the Grand Elder's face turned ashen. Beside him, Yu Guangtian wore a grin that stretched across his aged face. Yu Tianheng was disinclined to engage in further banter. He resolved to conclude the matter with a decisive strike. First soul skill, Thunderclap Dragon Claw. Chapter 66, A Challenge Beyond One's Level, Victory. Strictly speaking, Qin Shou'er was currently engaged in a challenge beyond her level. Yu Tianheng, a second-ring soul master, against a first-ring, winning would be a hollow victory, while losing would be utterly humiliating. Yet, the earlier display of Qin Shou'er's formidable strength overshadowed this concern in the minds of the spectators. However, even though she was merely a first ring, the mere presence of a millennium soul ring led many to overlook the disparity in soul ring quantity. Yu Tianheng unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderclap Dragon Claw. In an instant, lightning coalesced in his right hand, erupting in a dazzling display of electric brilliance. Qin Shou'er hastily activated her first soul skill, Thunderclap. In an instant, lightning entwined around her legs, and with a powerful surge, she burst forth at an astonishing speed. As if her legs had transformed into those of a dragon, Yu Tianheng, caught completely off guard, unleashed his first soul skill in response. Qin Shou'er moved with remarkable swiftness, her dragon-like pupil shifting as she deftly evaded his first soul skill. The dragon's gaze enhanced her vision, granting her dynamic sight and extraordinary acuity. Thunder roared. As Qin Shou'er unleashed her second soul skill, the lightning coalesced not around her legs, but instead concentrated entirely in her right hand. Rapidly, arcs of electricity formed around her hand, accompanied by the sound of a bird's cry, as she unleashed the thunderous energy upon Yu Tianheng. At this moment, a classmate might have exclaimed, "It's you, Qin Yao." Indeed, it was she. Yu Tianheng was struck by this sudden onslaught, the force piercing through his chest. The lightning possessed formidable penetrating power, destructive force, and paralyzing effects. The fabric of his shirt at the chest was incinerated to ashes, leaving behind a charred scar. Her second soul skill, Thunderous Might. In an instant, a surge of electricity erupted from Yu Tianheng, forming streams of lightning that surged towards Qin Shou'er. Qin Shou'er hastily employed her first soul skill, Thunderclap. Lightning entwined around her legs as she executed the ghostly shadow technique beneath her feet. In an instant, she evaded the relentless pursuit of the thunderbolts. Yu Tianheng, gritting his teeth in frustration, promptly converged the lightning into a massive net. It surged directly towards Qin Shou'er. Qin Shou'er once again unleashed her soul technique, and in an instant, she was enveloped in crackling lightning. ZZ. Qin Shou'er leapt gracefully, effortlessly traversing the lightning net. What? He actually broke free and emerged unscathed. Is that ancient soul technique truly so formidable? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Yet only two individuals comprehended the gravity of the situation. What exactly transpired? On the surface, Qin Shou'er appeared unscathed. However, in reality, the dragon scales upon his body had been severely damaged. Yu Luomin clearly observed the changes in him, for he was aware that Chen Xiu'er possessed hidden scales. As long as the reverse scale remained intact, the hidden scales could regenerate infinitely. Yet, should the reverse scale be destroyed, Chen Xiu'er would be but a breath away from death. Thus, his primary strategy was to prevent his adversaries from touching his back. This lad was remarkably elusive. Could he be of the agile attack type? In our lineage, aside from the dragon wings, agile attackers were exceedingly rare, with most being of the brute force variety. Hence, this young man was indeed a rarity. Subsequently, Yu Tianheng clutched his chest and gradually rose to his feet, the searing pain in his torso relentlessly tormenting him. His first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. This time, Yu Tianheng infused both hands with the Thunder Dragon Claw simultaneously. He had just unleashed his soul skills multiple times. And in conjunction with his 1,000-year soul ring, the consumption of soul power was undoubtedly immense. Next, I would engage him in a war of attrition. Yu Tianheng's assessment was astutely accurate. Chen Xiu'er was indeed expending an extraordinary amount of soul power. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the efficacy of all his skills was being suppressed. What would normally be a 100 enhancement of strength had likely been reduced to a mere 50. This was due to Chen Xiu'er's heart demon, the sinister dragon, continuously emanating its dragon might, thereby suppressing all attributes of Yu Tianheng's being. This was the power of the dragon soul, dragon might. It could restrain and limit the strength, defense, speed, and soul skill intensity of others, akin to a debuff. Yu Tianheng himself had not realized that his attacks were only half as potent as usual. With both hands empowered by the Thunder Dragon Claw, he charged directly towards Chen Xiu'er. Chen Xiu'er swiftly ensnared Yu Tianheng's hands with her own, effectively restraining him. In an instant, Yu Tianheng retaliated with a swift kick. Chen Xiu'er hastily withdrew her right hand to evade, and in that fleeting moment, Yu Tianheng perceived an opportunity. His left hand's Thunder Dragon Claw surged forth once more. Seeing no way to escape, Chen Xiu'er hastily activated the Eye of the Spirit Sovereign. Her golden eyes suddenly gleamed with an even brighter radiance, causing Yu Tianheng's gaze to involuntarily shift to a pale golden hue as well. The movement of Yu Tianheng's hands came to an abrupt halt, and the faint golden color in his eyes flickered and vanished, unnoticed by anyone present. Chen Xiu'er had perfectly positioned herself, allowing everyone to see only the silhouette of Yu Tianheng. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu'er had no need for concealment, for her eyes were naturally golden dragon pupils. Thunder roared. Chen Xiu'er once again summoned a crackling storm of thunder in her right hand. But it was too late for Yu Tianheng to react. Their fists collided once more. This time, the two forces of lightning unleashed a cataclysmic upheaval. Destruction, penetration, annihilation. The paralyzing nature of the lightning was cast aside. Only the most potent forces of penetration and devastation reigned supreme upon the battlefield. Break for me. Yu Tianheng bellowed. Blue arcs of electricity intertwined as their powers clashed, igniting a dazzling display of sparks and lightning. Once more, let him experience the might of the dragon. Chen Xiu'er silently invoked her divine will. Ultimately, her strength paled in comparison to Yu Tianheng's. Even with the dragon's might suppressing him, he could not withstand Yu Tianheng's overwhelming power. In an instant, the brilliance of the electric light intensified. Everyone present was dazzled by this radiant display, unable to open their eyes. The three elders observing from the high platform exchanged glances of astonishment. At the same time, they cast envious looks towards Yu Guangtian, while Yu Luomian's lips curled into a wild grin. This child is indeed a genius, Yu Luomian exclaimed with delight. He could naturally perceive that Yu Tianheng was in a precarious state. He also discerned all the subtle tactics employed by Chen Xiu'er. However, Yu Luomian firmly believed in a singular principle. Those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Ultimately, as long as victory is attained, even through the darkest of means, it is still a triumph of light. Chen Xiu'er's character deeply appeals to Yu Luomian, and her performance today has further satisfied him. The more Yu Luomian understands Chen Xiu'er, the more he perceives her as a treasure that is inexhaustible, where each exploration unveils delightful surprises. Chen Xiu'er persevered. His soul power nearly depleted. The wicked dragon relentlessly exerted its dragon might, and Yu Tianheng was as fierce as a powder keg. The two roared in unison. And arcs of electricity swiftly spread across the arena. All of their soul power was concentrated in this moment. The outcome hinged on this decisive clash. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the electric light gradually dissipated. Yu Tianheng collapsed onto the stage, kneeling, and slowly fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu'er stood proudly before him. his attire tattered and his body shimmering with a radiant glow, though blood was visible in places. He gazed at the newly risen crescent moon and declared aloud, "Heaven did not birth me. Yu Tianxian, the dragon's path endures like an eternal night." Chapter 67. The Three Young Masters of Blue Lightning. At this moment, the training ground was enveloped in profound silence. Even breaths were taken cautiously. On the platform, Yu Luomiang, witnessing Chun Xiuer's declaration following his victory over Yu Tianheng, exclaimed in admiration, "Excellent. What a proclamation. Heaven did not birth me, Yu Tianxian." Yu Luomiang understood the weight of this statement. Chen Xiuer intended to single-handedly uphold the banner of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Such is his audacity. The Grand Elder gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This child is truly formidable." Simultaneously, he thought to himself, "He must not be allowed to remain. No wonder he is my grandson." Yu Guangtian laughed heartily. On the training ground, upon the dueling platform, Chun Xiuer surveyed the crowd, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Who else wishes to challenge me?" she inquired coolly. The arena fell into a profound silence. Not a single child dared to speak. They even breathed cautiously. Yu Tianxin, too, stood by, trying to steady his trembling legs. He admitted to himself that he could not defeat Chen Xiuer, nor could he overcome Yu Tianheng. His previous confidence stemmed from the fact that Yu Tianheng had once been bested by him. Unbeknownst to him, that victory was graciously bestowed by Yu Tianheng. Despite their apparent rivalry, Yu Tianheng harbored deep affection for his younger brother, conceding in every duel. He recalled a past birthday of Yu Tianxin, when Yu Tianheng stealthily pilfered a slice of cream cake from a bakery, only to be chased for several streets. Allergic to cream, Yu Tianheng had no desire for the cake. All his actions were motivated by his love for Yu Tianxin. Regrettably, the cake ultimately fell to the ground, and Yu Tianheng faced reprimand. At that time, he had yet to awaken his martial soul and was subjected to bullying. Now, he had grown powerful, yet lost his original self. Yu Tianheng leaned on the ring, unconsciously reminiscing about his childhood. He pondered much. Over the years, he had transformed into someone arrogant, impatient, and haughty, disregarding others. Observing the stillness of the training ground, Chen Xiuer knelt and gently helped Yu Tianheng to his feet. He grimaced in pain, slowly opening his eyes. "Why?" he asked with difficulty. "Why must we fight so fiercely, being of the same family?" Chen Xiuer responded. I have lost, utterly and completely," Yu Tianheng conceded. "From this day forth, let us strive together." Chen Xiuer smiled radiantly and extended her right hand towards him. Tears welled up in Yu Tianheng's eyes. This man seemed different. He grasped Chen Xiuer's hand firmly and whispered, "Yes." Receiving his affirmation, Chen Xiuer cast a sidelong glance at the elevated platform. "I wonder if you are satisfied with my performance today, my esteemed master?" Gifted and talented, daring and responsible, courageous and strategic, protective of kin, magnanimous, and passionate, I am indeed an exceptional disciple, she declared. Yu Luomian tightened his grip on the railing, feeling the bright prospects for the family. I, Tianxian, possessed the bearing of a titled Douluo. His eyes sparkled with hope, envisioning a promising future for the clan. "Congratulations, sect leader." The three elders chimed in unison. They were thoroughly impressed. Yu Luomian had indeed chosen an extraordinary disciple. Beyond all expectations, Chen Xiuer and Yu Tianheng supported each other as the young onlookers gasped in astonishment. What is happening? This twist is utterly unexpected. It seems that Yu Tianxian possesses quite a heroic spirit. Yu Tianxian, I commend you as a hero. Truly, Yu Tianxian serves as a paragon for our generation. Yu Tianxian, you have now become my idol. I always said Tianxian was remarkable, not only handsome, but also magnanimous. We misjudged him. Who would have thought he could? Yu Tianxin's legs ceased to tremble as he gazed at Yu Tianheng's smile, feeling utterly bewildered. He abruptly clapped his thighs and stood up, demanding, "Why are you smiling? You've lost, why do you still smile? Are you so happy about your defeat?" Yu Tianxin was inexplicably overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Yu Tianheng shook his head with a smile and extended his right hand toward Yu Tianxin. "Tianxin, let us cease our conflict. We have battled for so many years. Soon, we shall part ways from our family, each pursuing our own path. In this final moment, let us navigate it peacefully, shall we?" Yu Tianheng inquired. Yu Tianxin felt as though sand had entered his eyes. "Me? Can I?" Yu Tianxin asked, bewildered. "Trust me." "And trust Tianxian," Yu Tianheng replied, glancing at Chen Xiuer, who also smiled and extended her right hand to Yu Tianxin. In an instant, tears streamed down Yu Tianxin's face. "Why are all of you like this? Am I truly worthy to be alongside you?" Yu Tianxin asked, lost in confusion. Slowly, he approached the arena, with Yu Tianheng laboriously grasping Yu Tianxin's hand. Startled, Yu Tianxin hurriedly supported Yu Tianheng, and the three of them leaned on each other. They then exchanged smiles. In the future, it will be us who uphold the family, so why must we engage in such a life-and-death struggle? Chen Xiu'er inquired. Indeed, after a prolonged conflict, it loses its significance, Yu Tianheng replied. He had come to a realization. Through this defeat, he began to mature and grow steadier. This is growth. Although Yu Tianxin still displayed youthful impulsiveness, he merely exhibited a touch of pride. He too nodded in agreement. The three young masters of blue lightning. Suddenly, someone below shouted. The three young masters of blue lightning. The three young masters of blue lightning. The three young masters of blue lightning. Hearing the cheers from their kin below, Chen Xiu'er and the others smiled. This is the story of the three young masters of blue lightning, destined for greatness in the future. On the platform, Yu Lumian turned to glance at the three elders and exchanged knowing smiles. Did we not also come through in this manner? Now then, there are other matters to attend to within the clan. I shall take my leave. After Yu Lumian finished speaking, he departed, a subtle smile perpetually gracing his lips. The mood of the patriarch seemed quite pleasant, noted the inconspicuous second elder. Indeed, Yu Guangtian remarked, his spirits equally buoyant, save for the slight gloom of the grand elder. Nevertheless, observing the emergence of elite talents within the family genuinely filled him with joy. Well then, we old ones should start getting busy, declared the grand elder. Yu Guangtian adjusted his beard and concurred. Indeed, we are aging. The future of the clan belongs to them now. A hearty laugh resonated among the three as they exchanged knowing glances before parting ways. The only one whose mood soured amidst this camaraderie was Yu Tianling, who felt utterly overlooked. Moreover, a group of charming vixens relentlessly cast flirtatious glances at Chen Xiu'er, aggravating Yu Tianling's discomfort, plunging her further into despondency. Yet, there was one who harbored even greater vexation, Yu Tianjian, the very one who had previously confronted Chen Xiu'er. Now, their leader had forged a brotherly bond with her, rendering his past actions particularly awkward. Was he loyal? Indeed, yet what of the present? Their leader's brother dared to strike? Was that not an affront to authority? Thus, Yu Tianjian was engulfed in frustration, reaching a point where he felt he might suffer internal injuries. I toil for you, battling here and there, risking my life, while you merely exchange smiles as if nothing is amiss. In the end, I am the only villain. Yu Tianjian seethed through gritted teeth. Chen Xiu'er naturally noticed Yu Tianjian, who merely revealed a mysterious smile. Chapter 68. The Master Apprenticeship Ceremony. 3 days later, Chen Xiu'er, Yu Tianheng, and Yu Tianxin have forged a friendship, dominating the younger generation of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. They bask in their newfound glory. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng has learned that Chen Xiu'er has taken his grandfather as her mentor. At this moment, the trio sits before a bubble tea shop by the roadside. It is at this juncture that a contrarian voice arises, questioning the authenticity of their modern indulgences. Shouldn't this still be considered ancient times? How could there be bubble tea? And what of the cake? If there is cake, there must be cream. If cream can be produced, how difficult can it be to prepare bubble tea? Chen Xiu'er and her companions each ordered a cup of milk tea, settling into the most prominent spot within the establishment, attracting considerable attention. By the way, Tianxin, aren't you fond of Tianling? Chen Xiu'er inquired with a smile. How could that be? I merely find her exceptionally beautiful and wish to engage in conversation with her. Besides, how could I possibly covet your quarry, dear brother? Yu Tianxin replied with a mischievous grin. We are like siblings, and yet you, being my elder, call me brother. Doesn't that feel a tad awkward? Chen Xiu'er remarked. Yu Tianxin patted her chest, asserting, you are someone I genuinely admire, Chen Xiu'er. I call you brother with heartfelt respect. Yu Tianxin then playfully tapped her badge. Chen Xiu'er smiled, tacitly acknowledging his thoughts. Tomorrow marks the grand ceremony of apprenticeship. From this day forth, we shall truly be a family, Yu Tianheng remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed, though by seniority, you ought to be my master-nephew. Chen Xiu'er replied, her smile radiating warmth. Chen Xiu'er took Yu Shenheng's grandfather as her master, which meant they were no longer of the same generation. Yu Shenheng felt a wave of embarrassment at this point. Does that mean I am also your junior apprentice? Yu Xiangxin seemed quite dissatisfied with this hierarchy. Haha, in our trio. Even though I am the youngest, I hold the highest rank, Chen Xiu'er teased. Impossible. There is no way I would ever call Yu Shu uncle disciple, Yu Xiangxin declared haughtily. The world cannot escape the law of true affection. Sooner or later, you will come to appreciate it, Chen Shou'er replied with a smile. Humph. Even if I, Yu Xiangxin, were to bark like a dog or leap into filth, I shall never call you Shirshu. Yu Xiangxin resolutely stated. A day later, the master-disciple ceremony commenced. Tianxian. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, Yulumian proclaimed solemnly. Should anyone dare to bully you, as your master, I shall take full responsibility. Yulumian declared with gravity. By the dragon god above, as I, Yulumian, accept a disciple today, I vow to teach with utmost care. Instilling the spirit of the divine dragon and embodying the might of the dragon deity. Should I violate this oath, may my dragon bones be stripped, my dragon blood drained. My dragon soul scattered, condemned to the dragon's hell, never to be reborn. Yulumian knelt before the altar, pledging his vow. Chen Shou'er also knelt beside him, proclaiming loudly, I, Yu Tianxian, am honored by the favor of my master today. I shall diligently cultivate the will of the dragon god and convey its might. Honoring my master and upholding the name of the dragon god. Should I violate this oath, I shall surely descend into the dragon's abyss after death, condemned to eternal suffering. With the oath established, the dragon roared forth. Yu Luomian slowly rose, and Chen Shou'er stood beside him. Yu Luomian placed a hand on Chen Shou'er's shoulder and addressed the younger generation. Why do you not bow to your esteemed master uncle? He admonished sternly. Who are the younger generation, you ask? Ah, there is Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng. Master uncle, master uncle, master uncle. Observing these children, no older than himself, addressing him as master uncle, Chen Shou'er could easily discern the extent of their embarrassment. However, even Yu Tianheng had addressed him as Shirshu master uncle. Yet, Yu Tianxin refrained from doing so, displaying remarkable tenacity. Yu Luomian furrowed his brow and inquired, Tianxin, why do you not address your master uncle? Do you harbor any grievances against him? Yu Tianxin opened his mouth, but struggled to articulate a single word, having firmly declared just yesterday that he would never call him Shirshu. Today, however, he found himself reconsidering. What are you? Yu Luomian's ire was palpably intensified. Shirshu. Yu Tianxin felt as if he had already lost all semblance of dignity. I am the indomitable Yu Tianxin. Chen Shou'er smiled knowingly. As I have mentioned before, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Just as the master apprenticeship ceremony was nearing its conclusion, Elder Yu Guangtian suddenly rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon the arrival of Yu Guangtian, Chen Shou'er revealed a faint smile and exclaimed, Grandfather. However, Yu Guangtian paid no heed to her. Instead, he leaned in close to Yu Luomian and whispered something before hastily retreating to the side. Yu Luomian, his expression grave, nodded solemnly and then promptly departed. Chen Shou'er hurriedly quickened her pace, casting a questioning glance at Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian glanced at Chen Shou'er's enchanting eyes and replied solemnly, Yu Tianjin is dead. What? Chen Shou'er exclaimed in disbelief. Is it truly inconceivable? Just yesterday, Yu Tianjin sparred with you, and now he is dead. It seems some individuals wish to frame you. Yu Luomian thought to himself. Frame me? Chen Shou'er, perplexed, pointed to herself. This world is far more ruthless than you can imagine. Since you became my disciple, there are countless pairs of eyes watching you in secret, Yu Luomian stated gravely. The human heart is treacherous. I understand, master. I will not allow them to succeed. Chen Shou'er declared resolutely. Having awareness is commendable, but there are matters where mere vigilance is insufficient. You must also rely on this, Yu Luomian indicated to his own head. Chen Shou'er understood that Yu Luomian referred to using one's own intellect. What should I do, master? Chen Shou'er inquired. From this moment forth, you must think more, observe more, and learn more, Yu Luomian replied, quickening his pace as if intentionally distancing himself from the group trailing behind. Chen Shou'er glanced back, noticing that Yu Tianheng and Yu Guangtian were slowly walking away in the distance, seemingly intent on creating some distance from Yu Luomian. Master, what exactly should I learn? Chen Shou'er inquired. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Some matters require discretion and discussion, and certain actions necessitate caution. This is what you will learn in the future, Yu Luomian replied, his expression grave. From now on, you must observe closely, remember each person's appearance, their character, and their true nature, until you can discern the innermost thoughts of everyone at a glance. At this moment, Yu Luomian was imparting his life lessons. The instant he accepted Chen Shou'er as his disciple, he regarded her as his own child. Although his biological son was unremarkable, he had given rise to a remarkable granddaughter. Yet, that was also due to Yu Luomian's relentless encouragement for them to cultivate their abilities. He longed to find a diligent, hard-working, and gifted child to take under his wing, and now he had finally found one. He resolved to leave no regrets in life, passing on his lifelong knowledge to Chen Xiu'er. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong was kneeling before a statue of an angel in prayer when suddenly a disciple burst in. Frowning, Bibi Dong was presented with a letter. She accepted it slowly as the disciple withdrew. Yu Tianxian, a wild child from outside, whom I had previously overlooked, has unexpectedly become Yu Limian's disciple, Bibi Dong mused. What secrets do you conceal, Yu Tianxian? With that, she set the letter aside and turned back to the angelic statue. A fleeting expression of nostalgia crossed her exquisite features. Qian Renxue, she must have succeeded by now. Perhaps she has long since succeeded. Xiaojiang, do not worry, I will avenge you soon. That time is not far off. The soul hunting will commence shortly. Just wait a little longer. Chapter 69. The mysterious murder case of Yu Tianjian soon. Yu Lumian brought Chen Xiu'er to the home of Yu Tianjian. At that moment, Yu Tianjian's mother was already in a state of despair, weeping uncontrollably, while his father attempted to console her. However, upon seeing Yu Lumian's arrival, the couple immediately bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Greetings, sect master." Sect master, my son. He is gone. You must seek justice for him. Yu Tianjian's mother pleaded from her knees. Yu Lumian hastily helped her to her feet, saying, "Do not be anxious, please speak slowly. What has transpired?" "Thank you, sect master." Yu Tianjian's mother replied, tears streaming down her face. "Let us go inside." Yu Tianjian's father gestured to the others. Chen Xiu'er followed Yu Lumian into Yu Tianjian's residence, where Yu Tianjian's lifeless body lay cold upon a table. "Let us recount the events that transpired," Yu Lumian inquired. The Blue Sky Tyrannosaurus family had not witnessed a murder or vendetta in over a decade. Alas, we find ourselves amidst yet another tumultuous autumn, Yu Lumian lamented. I recall that just last night, as dinner was nearing, someone came to summon Tianjian. They appeared to be an acquaintance. Tianjian followed them outside. We urged him to return early, yet once he departed, he never came back. Yu Tianjian's mother spoke, her words punctuated by 2 fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. As Chen Xiu'er took advantage of the moment when everyone was distracted, the white halo on her right hand reappeared. "I am grateful for your contribution. I shall accept your martial spirit," she silently contemplated. A faint bluish soul power slowly emanated from Yu Tianjian's lifeless body, ultimately being subtly absorbed by Chen Xiu'er. However, Yu Tianjian's father appeared to sense something amiss. "I know you. Yu Tianxian, my son had offended you during his lifetime," he demanded, glaring with fury. Seeing Yu Tianjian's father in such a frenzied state, Yu Tianxian promptly stepped forward to support Chen Xiu'er, declaring, "Haha, your son has offended many during his life. My brother Yu Tianxian is magnanimous and has no desire to hold grudges against him. Do not cast every blame upon my brother." Observing the elder Yu Tianxian addressing Chen Xiu'er as brother, the onlookers could not suppress their astonishment. My son has not offended anyone recently. The only one with the most suspicion is him." Yu Tianjian's father glared at Chen Xiu'er with bloodshot eyes. Chen Xiu'er smiled calmly, believing that the pure would remain untainted by the impure. Yu Tianjian's father gritted his teeth, yet found himself unable to confront Chen Xiu'er. "Enough. Nothing has been concluded yet. Let us refrain from unfounded speculation," Yu Lumian declared sternly. "Indeed, sect master," replied Yu Tianjian's father, whose deepest suspicions were directed towards Chen Xiu'er. However, as she was the most cherished disciple of Yu Lumian, he felt powerless to question her. Subsequently, we ventured forth to locate Tianjian, only to discover his lifeless body in a narrow alley. At this juncture, tears streamed uncontrollably from Yu Tianjian's mother as she recounted the painful event. Yu Lumian lifted the shroud covering Yu Tianjian's corpse, turning him over. The bloodstains had been meticulously wiped clean by his parents, yet a deep gash extending from his neck to his waist remained. This wound was exceedingly profound, but it did not appear to be inflicted by a blade. The laceration was jagged and uneven. Moreover, as a sensitive attack soul master, Yu Tianjian had not even had the opportunity to manifest his martial spirit. The renowned detective Yu Lumian found the situation increasingly perplexing. Something was amiss. This incident seemed more akin to a crime committed by someone familiar, as the wound on his back indicated that Yu Tianjian had been caught off guard, trusting enough to expose his back to the assailant. Yu Lumian sensed that his analysis was nearing completion. Chen Xiu'er felt that his analysis was of little distinction. Previously, it had been stated that the perpetrator was an acquaintance. This matter would undoubtedly undergo rigorous investigation by the family. With that, Yu Lumian left the scene. Chen Shouwa felt that Yu Luomian had exhausted his options, or perhaps he simply could not devise any further strategies. Sighing, Yu Tianjin's parents could only watch as the crowd dispersed. Meanwhile, Chen Shouwa, who had acquired Yu Tianjin's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, secretly chuckled to herself. They could never have imagined that Yu Tianling would resort to killing Yu Tianjin. Some classmates might assert that they had already suspected Chen Shouwa was behind it. But did they truly grasp the intricacies of her scheme? Do not fret, read on. In the residence of the clan leader, the Yu Luomin family had gathered in unison, with Yu Guangtian present as well. Overall, the suspicion primarily fell upon Xiener, Yu Lumian remarked somberly. Grandfather, this matter is certainly not Tianxuan's doing. She has been with us almost constantly these past few days. Yu Tianheng hastily defended Chen Shouwa. A hint of resignation flickered across Yu Luomian's brow. Tianheng, you have changed. I did not imply that Xiener is guilty. I merely stated that her suspicion looms large, and those outside will undoubtedly seize upon this. So what? My brother Tianxin is absolutely innocent, Yu Tianling retorted. Yu Luomian let out another quiet sigh. The child had grown, and her loyalty seemed to shift. In any case, you all should return for now. Tianxin, stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you. Yu Luomian instructed the others to depart. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianling exchanged several glances with Chen Shouwa before leaving. Yu Guangtian seemed inclined to speak with Chen Shouwa, yet ultimately refrained upon noticing Yu Lumian's urging gaze. As the crowd exited, Yu Lumian's expression grew increasingly solemn. I suspect this incident was orchestrated by someone within the clan. The dragon transformation's origin is undoubtedly the dragon claw, and furthermore, she is a girl, Yu Lumian analyzed. These words had previously remained unspoken. I already know who is responsible. Chen Shouwa's pupils suddenly constricted. How could this be possible? How could he know? When I executed this plan, everything was flawlessly orchestrated. I had an abundance of alibis. It must be Yu Tianling. Yu Luomian's voice was deep, reminiscent of a seasoned chain smoker. Damn. Fortunately, my master merely suspects Yu Tianling. He should not harbor doubts about me. Last night, Chen Shouwa had employed the eye of the spirit emperor on Yu Tianling, compelling him to rendezvous with Yu Tianjin in the dead of night. The method employed was seduction. As for the specifics, why would you concern yourself with trivialities? This is not permitted to be pinned down, nor is there any dog-headed scenario. Yu Tianling used the excuse of changing clothes to have Yu Tianjin turn around. Yu Tianjin, filled with excitement, complied, yet the anticipated events did not unfold. Yu Tianling directly invoked her martial soul, leading the unsuspecting Yu Tianjin to his demise. Following this, Yu Tianling returned home to dine as if nothing had transpired. She was even oblivious to her own act of murder, having entirely forgotten that portion of her memory. Yu Guangtian certainly noticed Yu Tianling's peculiarity. He had intended to discuss this with Chen Shouwa. However, Yu Luomian had already seen through it. Although they did not suspect Chen Shouwa, the closeness between Yu Tianling and Chen Shouwa could not help but implicate Chen Shouwa. Even if 100 Yu Tianjians were to perish, Yu Lumian would remain indifferent. Yet, losing even a single Chen Shouwa was simply unacceptable. Such is the current standing of Chen Shouwa within the family. Thank you to the esteemed reader for your generous support. Your encouragement has reignited my motivation to complete this book. Chapter 70. 2 years later. Xiener, you are exceptionally gifted. You must understand the implications of my words. Yu Luomian inquired. Chen Shouwa naturally comprehended the implications of Yu Luomian's words. He was urging her to act against her kin for the greater good. However, Linger had yet to be exposed. It seemed excessive to go to such lengths. Chen Shouwa was reluctant to sacrifice Yu Tianling's life, not out of emotional attachment, but due to pragmatic concerns. For now, her identity remained concealed, but what if it were to be revealed? The repercussions would extend far beyond her own existence. Yu Luomian perceived that, at this moment, Chen Shouwa lacked the necessary ruthlessness and decisiveness, indicating a need for her to cultivate greater resolve in the future. Of course, had Yu Luomian been aware that, in the face of his demise, the individual most indifferent would ultimately be Chen Shouwa, his perspective would likely shift dramatically. In that eventuality, she would find herself accused of incitement and orchestrating murder, with blame cast upon her and the lineage of the clan leader. Yu Luomian spoke with urgency, emphasizing that this issue transcended mere personal concerns. Was the only recourse to eliminate Yu Tianling? If Chen Shouwa were truly just a 7-year-old child, she might indeed panic and reluctantly choose this path. Yet, Chen Shouwa reiterated her sentiment, stating that when one feels utterly lost, it is often because they have yet to learn the art of resourcefulness. As long as you desire to forge ahead, the path lies beneath your feet. She declared with unwavering confidence. Master, I have a plan. Grant me a day. Upon witnessing Chen Shouer's assured smile, Yu Luomian found himself momentarily inclined to allow her to attempt her scheme. Were it not for the dire circumstances, he would have preferred to dissuade her from taking such a risk. Trust me, master. Give me a day, and I shall present you with a satisfactory resolution. Chen Shouer proclaimed before turning away with renewed confidence. Chen Shouer remained undisclosed, thus everything was manageable. Yu Luomian, after all, was unaware that Chen Shouer possessed a soul bone from 10,000 years ago, a transformation of sorts. The following day, the perpetrator made an unexpected appearance, none other than Yu Xiaolei. His martial spirit was not that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, but rather a mutated serpent dragon, indicating he was not of the main lineage. Yet, no one could have anticipated that he was indeed the culprit, an undercover agent for the Spirit Hall. In a swift move, Yu Luomian seized him and exposed an entire faction of undercover agents from the Spirit Hall. At this moment, within the Grand Hall of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, 11 undercover agents from the Spirit Hall knelt in a row, their faces etched with confusion as they desperately defended themselves. They remained oblivious to the reasons behind their exposure. Yu Luomian cast a furious gaze around, noting that all present were outsiders, with not a single member of the inner clan among them. Humph. Have the claws of the Spirit Hall reached this far, daring to commit murder against our own disciples? Yu Luomian inquired. Yu Xiaolei, filled with rage, glared back at Yu Luomian, laughing maniacally. Why bother with these ostentatious excuses? What if you have captured me? The Spirit Hall will inevitably crush the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. His laughter echoed with a sense of impending doom. He had been unfortunate. Just the previous night, he had been in correspondence with the Spirit Hall. Yet, upon receiving their letter, he found his family suddenly under investigation. Alongside the fabricated evidence by Chen Shouer, there existed irrefutable proof. Who could withstand such a blow? Chen Shouer was genuinely unaware. He merely sought to find someone to take the blame. Thus, he masqueraded as a disciple from an external faction, Yu Xiaolei. However, trouble ensued, leading to an investigation of his family, and the recently received correspondence was also scrutinized. Consequently, his entire lineage of loyal brothers was exposed. All of them were undercover agents of the Spirit Hall. Upon learning of this affair, Yu Luomian's gaze towards Chen Shouer transformed entirely. My disciple is far more formidable than I had imagined. My student, Tianqian, possesses the demeanor of a titled Douluo. Bring them all down, subject them to rigorous interrogation. Those who refuse to comply shall have their tendons and bones extracted and be infused with dragon blood, declared Yu Luomian. Yes, sect master, responded the guards of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, as they dragged away more than a dozen members of the Spirit Hall. To this day, Yu Xiaolei remains baffled as to how he was discovered. Just wait. The Spirit Hall will eventually face the wrath of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Observing Yu Xiaolei's desperate struggle, Yu Luomian smirked with arrogance. If that vixen Bibidong dares to come, I shall ensure she enters, never to return. Chen Shouer shook her head. Indeed, the pride coursing through their veins was not the exclusive trait of any singular clan member. Rather, the dragon blood within them symbolized superiority, confidence, and an innate sense of being exceptional. These emotions relentlessly surged within their hearts, propelling them along what appeared to be a luminous path, yet in truth, this path ultimately led to their own destruction. Chen Shouer was determined to hasten their demise. The dragon goddess is inscribed with tales of humans who could genuinely captivate the Dragon King's heart. Such a human would be met with unwavering allegiance from the Dragon King, embracing life and death without regret, be it for greed or malevolence, or even for the sake of light, still without a hint of remorse. If the Dragon King were to bow his head and relinquish his crown, bestowing it upon that human, it would signify that this individual was of esteemed virtue, a character worthy of the Dragon King's respect. Although this may be a mere tale, it reflects the inherent pride of the dragon lineage. Yet, should the proud deign to lower their heads, their loyalty would far surpass that of the base and treacherous. The despicable have always resorted to unscrupulous means. They might kneel in supplication to preserve their lives, rendering their loyalty utterly insignificant. They would also resort to any means necessary for the sake of gain. Chen Shouer can be considered a petty person in strict terms. Yet there is a saying that rings true. Some individuals can masquerade their entire lives, indeed embodying the essence of a true gentleman. If no one can unveil Chen Xiuer's facade, then he shall be regarded as a person of great virtue and prestige. Before long, this matter reached a conclusion. In the blink of an eye, the sun and moon traversed the sky, spring faded into winter, and 2 years had passed once more. Chen Xiuer practices the Eye of the Spirit Emperor every morning and evening. Recently, the Eye of the Spirit Emperor has undergone yet another enhancement. Advancing to a higher level of refinement, Chen Xiuer's profound dark energy, or rather his soul power, has reached the pinnacle of the first ring. He hesitates to recklessly absorb a soul ring, as he is currently a public figure. As for Chen Xiuer's profound dark palm, there has been no progress whatsoever, primarily due to a lack of resources for cultivation. The matter of the soul ring is to be addressed by Chen Xiuer's master, Yu Lumian. Today, Chen Xiuer arose early, ensuring that he did not disturb anyone. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, his 2 brothers, have already departed, one to the Thunder Academy of the Four Elements, and the other to the Royal Academy. At merely 8 years of age, Chen Xiuer has yet to meet the entrance criteria for a mid-level Soul Master Academy, which stipulates an age requirement of 12. Due to her age, Chen Xiuer could only remain within the confines of her family. Consequently, the 3 young masters of the Lan family each occupied their own domains. Today marked the day when Yu Luomin would accompany Chen Xiuer to the Longye Plain to hunt soul beasts. Thus, he arose at the break of dawn. Yu Tianling was still fast asleep, while Yu Guangtian had prepared breakfast. Chen Xiuer, however, refrained from eating and directly went to the clan leader's residence to seek out Yu Luomin. Chen Xiuer, at the tender age of 9, is on the verge of ascending to the second ring. The author has no stored manuscripts. All content is freshly penned, so please show your support. Chapter 71. The Trial of Yu Luomian. Tianxian, you have arrived. Yu Luomian slowly opened his eyes, and his countenance appeared more haggard than a year ago. In contrast to his former self, he exhibited a notable reduction in fervor, yet an increased sense of composure. Indeed, Master, Chen Xiuer replied respectfully. Are you prepared? Yu Luomian inquired. I am ready, Chen Xiuer succinctly answered. Then let us proceed. There are many matters that you ought to comprehend without my elaboration. Over the past 2 years, you have acquired substantial knowledge, yet it remains insufficient. You must learn even more, Yu Luomin stated as he gradually rose. Yes, Master. Chen Xiuer's brief response, as the current Yu Luomian holds high expectations for her. Every inquiry posed by Chen Xiuer diminishes the esteem held by Yu Luomian. Therefore, it is best to refrain from asking anything. Brevity and confidence are the most effective means of response. However, this approach does not apply in the initial stages. For a child who does not humbly seek guidance or ask questions is regarded as foolish. The teacher may perceive you as a child pretending to possess knowledge, despite having learned nothing at all, yet feigning understanding. Although Chen Xiuer is an enlightened individual, she must also feign ignorance while embodying the role of a joyful seeker of knowledge. Chen Xiuer respectfully followed behind Yu Luomian. Before long, Yu Luomian summoned his martial spirit, and a pair of dragon wings unfurled majestically. His dragon eyes shimmered with a faint golden glow as dragon scales gradually enveloped his body. 9 spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. With a swift motion, Yu Luomian seized Chen Xiuer with his dragon claw and, with a powerful flap of his wings, ascended into the sky. The speed was astonishing, and as they soared upward, Chen Xiuer found it increasingly difficult to keep her eyes open against the fierce wind. The air grew colder around them. Without uttering a word, Yu Luomian's silence made Chen Xiuer aware that this was her master's trial. Chen Xiuer scoffed at the biting cold, dismissing it as a mere trial. As if attuned to her thoughts, Yu Luomian suddenly surged forward. With a swift whoosh, Yu Luomian soared into the sky, carrying Chen Xiuer beyond the confines of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. The buildings beneath them vanished from sight, leaving only the towering city walls in their wake. Chen Xiuer felt the air growing increasingly thin, with each breath releasing a substantial amount of white vapor. Is it cold? Asked Yu Luomian. Not at all, she replied. Chen Xiuer replied in a calm tone. Yu Luomian nodded, increasing his speed slightly. Tianxian, do not hold it against me for my ruthlessness. The scions of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family must learn the virtue of endurance. Chen Xiuer's brows were adorned with a delicate frost. The speed of Yu Luomian was astonishing, so swift that an ordinary person could merely perceive a fleeting shadow. Yet, despite such velocity, Yu Luomian, carrying Yu Tianxian, had flown for 5 minutes and still had not departed from the territory of the blue electric tyrant sect. Chen Shouer had long anticipated that today's soul ring acquisition would prove to be anything but simple, intertwined with the trials set forth by the Jade Crown. 10 minutes later, Chen Shouer's limbs had grown icy, and frost clung to her form. At this moment, Yuluo Mian began to descend slowly, and with great effort. Chen Shouer glanced below. They had arrived at the Longye Plain, yet Yuluo Mian showed no inclination to alight. However, Chen Shouer sensed the dissipating chill, and a hint of warmth permeated the air. As Yuluo Mian lowered further, the biting cold no longer assailed her. We shall proceed to Longu Ridge. Where the soul beasts typically possess millennia of age, it is here that the sub-dragon-type soul beast most suitable for your second soul ring resides, Yuluo Mian suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Chen Shouer exhaled in relief. The very utterance of Yuluo Mian signified the conclusion of this trial. Chen Shouer was well aware of Longu Ridge's location. It was in close proximity to the Longye Plain, nestled among the mountains. Currently, my defense is bolstered by hidden scales, and my evasion by my first soul skill. Alas, my offense remains lacking. The effectiveness of Thunderclap's attack has not been satisfactory, as I felt during my previous confrontation with Tianheng, Chen Shouer stated against the fierce wind. The soul ring most suited for me at Longu Ridge should be the transforming Dragonbone Bee, correct? Chen Shouer deduced. Yuluo Mian nodded with a smile. Tianqin, you have indeed not disappointed. Over these 2 years, your progress has been commendable. Your self-assessment is astute. You possess a clear understanding of your needs. What I have imparted to you has not been in vain. Yuluo Mian felt an increasing sense of contentment with such a disciple. He could rest assured even after his demise. Indeed, the transforming Dragonbone Bee can only strike once before its demise, however. The fateful strike of a millennium-old transforming Dragonbone Bee can rival that of 10,000-year soul beasts. Yuluo Mian declared. Should you absorb its soul ring, you will undoubtedly acquire its singular soul skill, the fateful strike. Chen Shouer gazed at the towering mountain before her, aware that this was Longu Ridge, the very place where the legendary Dragonbone Bee resided. Chen Shouer remarked, if I were to acquire this soul skill, I could exhaust my enemies with the first soul skill, Thunderclap, and then achieve a decisive strike with the second soul skill. Indeed, that is the plan. Let us proceed. With that, Yuluo Mian took flight, carrying Chen Shouer downwards. Upon landing, they found themselves in Longqiling, a desolate mountain range strewn with stark, rugged stones. The terrain was devoid of vegetation, consisting entirely of large, white boulders. Upon landing, Chen Shouer's immediate action was to forcibly twist her frigid legs, settling into a cross-legged position before channeling her Xianming technique to expel the coldness into her palms. The cold poison cleansing palm, the Xianming divine palm. Yuluo Mian's eyes flickered with an unusual light, yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that his disciple was exceptionally gifted from a young age. She had been able to create her own soul techniques, and witnessing such a peculiar method of dispelling cold hardly surprised him anymore. In that fleeting moment of cultivation, a warm current enveloped Chen Shouer's entire being. This warmth surged like a deluge, directly washing away the frost within her body. However, rather than obliterating the ice, the torrent merely drove it into her palms. Within her palms, it was as if a black hole existed, mercilessly devouring all that the flood had brought. As the cold poison throughout her body was refined by her palms, Chen Shouer slowly opened her eyes. Her hands radiated waves of coldness, resembling the Xian Jade hand. Subsequently, she withdrew the Xianming divine palm, allowing the coldness to gradually recede. Chen Shouer gently stretched her limbs, feeling a warm current coursing through her body, which was immensely pleasant. Indeed, she had finally grasped the fundamentals of the Xianming divine palm. She contemplated seeking out that old poison master to procure some highly toxic spiritual herbs, thereby elevating her mastery of the Xianming divine palm. Who is this old poison master? He is a titled Douluo. Chen Shouer had heard from Zongyang that this individual was the most incompetent titled Douluo in Douluo, yet he possessed an abundance of precious spirit herbs. Thus, it truly seemed a waste to bestow so many spirit herbs upon just one person. Chen Shouer planned to send Yuluo Mian to seek advice from the old poison master, but she did not wish to ask for too much. After all, one must maintain certain principles in life. We are not the sort of people who take advantage of others. A few hundred, or even just a few dozen, would suffice. Chapter 72. The Hunt for a Millennium Soul Beast. In Longu Ridge, Yuluo Mian stood guard for Chen Shouer, occasionally surveying the surroundings. Fortunately, a nest of the Dragonbone bees was located about 30 to 40 meters ahead. Tianxian, what standards have you set for yourself in the pursuit of soul rings? Yu Luomden inquired. After much contemplation, Chen Xiu'er resolved to offer a more candid estimate. If her conjecture proved accurate, it was highly likely that Yu Lumian was indeed tasked with personally acquiring the soul rings. In that case, she would be merely an observer. Thus, Chen Xiu'er could not select those with particularly high age, for that would render her susceptible to failure. Chen Xiu'er is merely a first-ring soul master, and defeating a Millennium Soul Beast is already quite a formidable challenge for her. Had it not been for the apparent weakness of the Dragonbone Bee, she would certainly not have entertained any thoughts of engaging in battle. The Dragonbone Bee is capable of attacking only once, and after that singular strike, it meets its demise. Thus, as long as the age is not excessively high, the range of its singular attack is rather limited. Chen Xiu'er holds hope. However, the generalized Dragonbone Bee will not readily employ a life-threatening attack. Chen Xiu'er must devise a strategy to lure out this assault, while simultaneously evading the previous onslaught. As long as she can coax forth his desperate strike and successfully evade it, Chen Xiu'er has essentially triumphed. 2,000 years, Chen Xiu'er remarked. No, for 1,000 years, Yu Luomian suddenly stated with gravity. Chen Xiu'er sighed inwardly, acknowledging the grandeur of the jade crown, which, despite the passage of many years, still exuded such magnificence. However, for 1,000 years, could it be that you intend to exhaust me? Yes, master, Chen Xiu'er replied, not declining, for this too was within her calculations. Chen Xiu'er slowly raised the sapphire ring on her right hand. Within it lay the secret weapon he had meticulously prepared. Chen Xiu'er had long anticipated that Yu Luomin would lead him to find the bone-transforming dragon bee. Therefore, he had carefully assembled numerous items, not only to combat the Dragonbone Bee, but also to counteract various other soul beasts. Chen Xiu'er's approach has always been one of thorough preparation. As Chen Xiu'er lifted the ring, Yu Lumian suddenly recalled that Chen Xiu'er had yet to name the soul guide device. It had been 2 years. Yu Luomian felt as though he was aging, his memory somewhat fading. Shinner, have you not yet bestowed a name upon this ring? Yu Luomian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xiu'er realized that it was indeed true. He had worn this ring for 2 years without bestowing upon it a name. Let us call it the Naji then, suggested Chen Xiu'er. Naji, you say? It is rather unassuming, yet acceptable, remarked Yu Lumian, sensing that this name lacked a certain grandeur befitting his status as the esteemed young master of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Chen Xiu'er does not possess the same sentimental attachment as Tang San, nor does she feel the need to adopt a name as elaborate as the 24 Bridges by Moonlight. It is evident that such a title serves merely to fill space. The term Najie is far more appealing, unpretentious and unadorned, encapsulating profound meanings within its simplicity. Perhaps Chen Xiu'er simply could not muster the effort to ponder a name, casually dismissing it instead. As for the reasons you inquire about, if she could not be bothered to choose a name, then contemplating the reasons is an even greater burden. Chen Xiu'er activated the storage ring, and in an instant, a jar of pristine white honey materialized in her hand. The honey from the Dragonbone Bee, when applied to the skin, conceals one's scent, preventing them from being aggressively pursued. It is indeed an excellent tactic, as praised by Yu Lumian. Chen Xiu'er smiled gently and activated her storage ring, causing a pristine white bone flower to materialize in her hand. The scatterbone flower, a favored delicacy of the Dragonbone Bee, could be employed as bait. Indeed, it seemed that Shinner had come well prepared. Yu Lumian expressed his admiration once more. Now, you may begin. He intended to instruct Chen Xiu'er to commence her hunt for soul beasts. However, Chen Xiu'er suddenly raised her right hand, halting Yu Luomian's words. Master, please hold on. I have further preparations, she replied with a smile. Yu Luomian's lips twitched. His disciple was indeed quite cautious. Before long, Chen Xiu'er activated her storage ring again and cast forth a multitude of items. Among them were various iron tools, which she had commissioned the blacksmith to forge as concealed weapons. All were rudimentary contraptions, including 2 wrist crossbows, a juga crossbow, and a chain-linked piercing net. Observing these intriguing gadgets, Yu Luomin could not help but inquire, what purpose do these seemingly useless scraps serve? These are known as concealed weapons, though crafted from mundane iron. Their power is remarkable, Chen Xiu'er replied, fastening the 2 wrist crossbows onto her gauntlets. Chen Xiu'er glanced around, noting that the only prominent structure nearby was a colossal beehive, suggesting that no other soul beasts were lurking in the vicinity. With this assurance, she confidently set up her spiked net. Subsequently, she slung the juga crossbow onto her back. I am prepared, master, Chen Xiu'er affirmed with a nod towards Yu Luomian. Yu Luomian acknowledged her with a nod and soared into the sky, flapping his dragon wings. In truth, Chen Xiaoer's greatest source of confidence did not stem from these concealed weapons and minor tactics, but rather from the inner demon that resided within her, the abyssal dragon. Yesterday, Chen Xiaoer had just observed him. It seemed he was engaged in a game of chess with Yi Zixiao. Naughty dragon, unleash your draconic might and render the dragon bone be utterly dazed, Chen Xiaoer instructed. All right, the lazy dragon replied nonchalantly. The influence of draconic might on other spirit beasts is negligible. However, it exerts a significant restraining effect on those spirit beasts that possess dragon blood. It is worth noting that the draconic might associated with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, a spirit embodying the essence of dragons, differs from that found in the third and fourth installments of Douluo. This is an original concept by the author, designed to only suppress dragon kin with inferior bloodlines and spirit beasts imbued with dragon blood, while proving ineffective against ordinary spirit beasts. This is the greatest source of confidence for Chen Xiaoer, with her martial spirit activated. A layer of hidden scales enveloped her entire form, and her eyes transformed into delicate golden, slit-like dragon pupils. Chen Xiaoer gradually applied honey all over her body, and in an instant, a delightful fragrance of blossoms emanated from her. Chen Xiaoer once again took out the scattered bone flowers and placed them upon the barbed wire net. Immediately thereafter, she poured the remainder of the honey generously over the scattered bone flowers. Yu Luomian observed this with a faint smile, noting her cleverness. Without hesitation, Yu Luomian employed her second soul skill to extract a nearly 4,000-year-old transforming dragon bone bee from the distant beehive. Upon witnessing this, Chen Xiaoer was taken aback and swiftly retreated, taking cover nearby. Before her eyes, a bewildered dragabone bee was seized by the jade crown and subsequently soared through the skies in a state of utter confusion. The dragonbone bee was of considerable size, comparable to that of a colossal bear. It boasted 3 pairs of snow-white dragon wings on its back, while a large stinger dangled down from its abdomen. Chen Xiaoer was acutely aware of the vulnerabilities of the transformation dragonbone bee, particularly concerning the 6 antennae adorning its eyes. Should these 6 antennae be severed, the bees would inevitably lose their auditory perception, olfactory senses, as well as their sense of time, direction, spatial awareness, and their ability to discern friend from foe. In the unfortunate event that all 6 antennae were to be lost, they might not even perceive their surroundings while swimming in the muddy river. However, this bewildered transformation dragonbone bee, after completing 2 revolutions, finally caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance of honey and promptly dove downwards. Chen Xiaoer's lips curled into a wild smile. Chapter 73, Absorbing the Soul Ring. 410, Unleashing the Dragon's Might. At the moment when Chen Xiaoer approached the locking thorn net with the dragabone bee, she commanded the malevolent dragon to unleash its formidable power. As the dragonbone bee drew near to the scattered bones flower, it momentarily froze in place. In that instant, the locking thorn net ensnared the dragonbone bee with the precision of an ancient nail piercing through flesh. It appeared as though a colossal beast had gaped its maw wide, capturing the dragonbone bee within its grasp. Suddenly regaining its senses, the dragonbone bee frantically flapped its dragon wings in an attempt to ascend. However, hindered by the locking thorn net, it found itself unable to take flight. Chen Xiaoer was aware that the thorn net would not confine him for long, so he swiftly activated the Eye of the Spirit Monarch. With the enhancement brought by the Dragon Eye combined with the Eye of the Spirit Monarch, his vision was amplified to such an extent that he could perceive even the subtle fluctuations of air currents with crystal clarity. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Xiaoer was akin to an unparalleled marksman, hitting the target with unerring precision. Chen Xiaoer swiftly raised her sleeve arrow, aiming at the antenna of the transforming dragonbone bee. Whoosh! Chen Xiaoer unleashed her hidden dart, deftly severing one of the antennae of the dragon-transforming bone bee. Chen Xiaoer furrowed her brows. Her objective was to achieve a duel victory, striking down 2 antennae with a single arrow. With only 3 shots of the concealed arrows, she had prepared 2 sets to ensure a perfect success in severing all 6 antennae. However, her standards for herself were even more elevated. When one antenna of the dragonbone bee was severed, its struggles intensified dramatically. It was on the verge of breaking free from the constraints of the binding net. Chen Xiaoer had no choice but to hasten her movements, swiftly releasing the remaining 5 sleeve arrows. Chen Xiaoer remained unperturbed, maintaining a heart of calm and composure. The 6 antennae of the Huolongu phone were abruptly severed, causing it to unexpectedly soar towards the ground. Chen Xiaoer smiled broadly. This is the advantage of thorough preparation. By understanding the enemy's weaknesses, even the mightiest adversary can be cleverly outmaneuvered. Chen Xiao'er removed 2 sets of sleeve arrows and retrieved the Zhuge crossbow from her back. Due to her exaggerated movements this time, she caught the attention of the giant-eyed dragonbone bee. The creature charged towards her, gliding across the ground. Although its actions were comically absurd, Chen Xiao'er found no amusement in the situation. With a deft roll, Chen Xiao'er evaded the onslaught of the dragonbone bee, swiftly raising the Zhuge crossbow to target its eyes. Indeed, these concealed weapons are quite fascinating. I, Tu Tianxian, shall undoubtedly become the next generation of titled Douluo within my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yu Luomian exclaimed in admiration, while Yu Luomian observed with ease. Chen Xiao'er found herself in a challenging predicament. The Zhuge crossbow unleashed a flurry of bolts, yet the dragonbone bee merely closed its eyes, its eyelids remarkably thick, akin to dragon hide. Chen Xiao'er is utterly incapable of piercing through. The first soul skill, Thunderclap. Chen Xiao'er affixed thunder to the Zhuge crossbow, unleashing a barrage of bolts in rapid succession. The lightning imbued the arrows with penetrating power, destructive force, and paralyzing effects. As the dragonbone bee merely opened its eyes, sensing yet another assault, it hastily shut them once more. However, this time, just as it narrowed its gaze, a bolt from the Zhuge crossbow pierced through its eyelid. In an instant, the dragonbone bee roared in fury, prompting Chen Xiao'er to urgently summon the infernal dragon to exert its draconic might. What are you waiting for? Chen Xiao'er urged. Clearly incapable of defeating the dragonbone bee, yet you still dare to challenge it head-on. Chen Xiao'er, you truly seem to regress with each passing day. The infernal dragon mocked. Enough with the chatter, hurry. Chen Xiao'er retorted angrily. All you do is threaten me. You think I'm afraid of you now? The infernal dragon, with a look of dejection, reluctantly summoned its draconic might once more. Chen Xiao'er once again infused the Zhuge crossbow with a thunderous power, ceasing only after all the bolts had been shot into the eyes of the transforming dragonbone bee. With lightning entwined around her feet, Chen Xiao'er instantaneously surged to the pinnacle of the transforming dragonbone bee. Thunder roared. The electricity in her palms swiftly coalesced as she urgently employed the mystic infernal palm. With a resounding clash, the chilling venom from her hands fused with the lightning, piercing directly through the brain of the transforming dragonbone bee. Yet, the creature remained undeterred, thrashing wildly in its frantic struggle for survival. Chen Xiao'er was suddenly thrown out, rolling on the ground before regaining her footing. The dragonbone bee, now with all 6 of its antennae severed and its eyes shot out by Chen Xiao'er, was barely managing to flutter its wings in the air, relying solely on its memory. As white light gathered around its arms, Chen Xiao'er's pupils constricted in alarm. It was about to unleash a powerful attack. Simultaneously, Yu Luomian's heart began to race. He understood that Chen Xiao'er would undoubtedly be unable to withstand this blow. Thus, he had already resolved to intervene and assist her. Chen Xiao'er recognized that this distance was utterly unavoidable for such a strike. In an instant, the life-risking attack of the dragonbone bee reached its zenith and was launched with great force. It exploded like a missile, unleashing a torrent of white light that obliterated vast stretches of mountains. The earth shook violently, rocks crumbled, and sand flew wildly. A spectacular display of sparks and lightning followed. Alas, it was a misguided shot. Chen Xiao'er retrieved a cup of milk tea from her storage ring and leisurely settled into a chair to savor her drink. The jade crown slowly descended, his awkward demeanor unmistakably apparent. That dragonbone bee, it has turned its ultimate move against us. It obliterated its own nest. He lamented. With a heavy sigh, he continued, Alas, how many dragonbone bees must perish from this blow? Such a waste. It is indeed a pity, Chen Xiao'er remarked, taking a sip of her milk tea. At that moment, the dragonbone bee plummeted from the sky, its abdomen deflated, on the brink of death. Go forth and claim your second soul ring, the jade crown instructed. Yes, master, she replied. Chen Xiao'er drank the milk tea in one swift gulp and then dashed out without hesitation. Thunder rumbled. Chen Xiao'er gathered lightning in her right hand and unleashed a surge of electricity that pierced through the body of the dragonbone bee. Indeed, he was dead. Yet Chen Xiao'er remained cautious, unwilling to approach him. Who could say if he had any hidden tricks up his sleeve? What if he suddenly unleashed a secret reserve of energy? Would you panic? It was only when a brilliant purple halo rose up that Chen Xiao'er felt assured enough to approach the dragonbone bee. Chen Xiao'er sat cross-legged and directly activated the Xianin technique, causing the soul ring to be drawn and absorbed directly to the crown of her head. In truth, Chen Xiao'er does not require the absorption of soul rings, as there is no soul power to reciprocate to her being. At present, It is merely a fade. If a soul ring were to be assimilated directly by the celestial realm, it could be seamlessly affixed to the martial spirit. Consequently, Chen Xiu'er should now be at the 21st level. However, she is currently confronted with a more pressing dilemma, the true dragon. If Chen Xiu'er fails to absorb the soul ring and evolve into dragon wings this time, the deception of her true dragon identity will be irrevocably shattered. At this moment, Chen Xiu'er entered the celestial realm, where Yi Zixiao was engaged in a game of chess with another man clad in white atop the original peak. Upon closer inspection, this man bore an appearance strikingly similar to Chen Xiu'er, possessing 8 parts of her allure. Indeed, this was the incarnation of the cursed dragon, a manifestation of Chen Xiu'er's fragmented spiritual power. It could be said that he was her former dominant persona, now reincarnated. The two coexisted in harmony. Well, it was previously your turn. Let us consider this match null and void, the cursed dragon declared as he overturned the chessboard. Yi Zixiao chuckled helplessly and, with a swift motion, restored the board to its pristine state. Gentlemen, I trust you are well, he greeted. Chapter 74. A strike of full force comparable to 10,000 years. In the celestial realm, the cursed dragon cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xiu'er. What shall you do next? I truly did not anticipate that you, who are fused with me, could be so foolish. A low intellect is contagious. Keep your distance from me. Chen Xiu'er waved her hand dismissively at the cursed dragon, her expression one of disdain. You, the cursed dragon, incensed, shattered the chess pieces. Yi Zixiao, observing from the sidelines, smiled wryly. Do not resort to underhanded tactics. I had you cornered the moment I arrived. What is the purpose of your fury in destroying the game? He inquired. Am I not allowed to be vexed? The cursed dragon replied, a hint of shame in his voice. He had indeed seized the opportunity to ruin the game in response to Chen Xiu'er's remarks. To his surprise, Yi Zixiao, the unyielding participant, was far more cunning than he had anticipated. Continue your game. I shall go and fuse with my martial soul, Chen Xiu'er announced as she removed her blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul from the halo. She then produced the martial soul of Yu Tianjian. The martial soul of Yu Tianjian awakened, its dragon transformation manifesting in wings. Her utmost admiration was directed towards Yu Tianxin, for he too had transformed into a dragon with wings, a goal she had long aspired to achieve. However, these details were of little consequence. With a high affinity and exceptional quality, the success rate stood at a mere 20% due to the foreign energy involved, Chen Xiu'er remarked. Chen Xiu'er currently possesses 26% of otherworldly energy. 1/10 of this amount equals 1/10 of 26%. Although she has previously expended some otherworldly energy, it was merely a trivial fraction, hardly worth mentioning. The success rate stands at 100%. Chen Xiu'er smiled gently, a delightful fusion taking place. In an instant, 2 streaks of electric light erupted, manifesting the spectral forms of 2 blue electric tyrannosaurs. One blue electric tyrannosaurus, its body adorned with scales, glared with fierce eyes at the other. Curiously, this creature lacked a tail, claws, wings, and horns. The other was even more peculiar, devoid of horns, claws, and scales, yet possessing a pair of dragon wings, resembling a winged lizard. As the electric light gradually intertwined, the 2 blue electric tyrannosaurs engaged in a fierce battle. Roar! Roar! The twin roars of dragons resonated. The abyssal dragon, competing against Yi Zixiao, frowned. He had lost once again. His frequency of defeat was now on par with Yi Zixiao's leisurely tea-drinking pace. I was once a modern human, yet I cannot best a soul beast in a mere game of Go. The abyssal dragon gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, he heard the twin dragon roars. Frowning, the abyssal dragon bellowed furiously. Roar! What nonsense, I've lost again. His thunderous roar shattered the spectral forms of the 2 blue electric tyrannosaurs. In an instant, the pace of fusion accelerated. Chen Xiu'er raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you possessed such skills, she remarked with a smile. The proud Nielong turned away. Chuckling, you remain unchanged. Rest assured, when we finally part ways, I shall return the name Chen Xiu'er to you. After saying this, Chen Xiu'er resumed her observation of the changes in the fusion of martial souls. Following Nielong's earlier roar, the 2 blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial souls had completely merged. Though still appearing somewhat peculiar, they now exhibited dragon scales, wings, and eyes. The purity of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus bloodline stands at 39. How intriguing. What if the purity were to reach 100? Chen Xiu'er mused. If her conjectures were correct, Achieving a bloodline purity of 100 would signify the true dragon, as mentioned by Luo. In fact, Chen Xiu'er had investigated the legends of the true dragon over the past 2 years. However, the findings were surprisingly unexpected. The so-called true dragon in the legends actually referred to the golden sacred dragon. The golden sacred dragon is indeed fascinating. The dragon race is undeniably the most enigmatic of all. The day the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family meets its demise will be the day I attain the true dragon's sacred body, Chen Xiu'er declared, clenching her fists. Yet, I cannot afford to wait that long. I must expedite the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. What if I were to eliminate the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Wouldn't he, the spirit hall, seize the opportunity to act preemptively? This was Chen Xiu'er's objective. By leveraging her identity as the young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, she intended to slay the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. This would surely incite a full-scale war between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Do you truly believe the 7-treasure glazed tile school is merely a sect of auxiliary soul masters? She scoffed. You are far too naive. A sect primarily focused on support cannot ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sects solely based on their own strength. Their power lies not in individual prowess, but in their vast network of connections and subordinate sects. If the entire sect possesses the strongest auxiliary martial souls, then their allied sects are more than capable of engaging the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family in battle. Moreover, as reported by Zongyang, the 7-treasure glazed tile school boasts 2 titled Douluos. With the backing of their subordinate sects and some friendly alliances, they would undoubtedly stand a chance against the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. At that point, the Spirit Hall would surely recognize the opportunity and launch their soul-hunting plan, allowing Chen Xiu'er to reap the benefits. By then, the number of high-ranking martial souls would be in the hundreds. This, indeed, is the purpose of Chen Xiu'er's visit. Chen Xiu'er carefully placed the synthesized blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit back into the luminous circle. After exchanging a brief farewell with Yi Zixiao, she departed. Yi Zixiao surveyed the enchanting realm around him, verdant mountains, crystal-clear waters, and majestic bamboo peaks, before casting a glance at the malevolent dragon. Life, it seemed, was becoming increasingly intriguing. Yi Zixiao remarked with a smile. The outside world. Chen Xiu'er remained in the state of Wuhuan possession, her pair of jet-black dragon wings unfurling majestically. The delight in Yu Luomian's eyes was nearly overwhelming, as if he could hardly contain himself from exclaiming, I, Tu Tianxian, possess the visage of a tidal Douluo. Chen Xiu'er gently opened her eyes, 2 brilliant violet spirit rings hovering beside her. Spirit power at the 21st level. The second spirit ability, Breaking Army. 4,150 years. Transforming Dragon Bone, B Spirit Ring. How is it? Yu Lumian inquired with a hint of anticipation. Chen Xiu'er stretched her body, and her second soul ring suddenly illuminated. Master. Chen Xiu'er assumed an offensive stance, her right hand suddenly gathering an immense amount of dark energy. My second soul skill is Break Army. I can freely control the intensity of my soul power and choose to unleash it entirely. The only drawback is the charging time. Therefore, Master, I invite you to experience my most formidable strike. Chen Xiu'er declared with a smile. Yu Luomian grinned, exposing his chest. Indeed, you are my disciple. You must possess courage. Come, unleash your strongest blow. Yu Luomian patted his chest, covered in dragon scales. Chen Xiu'er, unreservedly, channeled her full energy into her second soul skill. Breaking Army. As the black light emanating from her right hand grew increasingly radiant, she infused all her soul power into it. Master. I can sustain this for approximately 20 seconds, reaching peak intensity. Chen Xiu'er remarked with a smile. As Chen Xiu'er absorbed the soul ring, his soul power was already fully replenished. Indeed, however, as your soul power continues to rise, the time required for accumulation will inevitably increase. Do not hesitate any longer. Come and strike me. Yu Luomian proclaimed with grandiosity. Truly, one grows stronger with age. How splendid it would be if this punch of mine could. Chen Xiu'er crushed the solid stone beneath her feet and charged forward with unrestrained fury. Boom. Her fist, emanating a stream of dark energy, struck directly against Yu Luomian. In an instant, Yu Luomian's expression altered, and his dragon-like form jolted, forcing Chen Xiu'er back. The force of this blow approached that of a 10,000-year soul ring. Yu Luomian exclaimed in astonishment. As the punch landed, Chen Xiu'er gradually sank to her knees, utterly drained of strength. Yu Luomian hurriedly supported her. Chapter 75, The Old Toxic Being, Weeping Without Tears. Luomin quickly lifted Qinshuo, who appeared haggard and seemed almost lifeless. Had her full force strike left her utterly exhausted? Luomin exclaimed in disbelief. Shinner, please sit down. Allow me to impart some soul energy to you. Qinshuo sat cross-legged, while Luomin directly settled behind her in the same position. In an instant, a tremendous surge of soul force poured into Qinshuo's body. This was a secret shared between the two. Under normal circumstances, soul force could not be transmitted between individuals. However, Qinshuo cleverly utilized the guise of her true dragon physique to absorb all forms of soul energy. She successfully deceived Luomin, who was unaware of the unique attributes of the true dragon body. Thus, Luomin assisted Qinshuo in channeling soul force, forging a covert bond between them. The moment this soul force entered Qinshuo's body, it was immediately transformed. This transformation was due to the interplay of their respective cultivation techniques, one focused on soul absorption, the other on the profound mysteries of the Xianming technique. The two methodologies complemented each other seamlessly. The soul force imparted by Luomin was flawlessly absorbed by Qinshuo, restoring a significant portion of her own soul energy in an instant. During this interlude, Qinshuo made another visit to the celestial realm. To her astonishment, Yi Zixiao and the evil dragon had abandoned their game of Go in favor of chess. How could this be? How could I possibly be unable to win even at chess? Where is the justice in this? The evil dragon, in despair, buried his head in his arms upon the chessboard. Justice is present, Qinshuo remarked softly. The evil dragon, perplexed, glanced at Qinshuo. Why have you returned? He inquired. It has only been a month since your last visit. Yi Zixiao added. I have returned for a matter of utmost importance. Yi Zixiao. Which type of poisonous herb is most beneficial for the cultivation of the Xianming divine palm? Qinshuo asked earnestly. Let me ponder this. Yi Zixiao replied thoughtfully. Indeed, Qinshuo's next destination was to seek out the old poison master. The Xianming divine palm is a relatively flexible technique. Thus, it is imperative that your chosen method of cultivation does not conflict. If you absorb cold-type herbs, you should refrain from using those of a fiery nature. Yi Zixiao advised after some deliberation. Such a clash would negate both properties. As of now, I have yet to discover a method to merge all attributes of poison. It is best to select herbs that do not conflict in nature for your cultivation, Yi Zixiao concluded, still uncertain about how to ensure compatibility of attributes. I see. I understand now. I shall take my leave, Qinshuo said, eager to depart now that she had received her answer. Upon witnessing her exit, Yi Zixiao turned to the evil dragon with a familiar smile. Are there no other games to play? The evil dragon was on the brink of collapse. They had played everything from 5 in a row, Ludo, jungle, to military chess, and had now reached chess. The evil dragon had never once triumphed over Yi Zixiao. Yi Zixiao, I concede. I am willing to acknowledge you as the supreme champion in this domain. The evil dragon knelt before Yi Zixiao in surrender. In the outside world, Qinshuo's soul power has been completely restored. Master, my soul power is fully recovered, Qinshuo declared as she rose to her feet. Luomin, accustomed to such occurrences, was more surprised than ever. Naturally, he had grown used to it. Luomin stood alongside Qinshuo and inquired, Shinner, do you have any further thoughts? He was quite satisfied with Qinshuo's performance that day. However, knowing Qinshuo's strong opinions, Luomin always sought her counsel. Master, are you familiar with Poison Douluo Dugubo? Qinshuo asked. Poison Douluo, that old poisoner? Why do you ask about him? Luomin recalled the character in question. Indeed, there was such a person. I wish to procure a couple of spirit herbs from Dugubo, Qinshuo replied. The title Bo is used to address a title Douluo, and since Luomin is Qinshuo's master, she need not refer to him as Bo. He is merely a fortunate little worm who happened to become a title Douluo, hardly worth mentioning. If you desire the spirit herbs, I shall procure them all for you. Luomin said disdainfully of Dugubo. After all, Dugubo was an old title Douluo, but had remained stuck at level 91. Luomin had attained the title before him and now boasted a soul power of level 95. Naturally looking down upon Dugubo master, one should not be overly harsh. I only wish to take what I need, just a few hundred herbs, Qinshuo smiled. Luomin chuckled inwardly, thinking, that old poisoner. My disciple is a smiling tiger. Once he has his sights set on you, old poisoner, you shall surely stumble. For he is my disciple, Luomin. Meanwhile, on the other side, In a cavern spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, illuminated by eerie green lanterns, Douluo felt an inexplicable discomfort, as though something ominous loomed on the horizon. Grandfather. A delicate young girl gracefully entered the cave. Upon seeing her, Douluo's stiff expression softened slightly. Yin Yin, you are to depart for the Royal Academy tomorrow. Is there anything you need to prepare? Douluo asked with a smile. Yin shook her lively little head. Grandfather, I will miss you terribly. Douluo displayed a strained smile. Haha, this old skeleton of mine still has you to think of me. I would have no regrets even in death. Just as Yin was about to speak, suddenly, Douluo's expression changed dramatically, as if he had sensed something horrifying. His face gradually stiffened, a bead of sweat trickling down his aged visage. Yin Yin, hurry inside. Do not come out for any reason unless I call for you. Bellowed, Grandfather, how could you? Before could finish her sentence, swiftly lifted his granddaughter and soared deep into the cavern. Yin Yin, regardless of what transpires. Do not utter a word or venture outside. If I do not return, remain hidden here for a couple of days. And then proceed directly to the academy to seek your instructor. Instructed earnestly. Remember, should I fail to come back, do not entertain thoughts of avenging me. Having imparted his warnings, ascended and exited the cave. Outside, the ice and fire duality eye hovered in the air alongside, exuding the formidable pressure characteristic of a tidal Douluo. With a grave expression, emerged from the cavern. Haha. After 50 years. Old toxic, do you still recognize? Laughed boisterously. His face rigid. Responded to the hovering figure, is it you, tidal Douluo of thunder? Upon seeing, realized the true appearance of. He appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, with long, dark green hair, emanating a pungent odor. Qin Shou'er, having studied poison, immediately discerned that the poison had permeated into the very marrow of Douluo. What a surprise. After 50 years, I thought your eyesight had dimmed. Come, allow me to test your skills. Yu Luomian chuckled. Duke, you jest. May I inquire the purpose of your visit to this old man? Douluo's expression was exceedingly grim. To an unsuspecting observer, one might assume that Douluo and Yu Luomian harbored a deep-seated enmity. Haha, I come not for any other reason but to express my admiration for talent. I have taken on a disciple and have brought him to see the old poison master, Yu Luomian replied with a smile. Chapter 76, The Octagonal Mystic Ice Grass. Oh, it is my esteemed nephew. Here are a few spirit herbs. I hope you do not find them lacking. Douluo began to retrieve a few spirit herbs from his sleeve. However, Yu Luomian raised an eyebrow. Heh, are you sending me a beggar's offering? A few spirit herbs are hardly sufficient for my disciple to sharpen his teeth on, Yu Luomian remarked disdainfully. Douluo's expression stiffened, and he slowly returned the herbs to his sleeve. I was too presumptuous. I must offer my esteemed nephew at least a few dozen. He forced a smile. A few dozen? Shinner, don't you use at least that many spirit herbs for a single bath? Yu Luomian inquired with a grin. Indeed. But I believe the spirit herbs gifted by Uncle Douluo must possess extraordinary quality. One would suffice to rival dozens of ours, Qin Shou'er answered with a smile. Douluo's face turned utterly rigid. He clenched his hands tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Haha, I was merely jesting with my esteemed nephew earlier. If you desire anything, feel free to visit my abode and choose at your leisure, Douluo said, feeling his heart bleed with each word. Qin Shou'er and Yu Luomian exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Shinner, why haven't you expressed your gratitude to Uncle Douluo? Yu Luomian remarked with a smile. Qin Shou'er comprehended the significance of Yu Luomian. Ordinarily, one would address him as Senior Douluo, yet Yu Luomian insisted that Qin Shou'er refer to him as Uncle. This was a deliberate attempt by Yu Luomian to diminish the standing of Douluo. Thank you, Uncle Douluo. I shall not be polite then. Qin Shou'er remarked with a smile. Douluo secretly gritted his teeth. One old dragon and one young dragon, equally cunning. Truly, one cannot choose their family. Yu Luomian gracefully descended with Qin Shou'er, while Douluo greeted them with a wry smile. Qin Shou'er followed Douluo into the cave, while Yu Luomian stood by, observing without entering. This indeed presented a valuable opportunity for Qin Shou'er to hone her skills. Douluo would undoubtedly refrain from any ill intentions towards her, allowing Yu Luomian to confidently wait outside for her return. A discreet signal was exchanged between Yu Luomian and Qin Shou'er. Qin Shou'er comprehended his intent. Subsequently, she confidently accompanied Douluo to the medicinal herb garden. Traversing through the lengthy cavern, they emerged into a lush, dense forest. Their current location was atop a hill, approximately 500 meters high, amidst the wilderness. At this moment, Since it was nightfall upon the arrival of Yulemian and Qinshiur, the scenery was not particularly visible. Douluo ascended the mountain path with remarkable ease, appearing to move slowly. Yet, each step he took spanned a distance of 10 meters or more. Moreover, the intervals between his strides were exceedingly uniform, rendering his ascent akin to a vertical rise. Qinshiur directly manifested her martial soul, a layer of hidden scales enveloping her entire body. A pair of pale golden dragon eyes emanated an air of haughtiness. A pair of jet-black dragon wings unfurled from her back. 2 radiant purple soul rings ascended from beneath her feet. Qinshiur gently flapped her dragon wings. Soaring into the sky, Douluo was taken aback. This young one, can it be said that he truly lives up to being the disciple of the old Dragon King? Indeed, he possesses qualities that far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Not only does he have numerous dragon transformations, but his first and second soul rings are also of the Millennium grade. Douluo mused silently. Qinshiur glanced back at Douluo, who smiled gently, and in an instant, they reached the summit of the mountain. Qinshiur understood. Douluo intended to give him a warning. Qinshiur urged Longyi to accelerate, soaring directly upwards. In no time, she reached the summit, where she was taken aback by the breathtaking topography before her. Before her lay an inverted bowl-shaped valley, with their position perched at the very edge of its rim. Thick, humid steam billowed from within the valley, imbued with a distinct scent reminiscent of sulfur. "Is there a hot spring here?" Qinshiur exclaimed in astonishment. Douluo glanced at her and remarked, "My dear niece, you seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge." "This is indeed a remarkable place," Qinshiur praised. Unbeknownst to Douluo, his abode had already caught Qinshiur's discerning eye. "Come with me," Douluo said, as he elegantly leaped off the dark, seemingly bottomless precipice before them. Due to the night and the dense fog, his figure quickly vanished from sight. A glimmer of pride flashed in Qinshiur's eyes. "Is he deliberately trying to trouble me? Douluo, if you believe that this will confound me, then you are gravely mistaken." Qinshiur directly flapped her dragon wings and followed the trajectory down which Douluo had leapt. Observing Qinshiur land gracefully, Douluo was somewhat prepared for this outcome. Qinshiur's transformation involved wings, thus it was evident that Douluo would not be deterred by such a trivial challenge. Upon her arrival, Qinshiur's first emotion was one of elation. She had finally witnessed a secret record detailed in the Xiantian Baolu, specifically the section on concealed weapons. The 3 great treasure basins were not mere trinkets of gold and silver. Instead, these basins represented 3 unique natural environments where ordinary spiritual herbs could not thrive. Even common spirit mushrooms would take a century to mature in just 10 years. "The Eye of Ice and Fire," Qinshiur remarked with a smile. "I have arrived here not solely due to the records in the Xiantian Baolu, but also because of what Zongyang recounted, claiming that Tang San had reaped countless benefits from this place." "The Eye of Ice and Fire? What are you speaking of, dear nephew?" Douluo inquired, puzzled. "It is nothing," she replied. "Qinshiur has already selected her target, which is the spiritual herb nestled within the duality of ice and fire. All of my medicinal plants are cultivated here, encompassing a variety of poisons and tonics for your selection. However, do refrain from venturing into the outer forest, for there reside ancient soul beasts that have existed for a millennium," Douluo admonished. Qinshiur smiled and nodded, signifying her understanding to Uncle Douluo. With a dismissive grunt, Douluo turned and departed. Once he was gone, Qinshiur felt liberated to proceed with her tasks. "Is this the snow silkworm?" A rare treasure among winter worms and summer grasses, the snow silkworm is indeed remarkable, perfectly suited for my cultivation. Without hesitation, she promptly stored it in her spatial ring. However, unbeknownst to her, a slender figure lingered in the shadows, quietly observing. "Who is he?" "He is quite handsome." Qinshiur thoroughly scavenged the medicinal garden, discovering that the majority comprised exceedingly frigid spiritual herbs. A portion contained spiritual herbs with toxic properties that did not conflict with the extreme cold. Naturally, Qinshiur's ultimate objective was the elusive 8-pointed profound ice grass nestled within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Qinshiur exerted her utmost effort to activate the entirety of her dark enlightenment technique, penetrating directly into the icy realm of the dual forces of ice and fire, specifically the Eye of Extreme Cold. As soon as she entered this frigid domain, a delicate layer of icy mist swiftly enveloped her body. Despite being protected by the profound essence of the dark enlightenment, which continuously transformed the penetrating cold, this astonishing chill relentlessly invaded the very marrow of Qinshiur's bones. Qinshiur drew a dagger from the storage ring and swiftly severed the octagonal ice grass. In an instant, an icy chill penetrated to the marrow, causing even the blood to threaten to freeze. Chen Xiu'er hastily seated herself, channeling her Xianming technique while simultaneously refining the octagonal ice grass. Chapter 77, Xianming Divine Palm, the Utmost Cold. The octagonal ice grass, with its petals resembling an 8-pointed star, glimmered at its center like crystalline ice, revealing no fragrance whatsoever. Her current position was precisely at the heart of the extreme cold Yin Spring. Chen Xiu'er found herself at the very core of the frigid Yin Spring. In that moment, she felt as though her very blood was on the verge of freezing. Chen Xiu'er fervently invoked the Xianming technique, as if countless torrents surged within her, sweeping away the frost. Yet, this frost continued to manifest endlessly. Observing her hands, they had long since lost their color. They had transformed into a pristine white, perpetually cloaked in a delicate layer of frost. It was uncertain how much time had elapsed. Chen Xiu'er continued to repeatedly wash away the frost until her body's cold resistance reached a remarkable pinnacle. Chen Xiu'er slowly opened her pale golden eyes, a fleeting chill passing through her. She glanced at the octagonal ice crystal grass in her hand, which had already been refined. Chen Xiu'er surveyed her hands, which were as pale as snow. On the back of her hand, there was a distinct pattern resembling an octagonal shining grass. This coldness could no longer harm me. From this moment forth, I shall not fear the bitter chill, for I embody the winter itself. Chen Xiu'er exuded an astonishing aura of coldness from within her very bones. A phrase now aptly describes her. Once there was a person whose heart was cold, whose blood was cold, whose being was cold, whose sword was cold, and ultimately, he perished from the cold. Ahem, that is another tale. For reasons unknown, whenever Chen Xiu'er refined the octagonal shining grass, she could faintly hear the sound of a dragon's roar. This roar was exceedingly familiar, as if it were cheering for something. Yet, Chen Xiu'er could only perceive a fleeting echo of the dragon's call. During her previous attempts to refine the octagonal shining grass, it seemed as though an unseen force had been assisting her in the process, and one could even say it was of considerable aid. Nevertheless, it remained but an ethereal dragon's roar, insufficient to weigh heavily on Chen Xiu'er's mind. Chen Xiu'er glanced at the other side of the eye of ice and fire. The scorching sun. Having traversed the path of extreme cold, she knew that the flames were not to be trifled with, so she decided to refrain for the time being. Chen Xiu'er felt as though the dragon blood within her had been frozen. The fervor and vitality that once surged through her veins had dissipated. Now, her speech seemed to emerge as cold as ice. Her complexion had turned ghastly pale, a stark contrast that remained evident even when she shed the disguise of the myriad transformation soulbone. Chen Xiu'er glanced at the ring, within which lay over 100 varieties of cold attribute poisonous herbs and spiritual medicines. It could be said that all of the cold herbs belonging to Douluo had been thoroughly gathered by Chen Xiu'er. The garments adorning Chen Xiu'er had turned a crisp white from the freezing cold. With his hands tucked into his pockets and an expression devoid of emotion, he emerged from the eye of extreme cold. At that moment, Douluo had returned, and upon seeing Chen Xiu'er step out from the frigid depths, he was inwardly astonished. This lad actually returned alive. Dear nephew, have you completed your selection? Douluo inquired, his face reflecting a pang of regret. Indeed, Chen Xiu'er replied coldly. Even with the Xianming divine palm sealed, his palms remained pale, emanating a chilling aura. However, it was of little concern. After a brief respite, Chen Xiu'er would soon recover, as he had merely drawn in an excessive amount of energy. The resources remaining in Chen Xiu'er's ring are intended for future cultivation. This young man, benefiting from me, yet acting so arrogantly, Douluo exclaimed in anger. Yet due to Chen Xiu'er's esteemed status, he found himself utterly powerless. How could one dare to provoke a disciple of Luomian? The distinction between a title Douluo of rank 90 and one of rank 95 is simply beyond compare. Furthermore, Douluo was deeply afflicted by poison, relying on these medicinal herbs for survival. What means did he possess to contend with Luomian? Am I to simply send my esteemed nephew away? Douluo inquired with a smile that belied his true feelings. I have my own legs. Chen Xiu'er directly manifested her martial soul, the obsidian dragon wings unfurling gracefully. As the wings began to flap gently, Chen Xiu'er ascended into the air. Watching her depart, a glint of severity flickered in Douluo's eyes. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at his granddaughter, Douguyan, who was concealed within the nearby forest. The reason Douluo forbade Chen Xiu'er from entering the woods was precisely because his granddaughter was present there. Outside, the night had already fallen, and Luomian, waiting outside, was beginning to feel a sense of weariness. Master, Chen Xiu'er replied indifferently. How are the results? Yu Luomian inquired with a smile. Quite abundant, came the response. Chen Xiu'er responded coldly. It seems you require some time to adjust. I shall take my leave with my disciple. And I extend my gratitude to the old poison for his hospitality today. Yu Luomian called out to Douluo, and then took to the skies with Chen Xiu'er. As they departed, Douluo's expression gradually grew colder. Yu Tianxian, I shall remember you. On the journey back to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Chen Xiu'er's consciousness once again immersed itself in the celestial realm. At that moment, Yi Zixiao and the nefarious dragon were not engaged in their usual game of chess. Instead, they were seated on the boat, fishing. The nefarious dragon felt on the verge of a breakdown. Who was the inventor of fishing? Is it not merely a game of chance? Chen Xiu'er gazed at the overflowing basket of fish beside Yi Zixiao and instantly knew that Nielong had caught none. As expected, Nielong had not landed a single fish. Infuriated, he flung his fishing rod aside. I'm fishing, I'm just a dog, he exclaimed. Hey, when you told me we should part ways, did you genuinely intend to return Chen Xiu'er's name to me? Nielong inquired of Chen Xiu'er. I could never deceive you. For you are me, and I am you, Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile. And you? Although Nielong's nature was not malevolent, the infusion of numerous soul beast spiritual energy had begun to obscure his initial innocence. I shall reclaim the name Chen Xiu, returning Chen Xiu'er's name to its rightful owner. Yet, throughout the conversation, Chen Xiu'er maintained an enigmatic smile. The meaning behind this smile eluded Nielong, but Yi Zixiao understood. This fellow definitely harbored ulterior motives. Yi Zixiao felt there was a 99% chance that Nielong would ultimately fall under Chen Xiu'er's control. If not, Nielong would surely face annihilation at her hands. Yi Zixiao felt a twinge of regret for Nielong, for it was rare to find a companion in this vast celestial realm. After all, time in the celestial space was extensive, and having someone by one's side was truly delightful. Yi Zixiao even felt a pang of reluctance to part with Nielong, having developed a semblance of affection. Returning to the matter at hand, Chen Xiu'er inquired, my Xianin divine palm, having refined the octagonal ice grass and substantial cold poison. Is it safe to say I have achieved great mastery over it? Yi Zixiao responded, I cannot provide a precise answer. Strictly speaking, it should be considered the second level of perfection. However, certain rules of this world dictate that the cultivation of soul skills is closely tied to the limits of soul rings. With a wave of his hand, Yi Zixiao conjured a pavilion that appeared in the center of the lake. The three of them settled around the stone table within the pavilion. Are you saying that I must reach a higher level of cultivation for my skills to advance accordingly? Chen Xiu'er asked. You could interpret it that way, Yi Zixiao replied, taking a gentle sip from a cup of tea he had conjured. Wait, Chen Xiu, don't leave just yet. Let us have a round of cards among the three of us. I may not be able to best him at chess, but I refuse to believe I can't win at poker. Nielong boasted. What is poker? Yi Zixiao felt as though the door to a new world had swung open before him. Chapter 78. The Crisis of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Family. 910. In the celestial space, at the pavilion on the lake, the three sat around a stone table, each holding a deck of playing cards. Nielong grinned widely. Old Yi. You've never played Douluo? This time, you're my partner. Just lie back and relax. Yi Zixiao responded to Nielong with an approving okay gesture. Chen Xiu'er sighed helplessly. You have no chance, my child. After a fierce round of competition, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's a straight. Nielong chuckled. Oh, I played it wrong. I should have played it too. But no matter. Serve old Yi a cappuccino, and let the bomb show commence. Nielong exclaimed with excitement. As he spoke, he subtly manipulated the celestial space, conjuring a cappuccino for Yi Zixiao. Bomb him! Bomb him! Nielong shouted with increasing fervor. Yi Zixiao responded by tossing down 4 jacks, bombs. Your audacity stems from ignorance, Chen Xiu'er remarked, discarding 4 kings. Heh, do you think you can defeat me with 17 cards? Nielong bellowed. If you can eliminate me, Chen Xiu'er, with those 17 cards today, I shall devour the stone table on the spot. Chen Xiu'er smiled faintly. The airplane, with its wings, roared loudly. In an instant, the celestial realm was filled with thunderous sounds. You take your time with the table. I shall take my leave, Chen Xiu'er declared as she exited the celestial space, leaving behind a rather embarrassed Nielong and Yi Zixiao. You young people, I truly find it difficult to reason with you. What is so amusing about playing cards? Nielong exclaimed, spreading his hands in exasperation. Yi Zixiao lifted the stone table and offered it to Nielong. I don't need it. Thank you, he replied, waving his hand and placing the table back in its original position. But weren't you going to eat? Yi Zixiao inquired. Me, Nielong lamented, nearly brought to tears as he fell backward and plunged into the lake. Splash. In the outside world, Yu Luomian hurried along with Chen Xiu'er, the time flying by swiftly. Since Chen Xiu'er was no longer afraid of the cold, Yu Luomian flew at great speed through the skies. Soon enough, he brought Chen Xiu'er back to their family estate. At the clan leader's residence, Yu Luomian took his seat at the head, while Chen Xiu'er occupied a position beside him. Xian'er, do you have anything to share regarding today's soul ring hunt? Yu Luomian inquired. Chen Xiu'er pretended to ponder for a moment. I believe that today's acquisition of the soul ring was largely a matter of fortune. If the life or death strike of the Dragabone Bee had truly struck me, perhaps I might have. Chen Xiu'er analyzed. Ultimately, it boils down to my insufficient strength. I must expedite my path to power so that I may face similar situations with composure in the future. Upon hearing Chen Xiu'er's self-reflection and analysis, Yu Luomian nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, your victory over the Dragonbone Bee was 50% luck and 50% your own cleverness, Yu Luomian remarked with a gentle smile. This is Yu Luomian, who appears exceedingly domineering to outsiders, particularly formidable. Yet, within the family, he exhibits less tyranny and more tenderness, presenting a stark contrast to his external persona. Outside the family, Yu Luomian seems almost fearful of having too few adversaries, exuding an aura of dominance and creating numerous enemies. Upon meeting, he is akin to a powder keg, his temper volatile. In Yu Luomian's words, the pride of the dragon race must always surpass all else in the presence of outsiders. Well, with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, you truly consider yourself above mere mortals. The question that Chen Xiu'er posed next is of paramount importance. Master, what is the current relationship between our family and the spirit hall? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Luomian responded with a grave expression. We are likely approaching a critical juncture. With even a slight external force, this precarious balance may very well be shattered. Chen Xiu'er smiled faintly. This is the situation I desire. Henceforth, I shall become the spark that ignites the flames of war, the sharp blade that pierces through this fragile veil. War equates to resources. Master, what of our family's personnel in the spirit hall? Currently, the only stabilizing force in this scenario is indeed the disciples from the spirit hall. They are tirelessly striving to maintain the status quo. However, they are ultimately not part of the highest decision-making echelon. This delay merely postpones the inevitable demise, especially after Yu Luomian dealt with several infiltrators from the spirit hall. The relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Spirit Hall has reached an absolute freezing point. Most of our family's members have retreated, and I fear that the Spirit Hall will take the first action against them, Yu Luomian stated solemnly. In any case, we are about to enter a period of heightened tension. As my direct disciple, you must exercise even greater caution in your every word and deed, Yu Luomian advised. Understood. Master. At Yu Luomian's side, Chen Xiu'er learned of the current state of the family, and he had already begun to devise the next steps in his plan. After all, the fiend dragon can no longer afford to wait. He yearns desperately for a corporeal form, for the reclamation of his own name. Returning to the home of Yu Guangtian, the elder's face radiated joy, blooming like a chrysanthemum. Xian'er has returned. What would you like to eat today? How is your second spirit ring progressing? Observing Yu Guangtian's obsequious demeanor, Yu Tianling felt disdain. Tianxian, come here. Today we have your favorite golden dragon ribs. Yu Tianling beckoned to Chen Xiu'er. Really? However, I have already dined outside, so I shall pass for now. Chen Xiu'er replied, proceeding upstairs without partaking in the meal. It is not that I do not wish to eat. Alas, expressing too much only brings tears. Witnessing Chen Xiu'er hastily ascend the stairs, Yu Tianling felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She sensed that her relationship with Chen Xiu'er had been deteriorating increasingly in recent times. Chen Xiu'er has become less dependent on her than before. Xiao Tianxian, you have been increasingly distant lately. Is there someone you fancy? Yu Tianling expressed her disappointment. Yu Guangtian, observing his granddaughter Yu Tianling's demeanor, let out a helpless sigh. Currently, Chen Xiu'er is the apple of Yu Guangtian's eye. If she were to become the clan leader in the future, it would elevate Yu Guangtian's status immensely. However, he feels he may not live to see that day. His only concern is his granddaughter. If he were to pass away, who would care for Yu Tianling? Thus, Yu Guangtian is intentionally trying to foster a bond between the two. despite Qin Xiu'er being merely 8 years old. If Yu Tianling cannot secure a connection with Qin Xiu'er, once she ascends to the position of clan leader, she will inevitably have to marry the clan leader's wife, and at that time, Yu Tianling would surely face exclusion. The thought of this fills Yu Guangtian with a sense of urgency for his granddaughter. Dear granddaughter, do not suppress your feelings. Declare your love boldly. Yu Guangtian encouraged. Patting Yu Tianling's shoulder with resolute expression. The author has reached their limit and will owe you a chapter tomorrow. Until we meet again in paradise. Chapter 79. The 12th birthday of the Little Dragon King. 1010. 4 years later, Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. 12-year-old Qin Xiu'er's physique has matured. Though transformed by the myriad soul bones, she exudes an air of elegance and poise at all times. Her short hair gives off a refreshing and tidy impression. It is now nighttime. Qin Xiu'er gazed at the blood-red moon hanging in the sky, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ancient legends spoke of ominous forebodings when the moonlight transformed. The green hue signified famine and worry, red foretold strife and warfare, yellow represented virtue and joy, white warned of drought and loss, while black indicated water, illness, and death. I have already reached the 3rd ring, Tang San. You must be nearing Shrek, too. Through soul absorption, I have surpassed you, Qin Xiu'er remarked with a smile. With her advancement to the 3rd ring, she had also completely refined all the poison herbs of ice attribute. Qin Xiu'er's 3rd soul ring is that of the dragon blood silver wolf, aged 600 years. And her 3rd soul skill is known as greedy wolf. Qin Xiu'er simultaneously transformed his dragon fangs, which served to enhance the potency of his 3rd soul skill. His 3rd soul skill, greedy wolf, is a singular assault that manifests as a wolf-headed lightning bolt, capable of siphoning soul power upon striking an adversary. Furthermore, this soul skill can synergize with others. When combined with the 1st soul skill, thunderclap, it generates a chain of lightning that incessantly drains soul power. Coupled with the explosive nature of the 2nd soul skill, breaking army, should it connect with the enemy, it can instantaneously restore expended soul power. While employing greedy wolf in isolation yields effects akin to breaking army, both skills facilitate soul power recovery upon hitting the foe. However, breaking army cannot be utilized from a distance and must be executed in close quarters, whereas greedy wolf is a locking skill once the wolf-headed lightning is unleashed. It is inexorable unless obliterated, akin to a relentless hound pursuing its prey. It is crucial not to underestimate this as a mere support skill. It is equally an offensive soul skill with formidable strength. Currently, Qin Xiu'er's soul skills are as follows. 1st soul skill, Thunderclap, year 3631. 2nd soul skill, Breaking Army, year 4150. 3rd soul skill, Greedy Wolf, year 5600. Dragon transformation features include dragon pupils, dragon scales, dragon wings, and dragon fangs. Notably, another child from the family has perished, marked by a pitch-black palm print on his chest, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence. This remains an enigma for the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, as the perpetrator has yet to be identified. The child who underwent dragon transformation bore dragon fangs, and Yu Luomian seemed to have discerned something significant at that time. Nevertheless, he chose to feign ignorance, pretending that nothing had transpired. The purity of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus bloodline stands at 48. Throughout the past year, Yu Tianling has relentlessly assailed Qin Xiu'er. Yet, Qin Xiu'er remained unfazed, time and again. He effortlessly subdued Yu Tianling during nocturnal ambushes. Despite Yu Guangtian's numerous covert supports, they ultimately proved futile. At this moment, Qin Xiu'er stood alone on the terrace. Gazing at the blood-red, eerie moon, Yu Luomian approached with measured steps, commenting on the ominous nature of the moonlight. Observing Yu Luomian's hair gradually graying, Qin Xiu'er greeted him with a smile, calling out, "Master, what is your perspective on your sister?" Yu Luomian inquired. Qin Xiu'er gazed at the crimson moonlight and softly spoke. As the vermilion pavilion turns, the delicate windows lower, casting light upon the sleepless. There should be no resentment. Why does it always seem that the moon is full when we part? Humans experience joy and sorrow, union and separation, while the moon undergoes phases of brightness and darkness. This has been difficult to attain since ancient times. Yu Luomian nodded slightly. He comprehended Qin Xiu'er's sentiment. He still harbored no feelings for Yu Tianling. Qin Xiu'er regarded her merely as a tool. "Xianer, tomorrow marks your 12th birthday. From this day forth, the vast seas await your exploration, and the boundless skies beckon your ascent. I hope you carve out a realm uniquely your own within the Douluo continent," Yu Luomian said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, Tian Xin has already grown up, Yu Luomian lamented. Chen Shouer revealed a charming smile and said, Master, after I depart, I hope you take care of yourself. Once I have carved out my own path, I shall return to visit you. Yu Luomian chuckled softly, shaking his head before turning to leave. The following day marked a momentous occasion, as countless sect leaders and esteemed elders congregated at the Blue Electric Overlord sect. Among them were several titled Douluos, all of whom had come reluctantly under pressure. After all, it was the birthday of the little Dragon King, and the old Dragon King had exerted his influence. Yu Luomian had proclaimed, on the 12th birthday of my disciple, I extend a special invitation to all of you. Your attendance is entirely voluntary. I shall not compel you. However, I, Yu Luomian, will certainly pay a visit to each one of you afterward. Who would dare to decline? Among those titled Douluos, some were relatively obscure, choosing not to reveal themselves to the world, while others boasted considerable renown. For instance, the notorious Dugubo, who departed immediately after presenting his generous gift. Upon receiving a substantial offering, Yu Luomian refrained from confronting him this time. However, one notable presence gifted a wooden sword. This individual was none other than the Don Douluo. With flowing golden hair and a striking visage, his actual age belied his youthful appearance. Yu Luomian had mentioned that the Don Douluo was merely a decade younger than himself. The Don Douluo, whose real name was Liao, possessed the martial soul of the Dawn Sword and was the master of the divine sword manner. He typically led a reclusive life, avoiding worldly disputes, which explained his rare public appearances. Yu Luomian had shared a bond with Li Yao in their youth when both were fledgling practitioners, with Yu Luomian being significantly older. Now, on the occasion of Chen Shouer's 12th birthday, Li Yao had come to extend his congratulations. Dressed in simple white attire, Li Yao exuded an air of unpretentiousness. Yet he was undeniably a formidable 95th level titled Douluo. A golden halo adorned his forehead, resembling a radiant sun. Li Yao, my dear brother, it has been ages. Yu Luomian exclaimed with a smile. Oh, I thought this old dragon had forgotten about me, Li Yao replied with a warm smile. Is this your beloved disciple? Today. Chen Shouer dressed quite formally, which caught Li Yao's attention immediately. Indeed, a mischievous spirit. Yu Luomian playfully patted Chen Shouer's shoulder and asked with a smile. Do you understand the significance of the wooden sword your uncle gifted you? Li Yao gently ruffled Chen Shouer's hair. Chen Shouer shook her head. This was an agreement made between me and your master long ago. That wooden sword is crafted from emu. You may inquire about its specific purpose with your master. Back then, your master had his eye on my sword, stating that he wished to keep it for his apprentice. Li Yao jested him. It's merely a worthless wooden sword. Even if it were given to me for free, I would refuse it. Yu Luomian waved his hand dismissively. You certainly did not express such sentiments back then. Did you not plead with me? Before Li Yao could finish, Yu Luomian interjected. I did not plead with you at all. That wooden sword was indeed reserved for my apprentice. Yu Luomian hastily replied. Chen Shouer immediately discerned that there was undoubtedly a story between the two. Thus, to prevent your master from taking my emu sword, I made a pact with him. On the day he took on disciples, I would personally present the emu sword to him. Li Yao chuckled. You didn't give it to me when I took on disciples either, Yu Luomian retorted mockingly. I had no knowledge of it. You never informed me. Had it not been for the birthday of the little Dragon King, I might have remained oblivious to the fact that you, old fellow, had taken on a disciple. Li Yao replied mischievously. Chapter 80. Side Effects. Master, what is the actual purpose of the emu sword? Chen Shouer inquired with curiosity. It serves no real purpose. It's merely a piece of worthless wood, Yu Luomian scoffed. Ha! Old Dragon King, you certainly did not express such a sentiment back in the day, did you? Tianxian, if your master is too shy to divulge the truth, allow me to enlighten you about the capabilities of the emu's sword, Li Yao teased. What did I ever say? I uttered nothing. Do not spread rumors. Yu Luomian's brow furrowed, his tone growing increasingly anxious. Observing Yu Luomian's flustered demeanor, Chen Shouer became even more convinced of her suspicions. These two undoubtedly harbored secrets. Uncle, my name is Yu Tianxian. Could you enlighten me on the actual utility of the emu sword? Upon seeing Chen Shouer take the initiative to inquire, Li Yao smiled. Look at this. Your disciple is asking questions herself. What a fine young lad. Resembling my youthful self in handsomeness. In your youth? Even with flowers blooming on your face, you cannot compare to my disciple. Do not embellish your own image. Yu Luomian coldly laughed. You old rogue, Li Yao chuckled. Yu Luomian also broke into laughter. Aren't you old yourself? Even if you were 10 years younger, you would still be the later to enter the earth. Gazing at Li Yao, who radiated sunshine, possessed striking features, and donned simple attire, one would think he was destined for seclusion. Particularly for someone so skilled with the sword, he exuded a distinct individuality. Had this been another fantastical novel? He would likely be the protagonist. The Emu sword is capable of tempering dragon souls, crafting a perfect dragon soul. In your master's words, it embodies the so-called true dragon soul, Li Yao explained. Does this mean that the sword can strike at one's spiritual energy? Chen Xiu'er exclaimed in delight. Attacking spiritual energy? I haven't heard of that, but it should be possible, Li Yao mused, intrigued by Chen Xiu'er's novel perspective. Chen Xiu'er felt a surge of joy. It was as if a pillow had arrived just as sleep beckoned. He was indeed searching for something to sever his mental ties. However, he soon noticed Li Yao kneeling on one knee, his hands resting solemnly on Chen Xiu'er's shoulders, his expression grave as he declared, with the blade in hand. The desire to kill inevitably arises. Yet, my dear nephew, I implore you to wield your sword to strike down those who truly deserve it, rather than those you might wish to slay. Observing the seriousness etched upon Li Yao's face, Chen Xiu'er realized he was not jesting. If the title of the Don Douluo held any truth, and in conjunction with the words of the Jade Crown, it appeared that Li Yao was indeed a man of exceptional virtue, a type that Chen Xiu'er found utterly distasteful. Such individuals exude an aura that, when one lingers in their presence, one is bound to become like them, bright, cheerful, and naively innocent. In her previous life, Chen Xiu'er had heard a saying, follow the bees, and you shall surely find the flowers. However, to follow Chen Xiu'er is to embark on the path of victory. Soon, Li Yao and Yu Luomian retreated to a corner to reminisce, leaving Chen Xiu'er to wander leisurely on her own. Is this the little Dragon King? Out of nowhere, an elderly man appeared. He was clad in a blood-red robe adorned with various weaponry motifs. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Xiu'er felt a sense of familiarity with this man, despite knowing she had never encountered him before. Who are you? Chen Xiu'er inquired with a hint of confusion. Oh, I am the esteemed leader of the Iron Blood sect. Honored to be invited by the Dragon King to celebrate the 12th birthday of the little Dragon King, the old man replied with a hearty laugh. Does your son have a name? Perhaps Iron King? And another, Iron Heart? Chen Xiu'er probed. Oh, you. No. How do you know this? The old man was initially taken aback, but quickly realized his lapse in composure. I have merely heard of them. Chen Xiu'er smiled, revealing not a hint of flaw. Alas, to speak candidly, both of my sons are rather disappointing, possessing mediocre talents. The elder is somewhat diligent, yet the younger one absconded over a decade ago, and the elder has not returned since his search for him, the old man sighed. I have faith that you shall soon be reunited with them, Chen Xiu'er responded with a mysterious smile. Thank you for your kind words. The old man replied with a respectful gesture. As time passed and events unfolded, Chen Xiu'er's 12th birthday celebration eventually came to a close. The only regret was the absence of two relatives, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Eryong. Although these two bore no blood relation to Chen Xiu'er, they were indeed connected to Yu Tianheng and Yu Luomian. Yu Xiaojiang is Yu Tianheng's uncle, while Lu Eryong is his aunt. I trust you understand the connection? Yu Luomian longed to lay eyes upon Yu Xiaojiang, but alas, he never made an appearance. As night fell, Yu Luomian allowed Chen Xiu'er to select gifts, which were the congratulatory presents she had received that day. Chen Xiu'er took up a wooden sword, and then selected some frost attribute poisonous herbs from the gifts presented by Douluo. The remainder of the offerings held no appeal for him, and he generously bestowed them all upon his master. Tianxian, you shall set forth tomorrow. Do rest well. I will not disturb you any further. Yu Luomian had spent a full 5 years in the company of Chen Xiu'er, and he felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of parting. Yet, as a formidable figure, Yu Luomian displayed not a hint of sorrow. Good master. Do take care to rest early as well. Chen Xiu'er exchanged a brief farewell with Yu Luomian before settling cross-legged upon the bed. His soul power had now reached the 32nd level. Under normal circumstances, given Chen Xiu'er's innate talent, such a level would have been unattainable. However, driven by an intense desire for strength, Chen Xiu'er had employed the Xianming Divine Palm to eliminate an inner sect disciple, subsequently absorbing his soul power. Although his primary objective had been to seize the disciple's martial soul, the dragon tooth, essential for his forthcoming transformation, the side effects of soul absorption remained unmitigated. Yet, Chen Xiu'er could not afford to wait any longer. Chen Xiu'er furrowed her brows. although the Xianming technique had transformed that essence into her own spiritual energy. The side effects of the soul beast transformation had yet to be eradicated. Chen Shou'er slowly lifted her garment, revealing a layer of scales resembling a deep blue hue adorning her abdomen. It was infuriating. Every night, the transformed soul energy would become restless, causing a beastly transformation within my body. Chen Shou'er gritted her teeth. Previously, the amount of soul energy absorbed from the soul beast was minimal, resulting in no discernible changes to my physique. Yet now, having absorbed the entirety of a one-ring soul master's soul energy, it has unexpectedly affected my body. Although Chen Shou'er is not afraid of pain, the process of beastification will stimulate the soul. Chen Shou'er felt as if her mind was about to explode. Infernal Dragon, aren't you going to help me? She shouted. Do not call me Infernal Dragon. Refer to me as Chen Shou'er. The Infernal Dragon retorted expressively. In due time, I shall return it to you. What purpose does it serve to fret over it now? Chen Shou'er frowned. Haha, do you have any idea? I am on the verge of madness in your heavenly realm. The Infernal Dragon bellowed. For every day that passes for you outside, a year elapses for me here. I am not like that soul beast Yi Xiao, accustomed to living a life akin to a hamster. The Infernal Dragon felt it was nearing a breaking point. Soon. Trust me. Chen Shou'er gritted her teeth. Chen Shou'er, do you dare to wager with me? The Infernal Dragon demanded angrily. Wager on what? Chen Shou'er furrowed her brow. Entrust your body to me, and I can assure you I will control it far better than you can. I will go and eliminate Ning Rongrong. The Infernal Dragon's expression was fierce. Acknowledgements to Madman Shuang for the generous reward. This is my first gift of the year. Chapter 81. Chen Shou'er emerges. The following day, early in the morning, Chen Shou'er neatly packed her belongings and placed them all into her spatial ring. Yu Lomien did not come to bid her farewell, claiming that he was too old to bear the sight of parting. At the entrance of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, the landscape had transformed dramatically since Chen Shou'er's arrival. Yu Tianling and Yu Guangtian were all present to see her off. Grandfather, sister, I am leaving. When I return, I am confident that I will carve out a new path for myself, Chen Shou'er declared with a bright smile. Yu Tianling wiped away her tears. She had blossomed into a graceful young woman. She was 4 years Chen Shou'er's senior, now 16 years old. Although Chen Shou'er was only 12, she stood tall at nearly 1.7 meters. Tianxian, here, take this. You must remember your elder sister when you are out there. And remember that women outside can be deceitful. Do not let them lead your heart astray. As Yu Tianling spoke, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Chen Shou'er smiled as she wiped away her tears. Do not cry. I shall return. Yu Tianling's face flushed, and she bashfully extended a pouch to Chen Shou'er. Chen Shou'er smiled as she accepted it, tying it around her waist. I will carry it with me always. Observing Chen Shou'er's radiant smile, Yu Tianling also revealed a beautiful grin. At that moment, Yu Guangtian stepped forward and gently patted Chen Shou'er's shoulder. Yu Guangtian couldn't help but reflect on how quickly she had grown. It seemed only yesterday she could barely reach his waist, and now she stood nearly as tall as him. Tianxian, above all, take good care of yourself while you're out there. Safety comes first. Do not place your trust in the words of strangers. Before Yu Guangtian could finish, Yu Tianling swiftly embraced his waist, laughing, Grandpa is starting again. Tianxian, run. Chen Shou'er beamed with a bright smile, deeply bowing to Yu Guangtian before swiftly turning and disappearing from sight. Observing this scene, Yu Guangtian felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Outside the city gate, the same 2 sentinels from years past stood vigil, their faces now adorned with many more wrinkles. It is good to see you both well. Chen Shou'er greeted them with a smile. Young Master Tianxian, they exclaimed in unison. We are all in good health, they replied, a touch of embarrassment evident on their faces. Reflecting on how they had misjudged her character in the past, grateful that she bore no ill will. That is reassuring, she responded. Chen Shou'er stated, casually slipping her hands into her pockets, no longer concerning herself with the 2 individuals. Chen Shou'er does not harbor grudges. Rather, it is simply that they are unworthy of her resentment. Such insignificant individuals lack even the qualification to be remembered with animosity by Chen Shou'er. Tang San, I have come for you, vengeance for the blood that has been shed, a deep-seated enmity for the life that has been stolen. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Chen Shou'er's eyes. Chen Shou'er is currently clad in a blue trench coat, with a sapphire ring adorning her right hand. She slowly removes her waist pouch and carelessly tosses it into the ring. As she gradually distances herself from the blue electric tyrant sect, The smile on her face begins to fade. Rest assured, I shall not end your life so swiftly. Rather, I shall humiliate you thoroughly. After all, that is what makes it truly entertaining. A wicked grin spreads across Chun Xiaoer's lips. There is a saying that rings true. A swift blade does not constitute the finest form of vengeance. Witnessing the torment of one's foe, observing their struggles before one while they remain utterly powerless, does this not epitomize the essence of retribution? A mere strike cannot quell the obsessions harbored within the human heart. The Baloch Kingdom lies to the south of the Heaven Do Empire, bordering the Fasnuo province. Although referred to as a kingdom, its territory is merely 3/4 the size of the Fasnuo province. Originally, the Heaven Do Empire encompassed 10 provinces, which, following the partitioning among the 4 great kingdoms, resulted in the emergence of 6 factions. The empire directly governs 5 provinces, while each of the 4 great kingdoms oversees 1. Additionally, there exists a principality, subordinate to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. The Xinglua Empire faces a similar situation. Within the Baloch Kingdom, 2 cities hold paramount importance. One is Baloch City, the capital where King Kandera resides. The other is Soto City, located in the heart of the prosperous Lima Plain within the Baloch Kingdom. Both cities are heavily fortified. At this moment, in Soto City, just past midday under the blazing sun, 2 young individuals enter through the western gate. They appear to be in their teenage years, carrying no luggage, 1 male and 1 female. These 2 are none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Chen Xiaoer miscalculated the timing. At this moment, the 2 had just arrived in Soto City. Yu Lumian tasked Chen Xiaoer with locating a prestigious Soul Master Academy. However, Chen Xiaoer had other plans in mind. Finally reaching Soto City, she pondered the master's reasoning. As there were several Soul Master Academies willing to accept them unconditionally, yet he insisted they test at this inferior academy that lacked even a rank. What a complaint! Xiao Wu exclaimed. Tang San smiled faintly and replied, "The teacher asked me to take the exam, not you. You chose to follow me." Xiao Wu shot him an annoyed glance. How ungrateful. I am merely doing this for you. After all, you are my brother. I don't care. To soothe my fragile heart, you must accompany me for a few days. Xiao Wu declared playfully, hands clasped behind her back. The illustrious Nodding Academy's 6th grade leader still has such a tender heart? Tang San chuckled. Thus, the 2 strolled through the streets, engaging in light-hearted banter. They first had a modest meal before searching for accommodation. Not long after, Xiao Wu stumbled upon a rather unique hotel. The hotel stood 3 stories high, its scale modest, yet its exterior was entirely rose red, resembling a colossal rose in architectural style. Rose Hotel, let us stay here. Xiao Wu pointed excitedly. Whatever you say, Tang San replied nonchalantly. Over the years, through working and the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he had managed to save a modest sum. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were immediately greeted by an enchanting scent of roses. The interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a remarkably gentle and elegant atmosphere. Tang San approached the counter. Please, could we have 2 rooms? The attendant behind the counter quickly rose, glancing between Tang San and Xiao Wu, momentarily captivated, before suppressing his gaze, enviously regarding Tang San. Sir, are you certain you wish to book 2 rooms? Tang San inquired, puzzled. The attendant's eyes glimmered with a hint of ambiguity. I apologize, but we only have 1 room available. 1 room? Tang San frowned. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu without any discomfort. Yet now, they were both gradually maturing, and he was acutely aware of the adage about propriety between men and women. I'll take that room. Echoed 2 magnetic voices from outside the hotel, interrupting before Tang San could respond. From this moment on, for every cumulative 5,000 points in donations, the author will add 5 more chapters. Previous donations were rewarded with 10 chapters on the day of the new year, although the last one was released the following day. Chapter 82. Who is the strongest beast martial spirit? Tang San and Xiao Wu turned simultaneously to gaze behind them, where 4 individuals were approaching the counter. These 4 were not together. On the left, a young man with flowing golden hair was seen embracing 2 exquisitely alluring women. This golden-haired youth stood approximately 6 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a handsome countenance imbued with a hint of resolve. Most striking were his eyes, which possessed an unusual allure. Each eye was adorned with a double pupil. On the right stood another youth clad in a blue trench coat, featuring an embroidered emblem of a black-blue lightning tyrannosaurus. Below, he wore form-fitting black trousers, and his legs were straight and elegant. A blue gemstone ring adorned his right hand, and his short black hair lent him a refreshing and sharp appearance. Upon closer inspection of his face, one word came to mind: handsome. There was no need for further elaboration. This individual could only be none other than him. Chen Xiao'er still had not removed the oneself bone. She merely appeared to have enhanced her charm a little. The golden-haired youth slowly turned around, locking his gaze onto Chen Xiao'er. Trying to compete with me? You must be new here, the golden-haired young man inquired with a smile. Utterly repugnant, Chen Xiao'er retorted with a look of disdain. What? The golden-haired youth's expression flickered with a hint of coldness. Are you courting death? Chen Xiao'er's eyes sparkled with intensity. Am I courting death? It seems you are seeking a fight instead. Haha. The golden-haired youth appeared to be amused by the situation. Very well, before you meet your end, remember my name, Dai Mubai, lest you find yourself unaware of who has claimed your life. Dai Mubai remarked with a cold smirk. I return the same words to you. I, Yu Tianxian, am not easily frightened. Chen Xiao'er retorted with a similar sneer. Ha ha ha. X2 both individuals shared an eerie laugh simultaneously. Dai Mubai and Chen Xiao'er locked eyes, drawing closer, almost as if to kiss. Dai Mubai's two female companions watched awkwardly from the sidelines, unsure of what to say. The waiter contemplated intervening but lacked the courage to do so. Tang San and Xiaowu stood nearby, utterly bewildered. How did these two end up in this confrontation? Dai Mubai, are you the second prince? Yu Tianxian, are you the little dragon king? Ha ha ha. X2 for reasons unknown. They both erupted into laughter again. Tang San and Xiaowu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. What is happening between these two? The evil-eye white tiger is about to reclaim the title of the world's supreme beast soul. Dai Mubai sneered. The blue lightning tyrant dragon asserts that a younger brother will always remain a younger brother. Chen Xiao'er shot back with a similar derision. Martial soul manifestation. X2 in an instant, golden and blue lights erupted. The two leapt outside the hotel in unison. Surrounding Dai Mubai were 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, exuding a sense of grandeur. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao'er was adorned with 3 purple soul rings. This level of prestige was beyond astonishing. It was simply extraordinary. Even Tang San was left dumbfounded. Impossible. The teacher stated that the absorption age for the first soul ring is 423 years. It is unfathomable for anyone to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as their first. Tang San exclaimed. At that moment, he was not the only one in shock. Dai Mubai's heterochromatic eyes also mirrored his astonishment. How do you fare, little brother? My soul ring is a full 1,000 years superior to yours. What do you have to compare with me? Chen Xiao'er laughed haughtily. So what? Ultimately, the truth is revealed through the strength of one's fists. Dai Mubai retorted angrily. Yet now, everyone's attention was solely fixated on the soul rings, entirely oblivious to the changes occurring with Chen Xiao'er. The crowd remained ignorant of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, unaware of the significance behind her transformation. Chen Xiao'er, adorned with concealed scales, possesses a pair of gold vertical dragon eyes, and behind her, a set of wings as dark as ink. A reverse dragon scale is expertly concealed by Chen Xiao'er. Chen Xiao'er flashed a smile, revealing a set of sharp dragon fangs. With her first soul skill, the white tiger's protective barrier, she prepared for the encounter. Dai Mubai showed no trace of contempt. He understood the weight of the moment. The first yellow soul ring beside him began to radiate with brilliance. Dai Mubai's inaugural soul skill, the white tiger's protective barrier, bestowed an enhancement of 50 to both attack and defense. In an instant, a glint of mischief sparked in Dai Mubai's eyes as he raised his right fist, propelling himself forward with a surge of momentum, aiming a powerful strike directly at Chen Xiao'er's chest. Chen Xiao'er scoffed disdainfully, and the first 1,000-year soul ring beside her began to shimmer. The first soul skill, Thunderclap. Chen Xiao'er entwined lightning around her right hand, and in an instant, the electricity converged in her palm. Suddenly, a bird's cry resonated through the air. Chen Xiao'er showed no signs of retreat. She charged forward, clashing head-on with Dai Mubai. This is the pride of a top-tier beast martial soul. The character that Chen Xiao'er now embodies must not lose this sense of pride. With a resounding bang, their fists collide, unleashing a tempest of energy. Under the force of Dai Mubai's strike, he senses his disadvantage. Chen Xiao'er's lightning possesses profound, penetrating power, destructive force, and a paralyzing effect. In an instant, Dai Mubai felt as though his arm had been pierced by the lightning, and he was immediately rendered numb. Ugh! Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and retreated several steps. At this moment, he experienced excruciating pain in his entire right arm, which had become exceedingly stiff. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao'er appeared utterly unscathed. As Chen Xiao'er's soul power ascended to the third ring, his shimming technique also advanced. Just moments ago, he successfully rebounded Dai Mubai's strength entirely. What do you think, brother? Chen Xiu'er gazed proudly at Dai Mubai with his pale, golden dragon eyes. Dai Mubai, standing aside, gritted his teeth. With this initial defeat, he understood the chasm that lay between them. Setting aside the matter of those 3 millennium soul rings, it was evident that Dai Mubai's right arm was rendered useless, while Chen Xiu'er remained unscathed, which spoke volumes. Dai Mubai felt a sense of retreat creeping in, but the honor of his family was at stake. Thus, it cannot be said that I, Yu Tianxian, am bullying you. We, the 3 young masters of the Blue Lightning, are known for our principles. Chen Xiu'er remarked as he brushed off the dust from his garments. From here on, I shall only make one move. If you can withstand it, I shall bestow upon you the title of the world's foremost beast martial soul, the evil-eyed white tiger. What say you? Chen Xiu'er said with a mischievous smile. Is this true? Dai Mubai asked gravely. I am now declaring war upon you in my capacity as the vice master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. As one of the 3 young masters, Chen Xiu'er replied with a smile. I am aware of your elder brother Yu Tianheng, but once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Come forth, Dai Mubai declared, reluctantly raising his right arm while bringing his left arm across his chest. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Dai Mubai's third soul skill would amplify his attack, defense, and strength with 100% effect. Combined with the 50% from his first soul skill, Dai Mubai felt a 70% confidence in withstanding Chen Xiu'er's strike. Chen Xiu'er broke into a smile. The second soul skill, Break Army. The third soul skill, Greedy Wolf. 2 purple soul rings surrounding Chen Xiu'er shimmered simultaneously. Chen Xiu'er's right arm gradually gathered lightning. Dai Mubai discerned that this was a charged soul skill. Simultaneously, his chances of victory diminished by a fraction. Chen Xiu'er had gathered her strength for approximately 30 seconds, and her entire right arm was adorned with a striking tattoo of a wolf-headed dragon, shimmering with electric brilliance. With a powerful stomp, she shattered the tiles beneath her feet. Here I come. Dai Mubai sensed an overwhelming force of destruction surging toward him, and in that fleeting moment, he felt the Grim Reaper beckoning him. Regret washed over him. But it was too late. Chapter 83. Defeat. Dai Mubai. In the instant that Chen Xiu'er's fist approached Dai Mubai, he felt himself being drawn by an unseen force. Chen Xiu'er cast a sidelong glance and discovered it was Tang San. He had employed the first spirit skill of blue-silver grass, entangling, to draw Dai Mubai directly to his side. Are you all right? Tang San inquired. I do not require your assistance. Dai Mubai glared at Tang San with palpable resentment. His pride would not permit him to evade the earlier strike. To do so would signify fear. This was the pride of a top-tier beast martial soul. Humph, Brother San. I told you we should not have rescued someone like him. Xiao Wu declared, hands on her hips. Tang San patted Dai Mubai on the shoulder, saying, just now, you absolutely could not have withstood that blow. Why squander your life for the sake of a top beast soul? Dai Mubai snorted coldly. What do you understand of me? Observing Tang San pull Dai Mubai aside, Chen Xiu'er smiled broadly. My third spirit skill is indeed a locking technique. As Chen Xiu'er invoked her second soul skill, Break Army, she simultaneously unleashed her third soul skill, Greedy Wolf. In a striking display, her fist swung through the air, and the wolf-headed dragon tattoo on her arm erupted with a radiant light. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as the tattoo surged forth from her arm, transforming into a colossal dragon with the head of a wolf and the body of a dragon, dashing into the fray. This ethereal creature appeared as a blue specter, its wolf head adorned with 2 dragon horns, sharp fangs, and a pair of dragon-like eyes. With a fierce charge, the wolf-headed dragon shadow lunged forward, then abruptly twisted its head. Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment. It was aimed directly at him. Step aside. This is my battle with him. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth. Tang San furrowed his brow, refusing to yield. You cannot withstand this blow. I will assist you. I do not require your help. Dai Mubai retorted with clenched teeth, activating his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A brilliant white light emanated from his hands as he swung them forward, unleashing a wave of shimmering light. Strangely, the wolf-headed dragon shadow opened its maw wide and devoured the radiant wave. In that instant, the shadow grew larger, its speed accelerating. I can do this. Dai Mubai's forehead glistened with sweat. He knew he could not withstand this assault. Chen Xiu'er was also in dire straits, her soul power drained to the brink, barely able to stand. If this strike failed to strike Dai Mubai, she would have no means of resistance left. Greedy wolf could only replenish soul power upon hitting an enemy. At that moment, Tang San suddenly activated his Xiantian skill, secretly aiding Dai Mubai. Think of your family, your friends, your loved ones. Think of your teacher. If you perish here, can you face them? Tang San shouted. Dai Mubai's pupils constricted as if a realization dawned upon him. Gritting his teeth, he accepted Tang San's assistance. Roar. Then let it come. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. With a furious cry, Dai Mubai collided with the wolf-headed dragon shadow. In an instant, lightning and fire erupted. The dragon shadow pierced through Dai Mubai's body, simultaneously traversing through Tang San as well. Third brother, I'm coming to help. Xiao cried out in haste, rushing forward. Tang San clenched his teeth, channeling the Xiantian skill to its utmost limits. A soft white halo exploded around him, causing the wolf-headed dragon shadow, which had penetrated him, to halt as if influenced by the radiant aura. With Xiao Wu's support, Tang San suddenly swung his arms, severing the wolf-headed dragon shadow at his waist. In an instant, the energy dissipated into nothingness. Dai Mubai and Tang San, in agony, clutched their chests and fell to their knees in unison. Xiao Wu, seemingly unscathed, hurried to assist Tang San. Blood trickled from the corner of Dai Mubai's mouth as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my brother. I, Dai Mubai, will remember this favor. For reasons unknown, both Dai Mubai and Tang San had lost a significant portion of their soul power. Chen Shou'er, having absorbed the soul power of both individuals, had already restored 80% of her strength. Dai Mubai, is this the extent of your prowess? Do you truly require the assistance of an outsider? Or is it that your white tiger martial soul is merely a useless one? She taunted. You. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, his chest surging with blood, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Tang San, supported by Xiao Wu, slowly spoke. I believe there are no worthless martial souls, only soul masters who choose to be worthless. Your current might signifies little. You possess 3,000-year soul rings, while Dai Mubai has but one. How can this be deemed a fair comparison? At that juncture, Chen Shou'er, with her hands in her pockets, leaned against a nearby structure. Upon hearing Tang San's words, she smirked and inquired, What is your name, young man? Tang San gradually revealed his martial soul, proclaiming loudly, I do not change my name or alter my surname. I am Tang San. With the martial soul of Blue Silvergrass, a 29th level control system soul master. Haha. A worthless martial soul can reach level 29? Chen Shou'er scoffed. Tang San's expression turned serious. I reiterate, there are no worthless martial souls, only soul masters who willingly choose to be worthless. At this point, Dai Mubai suppressed his rising blood and slowly stood up while declaring, well said, there are no worthless martial souls, only soul masters who choose to be worthless. You and I share life and death. I, Dai Mubai, acknowledge you as my brother. Observing that Dai Mubai remained undeterred, Tang San maintained his resolute demeanor, embodying an unwavering spirit. Chen Shou'er was becoming increasingly enthusiastic. Let us proceed. I shall accompany you until the end. It is only in unwavering defiance that one finds true excitement. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become. Ha! Merely two inept individuals, yet here they are, boasting. I, Yu Tianxin, cannot be bothered to bicker with the inept. We shall meet again another day. With hands tucked into her pockets, Chen Shou'er turned and departed. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, two figures were engaged in a game of strategy. Yi Zixiao furrowed her brow. What is your opinion on this move, Chen? She inquired slowly. The opponent, shaking his head gently, remarked, a futile step. He will gain nothing from defeating Dai Mubai. His intent to eliminate Ning Rongrong is without merit. Everything he does bears no benefit for him. Yi Zixiao, I shall prevail, and so will the nefarious dragon. Yi Zixiao smiled faintly, then let us await the outcome. Your wager with the nefarious dragon is indeed intriguing. Outside the celestial realm, observing Chen Shou'er's departure, the three exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Dai Mubai, having previously transformed with the White Tiger's might, appeared deflated and weary. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, should anyone trouble you, invoke the name of the evil I White Tiger. Dai Mubai, he declared with a grin. Afterward, his two female companions hurried to assist him. Xiao Wu, curious, inquired, how did you know we were headed to Shrek Academy? You are merely around 12 years of age, are you not? At this age, possessing soul power above level 20. Is there any other reason to be heading to Shrek Academy for enrollment? Dai Mubai replied. Haha, 12 years old, I am already 15. And that Yu Tianxian is also 12. Dai Mubai said with a wry smile. Tang San exclaimed, He is only 12 as well? Did you not know? Yu Tianxian, a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, is renowned alongside Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin as the three young masters of Blue Lightning. He is quite the figure among the younger generation. How could you be unaware? Dai Mubai looked at Tang San in astonishment. Now I see. Tang San nodded, acknowledging his own ignorance. Chapter 84, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Dai Mubai departed, leaving the final room for Tang San and Xiao Wu. As they entered the hotel, an unsettling feeling grew stronger with each step. Their room was on the top floor. Yet the door plates bore peculiar names: blue enchantress, pink tenderness, yellow sincerity, white purity, green parting, and so forth. Even Tang San, usually slow to catch on, sensed something amiss. This hotel can't possibly be a rendezvous for couples, can it? He asked awkwardly. Xiao Wu blinked and snatched the key from Tang San's hand, saying, "Who cares? As long as we have a place to stay, that's what matters." Little Dance bounced ahead, with Tang San trailing closely behind. Soon, she came to a halt. "Why have you stopped?" Tang San inquired just as she stepped aside, revealing a surprising sight. Instantly, he was taken aback. Despite some mental preparation, the sheer magnificence of the room still filled him with awe. The space was vast, with the living room alone exceeding 50 square meters. Every piece of furniture was adorned in silver, intricately carved with exquisite rose patterns. At the heart of the hall lay a heart-shaped arrangement of roses, inscribed with the words, 1001, you are my only one. Tang San managed a wry smile. It seems I was correct. If you don't like this place, we can always find another. At that moment, Little Dance emerged from her astonishment, her enchanting eyes brimming with delight. "Brother, you're so foolish. What girl doesn't he adore roses? With such a lack of insight, how will you ever find a wife?" Tang San rubbed his nose. "But I'm only 12. Isn't it a tad premature to be discussing such matters?" Little Dance approached, picked up a rose, and inhaled its fragrance. "Brother, this room is beautifully decorated. I've realized I've fallen in love with it. Can we come here often?" she asked with a cheerful smile. Tang San frowned. "What do you mean often? We are siblings. What are we doing in a place like this? Let us get some rest." As he turned toward the bedroom, Little Dance playfully stuck out her tongue behind him. As expected, the bedroom also embraced the rose theme, with soft pink drapes cascading from the ceiling. Tang San turned to Little Dance. "I've come to realize that following your lead here was indeed a mistake. You can rest here, and I will take the couch outside." Little Dance did not deter him. Instead, she gleefully leaped onto the plush heart-shaped bed, tumbling about in uncontainable excitement. Thus began Tang San's life on the sofa. The boy he had encountered earlier, also 12, possessed a formidable spirit power of level 30. With 3,000-year soul rings and a formidable martial spirit. What were his chances of defeating such an opponent in a solo confrontation? Tang San pondered. More importantly, if that boy sought to harm Little Dance, could he protect her? If only his spirit power could also reach level 30. Acquiring 1,000-year soul rings in conjunction with hidden weapons, how much greater would his chances be? Tang San questioned himself repeatedly, analyzing every possible scenario. Night fell, and nothing transpired. The following day, Little Dance awoke early, eager to check on Tang San, only to find him in deep meditation. "Brother, can you please not stay cooped up at home? Will you come out and play with me?" Little Wu pouted adorably, prompting Tang San to shake his head. "I am not endowed with such talent as you. Despite my lack of rigorous training, my strength continues to ascend. As for Dai Mubai, he is a different matter, but when I face Yu Tianxian, I doubt my chances exceed 50%. If I do not strive diligently, how can I protect you?" Tang San smiled. Little Wu, dissatisfied, sulked silently, clutching Tang San's arm. Her large eyes filled with a lingering sorrow as she gazed at him. Tang San found himself utterly at a loss. "Well, since we are not heading to the Shrek Academy for enrollment until tomorrow, I will accompany you for a stroll shortly, but we must return by noon, as my afternoon training must not be disturbed." "All right," Little Wu chirped brightly. On the street stood a rather unique shop. Its sign adorned with a circular emblem featuring a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning tyrannosaurus. At that moment, a striking figure appeared before the establishment. Clad in a sky-blue trench coat emblazoned with a black-blue lightning tyrannosaurus motif, he stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance with his long, straight legs. Chen Shouer surveyed the establishment from the outside. It appeared to be shrouded in darkness, yet it emanated a unique energy fluctuation. According to Yu Luomian, this energy wave was likely derived from a soul guide device. Chen Shouer pushed the door open, entering a shop that housed but a solitary figure, devoid of any visible counter. The 3 walls were adorned with various items, each appearing quite antiquated, seemingly devoid of any significant value. The lone individual reclined in a wooden armchair, eyes closed, swaying gently with the chair. He appeared to be in his 50s. Despite his age, he possessed a robust physique. "Is the proprietor ready to entertain guests?" Chen Shouer inquired with a smile. The owner was strikingly unique in appearance, his jaw jutting slightly forward, his face somewhat flat, complemented by a prominent hooked nose, which imparted an air of cunning wisdom. The proprietor slowly removed his black-framed crystal sunglasses. "Are you one of those from the family?" His voice was notably gravelly, tinged with a languid quality. "Is there a problem?" Chen Shouer replied, maintaining her smile. "Choose as you please," the owner remarked, before donning his square sunglasses once more. Chen Shouer glanced around and discovered a piece of crystal. "Boss, how much is this crystal?" she inquired with a smile. "Not expensive. Just 100 gold soul coins," came the languid response. Chen Shouer frowned, finding the price exorbitant. "I shall not proceed with this purchase," she declared, as she initially intended to craft a necklace for her sister. Forget it, forget it." With that, she began to make her way out. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, pondering if she would truly leave, contemplating that a slight concession on the price was certainly within the realm of possibility. Chen Shouer smiled secretly. The old man. If Chen Shouer exhibited a strong desire to purchase, he would undoubtedly raise the price. Should Chen Shouer agree again, it would signify her deep need for the item. He would certainly increase the price once more. Although in her past life, Chen Shouer had never haggled, she had observed others negotiate and had learned a few techniques. While she was not particularly concerned about the money, she certainly did not wish to be unfairly taken advantage of. "How much will you reduce the price?" Chen Shouer asked without looking back. 80, the shopkeeper asked tentatively. "For this poor quality crystal, which is full of impurities, is it even worth 30? Farewell. I shall take my business to a reputable crystal shop," Chen Shouer declared as she prepared to step out. Suddenly, a man and a woman entered the store. "Shopkeeper, how much is this crystal?" Chen Shouer suddenly turned around, and the man and woman before her were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. What a twist of fate. Chapter 85, The Crystal That Money Cannot Buy. At this moment, Tang San also spotted Chen Shouer. "You are here too?" Tang San inquired with astonishment. Chen Shouer disregarded Tang San and turned directly to seize the crystal. "This crystal, priced at 80 gold soul coins, is now mine." Upon witnessing the sudden shift in Chen Shouer's demeanor, the shopkeeper displayed a mischievous grin. "I have reconsidered my stance. It should indeed be 200 gold soul coins." What a blatant attempt at price gouging. 200 is not exorbitant, but if you refuse, I shall procure this crystal myself, Tang San asserted. "Brother, are you foolish?" He is clearly attempting to inflate the price. Xiao Wu felt that Tang San had been deceived. Chen Shouer cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and said, "Boss, I offer 300 gold soul coins. Sell it to me." The proprietor's eyes gleamed with cunning, sensing a profit to be had. "I have changed my mind. 500 gold soul coins," he lazily replied. 500 is acceptable, provided you do not raise the price again," Tang San responded as he retrieved his purse. Observing the purse, the boss hastily declared, "All right, 1,000. This time, I assure you, there will be no further alterations." Little Wu shot a fierce glare at the proprietor and said, "Third brother, let us depart. Dealing with such a deceitful character is a blatant insult to our intelligence." Tang San hesitated, casting a lingering gaze at the crystal, but realizing his funds were insufficient, he had no choice but to relent. Noticing Tang San's intent to leave, the boss quickly interjected, "If funds are tight, you may make an advance payment of 500, and the remainder can be settled gradually." Little Wu found herself loathing his voice, exclaiming, "Rogue, why don't you go perish? You are nothing but a grasping hand from beneath the coffin, desperately seeking money." Chen Shouer smiled gently. "I shall take 1,000 gold soul coins." With a graceful motion of her right hand adorned with a ring, she produced a purse. "It is settled," the proprietor said with a smile directed at Chen Shouer. Just as he was about to collect the payment, his gaze fell upon the exquisite belt, the 24 bridges by the bright moon night, that adorned Tang San's waist. "Where did you acquire this belt?" the proprietor inquired, his expression laced with curiosity. Tang San felt a stir within him. "This belt was gifted to me by my master. Do you recognize it?" The proprietor rose from his lounge chair, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light as he regarded the belt at Tang San's waist. "Hey, proprietor." Chen Shouer waved her hand in front of him, then picked up the crystal, setting the money pouch aside. "This crystal is not for sale. the boss said in a low tone. What did you say? As Chen Xiu'er was about to take the crystal, the proprietor called out to him. Are you toying with me? Do you know who my master is? The consequences of trifling with me are quite severe. Chen Xiu'er retorted with a cold smile. Huh, if you say you won't sell, then be gone. The proprietor flung the pouch of coins back at him. Chen Xiu'er swiftly seized the pouch of money and then placed it back into her spatial ring. Tang San glanced at the ring adorning Chen Xiu'er's right hand, realizing that her ring was also a soul-guiding artifact. Chen Xiu'er let out a cold snort, declaring, I will remember you. He was well aware of the identity of this boss. He was none other than Frank, the dean of Shrek Academy. If it weren't for the support of Yulong Mian during the trial period, I would have been the first to eradicate your Shrek. Chen Xiu'er mused to himself. As he strode away, his face etched with fury, Tang San felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This boss was truly peculiar. Not only did he raise the price exorbitantly, but he also had someone willing to pay 1,000 soul coins for it. Yet he refused to sell. Since you are his disciple, this crystal shall be yours free of charge, Frank remarked before reclining once more. Tang San was left in bewilderment, surmising that this man must be acquainted with his master. The crystal is not of considerable value. Take it, and do not disturb my slumber. Leave swiftly. The boss closed his eyes, effectively ushering them out. Gifted? Tang San was taken aback. The disparity in Frank's demeanor was stark. Just moments ago, he was demanding an outrageous price, and now he was offering a gift. While Tang San pondered this unexpected turn, Xiao had already unceremoniously cradled the crystal in her arms. At that moment, Tang San's mind raced with countless thoughts. Ultimately, he decided to leave behind a pouch of soul coins, expressing his gratitude before departing. It was only after their exit that Frank reopened his eyes. The cunning expression on his face vanished. His disciple had actually come to demand a favor. Such soul power. Oh, master, you sly one. Are you not going to evade me this time? However, it seems he has offended the little dragon king of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. But, Xiaojing, you should be able to handle it, right? After all, the crystal was taken by your disciple. Frank chuckled and shook his head. Meanwhile, the furious Chen Xiu'er was contemplating his next move. He originally aimed to obtain the Dragonbeard Needle, with the intention of using it to eliminate Ning Rongrong for a better chance of success. Indeed, Chen Xiu'er has already embarked on her plan to assassinate the young master of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Whether she succeeds or fails will be determined tomorrow. Had it not been for Frank's presence at that moment, Tang San, how could I have possibly spared the crystal in your possession? Chen Xiu'er remarked with a cold smile. If Frank had not been there, she would have unreservedly seized the crystal from Tang San's hands. Meanwhile, within the Rose Hotel, Tang San securely shut the door and swiftly drew the curtains around him. Come, follow me to the bedroom, Tang San exclaimed with palpable excitement. Xiao Wu, perplexed, accompanied him into the bedroom. Tang San pulled the curtains closed and locked the door, his excitement now impossible to conceal. A hint of obsession flickered across his face, and he flushed slightly. Xiao Wu instinctively adjusted her neckline, a thought flashing through her mind. Could it be that he is influenced by the atmosphere of the hotel, succumbing to primal instincts? No, surely not. He is merely 12 years old. What am I thinking? He is my brother. How could he entertain such sordid notions? Unbeknownst to Tang San, Xiao was lost in her thoughts. He slowly retrieved the crystal, placing it upon the bed as if it were a treasured gem. Among the crystals, it is not the amethyst that holds the highest value, but rather the hair crystal. After much contemplation, Tang San finally articulated this statement. What is a hair crystal? Xiao Wu inquired, biting her finger. A hair crystal is one that, under certain conditions, is influenced by external factors, causing fine strands resembling hair to form within the crystal. The value of a single hair crystal can surpass that of the finest natural crystals. Xiao Wu, being perceptive, gazed at the large crystal in Tang San's hand with skepticism. You can't be telling me this is a hair crystal, can you? I don't see any golden strands. And I've never heard of such a thing. You gave him 200 gold soul coins for it. It seems like a loss to me. Tang San smiled. No? This is not a hair crystal. This is a plate crystal, the finest among hair crystals. The next day, Tang San had fashioned the Dragonbeard Needle and was preparing to head to Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu to register. However, as they traveled, Xiao Wu grew weary, and Tang San, with no other choice, carried her on his back. Brother, look over there. There's a small village. Tang San followed the direction indicated by Xiao Wu's finger and beheld a small village approximately a mile ahead. Utilizing the keen eyesight afforded by his purple extreme magic eye, he He could distinctly discern that the village comprised roughly 100 households, slightly smaller than the scale of Holy Soul Village. A wooden fence encircled the village, seemingly erected as a defense against wild beasts. A considerable number of people congregated at the entrance, their expressions reflecting a sense of curiosity regarding the unfolding events. With a smile, Tang San suggested, "Let us inquire. Perhaps the villagers may have knowledge regarding the whereabouts of Shrek Academy." Xiao Wu, giggling, urged, "Then, brother, let us hasten." With a resigned smile, Tang San exerted himself slightly and swiftly made his way toward the village. At the entrance, a table was set up, behind which sat an elderly man of over 60 years. Tang San and Xiao Wu were left speechless upon noticing a tattered sign above the entrance that proclaimed Shrek Academy. Could it be? Xiao Wu leapt down from Tang San's back, gazing in astonishment at the sign, then turning to observe Tang San, who mirrored her incredulity. Even the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is far more substantial than this. Brother, could Master have made an error? This hardly resembles an academy. It cannot possibly be a scam, can it? Tang San offered a wry smile. Now that we are here, let us see for ourselves. Before them stood approximately 100 applicants. A youth in line ahead of them had his parents accompanying him. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this a joke? This shabby school claims that graduating will lead to becoming a Viscount of the Empire?" The father, equally uncertain, added, "This is what the Spirit Hall representative stated. They should be reliable, shouldn't they?" The boy tugged at his father's sleeve, protesting, "Father, I don't want to attend this school. It's too embarrassing. Let us wait a moment. We have come this far. What if this is merely a test?" The father replied, frowning. The elderly man seated behind the table, responsible for the registration, appeared lethargic, reminiscent of a greedy proprietor Tang San had encountered before. After an indeterminate period, it was finally the youth's turn to step forward. "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Place them in that box," the elder stated lazily. Quickly, the boy's father retrieved 10 gold soul coins and placed them into the makeshift box constructed of wooden planks. The youth extended his hand as instructed, but the elder grasped his hand, examined it briefly, and shook his head. "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The boy was momentarily stunned and turned to his parents. His father, quickly donning a smile, implored, "Teacher, my son just recently celebrated his 13th birthday. Could you possibly make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, retorted, "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children under 13 with a soul power of level 20. Once registered, the fees are non-refundable. Even a clay figurine possesses a trace of earthiness." At last, the boy's father could no longer restrain himself. "This is clearly a scheme to swindle money. Refund our registration fee. Otherwise, we shall not depart." The elder cast a glance at him. "Mubai, someone wishes to withdraw their registration fee. Attend to this matter." Suddenly, a figure sprang forth, none other than Dai Mubai. He immediately summoned his martial spirit, his physique swelling significantly, revealing characteristics of the white tiger. 3 soul rings hovered around him. "If you wish to reclaim your registration fee, you must first defeat me," he declared, pointing at himself. The boy's father, upon noticing the 3 soul rings surrounding Dai Mubai, understood that this individual was not to be trifled with. Thus, he retreated, dragging his son and wife away in disgrace. Such is the reality in Douluo. Without strength, one possesses no voice. Ha ha. Suddenly, a cacophony of laughter echoed from the heavens as a figure descended from above. Boom. In an instant, a cloud of dust was kicked up. "If you manage to defeat me, I shall return everything. But if I were to cause you to vomit blood, would you not owe me even more?" Chen Xiao'er inquired with a smile. At this moment, Chen Xiao'er remained in the same attire, albeit in a state imbued with the essence of his martial soul. His garments were meticulously crafted, not only exhibiting remarkable resilience, but also perfectly accommodating his draconic transformation. The cloak draped over his shoulders featured 2 slits, allowing his dragon wings to unfurl completely. "What brings you here?" Dai Mubai queried with a hint of irritation. "Brother, is it not permissible for me to register?" Chen Xiao'er retorted, hands tucked into his pockets. "Humph," Dai Mubai scoffed, turning his head away, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Chen Xiao'er spoke as she deftly tossed 10 golden soul coins, which landed perfectly within the wooden box. At that moment, the elderly man no longer bore a languid demeanor. "You are from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family," he exclaimed. "Is that not permitted?" Chen Xiao'er inquired with a smile. "Of course it is permissible. I was merely inquiring." The elder replied, straightening up and adopting a more serious tone. Chen Shouer extended her right hand, and the elderly gentleman cautiously felt along her arm twice. Yet, he was unable to discern her bone age. This. Chen Shouer shook her head and promptly dispelled her martial spirit. Due to the dragon transformation and the hidden scales, the elder could only feel a layer of dragon scales. At that moment, the elder reached out once more towards Chen Shouer's pristine right arm. Just 12 years old, the elder exclaimed in astonishment. Simultaneously, he recalled the 3,000-year soul rings on Chen Shouer's body. Could you possibly release your martial spirit once again? The elder inquired with great caution. Certainly, replied Chen Shouer as she reactivated her martial spirit. As the elder beheld the 3,000-year soul rings floating above Chen Shouer, he could not suppress a gulp. Now this is truly a marvel. I am Yu Tianxian, a 32nd level battle soul sovereign, Chen Shouer said with a smile. Excellent, excellent. Mu Bai, swiftly take him to the fourth challenge. The elder exclaimed. Dai Mu Bai's lips twitched slightly. Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as though they were being overlooked. Hey, we clearly arrived first. Why does he get to cut in line? Xiao Wu questioned with her hands on her hips. Dai Mu Bai furrowed his brow. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Ah, it's you too, Dai Mu Bai said with a smile upon recognizing Tang San. Chen Shouer waved his hand, for he had long observed Tang San and the others, deliberately choosing this moment to appear. Because I am handsome, I take precedence. Well then, I shall take my leave now. You all keep up the good work. With that, Chen Shouer departed without a backward glance. What an insufferable person! Xiao Wu exclaimed in indignation. Never mind, Xiao Wu. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Now it's our turn, Tang San responded, maintaining a commendable demeanor. After all, it was merely a matter of timing. Tang San, being an adult, remained composed and steady. The elder, after enduring Chen Shouer's arrogance, had little hope for the rest. Perhaps, having such a prodigy was sufficient. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm, Yi Zixiao continued to engage in a strategic match with Chen Xiao. Their game had persisted for quite some time. The move made by the aberrant dragon was indeed a grave mistake. In the case of Shrek's assault on Ning Rongrong, he truly disregards Zhao Wujia's group as mere trifles, Yi Zixiao lamented. What of Shrek? It ultimately depends on their actions. Were it my decision, I could eliminate Ning Rongrong within Shrek and retreat unscathed, Chen Xiao replied with a faint smile. Gratitude to the reader Shirhen for the generous support. Chapter 87. Chen Xiao poised for action as anticipated. Both Tang San and Xiao Wu passed the preliminary assessment with flying colors. They exchanged glances until a soft gasp drew Tang San's attention once more. The elder responsible for the registration displayed a look of uncertainty. Before him stood a young girl, withdrawing her outstretched hand. She was unaccompanied by any guardians, standing alone, dressed in a simple white gown that exuded a sense of purity. Her neat bob haircut framed her face. She was notably shorter than Xiao Wu, and as she faced away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, her full appearance remained obscured. Yet, her neck revealed remarkably fair and delicate skin. May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary test? The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, possessing a softness that evoked a sense of warmth. Tang San could tell from his angle that she must be quite beautiful. However, a sharp pinch from Xiao Wu at his waist deterred him from gazing further. At that moment, Dai Mu Bai returned, exuding an air that was rather irksome. Nevertheless, Tang San pondered that if they indeed became classmates, it would be best to avoid any confrontations with him. Tang San understood whom Dai Mu Bai referred to. I harbor no intention of conflict. As long as he does not instigate any trouble, I shall remain silent, Tang San concurred. That is well. Please follow me. Dai Mu Bai gestured to Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the two young women behind them. Why two? You may ask, because another had arrived. Is this explanation sufficient? The last young woman appeared slightly younger than Tang San and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was slightly bowed. Her height comparable to that of the girl in the white dress. Her complexion was similarly fair. However, this young lady emanated a distinctly unique aura. In stark contrast to her voluptuous figure, her expression was notably aloof, purely frigid. Her ebony eyes harbored not a trace of warmth, creating a dissonance with her otherwise exquisite visage. Her limbs were elegantly elongated, and her hands hung naturally at her sides. Dai Mu Bai found himself unable to resist stealing glances at this young woman. Xiao Wu, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "What are you staring at? Are you planning to trouble the young lady?" Dai Mu Bai frowned. "What do you know? I sense a resonance in the aura of that girl, one that is strikingly similar to mine, and it carries an essence of mutual enhancement. If two closely aligned martial souls unite, Their individual strengths can multiply, unleashing what is termed a martial soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu burst into laughter. So, does that imply that the girl's martial soul is a mother tiger? A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Mubai's face. Perhaps. Upon entering the village, the surroundings were dominated by wooden structures. The architecture could be aptly described as simple and unpretentious. After walking a short distance, Dai Mubai led them to a clearing surrounded by wooden houses, approximately 500 square meters in size, located right at the heart of Shrek Academy. Chun Xiu'er is currently meditating here. Having previously expended some spiritual energy, he is now seeking to restore a portion of it through this meditation. He is ensuring that his condition reaches its peak. Sausages for sale. Come and take a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar brand sausages. Delicious and sweet, reasonably priced, and generous in size. Only 5 copper coins each. Indulge in Oscar brand sausages, and you shall find it easier to pass your entrance examinations. Chun Xiu'er furrowed her brows. This insufferable person had been shouting ever since his arrival. Now, upon seeing others, he continued to raise his voice. Chun Xiu'er abandoned her previous intentions, choosing to refrain from alarming the snake in the grass for the time being. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see a vendor nearby, peddling his wares. Xiao Wu, you hardly had much for breakfast. Would you care for a sausage? Tang San inquired. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, the aroma enticing her. Let us give it a try then. As Tang San approached, he noticed the vendor clad in simple gray attire, yet possessing a pair of striking peach blossom eyes. Good sir, may I trouble you for 2 sausages? Tang San asked with a smile, extending 10 copper coins. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the vendor's expression suddenly froze. You call me what? Tang San was taken aback. Of course, I called you good sir. Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a significant issue, brother. I am merely 14 years old and a student of Shrek Academy, the vendor replied with a wry smile. You are only 14? Tang San looked at the man before him in astonishment. The individual appeared to be nearing 40. No, even 40 seemed quite youthful. I am Oscar, and I am indeed 14. You cannot call me good sir simply because I have a bit of robust hair, Oscar explained, his lips twitching. Tang San could only marvel at the wonders of the world. Tang San, what are you doing? Dai Mubai, having completed his circuit, returned. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar wore an expression of bitter amusement. Boss Dai, would you care for a sausage? Go away, Dai Mubai shot back, glaring at him. How many times must I tell you not to sell sausages at the academy? Do you wish to make everyone nauseous? Tang San, you cannot eat that sausage. Tang San, puzzled, asked why not. Dai Mubai's expression turned peculiar. Xiao Ao, produce a fresh sausage. Oscar's face fell into an awkward expression. Boss, is that really necessary? Dai Mubai huffed disdainfully. I am merely warning Tang San. He is my brother, and I cannot allow him to be deceived by you. Hurry. Do not make me take action. Reluctantly, Oscar extended his right hand, speaking in a somewhat lewd tone. I possess a large sausage. Tang San staggered back in fright, gazing at Oscar with alarm. He quickly turned to seek Xiao Wu. Brother, where is the sausage? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Xiao Wu, listen to me. That sausage is not to be consumed. Tang San declared solemnly. Xiao Wu appeared utterly bewildered. All right, Oscar. Next time sell your sausages outside the academy. Tang San, come, I shall take you directly to the final assessment. Dai Mubai clapped his hands. At that moment, Chun Xiu'er also stood up. Brother, why must we wait for them? Am I not capable of handling the task alone? Task. Dai Mubai replied succinctly. What task? Chun Xiu'er inquired with a smile. Dai Mubai, feeling indifferent towards Chun Xiu'er's remarks, thought to himself that he was not the one presiding over this year's final examination. He chuckled inwardly. Soon, Dai Mubai led the group to the venue for the last assessment. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a smaller clearing compared to the previous one. Teacher Zhao, I have brought the participants for the 4th round of assessment, Dai Mubai announced. As he spoke, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing off in a chair. Is it true? This year, we have participants for the 4th round? 5, in fact, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his bleary eyes widening in surprise. Dai Mubai replied, not only do we have these 5 entering the 4th round, but they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd round evaluations. Teacher Zhao's eyes gleamed as he rose from his chair. Though he was of modest height and ordinary appearance, he exuded a sturdy presence. His broad shoulders resembled fortress walls, and his coat could barely conceal the muscles that seemed forged from iron. All 5 of you have surpassed level 25. Quite impressive. This year indeed boasts a fair number of little monsters, Teacher Zhao praised. I am Zhao Wujing. From this moment, I grant you a stick of incense's duration to familiarize yourselves and strategize. After this time, the assessment shall commence. The challenge is for all 5 of you to withstand my attacks for 1 stick of incense. Should even one of you endure successfully, you will be deemed victorious. Mubai. Please inform them of my capabilities, Zhao Wujing concluded, stepping aside. Dai Mubai cast a glance at the 5 participants. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, a battle soul saint. And the vice principal of the academy, his overall strength second only to that of the principal. As Dai Mubai articulated this, the pupils of the 4 individuals dilated sharply. Chen Xiu'er was utterly indifferent to the matter at hand. His objective was not to join the academy, but rather to eliminate Ning Rongrong. He may have been a level 76, yet he appeared significantly younger than the teacher at the entrance. Xiao Wu voiced her confusion. Age does not dictate capability. Time is of the essence. I can only inform you of Teacher Zhao's strengths. You must formulate a plan henceforth, Dai Mubai instructed. Subsequently, Dai Mubai gradually elucidated the weaknesses of Zhao Wujie's martial soul and various offensive traits. Tang San was the first to introduce himself. I am Tang San, a control system soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul at level 29. Xiao Wu, observing Tang San, followed suit. I am Xiao Wu, a power attack system soul master with a rabbit martial soul, also at level 29. The girl with the short bob hesitated before declaring, Ning Rongrong. With a tool martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, at level 26, auxiliary system soul master. Then came the cold girl, Zhu Zhuqing, with a beast martial soul. The nether cat, at level 27, agile attack system soul master. Finally, Chen Xiu'er, dismissively, stated, Yu Tianxian, beast martial soul, the blue electric tyrant dragon, at level 32. Soul sovereign. What? A soul sovereign? Exclaimed Tang San and Xiao Wu in unison, though they were already accustomed to such revelations. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were taken aback. Feel free to devise any plan. I alone can handle Zhao Wujie, Chen Xiu'er asserted, turning away. He was not contemplating how to confront Zhao Wujie. His thoughts were fixated on how to exploit the ensuing chaos to eliminate Ning Rongrong. Noticing Chen Xiu'er retreating, Ning Rongrong stole a glance at his handsome visage. Seemingly still in a daze. Is he truly the second of the blue electric tyrants? She pondered. How do you all know of the blue electric tyrants? Tang San asked. Perplexed. They are quite renowned among the younger generation, particularly Yu Tianheng, who proclaims wherever he goes that he is the foremost of the blue electric tyrants. Ning Rongrong replied. Is that so? Tang San responded awkwardly. However, as Chen Xiu'er stepped aside, Tang San recalled Ning Rongrong's martial soul. Your martial soul is the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. Does that mean you hail from the 7 treasures glazed sect? Tang San inquired, astonished. The 7 treasures glazed pagoda is a lineage-specific martial soul. Only direct disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect can possess it. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable tongue. Do not gaze in awe. I am no different from ordinary individuals. I snuck out from home. Let us first navigate through this challenge, she continued. My martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, can enhance everyone's speed and strength by approximately 30% for the duration of a stick of incense, without fail. Ning Rongrong elucidated. Soon, everyone shared their martial souls and their unique characteristics, while Tang San took the responsibility of formulating a strategy. Once the plan was devised, the 4 of them nodded in unison. However, Tang San was particularly concerned about Chen Xiu'er, who stood nearby. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was plagued by an ominous feeling. Have you reached a consensus? Boomed Zhao Wujie's voice. Teacher, it is ready, Dai Mubai replied, nodding to Zhao Wujie before stepping aside. Zhao Wujie rose once more, clasping his hands together and flexing his wrists. A series of unsettling cracking sounds echoed as his joints popped. He conjured a stick of incense in his hand, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures turned into glazed tile. In an instant, Ning Rongrong twirled gracefully in place, and radiant hues of 7 colors erupted from her being. In her right palm, a beautifully crafted 7-colored pagoda materialized. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength, Ning Rongrong declared with a smile. As her first soul ring ascended, it enveloped the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, unleashing 3 beams of colorful light that simultaneously enveloped Tang San and his companions. In that fleeting moment, they felt a surge of power coursing through their limbs. Remarkable. This year's candidates include someone from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Splendid, Zhao Wujie remarked, inserting the already lit incense into the ground. The Seven Treasures are famous. The second is speed. Again, 3 beams of colorful light emerged. Instantly, Tang San and his companions felt their bodies grow considerably lighter. At that moment, Zhao Wujie moved, not towards Tang San and his companions, but rather, he crouched slightly and struck the ground with both fists. Not good, Tang San exclaimed. The master had once said that if one ever encountered a soul master from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the first priority must be to neutralize them without delay. With a resounding boom, the earth trembled violently. Tang San swiftly whipped his blue-silver grass, wrapping it around Ning Rongrong's waist. As he leaped, he took Ning Rongrong along with him. Qin Shou'er twisted her neck, the manifestation of her martial soul. In an instant, a surge of electric light erupted, and a layer of hidden scales emerged on Qin Shou'er's body. A pair of obsidian dragon wings unfurled from her back. Her faint golden dragon eyes shone brightly, accompanied by 3 purple soul rings, each representing a millennium. At that moment, all eyes in the arena were drawn to Qin Shou'er. 3 millennium soul rings. The first soul skill, Thunderclap. Qin Shou'er, with her legs entwined in thunder, did not employ the ghostly shadow technique, but instead hastened directly towards Zhao Wujie. Tang San was taken aback. This was a deviation from the plan. Ning Rongrong, amplify Yu Tianquan's abilities. Chapter 89, Assassination of Ning Rongrong. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first being strength. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Previously, Ning Rongrong had evaded Zhao Wujie's attack thanks to Tang San's manipulation of blue-silver grass. Now, upon landing, Ning Rongrong swiftly activated the 7 treasure glazed tile, bestowing Qin Shou'er with 1 and then 2 soul skills. In an instant, Qin Shou'er felt an exhilarating lightness envelop her body, propelling her speed to an even greater height. Zhao Wujie, however, did not regard her charge with any seriousness and merely unleashed a straightforward punch. Qin Shou'er broke into a broad smile, and with an unusual gait, she swiftly traversed through Zhao Wujie's form. From the perspective of Tang San and his companions, it appeared as though Qin Shou'er had launched an assault on Zhao Wujie, effortlessly maneuvering to his rear. However, Zhao Wujie was acutely aware that Qin Shou'er had not laid a finger on him. What trickery was this young girl attempting? Before he could ponder further, Xiao Wu leapt into action. Mid-air, she curled into a ball, tumbling forward with remarkable agility. Just as she was about to reach Zhao Wujie, her delicate form unfurled. In that fleeting moment, she had completed the process of manifesting her martial spirit. Her feet simultaneously landed upon Zhao Wujie's neck. A pair of dull thuds resounded. Xiao Wu had accurately positioned herself upon Zhao Wujie's neck. It seemed almost effortless, the little girl. Zhao Wujie grinned. Xiao Wu huffed in response. Effortless, you say? Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Qin Shou'er seized the opportunity and promptly activated her soul abilities. The second soul ability, Break Army. The third soul ability, Greedy Wolf. Qin Shou'er adopted an aggressive stance, her right arm gradually gathering a radiant blue energy, as the wolf-headed dragon tattoo re-emerged prominently upon her skin. Meanwhile, she was channeling her power. Xiao Wu, with her toes suddenly drawing in, deftly struck the carotid arteries on either side of Zhao Wujie's neck. In that instant, Xiao Wu's lithe figure executed a full turn, spinning gracefully through the air. Zhao Wujie felt an immediate tightening throughout his body, as thorny vines frantically coiled around him. His arms and limbs became ensnared in a firm embrace of these vines. A potent paralyzing toxin was swiftly released, while from the ground, more vines surged forth, lifting his body upward. Zhao Wujie's feet left the ground. No matter how immense one's strength, without firm roots beneath, stability is unattainable. With Ning Rongrong's assistance, both Xiao Wu and Tang San exhibited prowess far exceeding the 30th level. As Xiao Wu's form spun rapidly in the air, she suddenly executed a backward flip, forcibly elevating Zhao Wujie's body. Spinning around can be quite amusing. Zhao Wujie's voice resonated in the air. Yet, Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly rotating body come to an abrupt halt. At this moment, Qin Shou'er had gathered her strength to the utmost. With a sudden stomp that shattered the ground beneath her feet, she propelled herself forward with incredible speed. Zhao Wujie sensed the overwhelming force approaching from behind and promptly summoned his martial spirit. With a resounding bang, the vines enveloping Zhao Wujie's body shattered, scattering in all directions, as he firmly planted his feet back on the ground. However, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. With a low growl, his body swelled instantaneously. His already formidable muscles expanded more than twice their size, and his height surged by a meter, rendering him extraordinarily imposing. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged simultaneously. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing launched her attack. Chen Shouo launched her assault from behind, while she struck from the front. In an instant, Zhao Wujie found himself in a rather precarious situation. However, just as Chen Xiuer's attack was about to reach him, he once again executed that enigmatic footwork beneath him. Zhao Wujie seemed to dissolve into nothingness as Chen Xiuer, with a remarkable maneuver, flawlessly circumnavigated him. From the perspective of onlookers, it appeared as though he had simply passed through. Zhao Wujie had braced himself to endure a blow from Chen Xiuer, but this scene left him utterly astounded. Zhu Zhiqing also felt perplexed as she brushed past Chen Xiuer. Tang San's pupils constricted in surprise. The footwork he had just witnessed was indeed bizarre, bearing hints of the ghostly shadow technique. Indeed, Yi Zixiao, having spent such an extensive period in the heavenly realm, had finally made some breakthroughs. After countless years, he had deciphered the ghostly shadow technique. In his own words, the intricacies of human techniques were rather challenging to master. Yi Zixiao returned to his roots, inheriting the merits of the ghostly shadow technique while simultaneously evolving 3 new characteristics. Firstly, the footwork was undoubtedly distinct, yet it bore resemblances as well. Among these 3 traits, the first made the user appear as an illusion, rendering them incorporeal. The second involved an uncanny stride that circled around a person, as if passing straight through them. The third essence of this footwork lay in its ethereal quality, whereby the enemy could only perceive the illusion from the previous moment, unable to detect the true form. This technique was named Nightmare's Return to the Void. Tang San, momentarily astonished, swiftly waved his blue-silver grass to ensnare Chen Xiuer. Yet, he failed to capture her corporeal form. Realizing that something was amiss, Tang San invoked the purple extreme demon eye. In that moment, he finally discerned the true Chen Xiuer. He was now perilously close to Ning Rongrong. It was evident to Tang San, even without the need for reasoning, that the truth was unmistakable. Chen Xiuer was targeting Ning Rongrong. At the same time, all eyes were focused on Chen Xiuer. With a swift motion, he flapped his dragon wings, accelerating his speed and charging forth. Zhao Wujie, alarmed, stomped the ground, dashing out like a frenzied bear. "You Tianxian, what do you intend to do?" Tang San inquired anxiously. "To kill." Chen Xiuer flashed a smile, maintaining her speed. Tang San quickly discerned Chen Xiuer's position and promptly utilized the blue-silver grass to ensnare her. "Have you lost your mind, attempting murder within Shrek Academy?" The blue-silver grass swiftly ensnared Chen Xiuer's feet, to which she responded with a disdainful smile. "A mere parlor trick." Chen Xiuer's legs trembled, yet the blue-silver grass remained unbroken. At that moment, Chen Xiuer was taken aback, her entire being frozen in place. As she watched Zhao Wujie charging towards her, Chen Xiuer narrowed her eyes and unleashed her first soul skill, Thunderous Roar. This time, Chen Xiuer did not merely attach herself. Instead, she employed lightning to scorch his legs, aiming to sabotage the blue-silver grass. The sound of lightning searing his limbs sent a chill down Tang San's spine. What profound hatred must exist? What grievances compel her to seek Ning Rongrong's death? With this, Chen Xiuer broke free, rapidly approaching Ning Rongrong, who was already pale with fear. Should this strike succeed, these individuals would surely hesitate to harm Chen Xiuer. Consequently, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would find itself at war with the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect. At that moment, the spirit hall would exploit the chaos. Once the turmoil ensues, Chen Xiuer could reap significant benefits. This has been a scheme she has meticulously orchestrated for many years. Dragon extinction. Tang San's violet eyes narrowed. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to that technique. His fingers seemed to grasp something. A slender object, glinting fiercely in the sunlight, revealed itself, a dragon whisker needle. With a swift motion, Tang San hurled the dragon whisker needle, quick as lightning, swift as the wind. Chen Xiuer suddenly felt a stiffness in her neck. Her protective dragon scales had proven ineffective. In an instant, she sensed the tendons in her neck being tautened. With a swift realization, she deduced that Tang San must have employed the dragon whisker needle. "Now, I must stake everything on this." Chen Xiuer's eyes gleamed with madness. If this strike succeeded, all would be accomplished. Yet, the excruciating pain in her neck rendered her facial expression rigid. Immediately afterward, under Ning Rongrong's terrified gaze, Chen Xiuer unleashed her attack. Roar! Chapter 90. Deviations from expectations. If Chun Xiuer's plan succeeds, she will be known as President Chun. If it fails, she may simply be referred to as Ms. Chun. In that instant, a flash of insight struck. Everyone's hearts raced in anticipation. Some had yet to grasp the situation, while others remained oblivious to what had transpired. Among them, the party involved, Ning Rongrong, was indeed unclear about the circumstances. Tang San contemplated using another concealed weapon, but it was already too late. Chun Xiuer and Ning Rongrong are now separated by a mere meter. At this moment, Chun Xiuer's expression was rigid due to the dragon beard needle as she forcefully surged forward. In Ning Rongrong's eyes, Chun Xiuer appeared almost like a vengeful spirit. Her face contorted in a grotesque manner, revealing a sinister grin adorned with razor-sharp dragon fangs, with a pair of demonic wings. Her right arm's assault seemed as if the grim Reaper himself beckoned to her. This scene would forever haunt Ning Rongrong's psyche. No, Ning Rongrong screamed, losing her footing and collapsing to her knees. As Chun Xiuer drew nearer, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, and the fourth soul ring surrounding him ignited with intensity. He paused momentarily, then leapt forward, shattering the earth beneath him. This leap propelled him several dozen yards away. Roar! Chun Xiuer's broken army, poised and ready, suddenly unleashed with the third soul skill, Gluttonous Wolf. A thunderous roar erupted, as if the very heavens and earth had transformed. Lightning enveloped the entire arena, obscuring the vision of all present. What accompanied that explosive sound? Ning Rongrong's cry had long been drowned out by the thunder. Chun Xiuer was bewildered by the unfolding events. His soul technique had already been unleashed. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force propelled him 3 meters away. At this moment, his entire being felt utterly drained of soul energy. Yet he found himself waiting in vain for its restoration. Chun Xiuer's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that she had been intercepted? Chun Xiuer clutched her chest and hastily knelt upon the ground. Her previous choice to unleash her power closely was driven by the fear of being intercepted by anyone obstructing her. At this moment, Chun Xiuer entertained thoughts of fleeing. Yet she had already staked everything on this endeavor. Should this strike fail, she would have no fallback. However, these individuals would undoubtedly hesitate to kill Chun Xiuer. This was a certainty she held with absolute confidence. As the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, her connections were formidable. In an instant, the thick